After the rebirth of Qin Feng, who had once plunged into the top 100 with over 100 frames of computer prowess, he acquired top-tier equipment and a more youthful physique. With a tiger head hat and a bushy tail, I am Hutao, remember my name. This streamer is Bad Tao. Run. He just eliminated a single-player streamer. Wait, why does the streamer's Hutao exude a distinct flavor of Claire? Upstairs is a fraud. I just saw streamer Wu Tian hanging someone from a tree yesterday. Huh? Isn't the streamer the true top-tier fire mage? Then how do I explain being taken down by his Chui Sanyang's water bubble and the Ma Gunga nail head yesterday? So what exactly does the streamer excel in? Qin Feng, I have a slight understanding. Chapter 1. Good Tao, Bad Tao. In the realm of strategic competition, where there are wins and losses, each participant approaches the game with their own unique mindset. The author, a master of training camps, a killer of Tianhai, the king of purity, possesses sensitive skin and perceives games as an eternal motion. The fundamental logic is akin to rock, paper, scissors. Basic attacks counter the vibrating blade. The vibrating blade counters the charge attack, and the charge attack counters basic attacks. The series of sharp sounds echoed in his ears, and amidst the hazy consciousness, Qin Feng perceived the faint clapping of hands nearby, yet felt no pain upon his face. With a sense of melancholy, Qin Feng mused that perhaps this was death of blurred awareness accompanied by complete lack of sensation. The sound of clapping persisted, inciting a sense of irritation, prompting him to instinctively seek its source. Upon opening his eyes, the familiar gaming environment unfolded before him. No matter how many times he might die, he would never forget this game, which had lifted him from the nadir of his life and prepared him for greatness. He gazed blankly at the character on the screen, standing upon a slowly dissipating azure array, while a female character clad in a white robe and black trousers was striking his character repeatedly. He would not forget that character on the array, adorned with a tiger head hat and a crimson skirt, complete with a fluffy tail that was Hutao. In stark contrast, the character in coarse white garb and black trousers, whose features he overlooked, resembled a rustic villager compared to Hutao's resplendent attire. This was the long princess of the Wujidi Empire, Qin Han. The opulent gown and the rough cloth attire formed a striking juxtaposition. As she slapped repeatedly, the damage was minimal, yet Hutao's armor, having lost its protective array, was now precariously fragile. Qin Feng's pupils gradually regained focus. The armor ultimately shattered, the sound reminiscent of breaking glass, sending a jolt through Qin Feng. I shall don my armor and wield my blade. With a mighty roar, Qin Feng firmly placed his hands upon the shimmering keyboard and mouse. The familiar tactile sensation enveloped him, and almost instinctively, he executed a short dash followed by a long dash to create distance, then swiftly transitioned into the blue invulnerability state to observe his opponent's movements. The opponent, Qin Han, evidently did not anticipate that Hutao, who had previously seemed so passive, would suddenly spring into action, especially after just activating the protective array, Hutao's ultimate ability, which purifies negative states and restores armor. She had assumed Hutao had given up on the fight, only to be met with resistance. Ah, little Hutao, you have captured my attention. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng was rapidly gathering information about his surroundings. At that moment, Qin Han's full armor status was still gold-plated, while Hutao had already lost her armor, her health bar exhibiting a slender black line, indicating the presence of a stamina gem. Yet despite this, her condition was far from optimal. If her opponent wielded sufficiently high-quality weaponry, 2 charge attacks could eliminate her. They found themselves on the map of Huolua country, on the stairs leading towards the direction of Changxing village, behind the divine Eagle Fortress. Regarding his own status, the protective array had been activated, and his minor skill, Shield Guard, remained unused, providing him with some maneuvering space for strategy and evasion. Turning his attention to weaponry, he noted that his opponent wielded golden armor, with the highest likelihood of possessing a purple weapon, though gold was also a possibility. Casting a glance at his weapon inventory, Hutao carried a blue Ma gun and a broadsword as her secondary weapon. With a wry smile, Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless. Engaging without range capabilities would complicate the situation. Furthermore, upon observing the names displayed, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. 1. Top-tier fire mage. 2. Tong Tian, Lao Hu. 3. Drunken Flower. His frustration stemmed from the fact that his two teammates' health bars were completely depleted, marked by a plug sign, a behavior that was particularly despised by players in the realm of eternal struggle. 3 players? In a live stream titled Single Player Relaxation, hosted by an individual named Litong Wong, there were hundreds of viewers. The streamer, whose face remained unseen, showcased exceptionally luxurious equipment. Not only a war god, but also golden armor, wielding a golden horizontal sword and a pair of golden twin blades that, as he spoke, he charged towards Hutao, quickly entering the blue invulnerability state, then abruptly executed a spinning blade attack. To Litong Wong's surprise, Hutao exhibited none of her earlier ferocity. Instead, she canceled her charge with a long dash, delivering a standard strike before entering the blue invulnerability state once again. Litong Wong acutely sensed something was amiss, yet could not quite pinpoint it. Meanwhile, Hutao had entered the special invincible rock state of the Ma Gun Gun, wherein her basic attacks would not deplete her blue invulnerability, and charging would be countered. The dynamics of their encounter had shifted unfavorably for him. Instinctively, he initiated a blue charge, hoping to engage Hutao in another fierce contest. Regrettably, Hutao's blue invulnerability lasted only a moment. Her Ma Gun Gun rose sharply, simultaneously draining another segment of Gu Qinghan's health. However, it appeared that Hutao's weapon quality was subpar, as a standard strike combined with the blue invulnerability attack merely reduced Gu Qinghan's golden armor by half. Once Hutao completed her blue invulnerability, she immediately charged her left key, re-entering the rock state, thereby placing herself at a disadvantage once more. Drawing back, Litong Wong exclaimed, "Has someone switched? The earlier inaction surely wasn't a ploy to bring in a boyfriend, right? No matter, the streamer must be serious now. Watch how I handle this." With that, he commanded Gu Qinghan to draw a bow from her inventory, aiming an arrow directly at the charging Hutao. Qin Feng sensed something was off the moment the bow was drawn. He swiftly executed a dash to cancel his charge, deflecting the incoming arrow with a muted thud against his invulnerability frame. Litong Wong continued to draw and aim, while Qin Feng's Hutao maneuvered closer to the stairway wall. In an instant, she was struck by an arrow that hadn't fully charged, resulting in a minor loss of health. Yet Hutao's momentum propelled her into a wall, creating distance from Gu Qinghan. Thinking of escaping? Gu Qinghan retracted her bow and launched a grappling hook towards Hutao's waist. However, as Hutao rebounded off the wall, she executed a quick strike to negate the hook's immobilization, then slid into a breach behind the Divine Eagle Fortress. As Gu Qinghan's grappling hook approached, Hutao dashed into the entrance, only to be met by a tail-draped silhouette that swiftly struck her down. Taking advantage of Gu Qinghan's fall, Qin Feng delivered a decisive right-click, then pressed the left key to enter the rock state once more. Now, both were in a state of armor break, yet Qin Feng still faced a skill disadvantage, considering that his opponent had yet to unleash her ultimate technique. Chapter 2. The Arrowhead. Who are you? In the realm of the game Yongdong Wujian, the presence or absence of a signature ultimate ability transforms a hero into two distinct entities. In the face of such disparity, the side lacking the ultimate finds it nearly impossible to engage in any meaningful contest. Thus, at this moment, Qin Feng remains exceedingly cautious. On the opposing side, the Wong of Litong, having had his golden armor shattered by a single strike, felt a flicker of wrath ignite within him. How dare mere Hutao presume to defecate atop my head? Upon rising, Gu Qinghan executed a swift flash and struck Qin Feng's blue armor with a decisive blow, followed by a crouch to cancel the recovery animation and initiate his blades. Vibration. Regrettably, Qin Feng displayed no intention of charging his attack, remaining steadfast in his blue armor state. Instead, as Gu Qinghan concluded his vibration attack, Qin Feng released his mouse, and Hutao's Amadeo surged forth with a sudden strike. Upon witnessing the opponent's successful hit, Qin Feng chose not to pursue with aggression but rather to retreat, during which he inadvertently collided with a wall. By the time the Wong of Litong dispelled his frozen state, Qin Feng had already created a distance of nearly 10 meters, arriving at the flat ground of the hall within Shening. Bow. At this juncture, numerous comments flooded the Wong's live stream. What does Amadeo Hutao? Is a combat Hutao? Do they switch players? This Hutao reeks of Kale. Who's on the field? That's Kale. Kled is currently facing Tianren. Will there be a mishap? Catching a glimpse of the comments, especially the provocatively phrased inquiry regarding a potential mishap, incited the Wang of Litong to decisively press the V key, unleashing Gu Qinghan's ultimate ability. Han Yuan Hanbing, Shuo Feng Lin Lai. With a commanding shout, Gu Qinghan formed a sword gesture, unleashing a chilling gust of cold air. A misty cloak of ice enveloped her shoulders, as she observed Hutao barreling toward the wall. The Wang of Litong anticipated another wall strike from the opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a piercing F skill, empowered by his ultimate. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated freeze did not materialize. Hutao abruptly halted, deftly dodging with a short flash. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The activation of a hero's ultimate ability is accompanied by distinctive audio cues, allowing opponents to make timely judgments. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's voice, he shifted his focus away from retreating to the wall. Although Gu Qinghan's F skill, the flying shadow sword, did not connect with him, it nonetheless narrowed the distance between them. Qin Feng, unfazed, executed another flash while simultaneously switching to the wide blade, pressing the number 3 key to claim the blue bow that lay on the ground, and then transitioned back to the Zamadeo to enter a charging state. At this moment, Gu Qinghan had already initiated a blue slide to close in, further intensifying the pressure upon Qin Feng. Given the circumstances, having already executed 2 consecutive flashes, Qin Feng was left with but a single unit of energy. If he were to flash again, he would be left vulnerable to the flying shadow sword, as his subsequent energy would not suffice. Moreover, without successfully entering a charging state, he would endure the considerable recoil from a standard strike with the Zamadeo, leaving him susceptible to a charged attack from his opponent. As for invoking the blade vibration, it was a high-risk, high-reward maneuver. In this situation, even if Qin Feng were to receive half a purple armor from a staggered attack, he would be easily overwhelmed by the empowered Gu Qinghan. Thus, he opted for the least risky approach, to utilize a skill. Hutao's protective skill, when executed from a stationary position, conjures a luminous umbrella capable of deflecting attacks. However, he refrained from summoning in place. Instead, he swiftly pivoted the camera and positioned the umbrella at a distance. Observing Qin Feng's reaction while preparing his blue energy, the Wang of Litong immediately deduced that Hutao intended to utilize the umbrella for a swift escape. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed a charged horizontal strike. Yet, Hutao did not flee. Instead, she raised the umbrella, enveloping herself in a golden aura that repelled the horizontal strike. What left the Wang of Litong even more astounded was that Hutao, having successfully deflected the horizontal blade's attack, promptly executed a blade vibration that sent his golden sword crashing down. With a resounding clang, the golden sword fell to the ground. The Wang calculated his remaining health, given that the opponent's weapon quality was low and he was at full health. He surmised that this execution would not claim his life. All he needed to do was rise, create distance, and apply a healing item, thus retaining his advantage, especially since he had only used the flying shadow sword once out of 4 attempts. However, even more unexpectedly, Hutao did not utilize the blade vibration for the execution. Instead, she crouched to cancel the vibration stance and executed an upward strike with his Zamadeo, launching Gu Qinghan into the air, followed by a left click that sent him flying. As Hutao landed, she seamlessly switched to a bow and arrow. Thud, thud, thud. 3 crisp sounds echoed as arrows embedded themselves into Gu Qinghan's head, reducing her health to a precarious level, while the distant Hutao knocked another arrow. Feeling a surge of urgency, the Wang of Litong hastily rose, intending to unleash the flying shadow sword to create distance. Yet the 4th arrow had already reached its target, striking her squarely in the back just as she made a move. Who doesn't know of my prowess? With Hutao's triumphant proclamation reverberating, Gu Qinghan reluctantly transformed into a black soul tomb. Due to the single-third nature of the encounter, the Wang of Litong did not even accumulate enough energy to manifest the soul tomb before being swiftly eliminated. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, truly the Zamadeo, Hutao. Arrowhead, who are you? The streamer is a legend. The cacophony of comments seemed to have no bearing on the Wang of Litong, who sat in his rented room, staring blankly at the screen, with a triumphant Hutao savored her. Victory. Yet even in this moment, he had lost the entire contest. Meanwhile, after vanquishing Gu Qinghan, Qin Feng opened her backpack and was taken aback by her splendid equipment. In addition to the golden horizontal sword and dual golden blades, there was also a golden bow, a purple zamadeo, a comprehensive array of grappling hooks and potions, and a staggering quantity of over 20,000 Enchao coins, not to mention an opulent collection of soul jade. The longsword's 7 stars, snatching the aperture, the dual blades 8 cuts, the horizontal swords Aurora a shattering cloud flash, and the wide blade Qin Feng thunder. These were all golden divine skills. Acquiring even one is typically a rarity, yet he found 4 within a single backpack. Moreover, there were 2 soul jades duo Hun and 1 by which, in certain circumstances, could prove even more advantageous than divine skills. It seemed that this particular individual had rather gruesomely met their demise. Qin Feng mused to himself, oblivious to the fact that the perpetrator had already been delivered to the game lobby. As Hutao's soul jade items and weapon slots remained incomplete, Qin Feng ultimately claimed the golden horizontal sword, the purple zamadeo, and the golden bow. For the soul jades, he managed to take the 7 stars, Aurora, and won by duo Han. With his spoils in hand, Qin Feng marked the nearest consumption point, conveniently located just beneath the staircase of Shunning Bao's Grand Hall. However, the sound of a grappling hook nearby caused him to reconsider. He instead picked up a white dagger from the ground and stealthily approached the backpack of the fallen, Wang of Litong. Upon reaching the vicinity of the pack, he noticed 3 individuals crouching nearby, periodically reaching into their own bags. A smirk crept onto Qin Feng's face. "All right, I can't take you guys on. The streamer is so fierce, go solo against them." A comment flashed across the screen, prompting Qin Feng to realize that he had seemingly been live streaming this entire time. A jolt ran through him as he seized the opportunity while the trio was distracted, darting to the perimeter of Shunning Bao to sound a warning with the bronze bell before hurling the grappling hook to make his escape. Finding a patch of purple grass within the circle, he crouched down to survey his surroundings. Chapter 3. Qin Feng? Qin Feng. Firstly, this is indeed a room, spacious in appearance, with a sleek black desk hosting a 27-inch monitor. With Qin Feng's discerning eye honed over the years, and the seamless experience he just had in battle, he could easily ascertain that this display far surpassed his previous, inexpensive one. Speaking of seamlessness, it was evident that the computer's configuration was impressive. Just moments ago, he had fought in Shnyingbo, a location characterized by its complex terrain and a throng of people. In the past, he had only played solo without significant lag, but in a trio, it felt almost like a physical limitation. Any presence nearby would cause interruptions. However, during the recent skirmish, whether it was the appearance of a trio or when he activated his skills, everything flowed with astonishing smoothness. Was this a world of high frames? Qin Feng mused to himself, and at that moment, he realized that the room he occupied was evidently a specially constructed esports chamber, with a white seaside gaming chassis positioned nearby and a plethora of figurines adorning the space. Next to the monitor was a secondary screen displaying a live stream, seemingly showcasing his own gameplay. At this point, Qin Feng also recognized that he had evidently traversed into another realm, and this original owner was not merely affluent. As he grew more acquainted with his surroundings, a deluge of memories flooded in, rubbing his slightly throbbing head. What felt like a mere minute for Qin Feng seemed to encapsulate the life of the original owner. The original owner also bore the name Qin Feng, hailing from a remarkably privileged background. His father was the founder and CEO of a prominent conglomerate, while his mother held a high-ranking position in a multinational corporation. Additionally, he had an elder brother, Qin Hu, who had always been the paragon of excellence. Devoid of any vices and exceptionally gifted, currently honing his skills within their father's company, seemingly destined to become the next CEO, despite his lackluster high school performance, which barely allowed him to attend a subpar university. The family, albeit disappointed, still provided him a building to generate rental income, after which they largely ceased to oversee his affairs. Presently, it was the summer of Qin Feng's first year in university, and having always been reclusive, he opted for off-campus accommodation, frequently skipping classes and failing courses. Many in his class were unaware of his existence. Qin Feng had little interest in socializing, viewing outings as a form of torture. His greatest joy lay in gaming. Yet sadly, the original Qin Feng's gaming aptitude was woefully inadequate, not due to physical limitations, but rather a lack of mental acuity. As Qin Feng began to acclimate, he perceived that this body possessed far superior talents compared to his own over 20-year-old physique, excelling in both reflexes and hand speed at an almost elite level. However, this level of talent was stifled beneath the original owner's nearly stagnant intellect. To be frank, Qin Feng could now personally comprehend the sentiment expressed by Grand Slam champion. Your charging appears as though in slow motion to me. This statement was far from exaggerated, for that was precisely how it seemed to Qin Feng at this moment. A youthful body with exceptional talent. Qin Feng could not help but clench his fists. In his previous life, he too had talent, but the hardware was lamentably subpar. As an orphan, his circumstances were hardly favorable, and even the second-hand computer he possessed was acquired through painstaking labor. With a computer capable of over 100 frames per second, he had managed to carve his way into the top 100 in solo rankings, a feat remarkable in itself. Yet, limited by his conditions, he had reached a standstill. After all, his speed in entering the blue zone, evading attacks, and executing combos was considerably slower than others. Sometimes, even a perfectly executed combo could falter due to frame discrepancies, yet Qin Feng had still managed to maintain his position within the top 100. After breaking into the top 100, attention finally turned towards him, leading to his placement in the new season's top 10. Qin Feng understood that with his current setup, reaching the top 10 was akin to a dream. Upon witnessing the substantial rewards of the leaderboard, he resolved to invest his nearly 10,000 yuan savings to enhance his configuration. The Kled delivery truck had brought him here. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. This reincarnation was, for him, a true indulgence. His gaze returned to the computer screen, where the secondary monitor displayed a few rolling comments. 666. The streamer is amazing. LOFing. You've changed. You're not LOFing. Who are you? Qin Feng chuckled. Bro, hiding your skills. Do you really think I'm a noob? Huh, not a female streamer? I'm out of here. That is hilarious. Another one is fled. The live stream audience consisted of only 3 individuals. After one departed, only 2 remained, and their exchanges indicated they were likely longtime fans of the channel. Qin Feng was streaming on a certain platform, and a vast ocean interface was entirely blank. His peculiar gaze fell upon the streaming interface. Streamer is a rich second generation, no need to send gifts, and the main package includes a voice changer. Quite an imposing tagline. A team empowered by the beast of divine strength sought to eliminate others, while a team suffering from yang deficiency grew increasingly frantic in their attempts to eliminate foes to alleviate their condition. The headphones adorning his head were of considerable value, providing crystal-clear audio, leading Qin Feng to marvel at the stark contrast in equipment quality. After ensuring no one was nearby, Qin Feng emerged from the purple grass and ventured towards a circle. This circle was situated just outside SHNYingBO, near the small buildings adjacent to MIHT. Just after utilizing 2 grappling hooks, Qin Feng spotted 2 teams engaged in fierce combat. One team featured Hutao, Huinen, and Wiqing, showcasing an abstract lineup indicative of a wild match. Hutao maneuvered with strings attached to Huinen, who was ablaze, bouncing around, while Wiqing was, enduring blows while raising his shield. The opposing team consisted of Ying, Zhingqling, and a third member named USHN. Both teams exhibited a pronounced sense of abstraction, clearly indicative of a wild match, with each member seemingly focused on their individual battles. Currently, both sides were engaged in a full exchange of skills, yet Huinen side evidently held the upper hand. Qin Feng observed that Huinen was likely a skilled player, proficient in fundamental techniques like aerial maneuvers and charge punches. USHN had activated his ultimate ability, transforming into a mud figure, wreaking havoc in the arena, yet failing to land a hit on Huinen. After turning to attack Hutao, USHN's health barely diminished under the latter's armored support. Ying swung her weapon, but Wiqing's Xianw shield absorbed all attacks. As for Zhingqling, after unleashing his ultimate, he had self-inflicted injuries and was currently engaged in healing. As the battle raged on, another team, empowered by the residual strength of the White Tiger, entered the fray. There were 11 players, including a lone wolf eliminated as Qin Feng entered the circle, leaving only 10 remaining, with 9 now visible. The White Tiger team comprised SHNN, Hutao, and DF, clearly a coordinated trio rather than a wild match. Their teamwork revealed a deliberate approach, as they refrained from rushing in, opting instead to bombard from a distance. Observing this, Qin Feng silently lowered his bow aimed at the suspended Huan, initially intending to wait for the adversary to unleash a fireball, as a shot from the golden arrow during chaos could prove lethal. Chapter 4. Mediating the conflict at this juncture, it appeared that the most significant threat emanated from the distant White Tiger team. The power of the White Tiger continuously restores armor and health. Defeating an opponent while wielding this power triggers a widespread roar, permanently enhancing damage reduction. The roar inflicts percentage-based health damage on enemies within a 40-meter radius. As the battle neared its conclusion, USHN, in pursuit of Hutao, failed to notice Huan, and before long, he was reduced to a sliver of health, desperately seeking refuge in a building to heal. At that moment, the White Tiger team also advanced. SHNN was the first to thrust a grappling hook into USHN, and as he shrank in size, he swiftly flew in to deliver a stunning blow. USHN activated a defensive skill, using his head, rather his shoulder, to shove SHNN aside, then attempted to slide away to gather his strength. However, after merely gliding twice, 3 hooks struck alternately, ultimately ensnaring the rigid one once again. His health, already precarious, plummeted under the concentrated fire of the 3 foes, leading to his immediate demise. The special effect of Baihu Ji Li was triggered, causing the other 6 participants on the field to momentarily suffer a loss of health, as if a tiger's roar had echoed through the arena. Yet, there was an unfortunate soul among them. Zhang Qiling had just consumed a health potion and re-entered the fray, but after striking twice, he was met with the tiger's roar and promptly fell. His death reactivated by Hu Zhili, unleashing another tiger's roar. Fortunately, this time, no other players were critically injured. Ji Yingying and Hutao, along with Wei Qing, managed to survive. Nonetheless, all of them were in a less than optimal state following the fierce battle. With the sound of 2 tiger roars reverberating through the arena, the Baihu team appeared as divine beings descending from the heavens. Under such circumstances, even the most intense competition seemed futile, especially since both battling teams were in poor condition, prompting them to scatter in all directions. The Baihu team, naturally, would not squander this opportunity. However, during the pursuit, some differences arose. Hutao and the Sandman chased after the fireman Hutao's team, while the Great Buddha pursued the isolated Ji Yingying. At that moment, Ji Yingying was in a critically injured state, making her way towards Qin Feng, clutching the Wuchang lock. Qin Feng analyzed the situation on the field without hesitation, drawing his bow and aiming at Ji Yingying, while the Great Buddha followed closely behind with his hooks. Yet, Ji Yingying, anticipating the attack, managed to evade the hook's grip and, with the aid of her ultimate ability, escaped the ensuing rigidity. Nevertheless, their distance was closing in. Ji Yingying's ultimate ability was quickly expiring. She deftly evaded the Great Buddha's hooks with a well-timed blue potion, and when the Great Buddha approached, Qin Feng released a charged shot without hesitation. Unbeknownst to the Great Buddha, he did not prepare his weapon in time and was sent flying by a decisive strike. Seeing this, Ji Yingying leapt up to unleash her hooks. A powerful arrow struck her, disrupting her attack while simultaneously dealing over 700 points of golden damage, reducing her health to a mere sliver. Qin Feng, retreating slightly, drew his bow once more, sending another arrow flying that claimed Ji Yingying's life. At that moment, the Great Buddha arrived late, eyeing the fallen petals and package, eager to collect them, especially since he had just consumed a charge from the long spear, leaving his purple armor depleted to about a third. However, before he could approach, a hook flew from afar, ensnaring him and rendering him rigid. An arrow then struck him squarely in the forehead. The sound echoed as his purple armor shattered, taking a chunk of his health with it. Another hook approached, but this time the Great Buddha had learned his lesson. He consumed a blue potion to avoid the rigidity while regaining some of his health. As Qin Feng's hook drew near, the Great Buddha, recognizing the figure of Hutao adorned with a tiger hat and a tail, felt a surge of anger. How dare such a small Hutao approach him? blessed with the noble power of Baihu. Qin Feng, swiftly cutting through the air with his golden blade, closed the distance rapidly. Faced with no choice, the great Buddha resorted to consuming another blue potion, hoping to pressure Qin Feng into retreating. Yet, Qin Feng showed no signs of yielding, advancing directly towards him. In this tense moment, the great Buddha hesitated to engage, hastily dodging while calling for assistance from his teammates. "Help! Give me a line." "What? Why are you so far away?" The Hutao player was startled upon seeing the great Buddha's position. Meanwhile, the Sandman had unleashed a sandstorm upon the fireman's trio, excitedly shouting, "Kill 3! Kill 3! First take down Wei Qing. He's low." The edge of the sandstorm caught Wei Qing, who was swept away by a charged attack while the fireman, attempting to retaliate, was struck by the tiger's roar, causing him to stagger. He then suffered another blow from Hutao's charged attack, bringing his health to a critical juncture. Thankfully, his own Hutao provided a shield, allowing him to escape Hutao's pursuit. However, Hutao was not spared, as the Sandman's minor skill, Wind Spirit, lifted her, and she was subsequently overwhelmed by concentrated fire, falling shortly thereafter. "Kill 3, kill 3. I've got them," the Sandman exclaimed with enthusiasm, only to suddenly notice the great Buddha's health had plummeted to a precarious level. On the other side, the great Buddha initiated a charge, successfully deflecting Qin Feng's arrow. However, Qin Feng quickly closed the gap, landing a white-bladed attack. Unfortunately for the great Buddha, he had consumed another blue potion, and the attack merely struck his blue armor. The great Buddha released his charge, launching a series of thrusts that knocked off half of Qin Feng's armor. Fearing further confrontation, he retreated. But the peculiar arrows from Hutao instilled a sense of dread within him, prompting him to hastily navigate away. Yet, the two players were too close. Qin Feng executed 2 quick dodges, interrupting the great Buddha's momentum. Following this, he prepared to charge his blue potion to maximize his pressure. The great Buddha frantically readied his weapon, but Qin Feng showed no sign of letting up, preparing to seize the opportunity as the great Buddha's recovery animation concluded. What a peculiar tactic. No wonder he had not retaliated earlier. Seeing Qin Feng deflected, the great Buddha instinctively unleashed a swift attack on Hutao, followed by a series of thrusts while charging his ability. Qin Feng, undeterred, matched his charge, causing the great Buddha to falter and attempt to use his blue armor ability to break Qin Feng's hold. However, Qin Feng had already anticipated this move and countered. With a resounding clang, the golden dual blades fell to the ground, and Qin Feng executed a decisive strike, followed by a leap that drained the great Buddha's health entirely. Wow, it's over. As the great Buddha transitioned into a soul tomb, the Wind Man and Hutao players heard a lamenting cry. The Hutao player instinctively inquired, "Does it have a tail?" "Yes, it does." "How could a being with a tail possibly be a bad Hutao?" The Hutao player insisted. Yet the hooks continued to fly without delay. Upon witnessing the great Buddha's lifeless body, they noticed a tail vanish around the corner of a nearby building. "Pull me. I have my ultimate." Coming. The Hutao player first connected a line to the great Buddha's soul tomb, then advanced alongside the Wind Man to pull. "Wow, you little rascal still had the 7-star, seizing the chi." The Wind Man player exclaimed upon seeing the contents of his package. "What 7-star? It's not mine. It belongs to that Hutao. She traded me for an attack gem." As they conversed, a figure descended rapidly from the sky, driving a horizontal blade into the ground. The two were silenced as a torrent of sword light erupted from beneath. Chapter 5. The Pinnacle of Firemen, the Celestial Tiger. "Oh no, I've been silenced." Their armor rapidly diminished, and due to the silencing effect, they were unable to cast any skills. As the silence effect ended, the Sandman quickly activated his minor skill, leaping into the air, while Hutao consumed her entire aurora-shattered cloud flash, only to be met with Qin Feng's small leap that shattered her purple armor. Rising from the ground, Hutao disregarded everything else, activating her armor formation atop the great Buddha's soul tomb. The Sandman, however, unleashed his wind hooks with precision, creating distance. Qin Feng charged forward, maintaining pressure on Hutao, who was tethered to the great Buddha, continuously rolling to establish distance. Qin Feng cast a glance at the retreating Sandman, then executed successive right-click attacks, landing a blow on Hutao before leaping to maintain his hold. Hutao hastily repositioned her armor formation while utilizing her tether and charged her fan attack. Left charge? Qin Feng observed Hutao's charging motion and crouched down. watching her intently. She seemingly did not anticipate his reaction and, reaching the limit of her charge, released it. Clang! The fan struck the ground, followed by Qin Feng's golden blade slicing through Hutao's main artery, shattering her recently restored armor and inflicting significant damage. But did not end there. Qin Feng leaped, adhering to Hutao, landing 2 additional strikes while her health dwindled to a mere sliver. In a panic, she attempted to flee, but Qin Feng seized the opportunity to grasp her with a well-timed attack, claiming her life. The Sandman's eyes flared with rage as he charged forward, only to meet a similar fate, transforming into a soul tomb. A message appeared in the upper left corner. You have won, entering the top 2. Without finishing the message, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the remaining 2 opponents. There is still one left? As Qin Feng gazed at his war god mark, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Before he could seek answers, a small skull icon appeared in the lower right corner, accompanied by the name Hutao. Hutao was undoubtedly the most formidable. She always had been. With a jubilant and lively voice, Hutao ushered the game directly into the results screen, where a trio emerged triumphantly from a mist. In the center stood Hutao, wearing a tiger hat, her face bruised and battered as she removed the immortal mask. Upon exiting the game, Qin Feng pondered over the damage statistics displayed before him. The data revealed the following. Top-tier fireman. Survival time 0.58, kills 0, elimination 0, assists 1. Damage 381. Tong Tian Lao Hu. Survival time 102, kills 1, elimination 0, assists 0, damage 219. Hexenhua. Survival time 2131, kills 5. Eliminations 5, assists 1, damage 12981. Meteor 1. 348,922. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, before seriously stating, I inserted the disc. You're just boasting. Even the blade movements are predictably apparent. And you dare to insert the disc? Aren't you afraid of dying? Exactly. And what about the body movements? Those cannot be learned from mere practice. Lao Feng, we agreed to be new players together. Yet how could you coughing twice in haste? Qin Feng interjected. The disc malfunctioned. The stream has ended. He swiftly closed the live, streaming interface, reclining in his gaming chair, exhaling deeply. After the game concluded, he relaxed, briefly squinting to process the memories, then pinched his cheek, the pain reminding him that this was no dream. Rising, Qin Feng approached the mirror in the bathroom, lost in thought as he gazed intently at his reflection. His eyes were focused and earnest, and the visage staring back was well-defined, with distinct features. The high bridge of his nose accentuated the dimensionality of his face, while his deep, expressive eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. When his thin lips curved slightly, they revealed a unique charm and grace. Qin Feng inhaled sharply. What a striking figure. Almost more handsome than the blank screen after the match. Frowning slightly, he recalled that the original owner's irregular diet and minimal intake had led to such an outcome. The body is the capital of revolution, Qin Feng mused. It seems I must prioritize exercise. Meanwhile, Li Tangwang, having observed Qin Feng's game from the spectator perspective, exclaimed excitedly, I knew it was Hutao. Apologize. The barrage of comments flooded the screen with praise. Incredible. That Hutao's aerial maneuvers were exceptional. Now only Hutao can achieve single-handed victories. After losing, that despicable Hutao was too cunning. Fishers beware. Isn't the streamer a fisher himself? How can he still fish alone? He has met a small expert. It's fine, let us play another round. Li Tangwang initially thought it was just a minor episode, unaware that this particular stream segment had been edited and gone viral. The reason was not due to Qin Feng's dazzling skills, but rather his teammates' poor performance. Unbelievable. Legends of the top-tier fireman and Tong Tian Lao Hu. It's hilarious. When I checked their performance, their combined damage was less than 1,000. This is the caliber of fireman players. The character of fireman has always been contentious within the game, possessing a high ceiling yet a notoriously low floor, leading to players being classified into extremes. Such characters exist in every game. Strangely, in this game, fireman is often utilized to assist others, and those who take on this role often display reckless bravado, charging into battle without thought. This tendency results in many solo queue players only hearing the phrase, "Let me take the hits alone." Consequently, fireman often meets an untimely demise, tarnishing his reputation further. compounding this issue apart from assisting others. Fireman is also a favored choice among many fishing players. These individuals disregard scores entirely, opting to land in high-resource areas such as Tianren City and Shenying Fortress, driven by their arrogance. After losing their first life, they refuse to wait for assistance and recklessly return a battle, ultimately leading to their defeat. In this entire process, other teammates are left as mere victims. After all, no one can guarantee victory in every encounter. Miscalculations in high-stakes situations are even more fatal. This results in teammates feeling coerced when paired with such players. If one does not jump alongside them, they start with one less player, making victory nearly impossible. Yet if one joins them, the ensuing chaos often leads to an early demise, resulting in a loss of points. No matter the choice, the experience is exceedingly unpleasant. Thus, the reputation of Fireman continues to decline. Qin Feng's gaming experience that day serves as a clear example. From his memory, he realized that he had contemplated quitting at the start, but due to insufficient credibility points, he had no choice but to endure and gamble on Fireman's prowess. Regrettably, the outcome was disastrous. At the outset, Fireman directly jumped to Shenying Fortress and invited Qin Feng, who Wei readily accepted, while Qin Feng repeatedly inquired if they could change locations, but they seemed resolute in their choice. This was even with Qin Feng attempting to disguise his voice. Chapter 6. Not Hutao. The duo showed no interest in communication, landing and failing to secure any loot, resulting in immediate deaths. They resurrected, quickly eliminating a low-health opponent, only to be ambushed by others, leading to their demise once again. Qin Feng, left bewildered, stood atop a rooftop with a glider. Frustratingly, they retained their connection, while the opponents swiftly disconnected. Ultimately, Qin Feng was left with no choice but to scrape together points, only to encounter Li Tangwang emerging from Shenying Fortress. This quintessential example propelled Li Tangwang's stream clip to rapid fame. In this world, the game Yongdong Wu Jian enjoyed far greater popularity than in Qin Feng's realm, thriving with a vibrant community. The release of this clip allowed numerous players, who had suffered at the hands of reckless Fireman players and solo queue streamers, to vent their frustrations. It seemed as if they collectively found an outlet for their grievances, flooding the comments section. Unsurprisingly, the video quickly gained traction. By the time Qin Feng learned of the news, it was already the following day. After streaming, he had fallen into a deep slumber to process the memories. Upon waking, he found his small group chat bustling with activity. Zue Xinhua, main bag, you gone viral. Shared a video. A solo streamer was taken down by the skilled Hutao. Skilled Hutao wins the match. Shared on a popular platform. Zue Xinhua, don't play dead. Main bag, it's past 3. Let us have some tea. Wake up. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Qin Feng opened the latest model of his phone, stifled a yawn, and slowly typed, so early in the morning. Whoa, I'm alive. The main bag is alive. Come and witness Hutao's prowess. It's changed. Hasn't it? Qin Feng murmured to himself, a smile curling his lips. This new life was exponentially better than his previous one. Stretching luxuriously, Qin Feng glanced back at the group chat and clicked on the video shared by his friends. The view count had surpassed 1 million, and there were thousands of comments. Upon perusing them, he noted few praised his skills. The majority focused on the issues surrounding Fireman and solo queue fishing. One of the most liked comments read, refreshing. These self-important Fire Dog players think they're the center of the universe. Now it's our turn for Hutao to shine. Another stated, with a tiger hat and a long tail, I am Hutao. Who are you? Among the numerous highly rated comments, Qin Feng found one that pleased him. I am utterly astounded by the ultimate form of the Hutao in the 3-player mode. After giving a thumbs up to the opposing side, the comments turned into a heated debate primarily among the players of the Fireman and others, with a few fans of solo streamers chiming in, creating a lively atmosphere in the comment section. Qin Feng, relishing the moment, scrolled through the chat for over 10 minutes, by which time the QQ group had erupted. With a hint of mischief, Qin Feng vanished, leaving the group members in eager anticipation. As his overnight fame as the combat-oriented Hutao had led many lurking members to reassess their perception of him. The most active members of the group were particularly restless at this moment. Handsome guy, Zue Xinhua, get to the knife room. Let me see if you've truly attained enlightenment. This handsome guy is one of the stronger players in the group, often boosting Qin Feng's rank in 3-player matches. Speechless, knife room? Count me in. This member, whom Qin Feng did not recognize, must have been lurking for quite some time. Seeing more and more people joining, Qin Feng felt helpless. He was quite tired today and opted not to join. Handsome guy. How can a rich second generation be so capricious? If you want to come, at least start your stream. Start the stream. Start the stream. I want to see Hutao. However, no matter how much they argued next, Qin Feng remained unresponsive, simply reveling in his defiance. Are we starting the stream? Handsome guy, no. Boss, don't be foolish. This kid is a rich second generation. Don't think he LL stream just because you ask. Is he that skilled? Handsome guy, of course. During his streams, you often hear the sound of money being collected for rent, and every time a new update hits, his in-game shop is always full. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. At this point, the group's conversation shifted from starting a stream to focusing on Qin Feng. Yet soon after, a member shared a link to their live stream, and everyone's attention was piqued. So the fireman is secretly streaming, huh? Boredom stream. Qin Feng glanced at the secondary screen. The viewer count had indeed increased slightly, but it was still limited. Speechless, what happened to the voice changer? Qin Feng suddenly remembered and quickly switched to the main interface, uninstalling the voice changer in one swift motion. He had some knowledge about it from his memories. The original character he enjoyed playing was primarily damage-dealing heroes like Fireman, Ice Woman, and the Tiger. However, in the jungle matches, he was often scorned, forcing him to resort to choosing support heroes that required less mechanical skill. Yet, once he opened his microphone, he was often subjected to ridicule due to his lack of skill and being male. He understood that being bad at the game was a sin, and after being pointed out by Handsome Guy, using the voice changer had significantly reduced the unpleasant remarks he encountered. Reflecting on these memories, Qin Feng felt a twinge of sadness, realizing how much verbal abuse in games could harm a person. Nevertheless, it mattered little now, for his current prowess could silence all critics. Handsome Guy, wow, you actually uninstalled it, but with your current skills, you could easily intimidate them. Handsome Guy, let us go. Time for 3-player matches. Ying will take you to victory. Are you not afraid of losing points? Qin Feng glanced at him. Handsome Guy, just kidding. It's already the end of the season. The players you encounter when climbing from bronze are quite lackluster. The true experts have long surpassed thousands of points, and the celestial ranks are nearing their conclusion. Qin Feng did not enjoy the feeling of fishing. Such behavior would adversely affect the game environment and, over time, could diminish his own skills. Fixating on 3-player mode, Qin Feng locked in Hutao and Yin Jiping as his heroes. Regardless of whether it was 3-player or solo matches at the season's end, finding skilled opponents without a proper account was a challenge, making 3-player matches preferable, especially when playing a healer, an unscathed hero. An unscathed hero means that each charge carries immense risk, and with low margin for error. The healer becomes the focus of the team's fire, posing a significant test for one's agility. At present, nothing seemed more effective for honing agility than this. Qin Feng pondered briefly before initiating the game. Gasp! Qin Feng inhaled sharply, marveling once more at the original character's circumstances. Regaining his composure, he hastily opened the settings and locked the frame rate at 240. Though he longed for that high-frame world, his configuration was powerful enough. It was best not to become too immersed in it. However, this frame-locking action was met with incredulity from the viewers in the stream. Most familiar with Qin Feng, Handsome Guy quickly typed, "Aren't you supposed to be a transcendent being?" Alas, overclocking is ill-advised. As they spoke, the game had already matched them. Qin Feng was player 2, and as he prepared to select Hutao, it was already indicated that the hero was occupied. He glanced at his teammates. Player 1, not Hutao. Hero selected. Hutao. Player 3, South District Fire God. Hero selected. Fireman Qin Feng's lips twitched. Another fireman, and it seemed he was carrying a girl? After locking an Yin Jiping, he spotted Hutao's presence, selecting the 2 powerful recovery skills. He then opened his microphone and inquired, "Hello, is anyone there?" Yes. The avatar of player 1 pulsated with audio waves, sounding somewhat like a primary school student. Qin Feng, puzzled, asked, "Is that a voice changer?" "You could tell." Player 1 responded, not at all upset, but rather candidly confirming it. Many voice changers resemble a young schoolboy's voice. Chapter 7. Good Peach, of course. All this was the original character's understanding of voice changers. As the two conversed, an invitation popped up. South District Fire God invites you to follow him. Do you accept? 5 for yes, 6 for no. Fireman, are you strong? Player 1 did not immediately accept the follow request, but posed a question instead. A cacophony of sounds erupted like a bass cannon in their ears. seemingly accompanied by a distant announcement. Customer 49 has disembarked. Hello, is my mic too loud? Startled, Qin Feng tore off his headphones, while Player 1 seemed equally distressed. A bit. Player 3, aware of his poor microphone quality, muted himself and typed, I'm at an internet CAF. This mic has issues. I'll get the manager to replace it. Just follow my lead in the game. I'm a fireman in the domestic server, playing on a SMUF account. Player 1 appeared somewhat excited, exclaiming, Big brother. At that moment, the barrage of comments was filled with joy. Is my mic loud? Loud? The fireman jumped directly to the center of the extreme Emperor City, where, besides their group, 2 other teams had gathered, filling a small area with 9 players. As the countdown reached 30 seconds, another team jumped in from the side, evidently intending to mediate. The 30 seconds passed swiftly, and Qin Feng found himself in an unfavorable spawn position, atop the second floor of the Grand Hall, adjacent to Ji Yingying, who was preparing to unleash a mighty strike. Qin Feng had no intention of engaging in combat. I'm on the second floor, without weapons or armor. I'm on the stairs, entering the Grand Hall. Wow, a golden knife. A gasp echoed as Qin Feng had just smashed through the window of the Grand Hall's second floor and picked up a white dagger from a blue pile. Checking his status, Player 1 was already clad in purple armor, while the fireman's health bar flickered ominously. Let me take the hits. A familiar voice rang out, causing Qin Feng's heart to skip a beat as the fireman's health rapidly dwindled, turning blood red in no time. At this moment, Qin Feng had just swung over from the second floor to a golden pile on the side of the Grand Hall. Seeing this, Player 1 quickly exclaimed, Fireman, don't retaliate. I'll revive you. I have a golden broadsword. Despite his hurried words, the fireman's crimson energy bar had vanished, accompanied by a spirit passing right beside Qin Feng. Securing the golden pile, he acquired a blue armor and dual blue daggers. Qin Feng glanced towards the fireman's corpse, just as he finished inspecting the loot, and saw Zhang Qiling rushing towards him, lost in thought. At this point, he noticed the fireman typing. Damn it, that golden broadsword took me down in one hit. I had no weapons after opening 3 piles. The fireman had already revived from the spirit state and was now heading over using a grappling hook. As Zhang Qiling, wielding his broadsword, approached with intent, he executed a horizontal slash that severed a third of Qin Feng's armor. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right hand. Anticipating this, Qin Feng raised his weapon, causing a purple broad sword to clatter to the ground. As the distance between them widened, Qin Feng initially considered pursuing, but was soon alerted by the cries of his ally. Help me, I am in dire straits. Purple armor and golden broadsword. Upon turning, he saw his companion, designated as Hutao, clad in his distinctive tiger head hat and butterfly-patterned attire, scrambling towards him in a haphazard manner. Hot on his heels were 2 formidable opponents, Ji Yingying and the avian figure, Hadi. Qin Feng swiftly cast a skill to restore Hutao's state, and then employed a hook to ensnare Hadi. Hutao finally escaped peril, linking his skill's protective aura to Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng advanced to the fray. Ji Yingying, undeterred, glided closer, charging her attack, while Qin Feng pondered her strategy. The horizontally charged strike from Ji Yingying's weapon struck his blue armor, instantly reducing it to a mere third. Seizing the opportunity, Hadi edged closer, prompting Hutao to quickly raise his protective aura. The seconds of substantial damage reduction enveloped Qin Feng, while Ji Yingying unleashed a left-handed strike, following her charged attack. With the protective aura in place, the risk of failure in this gambit was minimal. In a flash of inspiration, Qin Feng chose to remain grounded and execute a weapon swing. Ideally, the best course of action would have been a short dash to create distance, as the allure of a horizontal strike lies in its capacity to transition into a lateral attack. Should Ji Yingying opt for a lateral strike, Qin Feng would find himself ensnared. Regrettably, Ji Yingying was rather straightforward, launching her charged attack, resulting in another weapon clatter as her blue sword fell to the ground. Qin Feng's stance had yet to be relinquished when another collision occurred. It was Hadi who had failed to time his charge correctly, colliding with Qin Feng. Both combatants found themselves in a state of significant stiffness, allowing Qin Feng to execute a decisive blow on Ji Yingying, as Hadi was likely to suffer a hit. Ji Yingying, being offensively inclined, had chosen skills that could not be activated while taking damage. As fate would have it, she belonged to that very category. A critical hit followed by a leap reduced Ji Yingying's health to half. Meanwhile, Hutao, exhilarated, swiftly approached the downed Hati, unleashing a devastating strike. The initial blow shattered Hati's armor, forcing him to retreat in a panic. In the chaos, Ji Yingying, recovering from a moment of disarray, executed a skillful dash, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Qin Feng's basic attack. After savoring the fruits of their labor, Qin Feng instinctively assessed his teammates' conditions. Hutao had regained his skill. The purple armor was partially restored, while the third ally's health was precariously low. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Feng dashed out of the hall toward the third ally's position. Upon arrival, he discovered Wu Chun and Yu Shan engaged in a skirmish. The commotion drew Yihao's frantic voice. "Don't pull the plug. I'll revive you with my golden broadsword." A familiar scene unfolded. Hutao's skill ultimately failed to find a target, manifesting as a swirling protective umbrella over the fallen fireman. As the stagger from a failed attack diminished, Qin Feng, bolstered by a superior frame rate, executed a short dash, entering a charge stance. The enemy's inability to evade after a mid-air strike prompted an instinctive weapon swing from Qin Feng. However, he lingered a moment too long in his execution. The recoil from his swing was capitalized upon by Yin Jiping, who brandished her dual blades, swiftly depleting Wu Chun's armor. Wu Chun instinctively retreated, but unbeknownst to him, another assailant had appeared, wielding a long spear that pierced through him with a Dragon King strike, leading into a combination attack. Thus, the two factions clashed fiercely, with Qin Feng and Yihao regrouping atop the roof, fully prepared for battle. Yihao, upon spotting Qin Feng, promptly tossed him a golden broadsword. "This is for you." Qin Feng glanced at the weapon, picking it up as his purple broadsword was automatically replaced in his inventory. Just as he prepared to assess the ongoing battle below, Yihao exclaimed, "Wait, purple armor, purple armor," observing the opposing team stripping away his purple armor. A question mark slowly formed on Qin Feng's forehead. The comments streaming in were rife with excitement. "Wow. Good Hutao. Bring her along. This is the good Hutao. Unlike your bad Hutao." Ignoring the purple armor on the ground, Qin Feng positioned himself at the edge of the roof, charging up a powerful wind attack. With the battleground below teeming with combatants from 4 teams, the skirmish raged on in the outer corridor of the hall. Those who had consumed resurrection flowers were now wielding their ultimate abilities, the sounds of their skills resonating through the chaos. "Experience the might of my Mongolian hard peanuts. The sword is unsheathed. The witching hour has arrived. Freedom." With a finish to his charge, Qin Feng continued to observe. "Is it ready yet? Just a moment. Give me the signal. I'll engage if I can swing my weapon." Chapter 8. Military weapons. With that, Qin Feng resumed his charge. Although the broadsword was considered one of the clumsier weapons in the game, its damage was never in question. Seeing Qin Feng in a bind, Yihao quickly activated his protective shield. While in the distance, Zhang Qiling had just felled an opponent and was making his way towards Qin Feng, brandishing his black-gold ancient sword. Though Takeda's ultimate ability, Wind Lian, was not golden, the stiffness it inflicted was considerable. Zhang Qiling wasted no time, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Qin Feng and the severely injured Yushan. However, with the protective shield active, Qin Feng experienced a remarkable 90 damage reduction, barely losing any health. Once he regained his footing, Qin Feng swiftly drew a white dagger from his inventory, executing a wall strike before darting into the hall, disappearing behind a pillar. Meanwhile, in the midst of the tumult below, the wounded Yushan rolled to his feet, roaring as he spread his arms wide, seemingly embracing the void, clad in armor and wielding a formidable weapon. As he transformed, the surrounding foes scattered in disarray. Why are they fleeing so quickly? The Yushan player, momentarily perplexed, soon spotted a descending Hutao sporting a tiger head hat. Realizing too late, as he attempted to escape through the window, Yihao was struck from behind by Yushan's mighty halberd, followed by a seamless skill combo. Hutao, petite as she was, found herself ensnared by the halberd, which then ruthlessly tossed her aside. With a swift motion, the sharp weapon ignited as it sliced through Hutao's form, inflicting over 500 points of damage. His gaze shifted, observing Yin Jiping as she deftly employed her hook to retreat. The Yushan player, feeling distraught, saw Hutao already making her getaway through the window while creating distance. Frustrated and desperate to continue the pursuit, he was abruptly met with the cries of his teammates. "Where are my teammates? Help me!" Reluctantly, he abandoned the chase and retreated, knowing 2 of his allies were being overwhelmed. As the elder statesman of the team, all he could do was provide cover fire and offer words of encouragement. Do not harm my children. Do you have any kills? Qin Feng inquired. Ah, none, Yihao replied, checking the statistics, revealing her 0 kills with 1299 damage. The fireman also had 0 kills with 890 damage, while Yin Jiping had secured 3 kills with 4187 damage. Most of Qin Feng's damage stemmed from a single wind attack that had swept through several foes, netting him 2 kills. With no kills to your name, even if you perform poorly, your score will not increase significantly, Qin Feng remarked. Well, as long as we don't lose points, that's fine. We still have resurrection available. We must utilize it wisely to secure some kills and damage. Worst case, we can revive. This map is expansive with ample resources. Nurturing ourselves is straightforward. At this juncture, the battlefield had shifted from the corridors of GD City to the rear plaza, a testament to the ongoing chaos. As the situation unfolded, Yihao could only follow with his grappling hook, and the two stood atop the roof, surveying the battlefield below. Qin Feng diverted his gaze from the main battleground. Heroes like Yin Jiping and Hutao, who had not yet sustained damage, were at risk of sudden demise amidst the chaos. Thus, seizing isolated targets was the most prudent course of action. Soon, Qin Feng's attention fixed upon a distant, bloodied Wuchan fleeing, seemingly the one recently defeated by the windmill, now evidently resurrected. In pursuit of Wuchan was Zhang Qiling, and, after a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng commanded Yihao via voice, "Follow me. Let's capture that lone target." With that, he launched the grappling hook toward the rooftop in the distance. Soaring through the air, Yihao, slightly delayed and unaware of the situation, instinctively followed the hook's trajectory. As Wuchan fled, he and Zhang Qiling had distanced themselves from the main fray. By the time Qin Feng arrived, Wuchan and Zhang Qiling were engaged in a standoff. After a brief exchange of blows, Wuchan retreated, his back still bearing a flying sword, indicating he had already utilized his defensive skill. Qin Feng swiftly grappled Wuchan, reminding Yihao, "You handle Zhang Qiling." Zhang Qiling, initially eager to press his advantage, was startled by the 2 grappling hooks that suddenly appeared. Nevertheless, seeing Wuchan in such a weakened state, he was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. Armed with the current version of a military weapon, the fist blade, he charged forward, confidence surging from a blade in his hands. After a couple of swift steps, Zhang Qiling closed in on Wuchan, delivering a powerful kick. A startled Wuchan hastily prepared to evade, but upon Qin Feng's grappling hook arriving, he instinctively unleashed his charged attack. With his health in the red, Qin Feng chuckled, executing a downward strike that dispatched Wuchan. Just as he turned away, he witnessed Yihao's armor shatter under Zhang Qiling's relentless kicks. "What the heck? That fist blade!" Yihao exclaimed, frantically pressing the attack button. However, after Zhang Qiling skillfully baited Yihao's attack, he unleashed another 2 kicks, reducing Yihao to critical health. Qin Feng promptly launched his grappling hook, but it latched onto Zhang Qiling's blue body, failing to induce any stagger. Without hesitation, Zhang Qiling unleashed his charged attack. In that moment, Yihao's mind was consumed with thoughts of his own attack, barely avoiding the devastating blow that could have ended him. Fortunately, Zhang Qiling made a mistake in his follow-up, allowing Yihao to counter with a well-timed strike. "You cannot deceive Hutao," Yihao declared, rallying with newfound vigor. At that moment, Yihao seemed to embody a spirit of invincibility, wielding a massive broad sword with determination. Executing a decisive move, he prepared to unleash a flurry of attacks on Zhang Qiling, convinced he could secure the kill. Yet, in his haste, as he initiated the finishing blow, a small leap interrupted his execution, resulting in a mere glancing strike that barely affected Zhang Qiling. Following the minor damage, Zhang Qiling retaliated with a skill that pushed Yihao away, seizing the fist blade and escaping to the side. By then, Qin Feng had arrived, closing the distance with his grappling hook. Zhang Qiling, however, stood firm, preparing his charged attack. Observing the movement in Zhang Qiling's foot, Qin Feng edged closer with a dagger before retreating. "You should not have acted so recklessly." Yin Jiping's voice was soft yet ruthless as she plunged her dagger into Zhang Qiling's side, withdrawing it swiftly. Zhang Qiling fell, becoming a mere specter, and Qin Feng marked his backpack for the resurrection flower. "You should consume it." Yihao, arriving a moment too late, urged, "You have yet to use your ultimate." Qin Feng, glancing at his full energy bar, paused for a moment. Hutao seemed somewhat dazed. Indeed, she was a novice. Upon realizing this, Hutao promptly consumed the flower, her ultimate energy fully restored. During this brief respite, he checked the mini-map. The Wanwu teleportation portal in the GD city had yet to open, indicating that despite the fervent battle, not enough foes had been vanquished. The chaos had shifted to the open grounds before the side hall, and Qin Feng and Yihao grappled to the top of the side hall, where Yihao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to unleash the windmill attack. Chapter 9. The Red Longsword. Meanwhile, Qin Feng drew forth his bird gun, aiming at the skirmishing crowd below. As he prepared his shot, Yihao, brimming with enthusiasm, descended with his windmill attack, fortuitously eliminating 2 adversaries and dealing considerable damage. I got the kill. Yihao's jubilant shout was abruptly silenced when he found himself pursued by an ultimate casting Ji Yingying, who unleashed a powerful attack. Ji Yingying's right-click charged attack trapped him alongside another, Shun Miao, and a third charge attack from the side shattered his armor, leaving him with half health. Qin Feng's skills coordinated perfectly with his armor, instantly restoring Yihao's health to full. Realizing the situation, Qin Feng reluctantly joined the fray, noting that the remaining combatants were in a weakened state. After a swift maneuver, Qin Feng dispatched the critically wounded Shun Miao, but was immediately struck by Ji Yingying's charged attack, having his own armor. As Ji Yingying pressed forward with another charged attack, Qin Feng prepared his own, evading her strike at the last moment and countering with a powerful kick. Ji Yingying was caught off guard, her attack's recovery allowing Qin Feng to deliver a punishing blow with the fist blade, leading to her demise. In this version, the purple fist blade's damage was nothing short of astonishing. Upon Ji Yingying's fall, Qin Feng activated his ultimate and consumed her flower to aid Yihao. Poor Yihao was now besieged by a fiery male and a Canaan, yet his armor held strong despite fluctuating health levels, with Yin Zipping's ultimate providing additional healing. Yihao's armor health remarkably increased amidst the onslaught. Seeing his resilience, Yihao sprang up to execute a 10-charge attack, only to be met by the fiery male's retaliatory strike. Observing this, Qin Feng remained silent yet swift, closing in and delivering a kick to the Canaan, attempting to follow up with damage. The damage from the purple military weapon startled Canaan, who quickly activated a skill to leap away, while Qin Feng grappled to the rooftop, aiming to escape the battlefield. Qin Feng seamlessly dodged Canaan's piercing attack, firing a shot from the bird gun, but the damage proved insufficient to thwart Canaan's escape. As he transitioned to the bird gun, the fiery male charged at him, delivering a swift slash followed by a punch and another slash. After 2 strikes, Qin Feng's armor was significantly depleted. Observing the fiery male's skilled maneuvers, Qin Feng felt a twinge of surprise but remained unflustered, deftly dodging the 3rd strike. The fiery male lunged again, but behind him, Yihao slid in, charging forward with a simple yet effective 10-slice attack that sent the fiery male flying, resulting in his demise. Qin Feng had been contemplating how to deal with the fiery male when Yihao's unexpected intervention surprised him. In trio battles, such unexpected strikes could be fatal. Likely, the fiery male's final thoughts were on how fluidly he had executed his punches and slashes. This exemplified the peril of characters with no damage mitigation. In the chaotic environment of trio battles, a single misstep could lead to swift elimination. Yihao approached the fiery male's backpack, marking the resurrection flower. "You should eat it." Hutao's eyes gleamed as she stood before the fiery male's backpack. Then, with a resounding thud, a distant strike from Shun Miao's mech shattered the armor. Qin Feng closed his ultimate, sliding to the fiery male's backpack, his fingers moving with unparalleled speed to snatch the fiery slash and soul-pulling skills before deftly evading Shun Miao's second attack and consuming the flower as he retreated. "Pull the strings." Qin Feng directed Yihao, who was busy healing Wang Wu, fetch the red sword, consume the fireflies. Now both were without their ultimates. Yet they had efficiently cleared the surrounding chaos, allowing for a smooth exit from the battlefield. "What red longsword?" Yihao inquired, puzzled. "Wang Wu, don't you know? Though at times one might encounter exceptionally formidable allies, it is generally implausible to escape from GD City. As for the red longsword, it is merely a tool for others to wield against him." The two ascended to the Wangwu teleportation portal. Qin Feng approached and pressed the button. Number 1, arriving shortly thereafter, inquired with confusion, "How do we enter?" Qin Feng instructed him to approach and press the button. Instead of taking the red longsword, he marked another firefly, consumed the insect and collected the sword. They had fought sufficiently and were preparing to flee. "Where is it? Where is it?" Number 1, evidently new to Wangwu, began to search for the red longsword after consuming the firefly. Qin Feng could not help but slap his forehead and said, "Go to that red tree root and press and hold." Number 1 promptly complied, and as the progress bar filled, a red longsword materialized in Hutao's hands. "Wow, so cool," he exclaimed, quickly tossing the longsword aside to mark it, saying, "You take it. I just want to indulge for a moment." Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Is Hutao still Hutao if she doesn't T-play with the longsword? A fake Tao? I fear I may have to treat you to execution. Number 1 replied, unusually bashful. "No worries, you can take it for a spin. I shall wield the fist blade." It was a jest. In this version, the fist blade's white quality surpassed that of other weapons of purple quality, and the blue quality exceeded that of gold, which was no exaggeration. Not only that, it could apply pressure on the spot, and if unable to maintain it, one could take a step forward and continue to apply pressure, causing an explosive result. Furthermore, the damage output was higher than that of a fully charged Zamadeo, showcasing its prowess in numbers. However, this was merely a fraction of its capabilities. With its exceptional suction jump, whether through a left or right click, one could effortlessly connect to an ascending dragon move, and following that, execute a simple combination of 3 crouching left clicks to kick, grasp, and apply pressure with blue pseudo-combos, making the cost of being caught by this weapon significantly higher than that of others. In this version, it stood as a terrifying entity, akin to a military weapon. Most high-ranking professional players or streamers found themselves unable to compete and were thus compelled to join. The allure of the red longsword was undeniable, under Qin Feng's persuasion. Number 1, with trembling hands, ultimately grasped this noble red quality weapon, despite its mere 3-point enhancement over gold weapons. The two swiftly departed from GD City, making a brief purchase at the side merchant, transforming the golden broadsword into a Zamadeo, and restocking their potions. Due to a lack of resource gathering and development, their and Chao coins dwindled significantly after purchasing potions, leaving Qin Feng's 2 recently opened Soul Jade slots empty. After all, Zhuke needed players for combat, and Yang Su also required opponents, yet they were a 2-man team without the ability to respawn, thus necessitating caution. At this moment, Number 1 had completely submitted to Qin Feng, who, compared to the random teammates previously encountered, was on an entirely different level. Whenever someone struck him, the green orb would promptly rush over, followed by a figure brushing past him, directly absorbing the pressure from the opponent. The two crouched between the point selection platform and the gate of GD City, quietly waiting as time passed in a patch of purple grass to the west. Eliminations occurred around them, indicating that intense battles were erupting elsewhere on the map. Yet Qin Feng remained undeterred, steady as a mountain amidst the purple grass. He relaxed his hand on the keyboard, continuing to lay low. However, it was unfortunate that at that moment, a blue marker appeared above Number 1's head. They were being pursued. Chapter 10. The Water of Calamity Diverted. The moment the pursuit began, the white bar indicating the distance between both parties had already crossed halfway. Glancing at the map, Qin Feng deduced they were approaching from the direction of the Water Galaxy. "Follow me," he commanded, stepping out from the grass toward the point selection platform with a grappling hook. Number 1 hurriedly followed suit. After deploying 2 grappling hooks, the white bar shortened slightly, but quickly swelled again, indicating that their pursuers were hot on their trail. After 3 grappling hooks, Qin Feng struck the bell at the point selection platform and continued using his grappling hooks. The opposing team seemed unwilling to relent, causing Qin Feng to furrow his brow, asking, "How many grappling hooks do you have left?" 13, Number 1 replied. Yet, for reasons unknown, their adversaries remained determined to pursue them. An idea struck Qin Feng, prompting him to change direction and follow the opposing team. The enemy had not anticipated that a mere Jeeping would dare to grapple over. But it was evident that their team had a commander, completely ignoring Qin Feng's presence. At this moment, they were positioned in front of the point selection platform. As Qin Feng turned, the pursuing team arrived. The Miao Dao Ha formation clearly did not wish to engage, creating distance from them. Conversely, the pursuing team, comprised of Huanan, Ji Yingying, and Ha Di, surged forward with an aggressive fervor, directly targeting Number 1's Hutao. The damage from the blue bird gun was underwhelming, with over 200 white numbers appearing, igniting the fuse. Meanwhile, arrows, cannons, and crossbows were unleashed simultaneously, but their accuracy left much to be desired. Without Qin Feng firing grappling hooks, only the crossbow managed to graze twice. Qin Feng scrutinized the distance. The pursuing team was now very close. Number 1 was the first to be hooked, and Ji Yingying immediately launched her attack, transforming into a mass of dark, ethereal flames that crashed into Hutao. "Can you help Hutao?" The character's voice exclaimed, and with a loud crack, Hunan followed with a fireball, causing Hutao's purple armor to vanish by half. At that moment, Qin Feng successfully approached the Miaodao Ha formation, advancing towards the forward position Ha Di with his fist blade. Ha Di was taken aback. Instinctively attempting to charge his blue energy, Qin Feng unleashed a charged attack, delivering 2 kicks with the purple fist blade that nearly shattered Ha Di's purple armor. "What a madman! Get him!" Ha Di yelled in alarm, activating his skill to take flight. By now, Hutao and Shen Miao had closed in, and Qin Feng, after executing a dash, distanced himself, while the armorless Hutao utilized her light umbrella to teleport over. 3 grappling hooks simultaneously latched onto Qin Feng, and chaos was imminent. Hunan and Ji Yingying were the first to launch their grappling hooks, noticing Qin Feng charging his attack in midair, both of them raising their blades in unison. However, Qin Feng would not yield. If either of them hesitated even slightly, the faster one would knock the other's blade away, potentially leading to a swift demise in this melee. He first canceled his charge, dodging Huanan's attack, and as Ji Yingying landed, she too charged forward, meeting Qin Feng's blade in a duel. Yin Jiping and Ji Yingying stumbled back as Shen Miao surged forward, delivering a series of blue powerful body punches, followed by a purple powerful body push, shattering Qin Feng's blue armor. The terrifying damage from the fist blade startled Qin Feng, prompting him to activate his ultimate ability. Coincidentally, at that moment, Ha Di executed a dual-blade right charge, striking Qin Feng's golden armor. Golden counter. Qin Feng relied on his golden armor to withstand part of the damage, then unleashed a counterattack to knock Ha Di's blades away. Yet before he could execute his finishing move, Huanan had already launched a fireball, sending Ha Di flying. In a critical moment, Qin Feng released his melee correction, ensuring his execution struck the closest target. Then he saw Yin Jiping spin around, delivering a powerful kick to Ji Yingying, who was assaulting Number 1's Hutao. Number 1 had been forced to surrender his armor, and amidst the chaos, Qin Feng dodged twice, then charged up, waiting for his energy to restore before dashing to create distance. "Give me the line. Give me the line." Although the battle was chaotic, Hutao precisely provided a line for Qin Feng, and by the time he teleported out, he was left with only half health. Meanwhile, the two teams had become fiercely engaged, their bloodlust igniting. Huanan and Ji Yingying activated their ultimate abilities first. The opposing Hutao also simultaneously activated her armor to protect her teammates, while Qin Feng observed closely after deactivating his ultimate, waiting for Number 1 to restore his status, while occasionally firing at them with a bird gun. In the midst of the melee, both Ha Di's ultimate abilities were unleashed around the same time. However, Huanan's Ha Di carried a second enhancement, causing attacks to inflict burn status, while Shen Miao's Ha Di, equipped with a first enhancement, could unleash the Qinji box in midair. Both teammates and themselves had one opportunity to use the Qinji box, which was exceedingly formidable, capable of being utilized while taking damage and ignoring silence. After the opponent Ha Di activated his ultimate ability, he swiftly closed it to regain rage, evidently preparing to unleash a second ultimate attack. With all 3 ultimates activated, the Fire Male team's combat prowess was utterly overwhelming. However, the presence of the Jiazhen and Qian Jixia in the Hutao team granted them remarkable pulling capabilities. Under normal circumstances, a mere distraction would guarantee the Fire Male team's defeat. In a flurry, Hutao repositioned the Jiazhen, only to find Ha Di in dire straits. Both Ha Di and Ji Yingying set their sights on him simultaneously. Despite the presence of Qian Jixia, Ha Di managed to close in midair and strike him down, resulting in the elimination of Shen Miao, who belatedly activated his ultimate ability to take a stand. As the Fire Male, brimming with flames, charged forward, his eyes gleamed with excitement. These transformation entities were akin to traps for the Fire Male. Shen Miao first switched to artillery mode, firing 2 shots that damaged Ha Di while also inflicting significant harm. Once the opponent regained control near the pillar, he turned to assist Hutao in dismantling Ji Yingying. After Ha Di circled around the pillar, Qin Feng knew it was time to act, swiftly launching his grappling hook to close the distance, with the first player following suit. Upon reaching the back of the pillar, they indeed spotted Ha Di applying armor powder to himself, only to be taken aback as Yin Zipping suddenly appeared. prompting him to take flight. Yet, Qin's zipping was already suspended on the wall, and with a swift strike, he cleaved through Hutau's fragile form, causing his newly applied armor to vanish and his health to dwindle. In the air, Qin Feng fired a shot with his bird gun, then swiftly followed up with another. Hutao plummeted to his demise. After consuming a flower, Qin Feng rushed to the front lines, where the fire male was engaged in combat with Shen Miao's mech, while Ji Yingying, under Shen Miao's watchful gaze, had no choice but to abandon Hutao. Meanwhile, Hutao quickly connected with Hutau's soul tomb, attempting to revive him. At this juncture, Shen Miao's mech armor had already suffered considerable damage from the fire male, prompting him to ascend and land atop a nearby outpost, launching a barrage at the fire male before reverting to artillery mode. Ji Yingying continued her struggle against Hutao, who, unable to retaliate, was forced to flee. Shen Miao fired a shot at the approaching fire male, sending him flying. The fire male player had intended to land and heal before re-engaging Shen Miao, only to find two adversaries positioned at his landing spot. Qin Feng, too, was taken by surprise when the fire male was sent crashing toward him, leading him to switch to his blade fists and unleash a relentless barrage of strikes. The purple energy from his attack rendered the fire male severely weakened, prompting him to attempt to counter with dual punches and a fiery projectile. Qin Feng, anticipating the sequence, dodged the punches with a swift sidestep, then switched to his bird gun and fired just as the fire male released his fireball. The late arriving Hutao only witnessed a golden package containing a return flower descend from the sky. Subsequently, Qin Feng aimed his gun at Shen Miao, firing rapidly. Chapter 11. The Fury of the Dragon King. A single shot followed by a swift dash unleashed 3 rapid shots, shattering Shen Miao's already diminished armor, causing him to disembark from his mech. Qin Feng shot out his grappling hook, stabilizing it before soaring in for an assault. His blade fist shattered the remnants of Shen Miao's armor as both descended from the pillar. In midair, Qin Feng delivered a shot from his bird gun to Shen Miao, then landed and switched back to his blade fists, applying pressure with a charge dash. Shen Miao, under immense pressure, unhesitatingly relinquished his attack, creating distance while pushing Qin Feng back. Qin Feng pursued with his grappling hook, but Shen Miao, having exhausted his energy, could only remain stationary for a moment while the first player followed closely. Shen Miao reached his limit, executing a left charge with his blade fist, the preceding blue energy technique falling short, and the final purple energy push striking Hutao and sending her flying. What sent chills down Shen Miao's spine was the realization that Qin Feng had darted in front of him during his final purple attack. The blade fist version was indeed powerful, yet not without vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng dashed forward, launching 2 aerial strikes that severely depleted Shen Miao's health. At that moment, the recovering Hutao charged in, delivering a decisive blow that eliminated him. "Oh no, I didn't mean to," Hutao exclaimed, startled as she noticed the head had fallen, quickly apologizing over voice chat. "It's fine, just grab the flower and keep up." Just as Qin Feng released his grappling hook, another hook struck, interrupting him. Alarmed, he turned to see a formidable female character in a long dress approaching with intensity. Upon recognizing her, he was taken aback. Who would dare to play as Cui Sanyang in this version of the game? At the same time, in the voice channel, he urged, back off, it's a wave." The first player, having just consumed a flower and still looting, was momentarily bewildered by the voice chat. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, "Those who obstruct me shall be annihilated." A golden light surged into the sky, and, at that moment, both Qin Feng and Hutao were swept into the air by a colossal wave. "Damn, it's a wave." Qin Feng cursed, frantically pressing buttons. Friends familiar with wave attacks know that during a seafood buffet, they prioritize grabbing the joystick that spins the fastest, and Qin Feng was one of those fortunate players. The great Buddha first seized Qin Feng, then Hutao. Observing his 78 ultimate ability, despair washed over him. As a massive water spear exploded above the great Buddha, both their armors dissipated by half, and the great Buddha lifted them high before crashing down. The horrifying damage from the dual grab resulted in instant demise for both Qin Feng and Hutao. The first player stood stunned, having blissfully followed behind to collect heads and loot, only to be blindsided by an unexpected wave. In the settlement screen, he had secured 9 kills with over 10,000 damage, primarily from picking off the remnants, yet due to his low rank and lack of the 12,500 damage achievement from the blade, he gained only a few points. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments erupted into laughter. I thought it was really going to let Lao Feng take off. The fury of the Dragon King. To be fair, Lao Feng reacted quickly, promptly warning Hutao to retreat, but unfortunately, he was caught by the grappling hook. What a pleasure to witness this wave, the red long sword and golden slash. A true act of wealth redistribution. Qin Feng observed the gleeful comments with some annoyance, soon realizing that the number of comments had surged. Although some were from the same individual, the overall count had escalated from single digits to over 20. As he prepared to start the game, Qin Feng received a friend request from the earlier Hutao. With a hint of curiosity, he accepted, only to find her immediately messaging him. Initially thinking it was to team up, he was taken aback when she came to apologize. Not a bad Tao, I'm sorry. I should have pulled back to give you space. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was just a game, no need to take it so seriously. He hadn't expected anyone to apologize for a mistaken game, given that surprise waves were rare and unavoidable. Not a bad Tao. I'm still too inexperienced. I'll practice more. Zue Xin Hua. You do your best. Not a bad Tao. After that, the conversation fell silent as they awaited the game to start. But some viewers in the comment section couldn't hold back. Is Hutao a girl? Streamer, take her along. Without a girl, who would watch you? Seeing the comments, Qin Feng patiently replied, voice changer. I can sound bigger than all of you. Handsome guy. Doesn't seem like it? Could really be a girl. Lao Feng. Go for it. Qin Feng, disinterested in their banter, waited as the game queued up while the comments filled with lament. Handsome guy. What a pity for Lao Feng. Which player would go out of their way to apologize for a mistaken game? Handsome guy. That personality must be a girl. Even if not, she has a male daughter. Oh, little girl. Heh heh. Upon reading the comments, Qin Feng shuddered. You better keep your distance. Handsome guy. What is wrong with male daughters? They smell lovely. Silent. Truly bizarre, aren't you? Handsome brother. Silent. Will you take me along? After chatting for a while, the game quickly commenced. This round took place in Holua country, where teammates dropped in the center of Tangan City. Apart from squad of foes nearby, there was also another team attempting to mediate. Qin Feng had fortunate luck this match, as his teammate was a duo, both equipped with microphones. After some effective communication upon landing, they swiftly dispatched the first team. When the second team arrived tardily to mediate after a few skirmishes, Qin Feng and his companions had already accumulated their ultimate abilities thanks to the soul-reviving flowers they had consumed. The fate of this second team was predictable. However, just as the battle was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected turn occurred. The first team had revived, likely under the pretense of mediation. Although they were 3 white-armored players, Qin Feng and his team were also in a precarious state. Fortunately, they had not exerted much effort in defeating the second team, quickly eliminating them. Following this, they consumed flowers, and with Qin Feng's ultimate ability, their states began to recover rapidly. The mediating team clearly did not anticipate the frailty of the second team. In such circumstances, the significant disparity in equipment became evident. One unfortunate soul was struck down by Qin Feng's blade, and teammate Zhang Qiling finished him off with a charged attack, leaving him unable to even unleash his ultimate ability before perishing. After losing one member, their teammates struggled to gather their ultimates, but the 3 against 2 situation made it easy to maneuver, as the other team showed no intention of reviving. Teammate Zhang Qiling transformed into a warrior, and with the support of the indomitable Yin Zipping, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet, their actions were predictable, and they consistently claimed victory. Unsurprisingly, this round ended with a triumphant chicken dinner, and Qin Feng continued to play casually afterwards. Chapter 12. A different approach to anti-cheat measure Silent. It feels like the main package's strength has increased significantly. Silent. When did you practice? With Silent's inquiry, some new viewers grew curious. Morning. Hasn't the streamer always been formidable? Zero guessed. The streamer is indeed quite impressive. His blade skills are formidable, and his movements are visibly strong. Silent. The streamer used to be a mere novice, struggling even with the previous iteration of the game. Zero guessed. Is that true? Did he have an epiphany? As Silent elaborated, the comments reflected their astonishment. At that moment, Qin Feng had not yet entered the game. Upon seeing the comments, he chuckled and remarked that everyone seemed to doubt him. Morning. The last streamer who inserted a disc was already reprimanded by the authorities. This particular comment piqued Qin Feng's interest. He had not paid much attention to the issue of cheating, but upon reflection, the anti-cheat measures in this world seemed surprisingly robust. Recalling the videos shared in their group, it appeared that the buzz surrounding the perpetual motion was escalating more rapidly than expected. In the previous world, perpetual motion was plagued by rampant cheating, including fishy acceleration and various exploits. Although the company appeared to be taking substantial action, they were unable to curb the micro-accelerations and exploits effectively. Especially for micro-accelerations, which were akin to high frame rates, they were difficult to detect, and the enforcement of bans was laughable. For instance, the internet technology in this world was evidently dominated by several major tech giants, who valued internet talent far more than before. This led to a proliferation of skilled individuals within these companies, making it increasingly challenging to develop cheats under their watch. Even if a few managed to slip through, they would be swiftly crushed and unceremoniously handed over to the authorities by these tech giants. A few years prior, cheats may have been somewhat prevalent, but with the relentless crackdown from these major players, they had largely vanished. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Although the issue of frame rate latency remained unresolved, the environment for perpetual motion in this world was already vastly improved, with the level of excitement entirely incomparable. In his past life, there was a rather ironic joke circulating beneath certain perpetual motion videos, where many would mockingly comment. The videos were well made, deserving of the excitement that perpetual motion should generate. The buzz around perpetual motion was exceedingly lackluster, and many videos received negligible viewership, with professional leagues attracting scant attention. However, it was evident from the rapid rise in popularity of the previous video that the excitement here was considerably higher. The number of viewers in a live stream was noticeably greater than before, with most drawn in by the earlier video and captivated by Qin Feng's skills. Gifts were sparse, as Qin Feng's title was quite grand. As the live stream progressed into the evening, Qin Feng scored over 300 points, reaching a rank of Urshiyu, with numerous victories under his belt. However, his casual matches were rather unstable, as he primarily alternated between Zipping and Hutao. Achieving over 300 points was already quite commendable. Everyone, I'm logging off now. It's time for meals. Qin Feng greeted the comments, announcing that he would be streaming tomorrow, likely at 6 in the evening, depending on the circumstances at noon. After several hours of streaming, the number of viewers remained low, but as Qin Feng prepared to sign off, many urged him to stay. Qin Feng promptly executed an incredibly swift sign-off, shutting down the stream and reclining in his gaming chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. This world exceeded his expectations in numerous ways, whether concerning his personal circumstances or the gaming environment. A subtle smile played on Qin Feng's lips, as any lingering affection for his previous life had entirely dissipated. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Qin Feng descended from upstairs around 10 o'clock and began a light jog. Though this body possessed remarkable reflexes and nerve responses, it remained somewhat frail overall. With an almost perfect fresh start to this life, Qin Feng was determined not to let his body hold him back in the future. News from the class group had previously gone unnoticed by the original Qin Feng, but now, during a moment of boredom while eating, he decided to glance at his social connections. Qin Feng's university was quite ordinary, not affiliated with the prestigious 985 or 211 institutions, but it was still considered decent locally. His memories of the class were rather vague, with little impression of his peers. However, this time, the group was not comprised of all members, but rather someone reaching out to him specifically. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from a classmate named Zhang Jing. Qin Feng had a slight recollection of this person. They had played perpetual motion together a few times at school, but Zhang Jing had faced considerable setbacks, resulting in less communication afterward. Zhang Jing. Feng. Qin Feng, with the school year approaching, shall we team up to rank up? Lu Yanming. Who is this? Zhang Jing. No way, Lu Xiao, you don't recognize a classmate? Zhao Tian. I remember he stayed off campus, right? And he rarely attended classes. Wang Chong. Is he a local? Many in the class group seemed to have only a vague impression of Qin Feng's existence, with some not even aware of him. Feng, no. I'm afraid I drag you down. Zhang Jing. Alas, that's too dull. My casual matches during summer have been so frustrating, filled with monsters, and I haven't ranked up at all. I'm ready for the new season. Zhang Jing. Is anyone up for a heist? I'm aiming for the Shuro rank with 4,300 points. Zhao Tian. Not sure. I play doubles. Lin Lingqing. Not sure. I play conquest. Lu Yanming. Not sure. I play solo. Zhang Jing. Zhao Tian. Lu Yanming. Great players. Please take me with you. Qin Feng observed the group chat, surprised to discover so many classmates played perpetual motion. as he had very few friends engaged in the game previously. Lu Yinming, I haven't played triples. Aren't you afraid I might take your points? Zhao Tian, does the little cricket dare to challenge my double-ranked Shura? After that, he shared a screenshot, revealing he had yet to play a single game in triples while already holding 4,500 points in doubles. Zhao Tian, with you at 4,300, I can't gain anything. I would just get beaten up. Zhang Jing, wow, you all don't play triples? Feng, are you coming? I've pulled in a Shura expert from the grade group. Hurry over as a support to help you rank up. Zhang Jing, you're that drunken flower, right? Are you online? On the other side, after sending the message in the group, Zhang Jing, seated at his computer, opened his friends list and noticed Qin Feng's last online status was 17 hours ago. Feng, I'm not online. I'm preparing for a nap. Zhang Jing, wow, so healthy? As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and he opened the information on Qin Feng, discovering that he had already reached the level of SHU Air. Qin Feng's skills were hardly impressive. At most, he should be at the SHUW level. How had he suddenly begun to climb the ranks? While pondering this, another teammate's voice came through the headset. Found anyone? If not, I have another one here, a girl. Upon hearing girl, J immediately dismissed Qin Feng from his thoughts. He's not coming. On the other side, after J failed to call anyone, the chat group quickly fell silent. However, it wasn't long before a shared video appeared in the group. Chapter 13. The Path of Wild Matches Qin Feng. Is that you and Drunken Flower? Qin Feng's eyes twitched as he opened the shared link, which was indeed the clip someone had shared from his livestream, featuring the Ice Maiden match from yesterday. Feng. That's me. I was quite thin back then. Zhotn, wow. Is that for real? I came across it yesterday. That cake master Hutao is indeed Drunken Flower. Ming. That can't be you. Chow would be impossible. Ming. Share a screenshot. You're hiding your talents, aren't you? Last semester, your team was beaten badly by the class next door, and you didn't even fight back? Feng. It wasn't me. I'm really not that skilled. As he spoke, Qin Feng pulled up a screenshot of his average damage as a top player. Although he had played for a while yesterday, raising his seasonal average damage was still quite challenging. Observing the screenshot with over 5,000 average damage, the others in the group began to believe him. Zhotn, I'm a bit higher than you. Ming, nice screenshot, but why didn't you capture your name? Feng. I didn't team manage to. Jnung, what? At that moment, J had just been eliminated in a match, and, seeing the lively discussion in the group, immediately inquired. Ming, it's about Qin Feng. Jnung, screenshot. Upon seeing the image, Ming and Zhotn quickly compared it to the video and immediately recognized them as identical. Ming, you claim you can't fight? By this time, Zhotn had opened Qin Feng's historical performance records. In the match Qin Feng had streamed yesterday, his damage had hardly dipped below 15,000, and he had accumulated numerous in-game achievement icons, rendering his performance page rather impressive. Zhotn, screenshot. Zhotn, wow, a hidden master. Qin Feng felt helpless. He was well aware of the frequent skirmishes between his class and the one next door, and his desire to conceal his identity stemmed from a wish to avoid social entanglements. These skirmishes drew attention from students across both classes, making it difficult to refuse when others invited him to play. This incident drew out many lurkers in the group. The game WGN was quite popular among college students, with numerous players. As more individuals began to recognize him, Qin Feng opted to feign ignorance, tossing his phone aside and lying back on his bed. The softness of the bed quickly lulled him into slumber, and he no longer cared about the happenings in the group. Awakening just before 3 o'clock, Qin Feng opened his eyes to see the group had reached 99 messages. However, upon entering, he found the topic had shifted away from him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he powered on his computer. The streaming software loaded, and WGN opened. Qin Feng began a wild match. He casually engaged with the comments while accumulating points. Today's point accumulation was smooth, and it wasn't long before he reached 3,971 points. One more win would elevate him to the next rank. However, over the past 2 days, his performance had also contributed to raising this account's hidden ranking, as every match had been balanced below 400. Could it be that in this world, there were simply more players of this game? Qin Feng had even hurt a friend with 10,000 points in the Shuro ranking mention they had queued at 7 a.m. Such a stark disparity beyond the hidden ranking mechanism was likely due to the sheer number of players involved. However, this region was evidently much better, with quicker matchmaking and fewer imbalanced matches. Even so, under Qin Feng's control, his account still typically faced opponents with significantly higher average scores, meaning he was often matched against players with superior skill. Even though the intensity of these matches increased, it had its advantages, primarily yielding greater rewards for wins and fewer penalties for losses. Upon entering this match, Qin Feng locked in YNZPing to follow teammate number 1. The other two seemed to be wild matchmaking as well. One selected the character HD, while the other, initially intending to play the fireman, opted for ZHNQLing upon seeing the team composition, creating a formidable lineup. As long as they didn't miss their strikes, they could essentially dominate the match from start to finish. The game map was H. Lu Gu, and teammate number 1, ZHNQLing, boldly chose the Sacred Eagle Fortress main hall as their landing spot and activated the microphone. "Can you hear me?" His voice was clear, devoid of static. Number 3, Qin Feng, also activated his microphone. "I can hear you." Both teams descended aggressively, with another team present at the main hall. As the game loaded, the state of YNZPing solidified, and for a few seconds after landing, he was unable to move. Qin Feng quickly surveyed his surroundings. He landed beside the rooftop pavilion, spotting a white weapon ahead, while below at the revival platform. 4 players were present, including teammate number 1, ZHNQLing. Once he was able to move, Qin Feng swiftly picked up the white weapon. By then, teammate ZHNQLing was already engaged in a skirmish with others. "I have no knives and no armor. Wait." Qin Feng communicated this to his teammate and proceeded to the room below, where number 2 was also present. Qin Feng first picked up a white armor piece from the ground and immediately noticed HNQLing's health bar flashing. Not having even activated the green pile, he leaped through the window towards the revival platform. Most players were searching for weapons, but 2 were already engaged in combat nearby. In the distance, teammate ZHNQLing was chasing a defenseless Hutao with a fan. HD crossed paths with WCHN, attempting to finish off the weakened Hutao. However, during that brief delay, Hutao managed to slip into the side hall and fortuitously donned a blue armor piece. Observing HD pursuing her, Qin Feng decisively chose to protect ZHNQLing. The opposing WCHN was equipped with white armor, and seeing ZHNQLing move further away, Qin Feng rushed forward, brandishing his long spear. Charging forward, WCHN, in a state of panic, attempted to counterattack, but Qin Feng expertly executed a charge strike, causing significant damage to WCHN's white armor. Yet, upon seeing Qin Feng closing in, WCHN jumped twice into the air and threw down a 2-instrument sword. Did Hutao not get killed? ZHNQLing's confused voice echoed through the microphone. Chapter 14. Chaos at Sacred Eagle Fortress. Qin Feng interrupted the two. "Forget it. Let us take down WCHN first." By this time, ZHNQLing had managed to snag the airborne WCHN, and both he and Qin Feng charged forward. WCHN was also preparing to unleash a powerful attack. ZHNQLing was armed with a white blade, and at that moment, a familiar voice reached Qin Feng's ears, prompting him to instinctively sidestep. Just then, a fireball struck, sending ZHNQLing flying. While being hit by the fireball, he also took damage from WCHN's dual weapons, leaving him with only a third of his health. As Qin Feng closed in on WCHN once more, he struck with his long spear, causing significant disruption. After a moment, Qin Feng executed a quick maneuver, and with almost synchronized timing, they both unleashed their powerful strikes. They entered a charged state, and Qin Feng emerged victorious, catching WCHN off guard as he unleashed another powerful strike, shattering WCHN's armor and depleting a segment of his health. The timely arrival of Hutao's protective shield was unfortunately too late. At this moment, AJNN charged forward, piercing through the recently risen WCHN, while JYing approached from the side with a horizontal blade. Another team had also made their entrance, their previous absence likely due to the opposing fireman engaging them in combat, preventing any decisive outcome. As Qin Feng contemplated how to intervene, he suddenly heard HNQLNS exclamation. Look at me, look at me. QNF glanced to the lower left, and saw that ZHNQLN's health was critically low. Observing his position, he realized they were right in front of the revival platform, with a figure in black, a fireman, hot on his heels, wielding a horse-slaying sword. Qin Feng's skills were still somewhat lacking, limited to merely using the grappling hook to maneuver. At that moment, the bloodied Zhang Qiling, unable to withstand the pressure, attempted to channel his energy, but was met with a swift strike from the fiery foe. You've lost your chance. The fire wielder executed him immediately, then swiftly retreated. Qin Feng chose not to pursue, but instead transformed Zhang Qiling into a soul tomb right where he stood. At this juncture, Hadi also arrived, and under their combined efforts, the energy of Zhang Qiling's soul tomb was quickly replenished. Suddenly, the fire wielder crashed through the outer wall, stripping away a layer of armor from both Qin Feng and Hadi. Just as Zhang Qiling was getting back on his feet, he fell once more, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn that fiery mutt. Truly contemptible. You pursue him," Qin Feng remarked as he directly chased after the fire wielder, who, having just executed Zhang Qiling, showed no intention of claiming any spoils and aimed to flee outside instead. Qin Feng closed the distance with his grappling hook and unleashed a flying strike, rendering the fire wielder's sword immobile. As a series of metallic clangs echoed, Qin Feng landed without executing a strike. Instead, he opted to observe the fire wielder's response. The opponent chose to step back, then press forward, closing in on Qin Feng. A thought crossed Qin Feng's mind as he moved closer, suspecting a feigned energy charge. At that moment, both were in a state of charging energy, but Qin Feng's advanced charge enabled him to unleash his blue invulnerability technique, while the fire wielder was still in the midst of charging. As anticipated, the fire wielder immediately transitioned to a powerful strike, but Qin Feng synchronously canceled his charge, ensnaring the fire wielder's sword strike with a left click, then performed an upward kick, launching him into the air. After a series of left and right strikes, the fire wielder fell to the ground, only to be struck again as he attempted to rise. Even this smooth combination dealt nearly 700 damage, shattering the fire wielder's already damaged armor and reducing his health to half. Rising from the ground, the fire wielder, seeing Qin Feng approach, hastily executed 2 short dashes to create distance. Yet, Qin Feng was relentless, shadowing him closely. Even after 2 evasive maneuvers, he swiftly approached and unleashed his spear's blue energy. At this moment, the fire wielder's ultimate ability became available. Raging Inferno, he roared, sending Qin Feng sprawling as flames enveloped him, appearing akin to a deity descending from the heavens. He leaped high, launching a fireball that Qin Feng narrowly evaded with a short dash. Amidst the explosion of flames, the fire wielder's sword was left vulnerable, but Qin Feng refrained from striking, knowing that the newly empowered fire wielder could evade even if he did. However, Qin Feng's feigned energy charge was merely a ruse. As the fire wielder landed, he executed a perfectly timed forward dash, avoiding the fire wielder's punch while positioning himself behind him. After a counterattack, he unleashed a rising dragon strike. And this time the fire wielder perished midair before Qin Feng devoured his spoils and purloined the blue sword and white gun from his belongings. Now that they had just landed, the odds were average, leaving him with little valuable gear. Meanwhile, a team from the Eagle Nest Palace descended from the main hall, observing the distant skirmish. Below, Hutao and Wu Chun faced off against the Canaan team in a 3 versus 2 match, quickly determining the outcome, with both Hutao and Wu Chun turning into soul tombs. The Canaan team, led by Ji Yingying and Sha Nan, had yet to relish their victory when 3 grappling hooks descended upon them. Observing the chaos below, Hadi could no longer contain himself. He withdrew a white broadsword from his bag and swung it in a wide arc. The impact was significant, instantly segmenting the tumultuous battlefield, as many instinctively chose to retreat upon the arrival of a third team. The 2 teams scattered, and Hadi locked onto the bloodied Canaan, launching his grappling hook. In this scenario, Qin Feng and Zhang Qiling could not remain passive, choosing to follow Hadi in pursuit of the Canaan team. The bloodied Canaan fled towards the right side hall, facing the Eagle Nest Palace, and upon being pursued, immediately channeled his skill, Soul Piercer, inflicting minor damage to Hadi while creating distance. At this moment, Qin Feng and Zhang Qiling arrived, and just as they intended to pursue with their grappling hooks, Ji Yingying suddenly swung in from the side. Zhang Qiling, grounded and charging, was struck by Ji Yingying's sword, and astonishingly, she possessed the soul steel ability, executing a quick strike that shattered both Hati's and Zhang Qiling's armor, while simultaneously restoring Ji Yingying's vigor. The two exchanged their defensive skills, with Hati benefiting slightly from Qin Feng's skill, while Ji Yingying, emboldened, transformed into a mass of otherworldly flames, crashing into the fleeing Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling was sent flying, landing only to be struck again by Ji Yingying's right-click attack. Qin Feng aimed to use his grappling hook to interrupt Ji Yingying, but he underestimated her decisiveness. The hour was late. Even though Zhang Qiling was nearly defeated, Ji Yingying unleashed her ultimate ability, the skill refreshed. Instead of using it immediately, she closed in on Zhang Qiling, executing a chain dance that struck him down. Witnessing Ji Yingying, who had consumed a revival flower, approach with the Wuchang rope, Qin Feng dared not hesitate, severing the grappling hook mid-flight and aiming for the rooftop of the side hall. With her ultimate ability, Ji Yingying engaged in zipping as if there were no difference. And under such circumstances, Qin Feng could only delay for Hati's ultimate. But Hati had not consumed a flower and was still short on energy. Ji Yingying's grappling hook pulled Qin Feng down from the air upon landing. He charged towards the side hall wall, executing a wall strike to create distance. Hati, realizing the urgency, was now without a defensive skill, and his ultimate was still not ready. Fortunately, after consuming 2 energy charges, his ultimate became available, and at half health, he promptly activated it, soaring into the air to unleash 1,000 machines box and began healing. Chapter 15. Grieve for the ultimate. No one is watching. I can pull here. The voice of Zhang Qiling echoed in his ears, sounding somewhat anxious, during the brief moment when Qin Feng and Hati were fleeing. The energy of the Soul Tomb had diminished significantly. The chaotic battle allowed Hati to escape, and Qin Feng emerged from his hiding place in the side hall to pull Zhang Qiling. Hati quickly joined them, and together they helped Zhang Qiling up, taking refuge within the side hall while waiting for him to regain his state. The team from the Eagle Nest Palace, led by Yushan and Lao Huning Hongya, had not yet regained their ultimate ability, likely due to their recent arrival without engaging in combat. As they entered the battlefield, Ji Yingying's ultimate was still active, leading to a nearly overwhelming defeat upon first contact. Zhang Qiling charged ahead, declaring, "I can fight. I have my ultimate. You should activate yours and finish quickly. I fear that fiery team will return with a revival." Kanan was ensnared by the grappling hook, channeling energy to apply pressure on Zhang Qiling. Qin Feng, the second to engage, struck the charging Kanan in midair, causing a slight reduction in his armor. Kanan, not daring to linger, dashed away, just as Zhang Qiling reached his front. At that moment, Kanan's teammates, Ji Yingying and Sha Nan, also arrived simultaneously, with Sha Nan's broadsword catching Zhang Qiling off guard, sending him flying and reducing his armor to a mere sliver. "What is this?" Zhang Qiling was taken aback and quickly dispelled the control, pushing back the approaching Sha Nan, while Qin Feng and Hati had already crossed over him to intercept others' pursuit. "I'll grab a potion." Qin Feng advanced to gamble with Kanan, but the latter ignored his intentions, feigning a strike before dashing past Qin Feng to pursue Zhang Qiling. Ji Yingying mirrored this approach, their targets evidently clear. "I'm coming for you. Activate your ultimate." With no chance to retain anyone, Qin Feng could only relay information while turning to cast his skill. As Zhang Qiling fled to heal, he was swiftly caught by Kanan's grappling hook, and they resumed their tense standoff over energy charges. However, a mass of otherworldly flames surged in, shattering Zhang Qiling's blue invulnerability and sending him airborne. Qin Feng sought to intervene, but Sha Nan ensnared him with his grappling hook. With no one to contend with Hati, he managed to restrain Kanan, while Ji Yingying landed after the collision and began pursuing with her sword. After a few strikes, despite Ji Yingying also consuming energy, Zhang Qiling's health had dwindled severely. In desperation, he activated his ultimate, "I sever your lives," accompanied by Zhang Qiling's deep voice. The black gold ancient sword was drawn, and as he pressed one hand upon it, he entered the purple invulnerability state. A strike unleashed a faint blue shadow left in its wake, sending Ji Yingying soaring. Zhang Qiling, upon witnessing the scene, directed his gaze towards Kanan and Sha Nan, who stood before Hati and Qin Feng. The latter unleashed another powerful strike, yet at that very moment, Sha Nan was engaged in a contest of wits with Qin Feng, deftly evading the blow with a short dash. Kanan was sent flying, and Hadi pursued, reducing Kanan to a mere sliver of health. As anticipated, after Zhang Qiling delivered another blow that sent Kanan soaring, Qin Feng and Hadi swiftly followed up, with Hadi ultimately delivering the lethal strike. However, Zhang Qiling's action had activated his passive ability, Precious Blood Guardian, which locked his health for 4 seconds, ensuring that his health would not drop below 300 during this time, and that using Qiling's fury would not deplete his health. "Give it to me," Zhang Qiling exclaimed, rushing towards Kanan's lifeless body. An arrow suddenly shot from a distance, striking Zhang Qiling and causing him to stagger, his condition now marked by a burning status. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of his passive ability, he survived what could have been a fatal blow. "Move, move, move. Second team, incoming." Hadi's voice crackled in urgency over the microphone as he identified the team responsible for the black arrow, none other than the fiery Hutao squad. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Qiling refrained from using healing items and instead made a hasty retreat. However, the speed of Hutao's team was remarkable, as they swiftly closed in with grappling hooks, with Hutao himself leading the charge, pausing mid-air to cast a fireball above the heads of the group. Qin Feng skillfully dodged with a short dash, while Zhang Qiling, positioned farther away, managed to avoid the attack, though Hadi's armor took a slight hit. In this brief moment of delay, Hutao's allies arrived. Amid the chaos, Wu Chun located Qin Feng, while Hutao pursued Zhang Qiling, prompting Hadi to engage Hutao. Qin Feng found himself under pressure from 2 adversaries and could only utilize his dash to create distance. After exhausting his energy, he began charging his attack again. Hutao and Wu Chun, sensing the pressure, instinctively chose to prepare their blades as they drew closer. Seizing the opportunity created by their preparation, Qin Feng executed a charge strike, with Yin Zipping's petite frame leaping up to deliver 2 swift blows. Wu Chun, upon receiving the first hit, activated his defensive measure, while Hutao could do little but endure the assault. Hutao's white armor shattered, while Wu Chun retained about 2/3 of his blue armor. After sending Hutao flying, Qin Feng showed no intent to pursue, as he held only a blue blade and, despite losing half of his armor, the prospect of defeating both Wu Chun and Hutao seemed far-fetched. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the side hall. Once inside the building, he felt confident in his ability to escape. However, Wu Chun refused to relent, launching an attack with his grappling hook that sent Qin Feng into a stone status. Reacting swiftly, Qin Feng unleashed a left-click attack, spinning his blade twice and sending Wu Chun flying, simultaneously shattering his armor. In a rush, Hutao connected a line to Wu Chun. "What the hell? How does this fire dog have his ultimate again?" Hadi exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Feng glanced at the lower left corner of his screen to see that Zhang Qiling had transformed into a soul tomb, and Hadi's armor had been shattered. At that moment, his ultimate ability was nearly ready, requiring just 5 more points for activation. Observing this, Qin Feng drew forth his bird gun and fired a shot at Wu Chun before continuing his escape. "I can help even more people now." Yin Zipping's voice echoed through the headset as Qin Feng's ultimate ability activated. As a green flower blossomed upon Yin Zipping, the statuses of both Qin Feng and Hadi began to restore rapidly. However, at that moment, Wu Chun and Hutao were relentless in their pursuit. Qin Feng clung to the wall, using wall strikes to create distance, then slipped into a blind spot within the building, executing another wall strike. After several successful strikes, for reasons unknown, Wu Chun and Hutao ceased their pursuit. Unfortunately, Hadi had already fallen, forcing Qin Feng to deactivate his ultimate ability. Let's go, let's go." Only Qin Feng managed to escape, while Zhang Qiling marked the resurrection point at Qishui Valley, near Tangan City, and Qin Feng hurried in that direction. As they traveled, Hadi could not help but remark, "You could have activated your ultimate sooner. They didn't have theirs." "No, my friend," Zhang Qiling responded with urgency, "we weren't losing. I had no choice but to be persuaded." While they conversed, Qin Feng prepared to take a detour towards the resurrection point. Passing the side hall, he noticed Ji Yingying, who had somehow been revived, engaging in combat with Hutao's team. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng opted not to intervene and continued on his way to the resurrection point. By this time, his teammates had returned, scavenging for supplies at Qishui Valley. However, just as Qin Feng exited the Eagle Fortress, he noticed the health bars of his 2 teammates beginning to flicker. "Why are there people here too?" he exclaimed, spotting 2 gold-armored foes. "This is too much." Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that they had encountered the winning team from Tangan City. having just returned. With few grappling hooks and mostly white armor, they stood little chance against the victors. By the time Qin Feng reached the vicinity of the towering stone pillars at Qishui Valley, the two had already been defeated. Zhang Qiling's demeanor seemed to fray as he observed Qin Feng's position. "Brother, hurry up. They are incredibly weak. We can take them." Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. Noticing his own grappling hooks were at 0. "I just came out," he eventually replied. The others had emerged from the Eagle Fortress in a spirit form, undeterred by visibility concerns, thus enabling them to move significantly faster than Qin Feng. It seemed the enemy was aware of this as well, as they shifted their focus. "Actually, during the first wave, you all could have just watched me. No one was paying attention to me. If you had helped me build up my status during the first wave, I could have engaged the second team without issue. That team of double skin fire is a resurrection team with poor equipment." Zhang Qiling continued with his analysis. "Moreover, that fireman isn't that impressive. If I hadn't been low on health, it would have been easy." Hutao, unable to contain himself, interjected, "You should have activated your ultimate sooner. Didn't the third player tell you to do that directly? There were so many people around, and the opposing team didn't have their ultimates. I would have definitely held back a little to prepare for the second team." Zhang Qiling disagreed with his perspective, countering with firm resolve. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. "In this situation, it's futile to think about winning. Let us stop bickering." "Are they gone?" "No, they are guarding the corpses." Hutao muttered. "No, my friend, who is arguing? Am I not stating the facts? If you had merely glanced my way during that last engagement, you wouldn't have been so severely outmatched. The fireman directly targeted me. The fireman is utterly incompetent. He even fell for my blade dance. If I hadn't been so low on health." Qin Feng fell silent as Hati's frustration grew. "I kept moving forward while you ran in the opposite direction. How could I assist you? Where's the third player? What are they doing? You're playing a healer. Aren't you supposed to be watching us?" Qin Feng never expected the finger of blame to be pointed at him. The audience, meanwhile, was thoroughly entertained, as they had witnessed Qin Feng's perspective throughout and knew he had been under the most pressure. "The ultimate pressure monster," one user exclaimed. Another added, "Indeed. I recall that the skills were all directed at him. It's absurd that this person doesn't follow commands and still has so much to say." Qin Feng was not one to take such accusations lightly, especially when the blame was being placed squarely on him. While achieving high scores could lead to greater rewards, he had little regard for them. Thus, his tone turned curt. "Did I not assist you? Everything was directed towards you. Help deal with the fireman. What good does it do? I was told to activate my ultimate earlier. How could I help you when Kanan and Ji Yingying were already engaged?" Zhang Qiling fell silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback that a healer would be so forthright. In his previous experiences, healers were often perceived as gentle souls without much bite. Yet, confronted with Qin Feng's words, he felt somewhat unsettled. "But what about the second wave? Could you not have interrupted the fireman? And you want me to deal with Wu Chun and Hutao?" Qin Feng countered. "Why not just activate your ultimate and decimate that team? Why must you engage in melee?" Qin Feng's irritation began to rise. After all, it was merely a game, and everyone makes mistakes. Yet one individual insisted on dissecting every detail to prove their own competence. The true issue lay with him. That wave was already won. Why persist in blaming that round? Isn't it better for you to come to the Dafo Mountain Shunmiao station? Would they dare to enter a transformed station? What use is it to play with a mere easy ping? Qin Feng could no longer hold back. Currently, the best fit for Zhang Qiling is Easy Ping for version 1. The enhancements in version 1 compensate for Zhang Qiling's health deduction from his slashing attacks. The combination of the two is undeniably formidable, rendering the opponent incapable of retaliation. If only your blade were as resilient as your tongue, perhaps the outcome would not be so dire. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Zhang Qiling. Is your blade truly that resilient? Come to the blade room and test it. The audience erupted in laughter. A square comment read, "Hurry and let the host pressure brother." Naturally, Qin Feng had no interest. To match his skill against Zhang Qiling in the blade room would be nothing short of a descent into a lower dimension. Uninterested, he turned away. However, Zhang Qiling mistook his indifference for fear and grew even more animated. "Is that all you've got? Is your mouth tougher than your blade?" The opponent audaciously pressed further. An unusual sight indeed. "You all go ahead. I will withdraw. Come on." Zhang Qiling's tone was tinged with excitement, as if he could already envision Qin Feng floundering in the blade room. Hutao appeared to be someone who relished the spectacle, sacrificing his own score to spectate. The two swiftly disconnected and exited the game, with Qin Feng following suit. Upon returning to the lobby, Zhang Qiling had already prepared a room and sent an invitation. Once in the game, the opponent set the parameters to a blue blade with golden armor and 5 times the rage, prohibiting ultimate skills and abilities. The map was Tianren City, and Qin Feng arrived at the square in front of the immortal altar, where Zhang Qiling soon joined him. Real combat with blades? Qin Feng inquired through text. Not necessary. Qin Feng wielded a great sword while Zhang Qiling brandished a horizontal blade. As he reached 15, Zhang Qiling launched an attack, but Qin Feng misjudged his dodge and took a horizontal slash. Unperturbed by the charged attack, Qin Feng calmly retreated with a short dash, while Zhang Qiling's horizontal slash followed up with a direct stab, allowing Qin Feng to counter the recoil. With 2 swift strikes from the great sword, Zhang Qiling, unwilling to endure a combo, utilized a control break to push Qin Feng away. He followed up with a right-click stab and a jump, chipping away at Qin Feng's armor before charging again. Qin Feng withdrew to create distance and then charged blue energy. Indeed, Zhang Qiling's charge attack was a feint to provoke Qin Feng's reaction. As Qin Feng retreated, Zhang Qiling canceled his charge and lunged forward for a strike. However, the strike landed on Qin Feng's blue armor, and as Qin Feng charged to 10, Zhang Qiling hastily prepared for an attack. Qin Feng, unperturbed, canceled his charge, executing a long dash to counter the recoil of Zhang Qiling's charge, launching him into the air with his great sword, canceling the upward strike with a grapple. Qin Feng extended Zhang Qiling's airborne duration, and upon landing, unleashed a 10-charge 100-shattering slash upon him. With Zhang Qiling's golden armor reduced to a third, he stood up, creating some distance before charging blue energy once more. Qin Feng advanced, maintaining an ambiguous distance to counter Zhang Qiling's charge. Zhang Qiling felt anxious. The distance seemed just right to strike Qin Feng, yet just out of reach. Ultimately, he released his charge, and his horizontal slash narrowly missed Qin Feng, who retaliated with a jump strike that knocked Zhang Qiling to low health. Under the 5 times rage condition, Zhang Qiling's ultimate skill quickly recharged. Rising, he unleashed his ultimate without hesitation, but with his health so low, it triggered the Blood Guardian effect. Zhang Qiling swung his first strike, but missed. He charged again, turning to find Qin Feng wielding a dagger, launching it skyward against the wall. Zhang Qiling reacted swiftly, leaping to slash Qin Feng down, then following up mid-air with a non-charge strike that obliterated Qin Feng's armor. After rising, Qin Feng quickly dodged. At that moment, Zhang Qiling's Blood Guardian effect concluded, and with 2 strikes landing on Qin Feng, his health was restored while his ultimate skill did not deplete health. He had 3 chances left, aiming for another strike, but Qin Feng anticipated it, dodging with a short dash. Should that strike miss, his health would dwindle to a sliver, and a mere touch would spell doom. Yet, even if he landed the blow, Qin Feng could unleash his ultimate. No matter how he fought, victory seemed unattainable. With no other option, he retreated into the immortal altar. Observing this, Qin Feng switched to his bow, drawing an arrow. Just as Zhang Qiling entered the immortal altar's gates, he was struck down by an arrow, his body transforming into a soul tomb. Chapter 17. The Connection of Fist and Blade. After several rounds of contest, Zhang Qiling had scarcely emerged victorious. Qin Feng had deftly handled every engagement. In the resurrection interface, Zhang Qiling's expression fluctuated. Ultimately, he chose not to switch heroes, continuing with Zhang Qiling. At the immortal altar, after signaling their readiness, he attempted to approach, but Qin Feng drew his bow and struck him once. Zhang Qiling hastily switched to range combat. However, after a few exchanges, Qin Feng landed 1 arrow while Zhang Qiling was struck by 3, losing a third of his armor. Had this occurred before the bow and arrow nerf, he would have lost half his armor. In a moment of desperation, he took advantage of Qin Feng's backward dash to absorb an arrow with his grapple, closing the distance to a melee range. Charging forward, Qin Feng dared not continue range combat, executing a short dash to create distance before switching to his sword. Zhang Qiling canceled his charge and advanced with a sliding charge, unleashing a .0 attack. Qin Feng's armor dropped below half, and after Zhang Qiling's horizontal slash, he followed up with a left-click stab and then a curved step stab. The curved step is a unique mechanism of the horizontal blade that allows for a follow-up behind the enemy after a stab, enabling either a white blade or a blue armored skill, Thunderstrike. Qin Feng initially intended to dodge the stab with a backward dash, but Zhang Qiling's curved step successfully caught him, leading to a flawless grapple combo that shattered Qin Feng's armor and depleted a sliver of his health. Zhang Qiling slid forward, and upon seeing Qin Feng's stance, he charged, but Qin Feng, recovering, swiftly executed a long dash to charge blue energy while dodging Zhang Qiling's follow-up stab. Seeing his strike land on Qin Feng's blue armor, Zhang Qiling hastily prepared for a counter, his typical pressure response. After charging, Zhang Qiling unleashed his ultimate skill, drawing forth the ancient black gold blade to push Qin Feng back. This time, he charged once more, and as expected, Qin Feng evaded. His strike missed. Qin Feng had paused momentarily, allowing Zhang Qiling to capitalize on his hesitation. No matter, Zhang Qiling thought to himself, he was still in good health, with Blood Guardian active, capable of delivering numerous blows. Charging again, Zhang Qiling leaped while observing Qin Feng's movements. Upon seeing him turn to flee, he decisively pursued with a slash. The distance was critical, narrowly avoiding the strike, yet Zhang Qiling unfalteringly unleashed a second attack, this one uncharged, landing squarely on Qin Feng. Rising, Qin Feng did not hesitate, activating his ultimate skill, glowing while his health and armor gradually restored. With 2 consecutive short dashes, and seeing his opponent withholding strikes, Qin Feng understood Zhang Qiling's intent to conserve energy. However, it mattered little. Easy Ping, as a hero, thrived on maneuverability. At this moment, the shadow of the first charge strike approached, staggering Qin Feng, prompting Zhang Qiling to unleash another strike. Observing Zhang Qiling's combo, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. This was the essence of Zhang Qiling's fundamental combo. In favorable terrain, a single charge strike could lead to a series of 3 consecutive blows. After rising again, Qin Feng once more pulled back, while Zhang Qiling, having exhausted his precious blood for protection through several strikes, was undoubtedly eager to exploit the no-consumption blade granted by his blood. Qin Feng swiftly dodged to the side, and as his skills recharged, he launched an automatic evasion, leaving Zhang Qiling with yet another missed strike. In that moment, it dawned on Zhang Qiling that the tide had turned against him. After delivering a token, ineffective blow, he found himself pursued by Qin Feng, who danced away with a series of jumps. Upon reaching the death interface, Zhang Qiling's player expression fluctuated ominously. After 2 rounds, even if he were to deny it, he recognized the disparity between himself and Qin Feng. After a brief contemplation, his gaze fixed upon Lu Lian. With a click of his mouse, he confirmed his resurrection and re-equipped his fist blade. Before the undying altar, Qin Feng regarded the fist blade Lu Lian across from him, unable to suppress a frown. The barrage of commentary erupted. Wuyin, fist blade Lu Lian, he's got it this lifetime. Fanine, what the heck? Can't afford to lose, huh? Fist blade Lu Lian is out. Feng's invitation, huh? What are you babbling about? In this version, the fist blade was inherently a military weapon, and with Lu Lian's unique trait of being unaffected by blade pressure, he epitomized the rogue among rogues. One must ponder how to confront an adversary who is high in damage, agile, and utterly unbothered by blade pressure. The opponent's fist blade connected with his brain, and rather than think, he charged forward with a powerful 2-hit combo, closing in on Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt the pressure mount, retreating with a quick dash, yet his foe followed closely like a shadow. 2 kicks were unleashed, followed by a jump, and Qin Feng's armor was swiftly reduced by nearly half. After landing, the opponent surged forward again, charging at Qin Feng, who now focused intently on countering. As expected, he unleashed a strike. The fist blade was met with a counter. Yet Lu Lian's unique trait ensured that the weapon remained intact. Qin Feng, opting not to execute, retreated with a golden flash, creating space. When the opponent closed in, Qin Feng activated his blade, but Lu Lian feigned a dash to bait the counter, seizing Qin Feng before launching him into the air with an upward strike, causing him to linger in midair, followed by a swift combination that shattered Qin Feng's armor and reduced his health. The blue fist blade executed a charge combo, further damaging Qin Feng, who now found himself at a disadvantage. After a moment of reprieve, both players engaged in a renewed contest of wits. The opponent seemed invigorated, approaching confidently, seemingly unperturbed by Qin Feng's charged stance. However, this time, while avoiding pressure, he was struck by the charge. Qin Feng unleashed a 100-shattering slash. depleting roughly a third of the opponent's armor. Instead of moving post-attack, he paused momentarily. The opponent, anticipating a sudden strike, instinctively attempted to counter with his blade. Qin Feng synchronized his cancellation of the charge, dodging beside him, countering the opponent's desperate attempt to interrupt his execution with a swift dash. After a brief delay, Lu Yin fell to his knees, while Qin Feng positioned himself at the edge of the golden sword imprint, channeling his blade to unleash a devastating blow upon the immobilized Lu Yin. In an instant, 2/3 of his health evaporated, and as he attempted to escape, Qin Feng executed a jump, delivering the final blow. Handsome guy. Wow, I just arrived and saw you obliterating Fist Blade, Lu Yin. Wuyin, that's a bit intense. You took down Fist Blade, Lu Yin? Feng's invitation. This is hilarious. If he can't even defeat you with Fist Blade Lu Yin, then what hope does he have? The comments surged with excitement, and Qin Feng replied nonchalantly that he wouldn't. Indeed, this opponent was quite predictable. Overly aggressive with his charges when struck and reliant on grabs when unscathed. It was a formulaic approach that Qin Feng had quickly discerned. The golden blades were deployed carelessly, and Lu Yin's advantage dissipated before Qin Feng's prowess. With Lu Yin's fist blade shattered and his strategies thoroughly understood by Qin Feng, subsequent encounters saw Lu Yin fail to land a single successful strike on him. In truth, against other heroes, Lu Yin might have found success, but against Yin Zipping, known for her resilience, it was a different story. After a series of defeats, Lu Yin exited the room, and Qin Feng observed the settlement screen, chuckling softly. The barrage of comments reflected disdain for him. Wuyin, pressure monsters just can't handle defeat. Feng's invitation. I noted that. Shall we go for it? Upon seeing this comment, Qin Feng quickly interjected, No, it's just a game. Moreover, he recognized that this individual was rather impatient, a trait shared by many, unnecessary in this context. Feng's invitation. Streamer, your temper is surprisingly good. I followed you. Feng's invitation followed the streamer. Thank you for the follow. No need for gifts. Handsome guy, right? No need to gift. The streamer is truly a rich second generation. Feng's invitation. Is that true? Don't trick me, I just got here. At that moment, coincidentally, Qin Feng exited the room and entered the lobby, where Feng's invitation noticed the quantity of gold bars in the upper right corner. Feng's invitation. Wow. 200,000. Qin Feng noticed the comment and glanced at the gold bar count, a flicker of confusion appearing in his eyes. Handsome guy, what's going on? It was just over 10,000 yesterday. After a brief silence, Qin Feng picked up his phone, confirming that someone had sent him a message. The contact was labeled as brother, and upon opening the chat, he found 2 messages. I heard there's a new skin in your game, so I topped up for you. I've also transferred some money. Don't order too much takeout. For a moment, Qin Feng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Meanwhile, the attention of the comments fixated on the quantity of gold bars, and some longtime fans quickly caught on. Handsome guy, I forgot. Recently, with that Tomb Raider skin, brother has started to make his move. Wuyin. Plus, there's Wei Qing's special effects. Handsome guy. Ask Lao Feng if he still needs lackeys. Many viewers who had been silent chimed in with comments. Fossil Workshop. The streamer is truly a rich second generation. Noise cheese slice. Did I hear that right? 200,000 gold bars instead of just over 10,000. Xia Jian Sheng. Wait, who is this brother you all speak of? Numerous comments sought clarification on the remarks from Handsome Guy and others. In response, Handsome Guy explained, brother is Lao Feng's real brother, who has never appeared in the stream. But every time a new skin is released, he tops up gold bars for Lao Feng. Xia Jian Sheng, wow, where can I get a brother like that? Wuyin, in the next life. In Qin Feng's memories, this elder brother of his was almost a paragon of perfection, excelling in everything, always outshining others since childhood. However, no one is without flaws, and Qin Feng was aware of some of Qin Hua's peculiar interests, such as figurines and the world of anime. As the eldest son, the expectations placed upon him by his family are the highest and most stringent, compelling Qin Hua to embody perfection in the eyes of outsiders. And he has indeed achieved this. However, he is merely a human being, possessing his own preferences that have been suppressed for too long, inevitably leading to complications. At this juncture, the arrival of Qin Feng serves as his protective shield. Qin Hua indulges in these interests, which his parents might perceive as distractions that could hinder his work, yet for Qin Feng, they are perfectly acceptable. Thus, in the eyes of their parents, the bond between the two brothers appears to be exceptional, sharing even the same floor of their residence. Qin Feng's interests, meanwhile, are deemed insignificant. After all, he has never shown any academic aptitude from a young age, leading their parents to relinquish their expectations for him. This dynamic has fostered an unusually close relationship between Qin Feng and Qin Hua, as the former has always enjoyed similar pursuits. Regaining his focus, Qin Feng smirked and typed on WeChat, "You've overspent. Tomb Raider pales in comparison to ZP. I'm not interested in purchasing it." "What? I didn't follow. Darn, I thought it would at least be a collaboration. But it's fine. It's just a little over 10,000. I'll buy it casually. I'll be on a business trip to your area next week. Take me for a ride." Qin Feng put down his phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips, feeling that the conditions in this world are remarkably favorable. Under the watchful eyes of the barrage of comments, he cleared them all and prepared to initiate a wild match. Wind's invitation. "Wait, streamer. I can't gift, but I can help you find someone to play with." Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. But at that moment, many comments erupted in excitement. "Handsome guy, wow. This could work." Wind's invitation. "Assure a sweet girl for 50 an hour. Help me test the waters." Wind's invitation. "Please. YQQ wow, sure boss. Handsome guy. You've got ambition." If LOF-ing applies pressure on the bystanders now, I can't even imagine that scene. Qin Feng was taken aback by their dark humor. After a moment's pause, he quietly canceled the queue and instructed her to invite him. Chapter 19. Explosive Fireball. Wind's invitation did not keep Qin Feng waiting long. Within minutes, a player named D-Ing-Ch-Ng-Ch invited him to join. Qin Feng clicked to accept and entered the team. Almost immediately, a sweet, soft voice greeted him. "Hello, boss. Can you hear me?" Loud and clear. Qin Feng's heart raced. This voice was undeniably pleasant, devoid of the poor quality often associated with voice changers. Still, given that the other party was a professional companion player, some adjustments were likely made. "Are we playing doubles or triples?" "Let us go for triples." "What do you play?" "I can play Hutao, YNZPing, or WCHN. I tend to favor support heroes." Since this invitation came from Wind, it was evident that she had already reviewed his performance and found no issues. Scanning the barrage, most comments suggested that he and D-Ing-Ch-Ng-Ch play YNZPing. Without hesitation, Qin Feng replied, "All right, you take YNZPing, and I'll play the healer. Double skin? Is anyone else joining?" D-Ing-Ch-Ng-Ch inquired, curious about the dual skin lineup, as the experience is typically best for the player themselves. Wind's invitation. The streamer is quite the enigmatic one, easily overpowering solo players with Hutao. Right? I'm the Hutao king. Transferring control to Qin Feng, D-Ing-Ch-Ng-Ch clicked to prepare, and then Qin Feng launched the game. D-Ing-Ch-Ng-Ch locked in YNZPing and opted to follow Qin Feng. Qin Feng also selected Hutao and surveyed the map. This match took place on JKZHU, where resources were sparser compared to Hulugu and Elling YNDing, and only one airdrop would spawn. Due to the terrain, skirmishes were particularly fierce. In this match, D-Ing-Ch-Ng-Ch was player 1, Qin Feng was player 2, and player 3 was the explosive Fireball. Upon seeing their selections, he exclaimed, "Wow, double skin healer. Can I bring in a fire dog? Is that included, fire god?" Qin Feng chuckled. "With double skins, we're bound to be invincible," said the player confidently as Qin Feng landed in a remote location, the abandoned village on the southwest shore of the map. Upon entering the square, he noticed a gray avatar of USHN on the left. It appeared they hadn't selected the fireman yet. "We can play. Let us hug the leg," Qin Feng suggested, prompting the Fireball to finally select Fireman and follow Qin Feng. Although Fireman is generally considered weak, paired with 2 supports, the so-called double-skin Fireman lineup still holds substantial strength. In such compositions, opponents frequently focus their fire on Fireman, yet fail to eliminate him. And when his ultimate is unleashed, it can lead to significant headaches for the adversary. While Fireman is prone to early demise, he can deal immense damage when played skillfully. Some adept players, upon acquiring specific soul talismans, can swiftly eliminate foes with a single kick. The 2 healers perfectly compensate for Fireman's vulnerability. "This match will rely on Fireman to lead us," D-Ing-Ch-Ng-Ch remarked. Hearing a female voice in the team invigorated the explosive Fireball, who pounded his chest with assurance. "Just watch me." As more players descended, due to Qin Feng's choice of a secluded landing spot, only one team was visible upon landing. After touching down, Qin Feng had just gathered 2 piles of items when Wei Qing and Ning Hongye, both armed with knives, charged at him aggressively. "Can you help Hutao?" The grappling hook landed on Qin Feng, prompting Hutao to exclaim, "Damn, are they bullying my big brother?" From atop the only bell tower in the abandoned village. The explosive fireball had just finished looting a pile and noticed Qin Feng being pursued by 2 enemies beside a wooden pile in the center. Without hesitation, he launched his grappling hook onto an adjacent rooftop and shouted, "Flame! Watch out!" A loud clap of his tongue nearly cost Qin Feng his life, followed by an exclamation. However, at that moment his fireball was already in flight. As it soared, he struck the enemies with his knife. Just as Qin Feng prepared to execute a finishing blow, the fireball launched both adversaries into the air, causing his execution to miss. "That's mine." The belated explosive fireball felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Qin Feng's knife strike had sent both foes flying, and had he executed, the damage would have been considerable. "It's all right," Qin Feng reassured him. "Let us pursue." Both opponents had no armor. They were evidently drawn to Qin Feng's striking Hutao appearance, believing him to be an easy target. Now, only Wei Qing possessed a second knife, while Ning Hongye was completely unarmed. The pursuit was effortless, and before the third teammate could appear, Qin Feng and the others converted Wei Qing and Ning Hongye into souls. After eliminating them and feasting on the flowers, Qin Feng turned to see the third enemy already grappling toward a nearby village. "Should we chase?" Ngching asked as she edged in that direction. "Let us not chase. Let us focus on our development." After saying this, Qin Feng grappled toward the ruins of the wild. Although the ruins were not a resource area, there were still a few gold piles, and nearby, a cave contained fireflies that could restore 50 rage. Seeing that Ning Hongye's team showed no inclination to return to life, they opted to change locations for development. With no battles occurring, Qin Feng took the opportunity to glance at the barrage, which was currently filled with comments about the explosive fireball. "Anti-guy talent, haha. Western Shore Fireman. Wind's invitation. The streamer should say, only let the Dragon City fly general. Not teach the Hu horses to cross the Een Mountain." Qin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. The explosive fireball's tongue click indeed had a flare, albeit one that could easily lead him to danger. After looting the ruins, he directed the explosive fireball to a spot on the map near SNS Valley, exclaiming, "There are people. Hurry over." Glancing at the team's gear, he noted that Ngching wielded a long staff, while Fireman had a broadsword, the quality unknown. He himself bore dual purple blades, and all 3 had blue armor. "I'm coming." On their way, the explosive fireball began to relay information. 2 enemies, GQNGHN with Hutao, and another one is looting inside. "I just consumed a firefly. I can unleash my ultimate. Wait for me." Qin Feng spoke as he skillfully maneuvered his grappling hook towards the vicinity of the fire egg. Observing the situation, he deftly directed a grappling hook at Gu Qinghan, who was currently in the midst of crafting a pile by the riverbank. He swiftly approached, letting out a fierce shout, "Fire!" as he flicked his wrist. The grappling hook shifted slightly, while Dong Changsheng had already soared past. With a swift motion, she could not quite restrain herself. Yet she quickly joined forces with him to confront Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan attempted to gather his strength to pull back, but he was immediately struck by a charged hit from the fire egg, causing him to comply. He dodged a couple of times before being caught in a state of rigidity by Dong Qingsheng's grappling hook, promptly unleashing his skill, Ice Heart technique. In an instant, Gu Qinghan transformed into a statue of ice. At that moment, within the Great Clan Council, his teammates, Hutao and Hu Wei, emerged from the fray. Hutao sent a line towards him, attaching it to the ice sculpture. Gu Qinghan concluded the freezing early, then charged up his attack to create a moment of respite for himself. As Dong Changsheng and the fire egg approached simultaneously, the fire egg, without hesitation, activated its blade technique. However, Gu Qinghan, having prepared his charge, released it just after the fire egg's technique concluded, using his fan to draw the fire egg closer. Dong Changsheng, seemingly anticipating this, opted not to activate her technique upon seeing Gu Qinghan's charge, but instead maneuvered behind him, aiming to catch the aftershock of the fan's charge. Yet, the fan could continuously draw blue energy, and her timing was slightly off, allowing Gu Qinghan to charge again in place. The fire egg, having absorbed a charge, saw its blue armor diminish significantly, indicating the quality of the opposing fan was rather high. As Gu Qinghan charged once more in place, The fire egg hesitated before activating its blade technique again, while Dong Changcheng hurled a skill towards him. Gu Qinghan seized the opportunity to catch the aftershock of the blade technique, which struck both of them. His voice resonated almost identically to that of the fireman in the game as flames enveloped him, propelling Gu Qinghan backward, followed by the fireman executing a double dash on the spot. At that moment, Hutao quickly cast a protective shield over Gu Qinghan, while Hu Wei and Qin Feng simultaneously arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 20. If only the Dragon City General could soar. The battle was poised to erupt as Qin Feng first cast a protective shield over the fireman, then surveyed the entire battlefield. At this juncture, Hu Wei intervened to block the fire egg, alleviating some of the pressure on Gu Qinghan, while Dong Changcheng pursued him. As the fire egg took flight, Hu Wei found himself unable to catch it in a state of rigidity. Instead, the fire egg seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful strike, evading the cumbersome aftershock of the heavy blade and landing another blow. In mere moments, Hu Wei's blue armor was on the verge of shattering. In a panic, Hu Wei frantically unleashed the skill, Mountain Forest, sending the fire egg hurtling away. This distance provided Hu Wei with a moment to breathe. However, Qin Feng teleported next to the fireman and executed a series of swift dashes. At this point, wielding a pair of purple dual blades, Hu Wei had barely managed to evade when he was struck and rendered rigid by Qin Feng's right-click attack, followed by several quick thrusts from Qin Feng. Just then, Dong Changcheng's voice came through the microphone. Ice Woman has activated her ultimate. At this moment, with 3 stacked abilities, Qin Feng charged up, but Hu Wei, in a panic, activated his blade technique. Yet, Qin Feng refrained from countering and instead executed a left dash to catch the aftershock. At that moment, the fire egg also arrived, swinging its heavy blade. Suddenly, a chill pierced through both Qin Feng and the fireman, as Gu Qinghan's figure appeared before them, unleashing a charge attack of 10 that struck both opponents. The fire egg's armor shattered, causing it to lose a third of its health, while Qin Feng lost half of his blue armor. From a distance, Dong Changcheng observed, swiftly activating her ultimate ability. At this point, the fireman's health had indeed fallen within Gu Qinghan's lethal range. After the ice was shattered, the fireman rapidly dashed up, leaping high into the air, then executing a series of swift strikes. Following Gu Qinghan's dismantling of the fire, Hu Wei fled, while Hutao approached with a charged blade technique. However, Qin Feng had a plan. He first struck Gu Qinghan with his dual blades, then continued his dash. With 2 consecutive strikes, Gu Qinghan's charge reached its limit. Assuming Qin Feng would not apply pressure, he could not help but ease his charge. At that moment, Qin Feng executed an incredibly swift blade technique, striking down Gu Qinghan's fan. It was the golden fan. With agile reflexes, Qin Feng snatched the golden fan and executed a judgment strike. What a great strike! Dong Changcheng exclaimed as she closed in on Hutao with a grappling hook, denying her any means of assistance. Gu Qinghan was sent flying, and after taking a leap, he could only regain his footing. Once upright, he decisively launched the flying shadow sword towards Hutao. Anticipating his rise, Qin Feng preemptively dashed forward, causing the flying shadow sword to miss its target, instead disrupting Dong Changcheng, who was engaged in a charge with Hutao. As the flying shadow sword interrupted the invulnerability, Gu Qinghan swiftly struck at Dong Changcheng, preparing for an aerial strike. Thankfully, Hutao refrained from retaliating and hurriedly cast a shield for Gu Qinghan. Observing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. They had engaged in combat to earn their ultimates, and the opposing team clearly had also fought to build theirs. Thus, it was reasonable to assume their tiger had nearly reached its ultimate as well. With this thought in mind, he opted to support Dong Changcheng. Even if Hu Wei had his ultimate, it would be a mismatch against the fireman, whose ultimate was still active. If he chose to aid the fireman, Dong Changcheng would be left to face both Hutao's shield and the Ice Woman's ultimate, leaving little chance for survival. As he contemplated, the fire egg launched a protective potion to pursue Hu Wei. At this point, Dong Changcheng endured a sequence of grappling hook attacks, causing her blue armor to shatter. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, he activated his shield simultaneously. The 4 individuals, Dong Changcheng, Qin Feng, Gu Qinghan, and Hutao, positioned themselves atop the shield, commencing a fierce exchange. Qin Feng unleashed the golden fan, drawing the attention of the charging beast, yet Hutao's shield recovery was formidable, and with their health already low, it proved challenging to secure a kill atop the shield. After several charges, Qin Feng had taken 2 hits, but his state quickly recovered under the shield's restoration. After charging through Hutao's blade technique, Qin Feng was swiftly interrupted by Gu Qinghan. At that moment, the fireman, engaged in a duel with Hu Wei, saw his health plummet, ultimately reducing him to a soul grave. What the hell? That tiger's ultimate is so disgusting. Hu Wei's ultimate had extraordinary single-target prowess. And though the fireman was not weak, the outcome depended on the timing of both sides, where Hu Wei held the advantage. As Hu Wei leaped in, the fireman could only rely on his punches to counter, while it seemed implausible for him to pursue Hu Wei with his ultimate. He fell prey to a deceptive leap and was caught off guard. The fire egg's voice was muffled. At that moment, Qin Feng, engaged in a scuffle with Hutao and Gu Qinghan, quickly spotted a figure hopping towards them from a distance. Qin Feng utilized his golden invulnerability to absorb the blade technique, directly knocking Hutao's blue blade technique aside. Gu Qinghan also delayed his release of the blade technique, which struck Qin Feng's stance. "You can't deceive Hutao. What a great strike!" Dong Changchang exclaimed, rapidly seizing the blade technique and sliding forward. Charging towards the downed Hutao, Qin Feng paused momentarily, delaying his judgment. Almost simultaneously, Dong Changcheng unleashed a charge of 20, culminating in a burst of energy. Even with the shield in place, Qin Feng was confident he could eliminate both Hutao and Gu Qinghan in one fell swoop. Aiming at Hutao, the golden fan plunged into her side, then was forcefully extracted. Concurrently, Dong Qingcheng's blade technique struck Hutao, causing her to disintegrate in an instant. With Gu Qinghan, now capable of movement, he swiftly retreated. Observing the lines on her, Dong Qingcheng's confidence surged, and she charged towards Gu Qinghan for a clash. However, Hu Wei, approaching from the side, leapt in, shattering her invulnerability. Qin Feng activated his protective shield and drew closer, realizing that Gu Qinghan's ultimate had already concluded, and Hu Wei's remaining time on his ultimate was likely minimal. At this moment, the protective shield had not yet weakened, boasting a 90 damage reduction, allowing even Dong Changcheng to withstand the charged attacks from Gu Qinghan and Hu Wei's Tiger Leap with minimal health loss. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, he applied pressure with his fan, while Hu Wei sought to pursue Dong Changcheng with a Tiger Leap, only to be intercepted by Qin Feng's charge, allowing Dong Changcheng to rise and restore her status rapidly. Soon, Hu Wei's ultimate concluded, and, in a clash of blades, the two were no match for Qin Feng and his companions, ultimately facing defeat in the northwest. After vanquishing their foes, they proceeded to assist the fire egg back to its feet. What the hell? Hu Wei Ndian, with a cheerful demeanor, fully prepared to loot the package, exclaimed, "Look at the noobs." To his astonishment, he discovered that the noob was none other than himself. In the team information, Qin Feng's HT, you dealt 4812 damage with 1 kill. D. Ing 3,627 damage with 2 kills, while Hu Wei Ndian managed a mere 1291 damage with 2 kills. After finishing the looting, they found a consumption point nearby. Qin Feng and the others unlocked a few slots and continued their search towards BZHUTN, where several squads had jumped in, suggesting intense combat was underway. On the way, Qin Feng glanced at the bullet screen and noticed it was still buzzing with activity. "Handsome bro, streamer. Let Hu Wei Ndian recite, but let the Dragon City fly, not teaching the horses to cross YNSHN. Speechless, streamer. Let Hu Wei Ndian recite, but let the Dragon City fly, not teaching the horses to cross YNSHN. Wins invitation, streamer. Let Hu Wei Ndian recite, but let the Dragon City fly, not teaching the horses to cross YNSHN. Streamer." Numerous unfamiliar viewers began to appear, prompting Qin Feng to turn off his microphone and inquire about the bullet screen. Isn't it enough to focus on the streamer's gameplay? Streamer, the knife is indeed sharp, but I prefer Hu Wei Ndian. Honey Melon, this is a request from my roommate, streamer, don't give him face. Dark Fish Bubble, just arrived. Why does the streamer Hu Wei Ndian have a tail? Qin Feng felt helpless and turned on his microphone. Hu Wei Ndian, I have a question for you. Hu Wei Ndian, puzzled, replied, "What is it? How do you fare with classical poetry?" After a moment of contemplation, Hu Wei Ndian responded, "It's all right. Why do you ask? Can you recite CHSI? The line, but let the Dragon City fly?" "I can do that. It's simple." Hu Wei Ndian swiftly used a grappling hook to ascend a tree, struck the copper bell at BZHUTN, and after confirming there were no enemies, cleared his throat. but let the dragon city fly, not teaching the horses to cross YNSHN. Qin Feng nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend." Ding's voice was somewhat muffled, as if suppressing laughter. The bullet screen erupted with joy. Ha ha ha. I want to see a clip of this who YND in tomorrow. The little streamer has no clips. I'll clip it. I'm dying of laughter. He really can. Chapter 21. Swift as lightning. As soon as who YND in opened his mouth, the bullet screen exploded. With dozens already watching, the numbers surged dramatically. Witnessing such fervent engagement, Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Being the center of attention from so many felt rather enticing. He pondered whether this was a genuine desire of his own or an influence from the original owner. The original streamer, aside from seeking companionship in gaming, perhaps also harbored a yearning for greater visibility. "There's no one here. Hey buddy, are you bringing girls along?" Hu Yndn asked, noting the presence of female players in their team. Qin Feng hesitated, then replied, "No, it's the girls bringing me." This left Hu Yndn momentarily speechless. He adjusted his headphones and said, "No more talking. Enemies are approaching." The group was currently en route to TNRNCH and fortuitously encountered another squad in the forest behind BZHUTN. This squad, comprising Nning HY, SHNMO, and Hu NN, featured an abstract composition rarely seen outside of a chaotic solo queue. Notably, Nning HY was equipped with 3WJ, a skill allowing her to act freely while disabling the abilities of enemies under the watch of the YNSH and ZHYN within a designated area. Generally, a 3WJ and HY appears only among skilled players or those with remarkable synergy in a kill-oriented lineup. Yet this particular HY seemed otherwise. She appeared to be of a different sort, one who, upon activating her ultimate ability, found no allies to assist her, indicative of a chaotic solo queue player. True to form, she initiated her ultimate immediately after a kick. Yet her two teammates showed no intent to assist. Hu NN clashed with DingCH, exchanging blows until he was dispatched, leading to an all-out blaze. With Nning ultimate activated and no support to hold the enemies in place, Qin Feng exploited the opportunity to create distance with a charged attack. As Nning pursued Qin. SHNMO was struck down by a fireball, allowing Qin Feng to maintain the upper hand. Ultimately, Qin Feng only sustained the brief aftermath of Nning ultimate and a charge attack, sustaining no significant damage. Meanwhile, DingCH, not entangled with Hu NN, moved towards Qin Feng, and they exchanged skills, rapidly restoring their health. In the absence of an ultimate ability, the strength of Qin Feng and DingCH's attacks became evidently superior, resulting in the swift downfall of their adversaries. During this, Hu Yndn glanced at his damage stats in disbelief. "Wow, you guys are incredible. I can't keep up with your damage." He felt as if he had merely observed the conclusion of the previous engagement. In reality, Nning had been quickly eliminated by a barrage from both Qin Feng and DingCH, with Hu NN and Hu Ynd engaging in a balanced fight. Meanwhile, SHNMO activated her ultimate, but was swiftly taken down by the two, ultimately culminating in a concentrated assault that finished off the remaining Hu NN. Upon entering, they found their opponents had also arrived simultaneously, comprising USHN, HWI, and GNN. GNN was another formidable presence in this version, retaining strength even after sustaining damage, with a terrifying ability to eliminate opponents without warning. The piercing damage of Chasing Soul was high, swift, and far-reaching, and upon activating his ultimate, he could refresh his abilities twice. Moreover, his ultimate provided 3 opportunities to teleport behind enemies, enhancing his attack, which could be executed even while charging. As the preparation time concluded, both sides ascended with grappling hooks, surveying the situation as they began to charge their attacks. Qin Feng's assault fortuitously struck G and N during his moment of vulnerability, sending him airborne with a follow-up aerial strike, then landing with a charged attack. With dual blades dancing in the air, Qin Feng charged to 20, landing precisely beneath G and N, who was in free fall. A flurry of strikes shattered G and N's defenses, and as he touched down, he hastily attempted to charge away from Qin Feng's grasp. In an instant, Qin darted far away, activating his ultimate to refresh and charge anew. Observing Qin's charging direction, Qin Feng calculated the timing and executed swift dodges to the left and right. Qin, still holding his charge, missed his opportunity as Qin Feng evaded. He flew behind Qin Feng, preparing to strike with a powerful attack. Meanwhile, Ch and Hu Yndn were locked in a fierce battle with Qin's teammates, leaving Qin Feng's skills unutilized. At the moment Qin charged, he transferred his focus to the distant Hu Yndn, activating his protective shield. Thankfully, the shield's duration remained, allowing Qin Feng to sustain minimal damage as Qin resumed charging on spot. Noticing this, Qin Feng feigned using a healing item. Then, as Qin's charge reached 30, he decisively turned and leapt into the air. Sure enough, Qin teleported directly to him, executing a devastating strike that collided with Qin Feng's charged attack. The purple blade fell, and, without hesitation, Qin Feng executed a finishing move, eliminating Qin. Initially concerned that his damage might fall short, Qin Feng delivered a downward strike to ensure Qin's defeat. To his surprise, Qin was rather fragile, seemingly equipped with considerable attack power. The bullet screen erupted with 6 messages, celebrating Qin Feng's near-perfect execution against Qin. Especially during that aerial encounter, Qin only managed to endure a moment of vulnerability before his defenses shattered, and the ensuing ground-based exchanges swiftly led to his demise. Handsome bro, Qin Feng, your strangeness terrifies me. Wins invitation, streamer. Little toothpick, the streamer has some skills. Illusion, someone won't be able to sleep tonight. Qin Feng glanced at the audience count, and perhaps due to the lively barrage, the number had approached 100. This was a height that the original owner had never achieved. Previously, the live streams resembled a mere whisper in the vastness, with only a handful of viewers lingering in the room. Basic operations. Qin Feng spoke calmly as he led Dong Changcheng and Hui Yindan in a battle. However, the most peculiar aspect of the endless motion was that when one sought a fight, they rarely encountered anyone, particularly after acquiring the Zhuke. Qin Feng guided them from Tianren City to the sun-setting temple, yet they found not a single team. Hui Yindan, in a burst of excitement, dashed in, and Qin Feng and Dong Changcheng had no choice but to follow. Amidst the chaos, Dong Changcheng, who had remained relatively inconspicuous, finally began to showcase her prowess in battle. She was almost perpetually at Qin Feng's side, executing her skills and attacks with impeccable timing, and her agility was commendable, recovering from unfavorable states swiftly. After a tumultuous skirmish, with the formidable resilience of Shuang Pai Nai, Qin Feng's team emerged victorious. They could only loot the spoils on the spot. This chaotic battle was almost entirely sustained by Qin Feng and Dong Changcheng, as Hui Yindan fell twice, both times being revived by Qin Feng and Dong Changcheng seizing the opportunity. In a different team, reviving a fallen teammate to rejoin the fray would be exceedingly challenging. Yet the advantage of Shuang Pai Nai lay precisely in this, as they could restore their allies' states rapidly and re-enter the battle. The opposing teams were quite affluent, and after a round of looting, both Qin Feng and Dong Changcheng donned golden armor and weapons, with their soul jade undergoing a significant transformation. The trio was now quite wealthy, carrying tens of thousands of Enchao coins. Qin Feng marked the nearest consumption point, and the three made their way there to gamble on jade. Upon exiting after their expenditures, Qin Feng noticed that the number of players had dwindled to just 10. The battle was fiercely contested, and after the Yangsu team suffered casualties, Qin Feng forcefully intervened, relentlessly pursuing a vulnerable member of the Baihu team. In the chaos of battle, his teammates were unable to attend to him, leading to their swift demise under concentrated fire. The trio's luxurious equipment made them formidable adversaries. After eliminating the teammates of the Baihu team, Qin Feng did not rush. Instead, he centered himself within his soul tomb and pursued his teammates nearby. Watch the corpses. Do not let them be revived. In the fray, it often felt as though many were present, when in reality, it was due to the resurgence of players who had been revived and re-entered the battlefield after being healed, creating an illusion of a constant presence. Dong Changcheng executed an Aurora Shard flash, immobilizing her opponent before they could hit the ground, transforming into a soul tomb. At this point, only Qin Feng's team, the two-member Yang Su, and two lone wolves remained. After a brief period, they eliminated the remaining teams, and this game, as chosen one, was without any unforeseen twists. Upon reaching the results screen, the barrage was filled with anticipation, as the rather damaging strategy had originated from them. Zue Xianhua. Survival time, 2011, kills 10, eliminations 10, assists 12, damage 22541, healing 28122, revives 4. Dong Chengcheng. Survival time, 2011, kills 8, eliminations 7, assists 15, damage 19821, healing 31122, revives 4. Bao Lai Hui Yandan. Survival time, 2011, kills 5, eliminations 5, assists 9, damage 16291, healing 8512, revives 0. The barrage erupted. Qin Feng's statistics were nothing short of extravagant, while Hutao's figures seemed rather peculiar. What kind of battle is this? Beishang Shizhong Lao. The streamer is incredible. Shuaiqi Go awesome Lao Feng. Feng Diaoyu. How about this In Zi Ping, streamer? Qin Feng offered a candid assessment. Recognizing Dong Chengcheng's genuine skill, her swordplay could indeed reach a level of unparalleled mastery, yet her reticence as a companion was a drawback. Feng Diaoyu. Not to mention, did you forget to pressure Huanan? Alright, the streamer was just enjoying himself. Seeing this, he could only respond to the barrage. Next round, next round. After Dong Chengcheng was prepared, Qin Feng began the game once more. In the following matches, Qin Feng and Dong Chengcheng carried the team to victory, consistently achieving the highest damage. Whether it was a reluctance to speak or an assumption that Qin Feng and Dong Chengcheng were a couple, their subsequent teammates remained silent on microphone. The barrage's antics were thus rendered ineffective. After securing 2 more victories, Qin Feng's score reached 4,139 points. After another game concluded, Dong Chengcheng inquired, "Boss, time's up. Should we extend?" No need. I'm preparing to log off. Alright, boss, remember to call me next time for gaming. Dong Chengcheng smiled and exited the room. At this moment, the barrage was filled with question marks. Is he logging off just like that? And Quan Chu, how long have you been streaming? And you're already logging off? Wu Yin, I can't believe it, lazy dog. Yu Chi Chi, streamer, check your inbox. I sent you a private message. Shuai Chi Go, Lao Feng's playtime is up. He's about to bail. Feng Diaoyu, wait for me, I can join. Upon seeing this barrage, Qin Feng's expression shifted, and he swiftly exited the game, shutting down the streaming software. After lying on the chair for a moment and clearing his mind for a few minutes, he finally turned his gaze back to the screen. Had someone called him to check his private messages? Qin Feng opened the station's backend, and indeed, there was a private message in his inbox. Yu Chi Chi, streamer. I edit videos. May I use some of your clips from today as material? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Given his popularity, even if clips were made, no one would watch them. He was uncertain if he would ever become famous. Go ahead. He turned and opened a food delivery app, casually placing an order, and did not start streaming until 11 p.m. This timing was intentional. His account now had a high hidden score, and after 11 p.m., Tianren would close, prompting many to choose to play a few rounds of Tianxian to unwind. The difficulty of Tianxian would surge at this time, and this was precisely the effect Qin Feng sought. As he began streaming, it wasn't too long before viewers began to trickle in. Yu Chi Chi purchased Captain 1. Qin Feng immediately spotted Yu Chi Chi's Captain gift and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Yu Chi Chi. Thank you. He then recalled that Yu Chi Chi had asked him for clips yesterday and couldn't help but chuckle. No need to send gifts. If you want clips, just take them. I'm just a small streamer and don't have many demands. Yu Chi Chi. No, I believe the streamer will become famous. This is a preemptive investment. Seeing this, Qin Feng could not say much. It was noteworthy that Yu Chi Chi was currently Qin Feng's only captain. The original Qin Feng had not performed well in his streams, and with the large text displayed in the live room, hardly anyone would support him. Although Qin Feng's performance had improved over the past 2 days, the influence of the wealthy second-generation players still loomed large. Furthermore, the explanations from Shuai Qigu and others had led to minimal support. However, the number of followers had increased significantly. Qin Feng now had over 100 followers. Alright, let us continue climbing the ranks. Let us see if I can reach a higher level. Shuai Qigu, go for it. Feng Diaoyu, streamer, what time do you stream? Feng Diaoyu, need any companions? Not at the moment. I'm preparing to climb the ranks. With that, he began the game. Upon entering the first match, The opposing team's score was 400 points lower, but fortunately, his teammates were proactive in using their microphones and were attentive to each other. As the intensity of the three-man teams escalated, it became evident that fewer players were headstrong upon landing, yet chaotic battles became more frequent, with someone invariably stepping in to mediate. In such matches, Qin Feng not only adapted, but showcased his agility to perfection. Numerous times as teammates fell, Qin Feng managed to revive them amidst the chaos, restoring their states and rejoining the fray to secure victories. The viewers in the live stream, particularly those familiar with Qin Feng, watched with rapt attention. His prowess seemed boundless as he appeared to swiftly acclimatize to any match scenario. Until the early hours of the morning, at 2 o'clock, Qin Feng, due to his high hidden score, managed to accumulate over 200 points, reaching a total of 4,341. Just a little over 100 points away from the 4,500 Shura tier. His rapid ascent in points left the audience in awe. Despite the hour, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's live stream not only remained steady but increased, surpassing 100. As Qin Feng concluded his game without immediately re-entering, the audience grew anxious. Is the host not continuing? I want to see the host Hutao wreaking havoc. Such a strong Hutao. I am here to learn some techniques. I told you it was impressive. Perhaps due to Qin Feng's frequent plays as Hutao and Ying. There were quite a few female viewers in the stream. Wow, Qin Feng, you become popular. So many girls here. Anyone up for a sweet duo? Feeling great. I cut through Tang and City all the way to Ju Kuzhou. Qin Feng, puzzled by this comment, instinctively inquired, how did you manage that across 2 maps? With a punch blade, I jumped and attached. Ha ha ha. 666. Back to the punch blade. Punch blades are not welcome in this stream. Unable to contain his amusement, Qin Feng acknowledged that the punch blade's jump attachment was indeed exaggerated. It was difficult to strike other weapons while hanging on walls. But a single jump with the punch blade could knock an opponent down. However, it was likely to be nerfed in the next version, so those who had not yet ranked up should do so quickly. I would never stoop to using a punch blade for fake points. Upon reading this, Qin Feng chuckled, remarking that while points earned with the punch blade might be deemed fake, those lost without it were certainly genuine. This sentiment resonated with the majority of punch blade users. In the face of an imbalanced version, if one wished to rank up, they had no choice but to adapt to the current state of the game. Nonetheless, this was a characteristic of the game, where newly released heroes or weapons would often receive a boost in value or mechanics to become popular. At that moment, the comments were flooded with pleas for him not to end the stream. Glancing at the time and his score, Qin Feng could only resign himself, saying, all right then. Yay. I'll order some milk tea. I'm ready for an all-nighter. You young people have such good stamina. I, an old man, need to sleep. Fine, sleep early. As Qin Feng spoke, the game was already in the queue. At this hour, the number of players began to dwindle, yet the fervor for the game remained unparalleled, allowing for swift entry. In the character selection screen, Qin Feng discovered that Hutao had already been taken, so he opted for Ying. However, before he could select her, she too was gone. After a moment of silence, he glanced at his teammates. Hutao, little fish is not a fish. Ying, studying medicine won't save teammates. Great, 2 dedicated healers. Oh no, the host Hutao is gone. That's it. My signature move has been stolen. Qin Feng turned to the comments on the side screen, thinking, who says my Hutao is my signature move? He promptly selected Zhang Qiling. In this match, he was player 3, with Hutao as player 1 and Ying as player 2. After confirming that his talents were in order, he entered the game map, discovering that both teammates had opted to follow him. Hello, is there a mic? Yes. Player 1 Hutao was a female, her voice high and lively, showing no hesitation. Player 2 Ying did not use her mic, opting instead to type in the team chat, explaining that her family was asleep, making it inconvenient for her to speak. All right, Qin Feng nodded slightly. In Huoluo country, let's land at the drop point. Soon, the red markers on the map began multiplying, but at Shining Fort, there were only 3 teams, including Qin Feng. One team was close to Qin Feng, who was jumping near the Zhongli Hall, while another team was at Ying Chao Hall. Upon landing, find a knife and armor. If you get hit, run. If you die, don't return to the spirit. Assess the situation. Qin Feng quickly directed his teammates over the voice chat as the game commenced loading. On the game interface, the 3 selected characters performed a rather enchanting move, turning and swaying their hips. Hutao donned a red skin with a cherry blossom hairstyle, radiating a youthful aura, while Ying was dressed in the newly released full set of Zhu Xintian, Lu Rui Guang skins. The two female characters indeed appeared captivating, whereas Qin Feng's Zhang Qiling, with a short-haired dye blonde, seemed somewhat jarring. "Host, you look flamboyant. Did you just realize that?" Ahem. Qin Feng cleared his throat, having forgotten to change his appearance when purchasing. As he spoke, the game had already begun, and luck was on his side. He spawned directly at Roma, right next to a gold pile near the resurrection platform. Just as others could move, he was already looting the pile. Perhaps it would come in handy. With Zhang Qiling's deep voice echoing, the gold pile yielded a blue Zanma Dao, a purple armor piece, and several grappling hooks. "I'm loaded. Hurry and gather your gear." After speaking, Qin Feng shot a grappling hook at a stunned Hardy, who was opening the gold pile. Now was the time. Qin Feng's grappling hook snagged Hardy, and as he approached, he unleashed a swift attack, dealing a quarter of Hardy's health in a single blow. Despite Hardy having opened the pile, he hadn't collected any items yet and was caught in a state of vulnerability, forcing him to use his skills to escape into the air, creating distance. At this moment, Hardy's teammate, also a Zhang Qiling, came to assist, wielding nunchakus and donning white armor, executing a sliding attack on Qin Feng. Clang! The Zanma Dao triggered the rock effect, and Qin Feng swiftly stepped back. Seeing Qin Feng's movement, the opponent anticipated and struck with a nunchaku, but Qin Feng executed a right-click attack, dealing over 200 damage to the white armor, which lost a third of its durability. With another right-click, Qin Feng applied pressure, but the opposing Zhang Qiling reacted sensitively, attempting to strike back. However, Qin Feng did not relent. He executed a skill to push the opponent away. After regaining his footing, he chased after them, with Hutao having picked up white armor to provide support. Yin Jiping, unfortunate in her search for armor, followed closely behind. Qin Feng used his grappling hook to keep the opponent at bay. Hardy had vanished, while Zhang Qiling became the primary target. Hutao utilized her protective skill on Qin Feng, while the opposing Zhang Qiling had retreated into a corridor. Qin Feng, using a wall strike to close the gap, approached only to be caught off guard by a charged attack from the opponent. Yet, with the purple armor, which was considered a top-tier item at this stage, even receiving a charged hit left Qin Feng with over half health. Evading the follow-up attacks from the nunchakus, Qin Feng leaped onto a nearby wall, observing Zhang Qiling charging up, and executed a wall strike that shattered the opponent's armor. As Qin Feng passed by, he swiftly struck again. The opponent's charge was unleashed. With a clang, the weapon fell, and Qin Feng effortlessly executed a finisher on Zhang Qiling, then consumed flowers to restore his health. At this moment, Yin Jiping, who had come to assist, found herself under fire from Hardy and the opposing Yin Jiping. Hutao switched her support, applying her protective skill to Yin Jiping to alleviate some pressure, while Qin Feng approached with his Zanma Dao to exert further pressure on the opponents. Currently, Hardy was clad in blue armor and wielding a broadsword, while Yin Jiping had a white armor dagger. Although their Yin Jiping's health was down a half, she remained safe under the protection of Hutao's skill for the time being. With a strike skill still available, Qin Feng showed no signs of hesitation, charging toward Yin Jiping. Seeing his aggressive approach, the opponent hurriedly anticipated a counterattack. Qin Feng held back for a moment, then unleashed his attack after the opponent's strike. Yin Jiping hurriedly dodged, but was caught by Qin Feng's strike, leading to her immediate defeat. At this moment, Qin Feng had no intention of holding back. With 2 kills under his belt, his fury meter surged, now reaching 70. The remaining Hardy, recognizing the dire situation, hurriedly attempted to escape to the side hall, while Hutao pursued him with her grappling hook, and Qin Feng followed suit. Yin Jiping, meanwhile, stripped the opposing Yin Jiping of her armor to gain an advantage. Hardy's recovery was nearly complete when Hutao's hook approached, only to be deceived by a feint in midair. Seizing the opportunity as Hardy canceled his charge, Qin Feng deftly used the hook to ensnare him. The two then focused their fire, and Hardy quickly fell. This time, Qin Feng relinquished the flowers to Hutao and suggested they check the Yingqiao Dian, as it was likely nearing completion. After making his way into the main hall from the side chamber, Qin Feng discovered some additional loot. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed. "You have been discovered by the enemy." Someone rang the bell, and Qin Feng surmised it was the team from Yingqiao Dian. It was an opportunity. He called out and ascended to the main hall above the ruins. The team from Yingqiao Dian descended via their hooks, and Qin Feng quickly assessed their lineup, which comprised the Wuchan Fox, Ning Hongya, a team of lesser characters. Qin Feng's gaze hardened as he swiftly drew a newly acquired purple dagger from his pack and approached with his hook. The opposing fox struck first with a flying assault, inflicting slight damage on Qin Feng before landing and executing an upward dragon strike. Qin Feng countered with his skill, pushing the fox away and unleashed his ultimate. I sever your lives. With Zhang Qiling's cold proclamation, the black gold ancient blade was drawn. How does he have an ultimate already? The fox was taken aback. His own ultimate required 60 rage to activate, yet he hadn't landed a hit and had only about 30 rage. Qin Feng swiftly sent him flying with a single strike, causing the fox to stabilize mid-air, while Wuchan used his skill to restore his state. Ning Hongye dared not approach. Facing an opponent with an ultimate was perilous, especially one like Zhang Qiling, a formidable force. The airborne fox attempted to flee, but Qin Feng executed an upward slash that sent him soaring, following up with another non-charge strike that sent the fox further away. Qin Feng charged in, landing another blow. At this point, the fox was flailing like a toy in the air, and his two teammates were utterly helpless against Qin Feng. With two more strikes, Qin Feng dispatched the fox before consuming the flowers to restore 2/3 of his health. He charged his hook in midair, while Zhang Qiling soared towards the Yingqiao Dian, his ultimate still having a significant duration left. How frightening, truly terrifying. After a fierce pursuit, they left Ning Hongye behind, and the three swiftly eliminated him, with Qin Feng consuming the flowers. The barrage of comments erupted. Qin Feng's mastery of Zhang Qiling appeared far beyond that of a novice. Every angle and timing of his strikes was nearly flawless, and the 3 consecutive slashes following his charge were executed with effortless grace. The ultimate, Qilin Fury, of Zhang Qiling was indeed a double-edged sword, inflicting damage while providing restorative effects upon hitting enemies. In theory, as long as each slash struck 2 opponents, he could continue his assault until the ultimate's duration expired. The formidable potential came at a significant risk. Many Zhang Qiling players often miscalculated their strikes, leading to their own demise. However, Qin Feng was clearly not among them. Ah, Frog Fun just arrived and already seeing streamer Zhang Qiling hacking away. Little Bear Milk Tea. Is streamer Zhang Qiling really that skilled? Bubble Taro. That fox is pitiful like a spinning top. Nian. How did streamer Zhang Qiling execute the 3 consecutive slashes? At this moment, Zhang Qiling and Yin Zipping, both clad in purple armor, were searching from the Divine Eagle Fortress towards the Divine Fire Plaza, which was already revealed on the map. He glanced at the comments and explained. The 3 consecutive slashes require charging and must be executed on flat ground. Nian. Understood. Perpetual motion. Activate. Bubble Taro. Knowing how to perform the 3 consecutive slashes is useless if you can't hit anyone. Today, that Zhang Qiling's armor was still intact when he died. Little Bear Milk Tea. How does the streamer strike so accurately? Qin Feng pondered briefly. Upon spotting an opponent, he simply needed to align his cursor. Ah, let us seize the siege crossbow. Qin Feng commanded swiftly. The Divine Fire Plaza was a vast circular arena, with 4 statues in the center and 2 siege crossbows on either side. Their battlefield featured 2 locations, both beneath the siege crossbows, evidently resulting from a struggle for control over them. As Qin Feng's group moved towards the right side crossbow, they spotted Ji Yingying preparing to ascend it. Qin Feng used a hook to pull her in, closing the distance rapidly. Ji Yingying initially intended to retaliate with a blue counter, but upon seeing 3 of Qin Feng's team, she hastily canceled her charge and leaped down to the shooting dead zone of the crossbow. I'll take care of the crossbow. I'm going down, Qin Feng declared, eyeing his 68 rage for an ultimate. The siege crossbow's firing range formed a vast cone, slightly smaller in vertical extent, and since a skirmish was ongoing directly below, that angle was unassailable. Upon descending, he found Ji Yingying, Yin Zipping, and Canon Hadi engaged in battle. At that moment, Canon activated his ultimate, followed closely by Ji Yingying, while Yin Zipping, in poor condition, also unleashed his ultimate. Qin Feng positioned himself at the central statue to observe the situation. Ji Yingying pursued the unactivated Hadi with her ultimate, prompting Hadi to retaliate with a Qinji box. Launching himself into the air, not hesitating, Qin Feng hurled his hook, ensnaring Hadi mid-slide and pulling him into a state of rigidity. As Hadi landed, Qin Feng swiftly approached, and at that moment, Yin Zipping on the crossbow fired a shot. Boom! The arrow struck true, sending Hadi flying, shattering his armor and depleting a significant portion of his health while igniting him with a burning state, causing continuous damage. After firing 2 arrows that Hadi dodged, Qin Feng released another arrow after breaking his rigidity. The burning arrow left Hati's health precariously low, leading to his swift demise. And Qin Feng moved in to consume the flowers before continuing his pursuit. Hati's teammate, Wei Qing, dared not engage with Ji Yingying's third companion, Kanan, and hastily retreated. At this point, both Ji Yingying's and Hati's teams received notifications about Qin Feng's group intervening, prompting them to scatter. Naturally, Qin Feng prioritized the team with casualties, pursuing Kanan. Charging in place, Hutao feigned a charge to deceive and struck Kanan with a major blow, causing her to cancel her ultimate and refresh her ordinary skills. Then charged for another lunge to create distance. However, Qin Feng and Yin Zipping soon arrived, and the two executed their hooks in succession, ultimately leading to Kanan's demise. Ji Yingying transformed into a spectral fire, colliding among the trio, scavenging for loot, except for Qin Feng, who evaded. While Yin Zipping and Hutao were sent into the air, Qin Feng approached with a saber, executing a strike to break the chain of attacks. Then charged his skill for pressure. Kanan, undeterred, began charging as well, and both prepared to strike simultaneously. Observing their similar strategies, Qin Feng prepared to strike. But Kanan's attack was swifter, catching Qin Feng in a petrified state. Qin Feng instantaneously unleashed his left-click petrification, spinning his saber twice and sending the unprepared Kanan soaring. "They're focusing on me. I'll activate my armor formation," Hutao exclaimed, accompanied by her character voice, indicating her determination to fight with all her might. Ji Yingying and Yin Zipping simultaneously targeted their teammate, Hutao, while Qin Feng observed Kanan retreating to heal and decisively chose to activate his freshly charged ultimate. "The blade shall be drawn." With a tremor of the black-gold ancient blade, Qin Feng raced forth, as Ji Yingying and Yin Zipping continued their assault on Hutao. Another swift strike followed. The duo had already taken a charged hit from Hutao, and under Qin Feng's flawless three-sword combo, their armor shattered simultaneously. After rising, Yin Zipping cast a retreat on himself, but Qin Feng's focus was not on him. Qin Feng zeroed in on Ji Yingying, who, lacking an ultimate or skills, was no different from a mere spinning top against the unleashed Zhang Qiling, destined only to face retribution. In the face of his relentless strikes, Ji Yingying was utterly defenseless. And Qin Feng struck, sending her flying. As she rose, another strike followed. The consecutive blows reduced Qin Feng's health to a third. But Ji Yingying was also left critically wounded. As he rose again, he hurriedly evaded, but Qin Feng, having gathered his strength for a moment, struck with a single blade that not only claimed the victory, but also triggered his protective blood. Zhang Qiling's strikes, when aimed at a single target, could not restore sufficient health to offset the energy consumed by a single blow. This explains why, at times, battling against Zhang Qiling felt like an endless endeavor. During the initial charge, after delivering 3 consecutive strikes, Qin Feng found himself critically wounded. Yet the already meager health of Yin Ziping was utterly depleted under the relentless assault. Without his ultimate ability, he could not escape the pursuit of the trio and was swiftly eliminated by Yin Ziping. As they looted the spoils, Hutao exclaimed in awe, "Your Zhang Qiling is simply extraordinary. It feels as though you've been spinning atop throughout." Qin Feng smiled, remarking that the presence of an ultimate ability could indeed change the tide of battle. They all appeared quite prosperous, evidently emboldened by their recent triumphs, exuding confidence in their abilities. Upon discovering a 2-tiered WNFMD within Ji Yingying's loot, Qin Feng's surprise deepened. Moreover, the entire team wielded purple weapons, with Kanan even brandishing a golden broadsword. After completing their looting, they effectively upgraded their gear, with Qin Feng transforming his golden broadsword into a slashing horsesword combined with WNFMD. In a reckless yet strategic move, he opted for a configuration of 4 attack and 1 damage reduction soul jade, maximizing his damage output. All 3 donned purple armor, with Yin Ziping acquiring the formidable 5 emotions 7 extinguishing formation from Ji Yingying's cache, while Hutao wielded dual blades along with Iron Horse's remnant red. This soul jade configuration was nearly formidable enough to survive the final circle of combat. Nearby, they attempted to consume the excess resources, but alas, they lacked the Earth Fiend talisman, which Hutao had hoped to procure. On their journey back to Yang Realm, they encountered no adversaries. Instead, they engaged in a skirmish at the entrance with another team. After a brief exchange of fire, several arrows found their mark on the enemy's fireman. forcing his team to retreat from the entrance. Without hesitation, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to occupy the doorway and resumed, drawing his bow. Twang! Whoosh! What a shot! Hutao exclaimed. Although all three were engaging from a distance, it was primarily Qin Feng who dominated the confrontation, suppressing the enemy single-handedly. The Yang realm was soon theirs, with Qin Feng and Yin Ping entering, while Hutao swiftly teleported in. Upon entry, Qin Feng meticulously examined the opposing lineup, only to discover that they faced the currently popular combination of Zhang Qiling, Hadi, and Yin Ping. This configuration lacked a natural counter, boasting high survivability and damage, along with lethal precision, a truly formidable force. Who has used the Qi machine box, inform me. We shall eliminate him, Qin Feng declared, fully aware that, despite Zhang Qiling appearing to be the core of the lineup, Hadi's enhanced elbow strike damage had become exceedingly formidable, earning him the moniker of the Flying Triple Body. As the 15 seconds of preparation time dwindled, Hadi initiated his ultimate, momentarily deploying the Qi machine box before deactivating it. A tactic emblematic of the current meta. By placing the Qi machine box and subsequently canceling the ultimate, he consumed only 40 rage points, retaining enough for a second ultimate, especially for those with a robust skill set capable of executing 3 ultimates with ease. After grappling to the sky, Qin Feng saw no close targets and swiftly switched to his bow, launching an arrow at the opposing Zhang Qiling. The aerial battle yielded no significant results. However, Hutao managed to intercept a charge from Yin Ping, who casually deployed the Qi machine box in response. Upon witnessing this, Hutao immediately communicated through the microphone. Yin Ping has activated the Qi machine box. Armed with this information, Qin Feng shifted his focus from Zhang Qiling to locate Yin Ping. Your lives shall be severed. With the ancient black gold blade drawn, Qin Feng unleashed his ultimate, forcing Hadi and Zhang Qiling back, entering a charged state before advancing. At this moment, Yin Ping was also preoccupied with countering the opposing Yin Ping. Hutao ensnared her with dual blades, compelling the enemy to expend skills. From a distance of approximately 20 meters, a near-max range strike from Qin Feng sent Yin Ping hurtling against the air wall. This advantageous terrain sparked inspiration within Qin Feng, and he followed up with another strike, sending Yin Ping airborne once more. Taking advantage of this moment, Hutao landed a blow with Iron Horse's Remnant Red, leaving Yin Ping with merely a third of her health remaining. Fortunately, Zhang Qiling arrived just in time, delivering a strike that sent both Qin Feng and Hutao reeling, granting Yin Ping a moment of respite. In that critical position, Qin Feng dared not hold back. He unleashed his skills to push Zhang Qiling away, entering a charged state. As Zhang Qiling rose, Qin Feng adjusted his angle and struck, targeting not Zhang Qiling, but the distant Yin Ping. Within the Zhang Haiyin formation, Yin Ping was equipped with a single life, rendering her survival capabilities weaker than that of 2 lives. Zhang Qiling, having endured several strikes, merely experienced armor breakage, while the protective blood shield made him notably harder to eliminate than Yin Ping. As the blade struck, Qin Feng's protective blood shield activated, allowing him to recover health upon impact. Engaged in combat with Hadi, Yin Ping quickly activated her ultimate, leveraging the free usage of his protective blood shield. Qin Feng delivered a decisive strike, claiming Yin Ping's life. At this juncture, Zhang Qiling retaliated with a strike, but although Qin Feng's health was diminished, his armor remained intact, and Hutao promptly activated her protective shield. Zhang Qiling unleashed 3 strikes, yet Qin Feng sustained minimal damage. Hutao hastily approached, activating her armor array. The formidable recovery ability of the double skin milk manifested brilliantly at that moment, as Qin Feng's health and armor surged within mere seconds. He then executed a quick dodge to evade Zhang Qiling's charged strike, countering with a blow that sent him flying. In that instant, Zhang Qiling felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, realizing that in their exchanges, he had scarcely landed any blows on Qin Feng, who relentlessly pursued him. Faced with the slashing horse sword, Zhang Qiling felt immense pressure, hastily retaliating, but Qin Feng, with a deft maneuver, struck again, claiming his life. The only remaining adversary, Hadi, was left bewildered. Having merely tussled with Yin Ping, he found himself bereft of both allies. Isolated and outmatched, he fell victim to the trio's onslaught. In the end, Qin Feng requested they spare a moment for the final kill, successfully amassing 5 layers of WNFMD. As they approached the entrance of a Yang realm, the previous team had long fled, having failed to secure entry. Qin Feng glanced at the map, noting that the circle was favorably positioned towards MIHT. "Let us venture in and explore," he suggested. The group made their way towards MIHT, where Hutao, upon spotting a well at the entrance of the valley, was instantly captivated. No Hutao could resist the allure of a shimmering well. If one did, they would surely be deemed a fool. She retrieved a purple backup blade from her pack and tossed it in, softly chanting, "Golden armor, golden armor, golden armor." To her astonishment, a soul gem emerged instead of the anticipated golden armor. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's spirits lifted as he turned, exclaiming, "Hand it over." Zhangqi Ling in his complete form. When it came to soul jades best suited for Zhangqi Ling, WNFMD and HNRNY were undoubtedly optimal. The former significantly amplified attack power, while the latter enhanced damage by 30 after health dipped below half. When paired with Zhangqi Ling's blood-draining strikes, this combination unleashed devastating bursts of damage. By replacing one damage reduction with HN or NY, Qin Feng transformed into a true glass cannon, subsequently drawing his bow to strike the bronze bell on the second tier. The bell resonated, producing 3 red markers. "Let us go," Qin Feng declared, leading the charge towards the trio positioned at the far end of MIHT. The moment the bronze bell rang, the trio, alerted, were unprepared for the onslaught of a team of Zhu Ke. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled. Engaging with Zhu Ke was the height of folly. Even if they managed to eliminate one, it would merely yield a single flower, and with a nearby resurrection platform, should Zhu Ke be determined to fight. It equated to each adversary having 2 lives. High risk, no reward. This made their decision simple. Yet, as with all plans, unpredictability loomed, while they sought to escape. Qin Feng had no intention of letting them slip away so easily. Utilizing his grappling hook, he swiftly closed the distance to Hutao, who, left with no option, was forced to counterattack. They're the team of Yushan, Hutao, and Shen Miao. After the first round of engagement, Yushan's armor shattered. Sensing the dire situation, Yushan immediately unleashed his ultimate ability. Alongho, activate. The particle wings propelled, and the crimson mech swiftly assembled. The half-armored Qin Feng stood directly before him, charging his Zamadeo. Yushan, noticing the urgency, executed a basic attack before the invincibility period ended. However, Qin Feng had already struck first with a right-click Zamadeo charge to level 10, followed by his ultimate, the Golden Body, which countered Yushan's basic attack. Yushan retaliated with a second basic attack, sending Qin Feng flying. And once he regained his footing, Qin Feng began to move, charging while surveying the battlefield. Hutao and Yin Zipping fought against the opposing Hutao and Shen Miao. After Yushan activated his ultimate, his teammate Hutao, hearing the commotion, recognized her armor had shattered and promptly activated her armor formation. In that moment, Shen Miao seized the opportunity to retreat and heal, while Hutao provided support to Yushan. Qin Feng, seizing the moment, executed a well-aimed strike on Yushan while simultaneously hitting Hutao from a distance. After a swift counterattack, Qin Feng did not linger and charged into the air. Yushan, having endured the charge strike, regained his composure and began to maneuver. Spotting Qin Feng in midair, he leapt and executed a ground-splitting strike to bring him down. Surprised, Qin Feng quickly dodged and executed 2 short flashes to evade Yushan's basic attacks before leaping up. Zhang Qiling's charge was faster than Yushan's, and after successfully charging, Qin Feng unleashed a powerful strike. Having already suffered from Yushan's earlier charge Zamadeo, he now received 2 more strikes from Qin Feng, causing his health to plummet below half. Yushan was taken aback by the damage inflicted by Qin Feng, prompting Hutao to hastily activate her protective shield. Observing the protective state on their allies, Qin Feng swiftly distanced himself to charge again. After the shield's duration expired, he re-entered the fray. Just as Yin Zipping activated her ultimate, at that moment, Yushan, Hutao, and Shen Miao were all focused on Hutao. And despite Yin Zipping's ultimate providing some defense, Hutao's health diminished rapidly. Yushan executed a ground-splitting strike that knocked Hutao down, followed by a strengthened ability to lift her up. Deal damage, deal damage. Yushan urged his teammates in their team channel. The 2 teammates closed in to charge. But at that moment, Qin Feng launched a strike from a distance, directly interrupting Yu Shan's Dragon Tail attack and simultaneously hitting all three opponents. The terrain here was slightly sloped, but the angle was perfect for executing a flawless triple hit. It should be noted that Qin Feng was currently at full attack with 5 layers of invincibility, under the relentless onslaught of 3 consecutive strikes. Yu Shan was eliminated on the spot, leaving Hutao with barely a sliver of health. In a hurry, she activated her armor formation, but Qin Feng swiftly followed up with another strike, finishing her off just as his ultimate concluded. Shen Miao was left dumbfounded, throwing a solitary beacon before her. Even with the mech activated, under the terrifying damage from Qin Feng and the combined focus of 3 attackers, the mech shattered quickly, leaving Shen Miao in her humanoid form with no chance to retaliate. From the perspective of the audience, it was evident that after such a brief engagement, Qin Feng boldly activated his ultimate and effortlessly cut through them all like vegetables. "How brutal!" exclaimed Bobo Uni. "Even the fire-roasted nation might be cleaved in two," commented Xiao Xiong Cha. Wang Zhenren. "Is this the Zhang Qiling at 5 layers of invincibility? Such exaggerated damage. It's as if Yu Shan melted away." Jita E.G. "Woe is me, General Yu, my General Yu." From the audience's perspective, this team battle was a complete slaughter, as Zhang Qiling swiftly dispatched one foe after another. The remote hill behind Maikita was quite secluded, and after Qin Feng and his comrades settled in, they faced no opposition and easily secured their position. Upon entering, they spotted a lone figure standing atop a pillar. Qin Feng recognized the attire. It was Tian Hai, colloquially known as the Great Buddha. His 2 teammates were also visible to Qin Feng, forming the Hutao FO composition. This composition relied heavily on teamwork, if executed well. Once the Great Buddha caught someone, it would likely spell their doom. The basic operation involved the Great Buddha activating his ultimate, the Sandman, restraining foes, while Hutao protected both the Great Buddha and the Sandman. The Sandman's ultimate, the Winged Prison, could drain the energy of others caught within the ultimate, and upon exiting, they would be controlled, making it a perfect opportunity for the Great Buddha to secure a catch. After assessing the composition, Qin Feng quickly issued commands to spread out and attack, instructing Hutao to stay vigilant while he pressed the Sandman to use his ultimate. The core of the Hutao FO composition lay with the Sandman. If the 2 ultimates were not coordinated well, the Great Buddha would easily become a plaything. As the preparation time concluded, Qin Feng searched for the Sandman's location in midair, using his grappling hook to reach the peak and evading while suspended. Upon spotting the Sandman landing, he executed a right-click charge strike against him. The purple armor instantly vanished by more than half, prompting the Sandman to hastily use his skill to ascend. Aiming for Qin Feng on the ground, he released the Wind Spirit, but Qin Feng charged through and dodged to the side, following up with his grappling hook. Zipping and Hutao remembered Qin Feng's instructions, maintaining their distance. Qin Feng initially thought that since they saw only him, they would not prepare to activate their ultimates. However, he underestimated their understanding of the Zhang Qiling system. The Sandman, seeing Qin Feng relentlessly pursue, unhesitatingly unleashed a sandstorm on him, while the Great Buddha activated his ultimate, and Hutao closed in to support. Wrath of the Sandstorm. King Kong subdues demons. Qin Feng, alarmed, noticed the lines on him and gritted his teeth, refraining from using his control-breaking skill, opting instead to charge and apply pressure on the 2. The Great Buddha seized him, capturing the energy-depleted Qin Feng, while the Sandman and Hutao simultaneously unleashed ranged attacks. "Protect! Protect!" Qin Feng called over the microphone, and upon seeing this, Hutao quickly raised her defenses. The Great Buddha, filled with frustration, realized that with the 90 damage reduction from the protective shield lasting 5 seconds, they could not kill Qin Feng. However, the Hutao FO composition was not so simple. "I'll smash down, get ready." The strength of this composition lay in the fact that the Great Buddha within the sandstorm could slam opponents into it for a second round of capture. Or after the slam, use the Sandman's small skill, Wind Spirit, for additional control. A complete combo could easily lead to a swift demise, even with 2 lives. 27. The continuous tiger roar clears the screen. The Great Buddha turned, slamming Qin Feng down towards the edge of the sandstorm, while the Sandman, with the Wind Spirit refreshed by the sandstorm, aimed for Qin Feng's landing spot. However, at the moment Qin Feng was slammed, he executed a skill in midair, altering his descent from the expected trajectory of the Great Buddha and Sandman. After executing the skill, Qin Feng quickly landed, activating his ultimate without charging and striking the Sandman away. He first used a short flash to evade the Great Buddha's grasp, then delivered a blow that struck both Hutao and the Sandman, sending them crashing against the wind pressure. Although the current version of the Sandman remained formidable, it no longer held the glory of the previous Wolf King. The edge of the sandstorm was as thin as paper, and Qin Feng, having only been controlled for a moment, swiftly regained mobility, leaping over the Great Buddha's grasp, successfully escaping the sandstorm. Zipping tossed him a skill to restore his state, while Hutao and the Sandman hurriedly followed, attempting to keep the Great Buddha at bay. It became increasingly difficult for the Great Buddha to catch the evasive Zhang Qiling, merely observing as Qin Feng forced Hutao's armor formation into play. Zipping activated her ultimate when Qin Feng was at half health, and with her assistance, Qin Feng became audacious in his onslaught. He didn't even need to ensure he struck two opponents. Hitting just one would restore a significant amount of health. This exemplified Zipping's power, as the healing combined with additional treatment effects made Zhang Qiling an unstoppable force after landing a hit. Initially, Hutao had activated her armor formation to maintain her health, but as Qin Feng's low health triggered the Blood Guardian, he struck them out of the armor formation, altering the tide of battle. The sudden increase of 30 attack from Han Ran, Xian significantly boosted Qin Feng's damage output. The Sandman only lingered outside the armor formation for 2 seconds before being dispatched by 2 swift strikes from Qin Feng. Subsequently, Qin Feng retreated behind a pillar to hide. Hutao attempted to lure the Windman, but was interrupted by Zipping's ranged attack, leaving the Great Buddha unable to catch Hutao. With the Great Buddha's suppression lifted, Qin Feng and his team pressed forward again, now 3 against 2 and with an armor formation advantage, encountering no unexpected challenges. They are currently within the circle, which is nearing its closure. At that moment, many will undoubtedly rush in, making it the perfect time for those who venture outward to encounter others. Moreover, the Baihu possesses innate stamina regeneration, inflicting significant percentage-based damage over a wide area, making it formidable in combat amidst poison. Exiting from Hita, Qin Feng heads towards the direction of Shunhua Square, where Jin and Feng is located. Upon reaching the rolling wheel position, he discovers 2 teams engaged in battle in the adjacent canyon. As both teams notice the prompt indicating they have entered Baihu's intimidation range, they are momentarily shaken, abandoning their skirmish to flee. Naturally, Qin Feng seizes the opportunity, deploying his grappling hook to target the team lacking a healer. Another team attempts to escape, but another group arrives with fierce intent, undeterred even by Qin Feng's Baihu. For they're the Yangsu team. A 4-team clash is imminent, with Qin Feng leading the charge and taking a charged hit. It barely affects him. Qin Feng smirks, then advances without flinching, as behind him, Zipping's Wu Qin Qi Nia formation sends the enemy flying. With a glimmer of inspiration, Qin Feng follows up with a charged strike, eliminating an already compromised foe. The roar of the tiger triggers, causing his 2 teammates to momentarily pause. One is caught by Hutao and is stunned, while another attempts a grappling hook but fails, as Hutao inadvertently presses too many buttons, landing in a comical roll. The opposing team swiftly regains their footing and charges their attack, but Qin Feng is already upon them, using his grappling hook to strike, followed closely by Zipping, who lands a critical hit, triggering the roar of the tiger once more. The last remaining unfortunate teammate barely escapes, only to be struck twice by the roar, reducing his health to a precarious state. He hesitates to charge his attack, but before he can flee, Zipping's Wu Qing Qi Mia sends him crashing back, securing the kill. The opposing team lacks the awareness that Qin Feng possesses. 2 of them are ensnared within a sandstorm, and the Great Buddha executes a decisive double grab, swiftly eliminating both. Hutao and the Sandman dispel their Yang-Su status, covering the Great Buddha's retreat. As gunfire echoes from the distant shore, yet another team has entered the fray. The Great Buddha and Sandman, having exhausted their ultimate abilities, are determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Sensing the danger, the Great Buddha refrains from transforming, opting instead to bounce backward. However, the incoming team demonstrates exceptional skill. Mid-retreat, the Great Buddha unexpectedly captures a tiger that has just launched its grappling hook. Before the tiger can retaliate, it is riddled with arrows from Hutao and the Sandman. The Great Buddha quickly transforms and dispels the Yang Su status, but the remaining two teammates, Ning Hongye and Hati, are undeterred and charge forward. Ning Hongye delivers a kick that sends the Sandman flying before unleashing her ultimate ability. The Eye of the Shadow God has locked onto you. The team disperses in panic, with Qin Feng and his allies momentarily retreating from the battlefield. He observes this unfolding scene and contemplates, not yet joining the fray. Instead, he plans to revive his fallen teammates before striking. He marks the location of the remaining team. Kanan. Hati assists Ning Hongye in keeping the enemies at bay, ultimately incapacitating the Sandman, while Hutao focuses her efforts on the Great Buddha, unable to protect the Sandman, who meets his demise. The Great Buddha, aware that Qin Feng and his team are lurking nearby, initially considers a strategic retreat. But Ning Hongye and Hati pursue him relentlessly. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng's allies are well concealed, and they remain unaware of his presence as they attempt to revive their fallen comrade. Just as the teammate is revived, a bullet and two arrows strike simultaneously, causing his health to plummet once more. He becomes a mere specter. The roar of the tiger erupts, enveloping the entire battlefield. The third roar of the tiger detonates almost instantaneously, overwhelming the Great Buddha, whose health cannot withstand the onslaught of three roars, rendering him the trigger for the fourth. The subsequent roars swiftly eliminate Ning Hongye, triggering the fifth roar. Hutao and Yin Zipping, astonished, witness Kanan at full health, being obliterated by 5 consecutive roars of the tiger. The cacophony of roars resonates, and the kills refresh incessantly in the lower right corner. Qin Feng, caught off guard by this outcome, had anticipated a more manageable situation once the roars were unleashed, but a single arrow had triggered a complete battlefield clearance. What was once a vibrant combat scene fell silent, the surviving count dwindling to 5, with no prior notifications indicating the presence of lone wolves. Initially, Qin Feng had no intention of scavenging directly for loot, but he found himself unable to resist, as Yin Zipping and Hutao were captivated by the abundance of golden treasures scattered about. The barrage of messages erupted. Wow, the roar cleared the screen. What a thrill. What a spectacular showcase of Baihu. Amazing, the climax is here. The comments are getting a bit out of hand. The streamer is a bit mischievous, deliberately letting Kanan revive. Qin Feng cleared his throat awkwardly. It wasn't intentional. I merely thought the roars would make things easier. Hutao and Yin Zipping continued to scavenge until the poisoned circle encroached, unable to finish looting the plentiful golden items. The remaining 2 lone wolves did not pose much of a surprise, as the chosen ones fell effortlessly to Qin Feng as prowess. On the results screen, the barrage erupted in astonishment at Qin Feng's statistics. 20 kills, damage 42, 182, healing 12, 126. 5 kills, damage 23, 221, healing 25, 123. 3 kills, damage 19, 571, healing 30, 012. The data reflected a classic dual-layered strategy, with Qin Feng wielding his ultimate ability, the 5-layered invincibility, accounting for the majority of the kills. The excitement continued as viewers discussed the gameplay dynamics, noting the stark contrast between Qin Feng's styles when playing different heroes. Is this really Lao Feng? The streamer's approach with Zhang Qiling is completely different from Hutao. Indeed, when playing Hutao, the streamer seems cautious, but as Zhang Qiling, even the stray dogs on the roadside are not spared. Why is the streamer's Zhang Qiling so exaggerated? Qin Feng patiently explained to the viewers that different heroes necessitate distinct strategies. Hutao has a low margin for error, thus requiring a more cautious approach. Due to his hidden rank being below 400, he gained a substantial 61 points this match, bringing his rank to 402, a mere 98 points shy of ascending to the Shura tier. Wow, I've played 2 matches while you just finished one. With such ferocity, why does the streamer switch to playing support? Support has a low margin for error. Qin Feng's response momentarily silenced the barrage, before a wave of 666 messages flooded in. So you specifically choose challenging roles? Lao Feng is becoming more formidable. Your unpredictability is quite intimidating. Ignoring the comments, Qin Feng resumed his gameplay. No one attempted to claim the support role thereafter, and after selecting Hutao, his ascent slowed slightly. Yet with his skill and leadership, progress remained straightforward. Although not every match concluded with a victory, he consistently accumulated points. As the clock approached 4 or 5 in the morning, following a victorious match, Qin Feng's score finally reached 500, earning him promotion to the Shura tier. Qin Feng stretched languidly, realizing that only a few regular viewers remained in the livestream. Finally, he had achieved the Shura rank. It was time to conclude the session. Streamer, don't leave. Teach us about Hutao's jungle strategies. Yes, we came here to learn this. Qin Feng nonchalantly replied, tomorrow, I'm tired today. A man of principle, Qin Feng promptly signed off, exhibiting an impressive speed in ending the stream, leaving no time for others to type before the screen went dark. Wow, he really left in a flash. When it comes to escape, Lao Feng never disappoints. The following day, Qin Feng slept until 2 in the afternoon. The streaming sessions had been remarkably successful, with the viewer count in his group swelling from dozens to over 100, bustling with activity each day. At that moment, the group was engaged in lively discussions about how many points Qin Feng would achieve by the end of the season. Feng's momentum for scoring is quite fierce. Last night, watching him play a 400-point Shura match, he seemed completely unfazed. Shu IQG, Feng, my favorite, where have you gone? BBYN, what time does the streamer usually go live? KIBBOFBG Ming, I went to the female fans. What is going on with Feng lately? So many people have joined the group. ZHOZHOZHONIN. So you're not watching the live stream? Huh, fake fan? Lately, Feng has been quite impressive. He has transformed into a technical streamer. BOF is also one of the old fans in the group. Though he doesn't often show up, and he usually doesn't participate much. However, having seen the messages in the group constantly, he couldn't help but check the situation and was stunned. MRN, BBYN, Feng's live streams are quite casual, with no fixed schedule. If you can't wait, why not duo with me for a couple of games? ZHOZHONIN. The beads of the abacus have fallen on my face. Why not a trio? I'll join too. BBYN. Sure, let us see your skills. I'm just the group S name. Shu IQG. Logging in now. ZHOZHOZHONIN. Logging in now. Qin Feng. Observing the conversation veering off course, felt somewhat helpless. After opening Fei Xian, he noticed several messages from his classmate, ZH Jing. Are you there? Are you there? What S up? ZH Jing. Did you take some medicine? Suddenly turning into a Shura? Feng. Initially, my low profile earned your disdain. Now I shall cease pretending. I was previously. Jinung. Stop. Trio 2 and 1. There SA girl, are you in? Qin Feng's spirit lifted, sitting upright to type. How many points? ZH Jing. The class beauty next door 9. Feng. I'll order takeout and come after I finish eating. ZH Jing. What are you eating? You're making the girl wait? Feng. Just being honest, I'm quite hungry. ZH Jing. Go away, I'm off to Sweet Duo. Meanwhile, a tall, slender man closed his WeChat interface at his computer and switched to the game. Should I start with a duo? My friend hasn't eaten yet. Alright then. A cool female voice came from the other side, and at that moment, the game interface displayed characters Gu, QNGHN, and USHN. ZHNJS was WHUGing, while Gu QNGHNS was QWY and QNGHN. Just as ZHNJing prepared to switch the game to duo, he suddenly noticed a team request. Luem Huayan who? Who is that? SHN Chi, do you know? The female voice from the other side responded, a friend. Oh, after ZHNJing finished speaking, he couldn't refuse and let them join the team. The opposing player showed up in the lobby wearing a Jing WHN outfit, immediately asking, Chi, who is this? A classmate from the next door. ZHNJing sensed a slight unease in the atmosphere, and the fireman's voice carried a hint of hostility, then said, don't be angry. I was also upset after getting beaten yesterday. I had no choice but to queue with those top 500 national server players. You know how hard it is to rank at night. SHN Chi helplessly replied. I know it's difficult. I'm not angry with you. I just see you clearly. Besides, it's just online. Don't take it so seriously. At this, ZHNJing felt a prick of discomfort. This situation was a bit delicate. While contemplating, he secretly opened their information. SHN Chi had never played solo. With a duo score of 4,829 and a trio of 3,501, while the fireman had a duo score of 5,102 and a trio of 4,029. Now he understood. The two were evidently game rivals and must have had some falling out, which explained why SH and Qi rushed in when he called for help in the grade group. ZH Ing J Ing's duo score was also commendable at 4581, but his trio score was only 4,300, and this time, to accommodate SH and Qi. He had logged onto a SMUF account with no duo games played and a trio score of 3,521. Chi, don't be angry. I want to do this again. I will change. The fireman coaxed gently, and at that moment, ZH Ing J Ing felt as though he had become a cog in their machine. Stealthily switching back to WeChat, ZH Ing J Ing hurriedly typed, LUF Ing, help. Q NF Ing, still waiting for takeout, felt puzzled by ZH Ing J Ing's message. Upon hearing ZH Ing J Ing's words, he quickly explained the situation. Upon seeing this, QNF Ing directly typed, oh no, I wouldn't dare go. You deal with it. I'm logging into the game. ZH Ing J Ing, you're not even online. F Ing. I'm invisible. Unable to find a savior. ZH Ing J Ing could only attempt to mediate the situation. Let us not argue, shall we? How about we play a trio? Both remained silent, but readied themselves. Seeing this, ZH Ing J Ing had to force himself to start the game. However, just after a match, he regretted it. The fireman was undoubtedly skilled, but he was also a quintessential fireman, self-centered and with a strong desire for attention, charging at every opportunity. Meanwhile, SH and Qi played Gu QNGHN, and ZH Ing J Ing played USHN. These two heroes offered no margin for error for the fireman. In this version, where close combat and agility were rampant, the fireman's survival space was severely limited. The outcome was predictable. While ZH Ing J Ing suffered, QNF Ing happily resolved his hunger and prepared to start the game. During this time, the group buzzed with activity, prompting QNF Ing to open the group chat out of curiosity. Shio 11 Ing NICH. Zhu X and Hu. The streamer promised a guide on Hutao. Where is it? Shio 11 Ing NICH. Zhu X and Hu. The streamer promised a guide on Hutao. Where is it? WYN. Zhu X and Hu. The streamer promised a guide on Hutao. Where is it? YQQ. Zhu X and Hu. The streamer promised a guide on Hutao. Where is it? Lu Ying. Zhu X and Hu. The streamer promised a guide on Hutao. Where is it? YKF Ing Chi. GGG. Pigeon Q and F Ing felt overwhelmed. These people clearly predicted his schedule. Although the original owner had few fans, there were still a couple who knew him well. Shu IQG. Zhu X and Hu. I see many girls here. Stop lurking. At this point, QNF Ing felt helpless. He had initially intended to find an excuse to dodge, only to have so many girls suddenly appear. Subsequently, he opened the member list and was shocked to discover that a quarter of the newcomers had been girls. However, they seldom spoke in a group. Realizing this, QNF Ing could no longer maintain his facade. Zhu X and Hu. All members, the stream has started. Shu IQG. WYN. Zhu X and Hu. Although it was just one round, once the stream began, everyone quickly entered the live room. The 29th Wild Rank Hutao strategy. Shio 11 Ing NICH. First, BBYN second. Just a few days ago, QNF Ing struggled to even reach SHU5. WYN, indeed, just being stubborn and unadaptable. It seems he has opened the channels of his abilities. QNF Ing glanced at the bullet screen and chose to ignore it. Then yawned and selected Hutao's talent interface. Hutao has many talent builds. You can choose one that suits you, but one is crucial. Ling B, which must be selected. Unexpectedly, QNF Ing went straight to the point. At this moment, Shio 11 Ing NICH and BBYN were still on the recharge interface. Shio 11 Ing NICH activated Captain 1. BBYN activated Captain 1. Thank you both for your captaincy. It doesn't matter if you give gifts or not, just watching is enough. Shio 11 Ing NICH. Tuition. BBYN, yes. QNF Ing shook his head and chuckled, opening the training camp. Hutao's shield, after several versions of enhancements, is quite an overpowered existence, so this skill is precious and must be used at the right time. After explaining, QNF Ing summoned a dummy and used the shield. The key to pulling others is Ling B. When pulling, using a short dash and roll to time it correctly generally makes it hard to catch you. Having a phantom step or summoning thunder technique would be even more perfect. Before your teammate is about to be revived, preemptively give them the shield. Don't gamble on the extreme limit of raising the shield. Pulling is the core of Hutao's maneuvering and is crucial. At other times, pay attention to whether teammates have control-clearing abilities. If they do, when they're being targeted or focused, there's no need to use it immediately, as many will instinctively use their control-clearing abilities, making it a waste if overlapped. Qin Feng explained in great detail, essentially outlining what Hutao should do for various angles in wild ranks. And the bullet screen in the live stream significantly decreased. BBYN. I must say it feels like all my previous endeavors were rife with flaws. Xiaoxing inich indeed. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng chuckled softly. In truth, what Hutao desperately requires is a solid foundation in movement techniques. The weapon may lack sharpness, but one's agility must be commendable. I recommend frequent practice with the dagger's wall strike, and once you master it, keep one handy. After saying this, Qin Feng exited the training ground, gearing up for a new wild match. Now that he had embraced the Shura, playing the main hero could hardly be deemed as merely fishing for points, could it? However, at that moment, a comment from Xiaoxing inich made him pause. Xiaoxing inich, but there's a problem. I can never seem to locate my teammates. BBYN, yes, exactly. We've only been at this for 2 seasons and still can't reach SHU. Constantly struggling to find our teammates during skirmishes. Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that these two were among the rare novices in the game. And, judging by their demeanor, they genuinely came with a desire to learn and rank up. Novices, indeed, are a rare breed. Qin Feng sighed softly. In his previous world, countless novices have been swiftly discouraged by the presence of fishing and hacks, rendering them an endangered species. He pondered for a moment. Trio matches thrive on cooperation, which also constitutes one of the greatest challenges in wild matches. If the teammates fail to coordinate, one must adapt to their playstyle. However, articulating such strategies regarding wild matches proved challenging for Qin Feng, as he often struggled to find his teammates. BBYN, how about you try using our accounts? Xiaoxing inich, yes. We want to see how your perspective aligns with that of your teammates. Shu IQG, I'm in too. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng nodded and said, all right, please scan the code. He then retreated to the login screen and activated the QR code. The game quickly logged back in, and upon entering the interface, a character sporting a tiger head hat with a tail appeared, with a rather bruised appearance, representing BBYN. Qin Feng noticed the side panel displaying a score of 3,221, indicating a 3-star rating. Do you usually communicate via microphone? He inquired. BBYN, only if our teammates do. Qin Feng understood. The game soon matched them up, and since the aim was to provide them with insights into wild matches, he refrained from assuming command, for such strategies are intricate and cannot be conveyed succinctly. Qin Feng selected a healer, following his teammates closely. Upon entering the game, it seemed that his 2 companions were not fond of conversing, leaving the channel enveloped in silence. This was the Ling Y Indian map, and the first player, WCHN, marked a drop point on the large ship at WING-SH-NW. This location was fraught with lava, making the lava instrument a significant advantage. However, the resources around the lava instrument were dispersed, while the ship was more concentrated and bountiful. As the game commenced, Qin Feng spawned on the ship, with a golden pile not far away. He spoke while gathering resources, and fortune smiled upon him as he found a purple weapon along with blue armor and armor powder. After securing a weapon and armor, Qin Feng glanced at his teammates' positions, noting that no conflict had yet arisen, before proceeding to search a second pile. He kept a vigilant eye on the health bar at the bottom left, as the teammates' health would flash if they were hooked or engaged in combat. As Qin Feng continued to gather resources, he arrived at the bow of the ship. The lava instrument had already been activated, but WCHN noticed a golden pile in the distant lava area and had already deployed a grappling hook to head that way. Observing this, Qin Feng immediately followed suit, then provided a line for him. Upon landing, they found themselves on the ship, seeing that someone had jumped towards the lava instrument. It was clear that WCHN would be in danger if he proceeded alone. Just as anticipated, as WCHN approached the golden pile, 2 adversaries, HD and BN, appeared in the distance, shielded by the lava instrument as protection against lava damage, charging towards them. The tension escalated as WCHN faced the pressure of two opponents alone, his energy building up but interrupted by their attacks. HD quickly closed the gap, while WCHN, sensing the impending danger, threw out his two-instrument sword, momentarily delaying his movement before switching places with the flying sword. In a seamless series of maneuvers, he narrowly escaped. Yet Qin Feng could not share in his triumph. In trio matches, WCHN's first skill was far more effective than the second, and based on his current setup, he likely utilized the second sword formation. As he pondered this, Qin Feng distanced himself, advising to maintain a safe distance from the battlefield until the protective shield expired. As expected, a battle erupted at the bow of the ship, with teammate Li en route. Qin initiated an attack on WCHN, while HD lurked nearby, preparing to strike. Upon witnessing WCHN being immobilized, Qin Feng realized the protective shield would soon be deployed. As the light rope lifted, a golden bar appeared above WCHN, and just at that moment, HD unleashed his charged attack, catching WCHN in a vulnerable state but causing minimal damage. After activating the protective shield, Qin Feng swiftly approached, preparing his long staff for a charge attack. Noticing Qin Feng charging, both adversaries instinctively prepared to counter, yet Qin Feng refrained from launching his attack. His primary intention was to cover WCHN's escape, buying time for Li en to reach the battlefield. Li en, moving swiftly with his grappling hook, arrived just as the two opponents closed in, targeting HD. However, their third opponent, Hu-en, arrived as well, triggering a chaotic brawl. Once Li en entered the fray, Qin Feng sought opportunities to reposition himself, his long staff poised for a surprise attack. As he observed Qin, who had just been struck, he decisively employed the D-H-I-Z and T-Y-N-S-H to capitalize on the moment, following it up with a flurry of control maneuvers, ultimately leading to Qin's demise. The tide of battle began to shift. Qin Feng left the healing items for the injured Li en while stepping forward to share the burden of pressure. With one adversary down, and with Qin Feng still in play, the conflict swiftly concluded with the opposing team's total defeat. As they tended to their wounds and looted, Qin Feng explained that when under the protective shield, one should remain calm and allow teammates to absorb pressure. During the shield's duration, teammates would not perish. He also addressed the timing of engaging in battle, emphasizing that without any defensive skills, one should not be the first to engage unless in a significantly better condition than the teammates. The comments overflowed with admiration. Although Qin Feng's actions appeared straightforward and lacked flamboyance, his strategic thinking was remarkably lucid. Chapter 30. Encounter BB YN. Wow. I've learned so much. Lu Ying. There really is a method to it. In the past, whenever my teammates were attacked, I would panic. And before I knew it, I'd be targeted. T-O-T-O-T-O. I've been scolded terribly by my boyfriend. I want to learn a bit. And I didn't expect to actually gain knowledge. Xiao Inich. Indeed, there is a method. Suddenly, several female viewers appeared in the live stream, causing the male viewers to become a bit more animated, especially the longtime fans who recognized some of the newcomers, which hinted at potential opportunities. The barrage of comments multiplied rapidly, and Qin Feng's popularity soared. It was evident that female presence could attract male attention, leading to a noticeable increase in activity within the live stream. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained unfazed by the commotion. After the group finished looting, the sound of grappling hooks echoed nearby. It appeared that another team had jumped in, clearly seeking revenge. Qin Feng spoke up, and sure enough, the same trio emerged once again. This skirmish proved even simpler. After consuming the resurrection flower, Qin Feng and his team engaged in a brief melee, and their ultimate abilities were nearly ready. Both WCHN and Li en activated their ultimates simultaneously, leaving the opposition with little room to maneuver, resulting in their swift downfall. With no one left in the vicinity, the teammates dispersed to gather resources after securing the kill. As Qin Feng followed Li en, he elaborated on a small tactic, identifying the key players. Recognizing the big legs within a team is crucial, as this allows for a more effective distribution of skill resources. Reflecting on the recent skirmish, Qin Feng noted that WCHN appeared oblivious to enemy positions and teammate locations while looting, confirming his skill set was ineffective for the team. Although Li Lian was not much better, it was evident that he possessed some awareness. The spots he chose to loot were safe, and he promptly responded to the unfolding battle, a clear distinction in their capabilities. A teammate with even a modicum of awareness made the experience significantly easier compared to one who merely followed the loot trail mindlessly. As Qin Feng spoke, he opened the map and indeed found that Wu Chan had reached the rear of Wang Shanwu, approximately 300 meters away from him and Lu Lian. In such a situation, there was little to be done but to remind him over the microphone or to approach his direction to see if the other teammates would follow suit. After finishing his words, Qin Feng activated the microphone, saying, Number one, move along, you're too far away, don't get caught. However, his call bore no fruit. Wu Chan ignored him and continued to search. With no other choice, Qin Feng made his way over, and fortunately, Lu Lian followed suit. On the way, Qin Feng did not forget to emphasize, apart from this, remember to keep an eye on the Zhanshin team. If you notice any alarming data, take note of their characteristics and do not engage recklessly. Upon saying this, Qin Feng opened the interface to check on the Zhanshin team, only to be left astounded by what appeared on the screen. Zhanshin was a fireman, with the skill Falling Flower Fire, and his teammate Gu Qinghan danced in harmony with the icy beauty of Qinghan, alongside Yushan, the General Yu. Qin Feng's gaze settled on Yushan, the one with the banana-yellow headscarf and chubby cheeks. He would never forget him. Wasn't this the alternate account that Zhang Jing frequently used for their matches? Thus, the fireman and the ice woman were indeed the couple he had mentioned. At that moment, the fireman had already claimed 5 kills with a damage total of 6721, while Gu Qinghan had 1 kill with 2,123 damage. And Zhang Jing had 2 kills with 4,192 damage. Were they not performing well? Why did Zhang Jing appear as if he were on the verge of death? Qin Feng was taken aback, but then it dawned on him. His current account was Bobo Yuni, and the opponent's hidden score was originally low, being on the level of Yuxing San. He recalled that Zhang Jing's account was Shuri Wei Wu, and since he entered the game without a score balance, it meant they had been adjusted downwards. This match was likely above the match score by 400. Suppressing his doubts, Qin Feng considered that the fireman's ability to secure so many kills upon landing must have some basis, and if he was not eliminated shortly, he certainly was not a local player, so they should take note of him. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng was explaining the strategy, Zhang Jing was sweating profusely on the other side. He regretted starting the game as Qin Feng had accurately predicted. Their match was indeed above the 400 score balance. With no allies to rely on, they attempted to play a match. The game Yongdong Wujian had been updated to prevent low-ranked players from lowering the difficulty of matches, meaning that the trio's match score weight was based on the highest player's score, namely, the fireman's 4,000 points. The intensity of the first match surged. The fireman's temperament combined with an abstract lineup led to frequent and inexplicable deaths. Yet before dying, he still managed to inflict considerable damage, and with Shun Xiu's presence, he hesitated to voice his frustrations. However, he was embarrassed, while the fireman seemed unfazed. The fireman, possessing decent knife skills, consistently dealt significant damage, thus putting pressure on Zhang Jing with various excuses. For instance, he criticized Zhang Jing for not using his ultimate or for not focusing on the fire. Had it been a stranger, Zhang Jing would have erupted in anger, yet Shun Xiu was right next door. The most frustrating part was that, although they often exchanged banter with the neighboring class, their relationship was genuinely solid. Otherwise, they would not frequently engage in class matches. Consequently, Zhang Jing found himself forced to endure silently, while internally reminding himself that it was just a game. To his surprise, Shun Xiu and the fireman seemed to be at odds, communicating little during the game, yet their actions in the lobby were remarkably synchronized. Zhang Jing felt as if he were being roasted alive, especially since Shun Xiu was the one who invited him. If they performed poorly now and he sought to escape, what would others think? Under such circumstances, Zhang Jing felt increasingly overwhelmed. After a series of consecutive defeats, their hidden scores dwindled. If it were Qin Feng from a previous world, he would have already started matching with AI. Yet in this world, many players engaged in Yongdong Wujian, making it difficult to find AI matches outside of duo queues. This resulted in their match scores dropping from initially being 200 points above to now 400 points below. The upside was that their opponents were becoming less skilled, lifting the previously heavy and serious atmosphere. The downside was that they might struggle to maintain their scores. The fireman seemed to have found his rhythm. After dispatching an opponent, he executed a soul-seizing execution, not forgetting to throw in a couple of mocking emotes. The group acquired the Wang Jian with decent gear. The fireman donned golden armor, while he and Xinxiu wore purple armor, their weapons also purple, though they were somewhat lacking in potions and grappling hooks. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue, as they had plenty of currency. After resolving their inventory, Zhang Jing threw out some money, intending to buy a talisman, but unfortunately, the fireman gambled it all away. Zhang Jing paused momentarily, resigned to watching a pile of worthless purple gems on the ground, along with a Yudi Lei and a Ding Haijin. The two soul gems were somewhat annoying, especially the Yudi Lei, while the other was rarely utilized. The fireman responded nonchalantly, and, as the preparation time came to an end, he tossed out his red longsword, continuously expressing mockery. Xinxiu stood silently on a pillar, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the preparation time. Once 15 seconds elapsed, 5 out of the 6 players shot into the sky with grappling hooks, leaving Hutao on the ground, tethered to Lu Yin. The fireman, with his purple broadsword charged, aimed at Hutao, but to his surprise, she seemed already on guard, using a protective shield in advance, leaping to absorb his attack and causing his purple sword to bounce off. Instinctively, he sent out a mocking emote, only to feel a surge of heat as Hutao, seemingly harmless with her tiger-headed hat, snatched his fallen sword, leaving only a flash of purple light behind. In a fit of rage, the fireman ignited himself in flames, burning everything in his path, just as Zhang Jing, who had just faced Wuchan, was astonished to see the flames swirling around his hands. He wondered how the fireman had unleashed his ultimate ability so quickly. After activating his ultimate, the fireman charged at Hutao like a mad dog, delivering a powerful punch. To his dismay, Hutao managed to weave around him, using her long sword to immobilize him. At this moment, Zhang Jing and Xinxiu were engaged with Wuchan and Lu Yin, completely oblivious to the fireman's plight. The fireman could only watch as Hutao expertly executed a series of moves, utilizing her longsword to launch an aerial combo that sent him flying, followed by a grappling hook that struck him down. This entire chain of attacks nearly claimed the fireman's life. With his golden armor and health totaling 1,500 points, he was left with just over 500 points after the onslaught, desperately pulling away. Hutao's peculiar swordplay had jolted him back to clarity. Wuchan, wielding his feather duster, locked onto the fireman, and a rain of swords descended upon him. With fireballs at his disposal, he could only dodge a few times before succumbing to the relentless assault of sword rain. The fireman's sudden demise left Zhang Jing and Xinxiu momentarily speechless. Once Hutao arrived to provide support, Zhang Jing had no choice but to unleash his ultimate. Clad in armor, he surged forth, unstoppable. With a roar from General Yu, his form rapidly ascended, transforming into a massive terracotta warrior. Wuchan wasted no time in fleeing, while on the other side, Gu Qinghan and Lu Yin also activated their ultimates. Zhang Jing, who specialized in Yushan, might not have the hardest-hitting blades, but he was sufficiently skilled. Upon transforming, he executed a charged ground-cleaving strike aimed at Wuchan, who was attempting to escape with his grappling hook. At this point, Wuchan had already expended his skills, yet still had a third of his armor intact. With a purple weapon, Zhang Jing would need to strike Wuchan a couple more times to eliminate him. Calculating the damage, Zhang Jing continued his pursuit of Wuchan. After landing, he executed a straightforward attack that rendered Wuchenshang into a state of immobility. Subsequently, he performed a small jump and unleashed another strike, causing Wuchenshang's armor to shatter with 2 swift blows. He then gathered momentum, waiting for Wuchenshang to dodge 3 times before delivering a devastating slash that sent Wuchenshang airborne. It could potentially result in an instant defeat. Zhang Jing felt a surge of excitement. With his ultimate ability still not halfway spent, if he could secure a kill, there remained a chance to win. However, almost simultaneously, a Hutao appeared. Just as he propelled Wuchenshang into the air, Hutao dashed beneath him, and in his moment of despair, she exclaimed, "Hutao is going all out. Aren't you going to hold back?" The Dragon's tail strike was unleashed, but Hutao deftly evaded it, causing Wuchenshang's restored armor to break once more. Despite this, with a sliver of armor remaining, Wuchenshang was still left with a third of his health. Zhang Jing understood that within the confines of the armor formation, defeating Wuchenshang would be exceedingly difficult, leading him to turn and assist Gu Qinghan. Yet, as he pivoted, he witnessed Xinxiu's Gu Qinghan being taken down single-handedly by Lu Yin. In a head-to-head confrontation, Lu Yin posed no threat to Gu Qinghan, especially considering he was a formidable player in solo queue. In a 3-on-1 situation, Hutao's armor formation had just activated, and now she was brazenly charging her long sword toward him. In an instant, Zhang Jing felt despondent. After his ultimate ability concluded, he was swiftly eliminated by a blade of energy from Hutao. Zhang Jing transitioned into a ghostly state, and the team fell into silence. As he gazed at the elimination notification in the bottom right corner, the image of the Bobo Uni stung his eyes even more. Their abstract composition was clearly a wild card, and to lose against such a team was disheartening. The true culprit, Qianhua, sighed in resignation. He had grown accustomed to the various sudden deaths of the fireman, yet this time being taken out by a Hutao ignited a flicker of anger within him. Fortunately, at that moment, Qianhua acknowledged his blunder and refrained from placing pressure on Zhang Jing. In the midst of this silence, they resurrected at the resurrection platform outside GD City and proceeded into the city. Meanwhile, in Qin Feng's livestream, the barrage of comments was beginning to flood the screen. Wu Yuan, I'm going to faint from this expression dog. And I Su, this fire dog is trying too hard. Bobo Yuni, teacher, how do I learn this? Mantu, this moment is exhilarating. It seemed a chaotic melee ensued, coincidentally involving one of Zhang Jing's teams. Upon entering the fray, Qin and Lu Yin charged forth like wild stallions, disregarding the Zhuke time as they plunged into battle, further intensifying the chaos. Qin Feng could only maneuver Lu Yin from a distance, as Qin quickly sought out an injured foe, but was interrupted by another team who managed to steal a charge, prompting a hasty retreat. Lu Yin, however, was far steadier. Upon observing a lone adversary, he pursued. When Qin Feng spotted Gu Qinghan, who was currently activating her ultimate, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. She was in a poor state, attempting to heal. Lu Yin's grappling hook alerted her, causing her to hastily cancel her healing and shift into a charging stance. Yet, Lu Yin, who was free from pressure with his control skills and linked to Hutao, charged in without hesitation, his grappling hook connecting with a flying assault, showing no intent to pause. Gu Qinghan, in her panic, initiated her charge, but Lu Yin managed to deplete a portion of her armor. After landing, he remained aggressive, using a fan to swiftly approach Gu Qinghan. She indeed faltered, canceling her charge once, only to be struck by Lu Yin for a significant blow. Following the ice-breaking strike, Lu Yin sustained no damage, instead replenishing his blue energy. Gu Qinghan, attempting to evade, was unable to escape the fan's assault and fell in an instant. Lu Yin took a moment to recover, while Qin Feng observed as Qin retreated from the battlefield, opting to engage in ranged attacks. As Zhuke time concluded, a familiar fireman suddenly charged toward Gu Qinghan's soul mount. The opponent was in the midst of activating his ultimate, causing Lu Yin to flinch, contemplating escape. But another team rushed into the fray, locking their target onto him. Qin Feng furrowed his brow at the unexpected intrusion. Qin was far from their location, positioned at the peak of the Purple Palace's water galaxy, while they were stationed upon the city walls of GD City. This sudden entry forced Lu Yin to hastily retreat, and without skills at his disposal, Qin Feng found himself at a disadvantage. Most critically, the opposing fireman seemingly abandoned Gu Qinghan, fixating directly on him, taunting him with exaggerated expressions. This fireman was none other than the one Qin Feng had nearly eliminated with a flurry of attacks. At that moment, among their ranks, Zhang Jing had already been eliminated after sacrificing his life for his teammates, and Gu Qinghan had also succumbed to Lu Yin's assault, leaving only the fireman standing, half armor intact, with approximately 20 seconds left on his ultimate ability. As the fireman descended, intent on continuing his pursuit, Qin Feng executed a smooth wall dash, entering the city, executing a side dash that allowed him to land while transitioning into another wall dash maneuver to evade Lu Yin. Observing Lu Yin escape across an expansive plain, Qin Feng felt a deep sense of resignation. The trio pursued, avoiding complex terrain and not heading toward their teammates, while Qianhua relentlessly followed. Zhang Jing silently observed the unfolding scene, remaining voiceless. In the 32nd chapter, Arguments, Zhang Jing's perspective of death spectating was from the fireman, allowing him to witness the chase after Hutao. Even from Zhang Jing's level, it was evident that Hutao's agility was extraordinary. reminiscent of the top-tier players he had seen in solo queue live streams. The wall dash moments were nearly always in blind spots unreachable by grappling hooks, appearing in his line of sight, either charging or seamlessly dodging. The grappling hook lunged but failed to connect with the immobile target. Any proximity resulted in Hutao skillfully creating space. Qin Feng traversed the city wall, with Yanhua relentlessly pursuing him. The Berserker's ultimate ability, having dealt no damage, quickly drained his rage, and before long, it concluded, yet he persisted in the chase. As Qin Feng sprinted, a flicker of anger welled within him. Witnessing Lu Yin being swarmed by 3 opponents, and Chen Shang offering no assistance, he realized the dire situation. He immediately abandoned the wall dash, observing the fireman drawing near with a grappling hook. Qin Feng initiated a charge to pressure the fireman, who hesitated to approach, interrupting his hook in midair. Once Qin Feng canceled his charge, the fireman lunged forward with his great sword. Qin Feng, without hesitation, thrust his dagger, shattering the fireman's armor, then utilized the dagger's dash mechanism to retreat. Yanhua, not having charged his armor, attempted to close in on Qin Feng with a dash, but Qin Feng's dagger was swifter, forcing Yanhua into an armored state. Watching Qin Feng evade once more, Yanhua realized that attempting to catch Qin Feng with a great sword was a foolish endeavor. Promptly switching to his red long sword, he pressed forward with a long dash, seeking to corner Qin Feng, only to be met with a perfect blue block from Qin Feng, who struck him with the dagger before swiftly crouching and launching another attack, bringing Yanhua's armor to the brink of destruction. He hastily retreated, attempting to replenish his energy, but Qin Feng mirrored his movement, creating a significant distance between them. Yanhua, filled with reluctance, canceled his charge and endeavored to close the gap, but Qin Feng swiftly struck his blue armor state, then executed a side dash. Yanhua focused intently on Qin Feng's movements, knowing that following a dagger clash, he could unleash a blue armor counterattack, confident in his timing. Sure enough, a blue glow appeared on Hutao, triggering the counter, and Yanhua instinctively reacted. However, it was a diagonal counter. Due to the angle, Qin Feng's counterattack missed, but he utilized the momentum to draw closer to Yanhua, landing a direct strike to his side, reducing his health significantly, followed by 3 blue armor moves unleashed. Yanhua was caught off guard, sent flying, his health dropping below half. As he hastily regained his footing and saw Qin Feng advancing, he immediately initiated a long dash to pressure Qin Feng, hoping to deceive him into revealing his defenses. However, Qin Feng is currently in excellent condition. He could endure a direct confrontation without any concern. After swiftly striking with his dagger, he evaded the ensuing attack from Yanhua, whose charged blow was narrowly dodged. Qin Feng launched another strike, but the force of his opponent's counterattack pushed him slightly away. At this moment, Yanhua was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he prepared to charge. He formed a horizontal sword aura, intently watching Qin Feng's movements. Recognizing the charge, Qin Feng squatted down, observing him in silence. Yanhua unleashed his sword aura, which narrowly missed Hutao's hat. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng executed a swift maneuver. The crouching strike with the dagger covered a great distance, potentially catching Yanhua off guard. A decisive blow landed on Yanhua, and, as he stiffened momentarily, Qin Feng swiftly took advantage and charged forward, swiftly depleting Yanhua's remaining health. The glaring words "great defeat" appeared, leaving Yanhua in shock. With the dagger in hand, Hutao seemed to be mercilessly tormenting him, strike after strike. Although Qin Feng emerged victorious, the cost was the loss of Lu Yin and the half-health character, Wu Chun, fleeing aimlessly. After stripping the fire warrior of his golden armor and red longsword, and taking several golden soul jade from him, Qin Feng sighed, lamenting the loss. Lu Yin had misstepped, and Wu Chun was oblivious to their plight, while the fire warrior continued to pursue him like a rabid dog. Alas, no one paid attention to the position where Gu Qinghan had perished. Qin Feng shook his head in despair, trying to explain, but the barrage of comments was solely focused on the scene of him tormenting Yanhua. Xiao Xiong commented, "This dagger is quite terrifying, even through the screen. It feels torturous." Bobo Yu and I added, "So scary." Wu Yin remarked, "The host is so dark." Ihu Jio chimed in, "The host's dagger seems to have the prowess of an experienced assassin." Yuzhou Bao Jun stated, "Fire warrior. You think you can escape after this?" Xiao Xiong Naicha exclaimed, "Wait, Hutao Kuan. confounded by the barrage's focus. Qin Feng sought a moment to regroup and queried Lu Lian about the dagger. Wu Yan replied, "It's nothing, just an eerie chill." De Ji remarked, "To be honest, I felt nauseated through the screen. You charged at me with a dagger. I charged at you. You fled. I tried to catch you. But you couldn't escape or catch me." Zwa Yu added, "Indeed, I empathize with that fire warrior. It must be utterly hopeless." Air by C commented, "Especially since you wielded a blue dagger, it felt like a dull blade cutting flesh. Why not just grant a swift end?" Air by C continued, "I truly admire your skills." Observing the trio hungrily feasting on Lu Lian's spoils, Qin Feng felt despair. At that moment, more bad news arrived. Wu Chun had also been slain in pursuit. "Can we escape?" Qin Feng had just asked when Wu Chun had already pressed the death button. Seeing this, Lu Lian lost hope as well, replicating the action, and the two exited the game, leaving Qin Feng bewildered and hiding in a building within the city. With two teammates gone, there was little to teach, and ultimately, Qin Feng managed to reach the final circle, only to be caught and eliminated in a two-team showdown, finishing in third place. Meanwhile, on Zhang Jing's side, after exiting the game, Shenqiu could no longer contain herself. Perhaps it was due to accumulated frustrations, or perhaps it was the fire warrior running past her soul mound, or the vivid 12 points. "Hua Yanhua, are you even playing?" Shenqiu interrogated without hesitation. "You only care about damage. How many times have you been taken down? When have you not been the one to throw away the advantage?" Zhang Jing, caught between the two, dared not speak, silently scrolling through his phone. He felt helpless, thinking, why must he be stuck in the middle of this? Shenqiu's words struck a nerve with Hua Yanhua, who retorted, "Did I not earn that advantage? I always take on two enemies. Yet in fights, you ignore my contributions." Shenqiu, known for her online presence, presented a stark contrast to her quiet demeanor in reality, showcasing a different persona online. "Look at you. You almost got taken out by Hutao, and want me to pay attention to you?" Hua Yanhua gasped, realizing the truth. "That Hutao must be a fish catch. Are you not? You got taken down behind you by someone else. What are you pretending for? Why did I never notice how insufferable you are?" Shenqiu shot back mercilessly. Zhang Jing, witnessing this, felt he could say nothing. In his eyes, neither was particularly admirable. Hua Yanhua had a temper, but had helped her gain points, yet now was being scorned. Alas, what a predicament. Why must I endure this? Shenqiu's words struck a chord with Hua Yanhua, who lamented, "I cannot help it. That damn dagger is simply infuriating." Shenqiu chuckled coldly. "If a dagger can provoke you this much, what would happen if he used a fist blade? Every time there is a problem, you look for excuses and pressure your teammates. Can you not take responsibility?" This statement landed with a critical effect, leaving Zhang Jing wide-eyed as Hua Yanhua exited the room, while Shenqiu silently followed suit. Finally, a release. Chapter 33. A counterattack from Hua Yanhua. Zhang Jing rubbed his throbbing temples. With those two gone, the world seemed much quieter. He took out his phone and messaged Qin Feng, "Come on, let us play a few rounds." After recently gaining points from Zhang Jing, Qin Feng felt slightly guilty, even though Hua Yanhua was indeed quite insufferable. However, what if Zhang Jing recognized him? As the game began loading, Qin Feng smacked his forehead, thinking, who would remember others, especially in the game Eternal Motion, where one is completely focused on the battle and the text is minuscule? Why would remembering others be an unnecessary burden? Holding this thought, Qin Feng began a second game, continuing to play and commentate. The game concluded swiftly. This time, fortune favored them as the entire team reached the final circle, only to be wiped out by a team of crazed players, ultimately finishing in second place. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's skills and strategies drew praise from viewers like Bo Uni and Xiao Xiong Nai Cha, who exclaimed that they had learned much. After all, Qin Feng's explanations were detailed and easy to understand, sharing invaluable experience that prompted many viewers to open the game and try it themselves. Upon settlement, Qin Feng messaged Zhang Jing, "I'll pull you in." Feng. It's at Wuhou, right?" Zhang Jing, yeah. Zhang Jing set down his phone, exhaling, only to see an invitation pop up on the game interface. Bo Uni has invited you to join the game. Accept or decline." Zhang Jing rubbed his eyes and clicked accept. Hey. Qin Feng's somewhat lazy voice reached him, widening Zhang Jing's eyes in shock. "Wait, why is it Bo Uni?" Qin Feng paused. "Oh, what's wrong?" "It's a friend's account." The barrage of comments was rife with confusion. "Wian, what is going on? Who is this? I want to play too." "Luoing who? Iku Feng Xiu." I want to play with Lao Feng too. Xiao Xiong Nai Cha. Me too. Bobo you and I. Same here. Luo Ying Bobo. Your account is still in use by the host. Don't be too greedy. Seeing this, Qin Feng helplessly explained, a school friend. I just helped him gain some points. And he got scolded, so I'm playing a couple of games with him. However, the viewer's attention remained oddly diverted. Bobo you and I. The host is a student? Xiao Xiong Nai Cha. A student. How cute. Luo Ying. Students are great. Students are youthful. Yu Chi Chi. Wait, the host is a student? What year? But before they could delve deeper, Xiao Xiong Nai Cha suddenly commented. Xiao Xiong Nai Cha. I watched the replay. This is the teammate of that fire warrior who just posted emojis. Bobo you and I. What a coincidence. Wu Yan. The world is indeed small. Zhang Jing was currently engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, hastily opening Qin Feng's battle records. Upon seeing that peculiar Hutao in the odd lineup, his eyes instantly reddened. To be frank, he had previously thought that Qin Feng's prowess was formidable, yet he had never experienced it firsthand. It wasn't until he witnessed what he considered a relatively strong character, the fireman, being effortlessly dispatched by Qin Feng, that he comprehended the suffocating pressure of the competition. You rascal, you did remarkably well. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng understood that Zhang Jing had recognized him. However, it was of little consequence. After the video of him defeating the solo streamer was released, many in their class were aware of his current prowess. As for Shun Xiu from the neighboring class, who had initially shown off with the fireman, who could he blame? Are we starting or not? Qin Feng remarked, listening to Zhang Jing's somewhat excited voice with a hint of resignation. Let us start. Zhang Jing replied decisively. Once they were truly matched as teammates, Zhang Jing felt the full extent of Qin Feng's strength. The protective shield was always provided at the optimal moment. He hardly needed to think, merely swinging his blade indiscriminately. With the support of Qin Feng, he felt invincible, and he didn't even have to monitor his teammates continuously, as he realized that as long as Qin Feng didn't overextend himself, he was virtually immortal. During his ultimate's duration, he was unlikely to be interrupted, and, as it concluded, Qin Feng was always there to assist him in dismantling the opposition. After playing 2 matches, one resulting in a chicken dinner and the other placing fourth, Zhang Jing suddenly recognized how pitiful his previous teammates had been. In a live stream, Qin Feng casually remarked, "Did you see that? The transformation mechanics are meant to be utilized like this. If handled correctly, you have a fierce beast at your disposal. But if not, you become prey for a pot of dog meat hot pot." After stretching lazily, he concluded the day's lesson, as he needed to rank up. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, he prepared to log off. At that moment, an application to join the game halted Qin Feng's actions. As it was from Luo Mu Hua Yin Hua, Qin Feng was taken aback, uncertain of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, after a quarrel with Shun Xiu, Hua Yin Hua had deleted his contact information and game records, and due to Shun Xiu's invisibility and obscured battle records, it was impossible to discern anything. After the argument, regret washed over him, and by a strange twist of fate, he thought of Zhang Jing. In his eyes, Zhang Jing was weaker and not particularly skilled. Thus, he assumed there was no chance of them being involved. However, they were classmates, and Shun Xiu had agreed to play with him. This realization unsettled him, but thankfully, he could check the recent game statuses of players. Hua Yinhua opened a recent games tab, and, upon seeing Zhang Jing's familiar name with the number 23 following it, he could no longer sit still. He quickly accessed Zhang Jing's information, relieved to find that Zhang Jing had not hidden his battle records, which allowed Hua Yinhua to immediately spot Zhang Jing's teammates, igniting his fury. Boo, boo, you, and I. Hua Yinhua nearly ground his teeth, as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, his eyes blazing as he watched Zhang Jing transition from the game to the team lobby before promptly sending a join request without hesitation. Qin Feng glanced at the request and inquired, Luo Mu Hua Yinhua, is this your friend? Zhang Jing paused momentarily, puzzled. Who? Then he recalled. Wasn't that Shun Xiu's name? What's going on? He applied to join the team. Zhang Jing's body trembled. What was he up to? How would I know? Shall we let him in and see? Zhang Jing tentatively suggested. All right then. Qin Feng accepted the request. In reality, the moment Hua Yinhua sent the join request, the live stream's chat exploded with activity. Mantu. Wow, that guy with the sheer expression is the fire dog. Wing, you recognize him from that? Boo Boo you and I. Is this for real? This is going to be entertaining. I have a serious illness. I'm dying, my classmate's teammate getting targeted by his own classmate. Little bear milk tea. You chi. I want to see today as highlights tomorrow. You chi. Wow, you knew I was recording. Ah, I'm recording. At this moment, Hua Yinhua barged into the room, confronting Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing, what's the meaning of this? Zhang Jing was momentarily taken aback. It didn't surprise him that the other party knew his name. After all, Shunxiu always called him by it during their communications. What perplexed him was the accusatory tone. What do you mean? Hua Yinhua, suppressing his anger, pressed. Is it amusing to have someone snipe me? Huh. Seeing that he was still playing dumb, Hua Yinhua sneered. This you and I boo-boo is your doing, isn't it? How much did you pay? No wonder he kept losing. It was all a setup for the ambush. To embarrass me in front of Chiu, and then find an opportunity to strike? How amusing. Zhang Jing was utterly astonished, as question marks flooded the chat. Qin Feng was equally amazed, pondering the absurdity of Hua Yinhua's imagination. No, I'm not backing out, because you guys are always prepared so quickly. Feigning innocence, huh? You could easily find any reason to back out. I was wondering why you suddenly decided to play with Chiu. Turns out you were already laying in wait. Qin Feng's lips twitched as he observed the confrontational demeanor of Hua Yinhua and could only murmur, "May I say something? Speak. I hail from a humble background. Is there a possibility that this is all just a coincidence?" Chapter 34. Sha Gui Tao. Indeed, it is rather coincidental, Hua Yinhua remarked sarcastically. His demeanor irked both Qin Feng and Zhang Jing, who had previously restrained themselves due to their mutual acquaintance with Shunxiu. However, with her absence, why was he still intruding? Zhang Jing's tone turned hostile. You're pushing your luck, aren't you? You're both incompetent and arrogant. Is there a need to fabricate reasons? Hua Yinhua retorted. Even if I am lacking, I am still superior to you. Apart from playing a mudman, what else can you do? Stuck in the middle. Qin Feng felt uneasy, particularly since he was streaming live, and Zhang Jing was unaware of this. If they continued quarreling, the stream would undoubtedly suffer. Can we all just calm down? It's just a game. There's no need for this. Reluctantly, he attempted to mediate. The chat was filled with spectators reveling in the drama, and Qin Feng could only sigh in exasperation. His words merely paused the argument momentarily, as Hua Yinhua swiftly turned his ire towards him. No need? You think I would have quarreled with Chiu if it weren't for you two? At that moment, Hua Yinhua appeared agitated. If it weren't for you, would I have argued with her? Zhang Jing retorted angrily. I've already stated it was a coincidence. Initially, I intended to invite him to play. You interrupted as we were about to start. Why not address your issues with Shunxiu directly? I have no interest in her. You have no interest. You want to play with her? Zhang Jing felt exasperated. Hua Yinhua was the epitome of self-centeredness, only acknowledging his own reasoning while disregarding others. Let us kick him out. He is truly insufferable. Qin Feng, fearing that their tempers would escalate further and jeopardize the stream, complied and removed the irate Hua Yinhua from the room. Though Hua Yinhua was expelled, he refused to relent, quickly shifting to private messages. Qin Feng, without a second thought, blocked him, and Zhang Jing followed suit. Frustrated by his failure to provoke them, Hua Yinhua lashed out, knocking over 2 packets of instant noodles on his desk before gradually regaining his composure. This Zhang Jing is doing this on purpose. All I need to do is explain it to Chiu. With this thought, clarity returned to him as he adeptly switched to a secondary account and privately messaged Shunxiu. Meanwhile, Qin Feng ignored Hua Yinhua and logged onto his primary account. Determined to rank up today. Ranked match activate. The game quickly matched him, and as he entered, his teammates selected Wu Tian and Hutao. Before Qin Feng could choose his hero, Wu Tian activated his microphone. Hey, does player 2 have a mic? Qin Feng is designated as number 2. Upon hearing this, he inquired, what is wrong? As long as there is wheat, shall we play the Sha Tao Gui formation? Sha Tao Gui refers to Wu Tian Shanan and Hutao, a composition frequently employed in competitive matches due to its formidable burst damage potential, high margin for error, and flexibility, although it struggles against the DFO team. Indeed, number 2, our team is quite powerful, with a total damage output of 2. Hutao, being a female character, possesses an unremarkable voice that cannot be deemed particularly melodious. Alright then, Qin Feng wished to continue utilizing Zhang Qiling, yet the absence of Yin Ziping diminished his effectiveness. Choosing Shanan, Qin Feng equipped skills 1 and 3, while simultaneously explaining to the audience. Skill 1 is brief, while skill 3 allows Sha Nan to acquire 3 wind spirits whenever he enters or exits a sandstorm. This is the crux of Shan Nan's power. Enemies caught in the whirlwind of wind spirits cannot evade damage unless they endure melee strikes. Furthermore, the control duration of the wind spirits is a solid 3 seconds, making an adeptly executed Sha Nan a terrifying presence in chaotic skirmishes. As for skills 2 and 3, while skill 2 features a tracking effect lasting a lengthy 25 seconds, it is 7 seconds longer than the 18 seconds of skill 1. Skill 3 rebounds wind every 20 seconds, but its control time is shorter, being more effective in confined spaces such as ruins or caves. The audience, listening to Qin Feng's skill exposition, was filled with questions. Bo Yunai, the streamer is so meticulous. Huashir Gongfang, I call him the king of detail. Mo Ran, no way. Streamer, you are truly skilled. Iku Fang Xiao, streamer, please don't cause chaos again, I'm scared. It seems he should speak less in the future, lest the audience bestow upon him the title of king of detail. As he pondered this, the game loaded. Qin Feng did not check the map, and only realized upon entering that they were in Hualuogua. Wu Tian leapt to the location of Bear Claw Slope at the lower side of Changxingjai, a minor resource area. A team of time, Wu Tian declared, swiftly searching for resources to gather. Qin Feng landed atop the large tent, descending from its front to find a cache of gold and blue piles inside. After clearing them, he acquired several grappling hooks and a blood medicine, but all his weapons were ranged. No knife, no armor. Qin Feng promptly reported the information, as the landing and armament are crucial. If he failed to communicate, teammates would assume he had weapons and engage in combat, resulting in a disadvantaged situation. Sure enough, his words calmed Wu Tian, who had secured a purple armor and purple knife. At this moment, Hutao donned a blue armor, seemingly drawing closer to Wu Tian. Hearing footsteps, Qin Feng decisively turned and climbed out of the window instead of exiting through the tent's main entrance. After exiting, he dove into another tent. But all the resources here had already been taken, leaving not even a single weapon crate. Let us fight to the death. Wu Tian's voice echoed, indicating he was already in combat with the adversary. Qin Feng refrained from joining, with Wu Tian possessing skill 1 and Hutao beside him. He was unlikely to fall within 10 seconds, allowing Qin Feng time to find a knife. Emerging from the tent once more, he finally discovered a white blade horse-cutting knife atop a wooden rack, though without armor. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Qin Feng utilized a grappling hook to reach the battlefield, just in time to witness Wu Tian being attacked, while Hutao provided protective cover, mitigating the enemy's onslaught. In midair, Qin Feng executed his skill to momentarily suspend his descent, targeting an advancing enemy, Ghana, with a wind spirit directed towards Wu Tian, and then grappling towards the approaching white-armored Shen Miao. At that moment, Ghana and Hutao attempted to capitalize on a brief moment of vulnerability, but were ensnared by the mini-tornado created by the wind spirit. Wu Tian, seeing this opportunity, ceased his retreat and charged forward, accumulating power for a strike that, upon release, inflicted significant damage on the weakened Ghana, leaving Hutao also with shattered white armor and half health. Hutao swiftly leapt in to finish him off. Wu Tian consumed flowers and continued to pursue Hutao. Once Qin Feng observed the wind spirit successfully striking, he felt reassured and pursued Shen Miao. The adversary, witnessing one comrade down and another nearly defeated, hesitated to linger after enduring Qin Feng's grappling hook. Wu Tian and Hutao swiftly dispatched the weakened Hutao, then advanced to assist Qin Feng, quickly eliminating Shen Miao. After thoroughly checking Bear Claw Slope, Qin Feng donned blue armor and a blue long spear, then proceeded towards the frozen swamp, which lay at the edge of the map. Consequently, this formation is relatively weak while Wu Tian is still utilizing his basic ultimate ability. Many Wu Tian compositions opt to employ a return to spirit strategy to secure a landing setup before developing. In the 35th round, the Aurora Shattered Cloud flash combo was executed. The trio made their way from the frozen swamp towards the direction of Tang'an City, simultaneously completing tasks. As elevating the quality of Wu Tian's ultimate requires an abundance of weaponry and substantial funds to unlock weapon slots. This Wu Tian and Hutao duo indeed demonstrated a profound understanding of the formation, as they encountered no one along their developmental path. And Wu Tian's ultimate successfully evolved to purple. All three donned purple armor and weapons, with Qin Feng equipped with a purple horizontal knife and an Aurora Shattered Cloud flash. Feeling immensely powerful, The opposition was equally determined, unleashing arrows and firearms. Qin Feng maneuvered to a strategically advantageous position, stealthily activating his skill, then accurately launching an attack. At the entrance of the Return to Yang realm, the enemy Hutao was caught by the wind spirit, allowing Qin Feng to unleash 3 consecutive arrows, complemented by the ranged attacks from Wu Tian and Hutao, resulting in the enemy Hutao's armor shattering instantly. Soon, reinforcements arrived, comprising Ghana, Zhang Qiling, and Yin Ziping. Without Hardy, I'll summon a sandstorm. Shall we eliminate Yin Ziping? Qin Feng inquired. Certainly, Wu Tian nodded slightly, then awaited the preparation time to conclude before ascending with his grappling hook. As Qin Feng activated his skill in midair, he grappled Zhang Qiling hovering above him. The adversary was in a state of blue armor accumulation. Qin Feng interrupted his grappling hook midair, causing Zhang Qiling's power buildup to land empty. Wu Tian utilized skill 1 in the air, but the enemy disregarded him and focused their fire on Hutao. However, Hutao was tethered to Wu Tian, directly employing protective cover to absorb the incoming barrage. Observing this from the air, Qin Feng decisively intervened, releasing the wind spirits. The wind ball was deflected by Zhang Qiling's charge, and Ghana struck Qin Feng, sending him flying before landing with a charge attack. With 2/3 of his armor shattered, Qin Feng wasted no time in casting a sandstorm upon the distant Yin Ziping, the rage of the foolish roe deer. Freedom. At this moment, Qin Feng danced in and out of the wind, refreshing the wind spirits, launching a wind ball that lifted Yin Ziping, while Hutao also prepared a charged long sword. In a mere 2 seconds, Yin Ziping was annihilated. Qin Feng was astonished by how seamlessly they coordinated their first collaboration, fully unleashing the assassination capability of Wu Shatao. Witnessing this, Zhang Qiling activated his ultimate alongside Ghana to engage. This version of Zhang Qiling remains formidable, effectively interrupting the movements of both Wu Tian and Hutao, compounded by Ghana's instant teleportation charge, which even broke Hutao's armor formation. Initially, both Wu Tian and Hutao were in poor condition, but with the armor formation in place, the situation drastically shifted. The two stood within the formation, absorbing substantial damage while maintaining their health. Observing the broken armor of Ghana, he contemplated the wind spirits poised to assist Qin Feng and unleashed his broad knife, preparing a powerful wind attack. The horizontal knife, embedded in the ground, unleashed countless sword lights from beneath the floor, piercing Ghana's body ensnared by the wind spirits, leaving it riddled with wounds. The full health Ghana was instantly eliminated, leaving only Zhang Qiling, who could not mount any significant resistance. Wu Tian and Hutao reveled in the sanctuary of the armor formation, as Zhang Qiling's damage could not disrupt its recovery. The outcome was inevitable. The trio successfully claimed the Zhu Quebec. Upon exiting, they utilized Zhu Ke to engage in several chaotic skirmishes. Just as the third team approached, Wu Tian urgently shouted, "Kill them! Loot the bags! Loot the bags!" Their conditions were poor, and with Zhu Ke's time dwindling, they hastily looted the supplies. Upon entering, Qin Feng found himself facing the Shun Miao and Wu Chen team. Without hesitation, Shun Miao hurled a beacon into the center of the battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng realized that this version of the Fox, after undergoing a significant nerf, was a rare find. However, this hero remained formidable, serving as a symbol of the burst damage playstyle. Qin Feng knew he must not underestimate the situation and remarked that he could only unleash the sandstorm once Wu Chen teleported. Wu Tian was also aware that with Wu Chen present, utilizing the sandstorm to push enemies with his magical assault would be quite challenging, which slightly intensified his demeanor. As the preparation time concluded, everyone ascended with their grappling hooks. The first clash yielded little result, but upon landing, Qin Feng noticed the fox from a distance tossing something at his feet. His heart skipped a beat as he promptly activated the wind spirit's impact ability, momentarily suspending himself in midair. The object thrown by the fox created a tail assault formation beneath him. At that moment, Shun Miao and Wu Chen synchronized their charge toward the tail assault formation. Fortunately, Qin Feng had anticipated this, and, after using a wind gust to send Wu Chen flying, he maneuvered sideways to gather energy for his descent. That was a close call. The fox's second skill, tail assault, would ensnare enemies in its center upon hitting, allowing the opposing team to capitalize on the ensuing immobilization. Realizing the precarious situation, Hutao shifted her attention to him as three opponents began to close in. With Qin Feng having no means of dispelling control effects left, they aimed to force out the sandstorm, making it significantly easier for them to engage. In a certain live-streaming room, a streamer controlling the Fox chuckled, acknowledging Qin Feng's awareness, but dismissed it, claiming it wouldn't matter. I'll snipe him, came the voice of her teammate, Shun Miao, who was evidently a female player. Shun Miao gracefully executed a backward leap, skillfully raising her gun. And as she shot at Qin Feng in midair, she simultaneously silenced him. The fox then leapt forward, her ethereal tail unfurling, briefly stunning Qin Feng, who was subsequently hit by a charged attack from Wu Chun. At that moment, a transparent line connected Qin Feng to the spirit artifact beneath the fox. While Shun Miao approached directly, Wu Tian unleashed his ultimate ability, while Hutao maintained her composure, observing the diminishing red health bar adjacent to Qin Feng. As Wu Tian entered the fray, the golden magical assault promptly incapacitated the three, causing widespread immobilization. Instead of retreating, Qin Feng advanced, striking both Wu Chun and Shun Miao with a horizontal slash. Mecha! Mecha! Shun Miao shouted into her microphone as the fox glided towards the beacon to board the mech. At that juncture, Qin Feng's charm progress was on the verge of expiring, prompting Hutao to finally activate her protective shield. This wave of immobilization saw Qin Feng endure 2 charged attacks. However, with the shield's presence, his health remained relatively stable. By this time, the fox had boarded the mech, transforming into turret mode and unleashing a barrage at Wu Tian, interrupting his assault on his teammates. As Wu Tian stood up, another shot rang out. In the midst of this chaos, he was also caught off guard by pursuing Wu Chun, and his armor shattered instantly. He hastily pushed Wu Chun away with a magical assault, seeking refuge behind a pillar, while Hutao stepped up to counter the pressure from Wu Chun. As Qin Feng ran while charging, Shun Miao initially was not concerned about his charging ability. However, upon witnessing the Aurora's fragmented cloud initiating, her expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to charge her weapon. Qin Feng, showing no intention of attacking, canceled his long dash to seize the opportunity to catch Shun Miao's recovery frame. But she swiftly responded with a short dash to evade and charge her staff. Qin Feng refrained from engaging in a risky contest of charged attacks. Knowing that his wind spirit had not yet reset and his health was not in a robust condition, being caught could mean losing everything. He opted to swiftly approach a pillar and create distance with a wall strike. Shun Miao followed closely, but as she emerged from behind the pillar, Qin Feng executed a wall strike from another pillar, inducing a stun. The subsequent series of attacks with the Rising Dragon grapple combo shattered Shun Miao's armor, leaving her with slightly less health than Qin Feng. Now wary of pursuing further, Shun Miao recognized that Qin Feng's dispel ability was likely to reset soon, making it perilous for her to engage given her disadvantaged position. Thus, she chose to retreat towards Wu Chun, allowing Qin Feng a moment to heal. Wu Chun unleashed his skills, restoring armor for himself and Shun Miao, and the trio reformed their strategy. Let us take down Wu Tian. I have a charged cannon. The fox, piloting the Iron Guardian, unleashed a flurry of shots and acquired 3 charges of the cannon, instructing her teammates to pursue Wu Tian. As Qin Feng approached, he noted that the opposing team was all hovering around half armor, but they had a significant advantage with the Iron Guardian on the battlefield. The fox, exhibiting great skill, maneuvered the Iron Guardian into the air, transforming into cannon mode and landing a devastating blow on Hutao and Wu Tian. She then turned to fire again at Wu Tian, significantly depleting the armor restored by the barrier. Realizing he could no longer afford to keep the sandstorm, Qin Feng calculated Wu Chun's position and urgently declared, watch me. I'll take down Wu Chun." With that, he summoned the sandstorm just short of Wu Chun, perfectly timing it to ensnare him in the wind's edge, creating a brief moment of pressure. Wu Chun desperately attempted to escape, but Qin Feng was already upon him, delivering a stunning blow and maneuvering around the sandstorm to regain the wind spirit, subsequently pushing Wu Chun back towards the storm's edge. With the Rising Dragon, he activated the wind spirit and descended into the sandstorm, executing the Aurora's fragmented cloud attack. As he was pulled to the storm's periphery, he found himself immobile, only to be swiftly eliminated by Hutao's charged attack. Following Hutao's kill, she promptly relocated the barrier to restore their health. They positioned themselves at the edge of the sandstorm, evading the Iron Guardian's cannon fire with ease. During this time, Hutao's line was also ready, and she connected it to Wu Tian, who was now in a much healthier state. Xin Miao, left to fend for herself, was eventually brought down by Qin Feng's rising dragon, signaling the battle's conclusion. The streamer in the Fox's live room no longer wore a relaxed expression. Faced with a barrage of mocking comments, she could only remain silent, her face stiff. At that moment, Wu Qin's voice chimed in, acknowledging Qin Feng's prowess, stating that the sandstorm had effectively trapped him. The Fox and Shun Miao had nothing to counter. All three were streamers with considerable skills, and they clearly understood the sequence of events that led to Wu Qin's demise. Never mind, let us find someone to dispel the yang deprivation, Shun Miao suggested, attempting to smooth over the situation. In the meantime, the chat in Wu Qin's live room displayed a contrasting style. They were witnessing Wu Qin's first-person perspective and were acutely aware of his helplessness in dying. Unconscious, this Sandman is outrageous. How could the sandstorm be so precise? Chess piece. The streamer didn't even manage to escape before being pushed into the storm. That's too detailed. Heart of a young tiger. The streamer should have been more decisive. Activating the ultimate immediately could have allowed for escape. One mouthful of Hutao. This is hilarious. You go try it. How do you activate your ultimate at the edge of the sandstorm? 10 stars. One can only say the opposing team was too relentless. Even the Fox assisted in the destruction, yet they still got taken down. Wu Chun, the streamer, remained silent, preparing to find someone to dispel the yang deprivation. Unfortunately, the first team they encountered was Qin Feng's. With both yang deprivation and white tiger in play, a confrontation was imminent. This time, they were on high alert, wary of Qin Feng's sandstorm. However, to their surprise, Qin Feng immediately unleashed a sandstorm upon Wu Chun and the Fox. Observing Qin Feng's constant movements near the edge of the wind, Wu Chun had no choice but to grit his teeth and activate his ultimate to teleport. The first clash concluded with a mutual exchange of ultimates, but after the revision, Wu Qin's teleportation manifested a towering beam of light, prompting Qin Feng and his team to relentlessly pursue, reigniting the battle. Though they lacked one crucial ultimate from Qin Feng, Wu Tian's golden ultimate proved formidable. Even with Shun Miao's mech presence, the Fox was swiftly eliminated following her ultimate. With a mighty roar, the mech induced a stun, and Wu Chun was ensnared in a combo, while Wu Tian directly targeted the mech. Shin Miao was left powerless to assist Wu Chun. With this team dispatched, the remaining players were not particularly formidable, and the chosen ones were ultimately subdued by Qin Feng and his comrades with ease. After exiting the game, Wu Tian invited Qin Feng to join his team. Observing their synergy and skill, Qin Feng graciously accepted. During the gaming session, Qin Feng glanced at the barrage of comments, and most were praises for his champion, Shan'an. Xiao Xiong Nai Cha. Aren't you the streamer? You're quite skilled. Jin Shu. You truly embody the essence of Shan'an. Mo Ran. Watching you play makes my scalp tingle. Zhao 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 Nian. Is there anything you can't do, streamer? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing he had a basic understanding of everything, but lacked mastery, rendering it not worth mentioning. The subsequent ascent in ranks became significantly easier with well-coordinated teammates. One would discover that the game is, in fact, quite simple. After consecutively climbing over 100 points, Qin Feng finally logged off and closed the stream. In the following days, Qin Feng focused on solo queue to gain points, although the absence of fixed teammates made ranking slightly more challenging. His formidable skills ensured that he generally gained more than he lost, ultimately reaching the coveted 5,000 points in Wu Shuang Xiu Luo. Brother, come out for a meal. Feng Feng. Brother, didn't Ti mention I would come and find you this week? Brother, I'll be waiting in the garage. After shutting down his computer and adjusting his appearance, Qin Feng made his way downstairs. He was incredibly familiar with Qin Hua, so he didn't dress too formally. A simple white shirt paired with shorts sufficed. Upon arriving at the underground garage and stepping out of the elevator, it was no surprise to find a Lamborghini parked nearby, adorned as a pain car, featuring a character from an anime on the hood and along the sides. Qin Feng approached with a bemused expression. Observing Qin Hua leaning against the car, thinking to himself, this fool with his obsession for the second dimension. My mother forbids me from associating with such things. Qin Hua chuckled, resembling Qin Feng in appearance, having inherited their parents' fine genes, but standing slightly taller, with a more chiseled face and a mature aura shaped by life experiences. Enough chit-chat. Get in the car. Qin Hua opened the door, and Qin Feng moved to the other side, grumbling, next time. Can we take the Maybach? This car leaves no room for my long legs. You little rascal, I'm taller than you, and Haven T complained. With a roar, they drove out of the underground garage. Wanxiang City? Qin Feng inquired, admiring the scenery along the way. Qin Hua's fondness for the second dimension surpassed that of his brother. Far from feeling embarrassed about the pain car, he reveled in the attention it garnered. Absolutely, Qin Hua replied with a smug smile, pressing the accelerator. This flamboyant vehicle certainly attracted considerable attention, and Qin Feng noticed many passers-by snapping pictures. However, he had grown accustomed to it, as over the years, Qin Hua had often taken the pain car for joyrides under the guise of Qin Feng's reputation. Unexpectedly, just as they approached the car, a voice filled with surprise called out from a distance. Qin Xiao? Qin Hua turned, his amiable expression instantly vanishing when confronted with Qin Feng. Chapter 37. Solo queue for ranking, huh? Qin Hua turned, his inquisitive gaze scrutinizing the approaching figures, a young man and a woman. They seemed pleasantly surprised to see Qin Hua and hurried over, with the girl quickly linking her arm with his. Qin Feng observed Qin Hua, acknowledging that his older brother's commanding presence could not be understated. Even a mere scrutinizing glance could induce discomfort in others. The young man, despite his unease, managed to smile and introduced himself. I am Zhang Fan. I was at the gathering with Li Xiao from Mo.Do last time. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Is there something you need? Qin Hua's face brightened with a hint of a smile, though Qin Feng knew his brother had no recollection of his person. Huh. I was out with my girlfriend for a meal. Didn't he expect to run into you? Zhang Fan chuckled, well aware of the Qin family's prowess. Eager to ingratiate himself. At this moment, he noticed Qin Feng beside him, and upon recognizing the resemblance, he smiled. And who might this be? All right, you may leave first. Zhang Fan, initially hoping to establish a closer rapport, sensed Qin Hua's disinterest and tactfully withdrew. Qin Hua offered a casual nod before taking a seat in the passenger side. Qin Feng effortlessly opened the door, ignited the engine, and with a roar, they sped away. As they watched the car disappear into the distance, the girl beside Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask Mu Fan, who are they? I didn't know that Qin Xiao had a younger brother. Wang Shiyu expressed her curiosity, feeling a flicker of recognition toward Qin Feng. Upon returning, Qin Feng parked the car in the underground garage and ascended to his apartment. Qin Hua departed independently. Though the two brothers shared a close bond, they seldom intruded upon each other's lives. Once back, Qin Feng initiated a live stream, addressing all members in the group chat. Zue Xin Hua. All members, we are live. After several days of streaming, Qin Feng's formidable skills had attracted a commendable following, with the group chat swelling to over 400 members, many of whom were quite active. Bo you and I, handsome guy. Xiao Xiong Nai Cha. The barrage of comments elicited a twitch at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Zue Xin Hua. If you like it, watch it. As the stream commenced, viewers flooded in. While they claimed otherwise, their actions betrayed their enthusiasm. However, after transitioning to output-oriented heroes, Qin Feng consistently earned substantial points with each match, maintaining a steady rise in rank. Time flew, and soon it was September 24th, signaling a version update. The new season of Yongzhou and numerous hero adjustments arrived simultaneously. Most notably, the Zhendao area was altered to a 360-degree format, significantly reducing the risk of being caught off guard, although it also constituted a considerable nerf for Jianan. Among the heroes, the most significant adjustment was to Hutao's protective shield, reducing damage mitigation from 90 to 70. While the numbers appeared high, there were instances when low-health players could still be eliminated while under its protection. The Fist Blade faced yet another minor nerf, following several versions of adjustments. Its strength had diminished, and with many players adept at wielding it, its popularity had waned considerably. Subsequently, the adjustments to the Great Sword and Long Spear weapons were introduced. The Great Sword could now charge its left-click attack while still executing blue or white blade strikes, vastly increasing its strategic options. Coupled with enhancements to the new Soul Jade S, Shunjan, and Shurhunjan, this weapon was no longer as neglected as before. The Long Spear's adjustments focused on its left-click charging mechanics, allowing for quicker execution and reduced susceptibility to being countered, while the increased height of its Rising Dragon attack greatly amplified its combo potential. The elevation of the Rising Dragon meant that the Long Spear could now seamlessly transition into a grapple charge combo, paving the way for more dual-wielding combinations. And the Long Spear's most formidable feature was the ability to execute a true combo with the Dragon Kings, Panaja Now High, followed by the rising dragon attack. At this juncture, the long spear's execution threshold would be astonishingly high. A crucial adjustment was the nerf to the White Tiger's power. While the Azure Dragon's power received a boost, following an attack from the Tiger's roar, there would be a 2-second immunity period against it, with the designers clearly aiming to mitigate the chain of Tiger roars. The Azure Dragon had been nerfed in the previous 2 versions, notably with the inability to restore ultimate abilities upon pickup, causing this divine beast power to fall into obscurity. Even so, the Azure Dragon's combat capability remained indisputable. With this update allowing it to restore ultimate abilities, it was poised to become a favorite in competitive ranks. Qin Feng logged into the game, inheriting over 5,000 points from the previous season, which translated to a score of 4 for Shiryu. After dismissing the interface, he glanced at the upper right corner. His gold coins had surpassed 300,000. As customary, he browsed the shop and discovered a new red-haired skin for Hutao, Chu Ing Chi Ming. Without hesitation, he utilized his gold coins to purchase the Wan Yun Jing and unlock the hairstyle, as well as acquiring S, Shun Miao, Bundle Pack, and the Panda Mech effect. The barrage was filled with envious remarks. Handsome guy, you rich second-generation brat. Feng's invitation. Is this a cracked version of Eternal Cycle? Flying Rabbit. I'm reporting this person for playing a pirated version. Ignoring the comments, Qin Feng clicked to start the game, opting for solo queue. In the upcoming season, I still intend to engage in the Tianren solo queue. Prolonged participation in trio matches will alter my competitive mindset. For me, this endeavor can be regarded as rehabilitation training. The comments section was filled with curiosity. Shuichigu inquired, is Lao Feng no longer playing trio matches? Bobo you and I remarked, you've just arrived. Why are you starting solo queue? Mo Ran echoed, indeed. The streamer is so formidable in trio matches. Why switch to solo queue? Observing their reactions, Qin Feng elucidated, this season, I aim to play solo in Tianren for some rehabilitation training. Xiao Xiong Nai Cha expressed surprise. Is the streamer shifting toward a solo queue approach? Bobo you and I lamented no. Lao Feng, how can I survive without you? Qin Feng chuckled softly. He would still play trio matches, but there would be more emphasis on solo queue during Tianren time. Mo Ran sighed. If that's the case, won't the joy be halved? I completely fail to comprehend solo queue. Wu Yin interjected. Understanding is still possible. It provides an opportunity to observe Lao Feng's upper limits of strength. Engaging in a light-hearted chat with the comment section, Qin Feng embarked on his ranking journey as the game commenced. Throughout the evening's livestream, he achieved a remarkable ascent to over 2,000 points in the gold tier through a series of impressive victories. It was at this juncture that viewers recognized the terrifying prowess of Qin Feng. Both his strategic acumen and agility were unparalleled. While there had been hints of his skill in trio matches, it was not as vividly apparent as in one-on-one encounters in solo queue. He concluded the live stream at 2 in the morning. The following day, after a workout, Qin Feng resumed his live stream at 4 in the afternoon, continuing his ascent in solo queue. This version of solo queue was no longer dominated by Lu Lian. Characters such as Ha Di, Zhang Qiling, and the enhanced Shui Sanyang were all viable choices. To expedite his ranking, Qin Feng opted for the currently formidable Zhang Qiling. With his frame rate still at 240, facing these opponents felt akin to weight training. Some players appeared as swift as the Flash. However, aside from their already high frame rates, they had also modified the game registry through a series of operations to evolve into their own versions of the Flash. Many players employed such modifications, yet remained a mystery why the developers had not issued bans. At the season's outset, the Platinum tier proved to be exceptionally challenging, and Qin Feng encountered numerous streamers, though they were primarily lesser-known ones, not warranting much of his attention. As the 38th match commenced, the map was Longyin Dongtian, and Qin Feng selected GD City as his landing point. In solo queue, eliminating just 2 opponents here would unlock the coveted red longsword. With that in mind, Qin Feng aimed to secure the red longsword at the outset, for Zhang Qiling's ultimate ability benefits from weapon quality, making subsequent battles significantly easier if he could land it early. Upon descent, fortune smiled upon him as he landed near the staircase. The main hall of GD City was vast, while the gold and green resources were located within the Grand Hall. Thus, landing on the rooftop would result in a loss of critical advantages. Qin Feng first opened the gold stash behind the main hall's door, acquiring a blue short sword and a piece of white armor, before continuing to the side stash. This time, Luck favored him again as he discovered a purple longsword. His gaze shifted toward the gold stash on the throne, just as a grappling hook flew past. Without hesitation, he deployed his own grappling hook, landing a flying strike on Lu Lian, who was approaching to open the stash. The opponent, momentarily stunned by the flying strike, managed to open the stash, revealing a purple armor and a blue armor. Qin Feng swiftly struck, rendering Lu Lian immobile, and retreated to claim the purple armor, leaving Lu Lian to begrudgingly pick up the blue armor. However, in that instant, Lu Lian switched to his bow and fired an arrow directly at Qin Feng's head, producing a sharp sound. Subsequently, Lu Lian switched back to his sword, putting Qin Feng into a petrified state. Qin Feng furiously spammed the dodge button, finally triggering a sideways dash to evade the second arrow, which missed its target. Lu Lian, using a short dash to create distance, Qin Feng carefully observed his opponent. In the moment Lu Lian drew his bow, Qin Feng dashed forward, but Lu Lian quickly fired an arrow, again striking Qin Feng and placing him in a petrified state. This time, Lu Lian anticipated that Qin Feng would attempt a combat step, but instead, Qin Feng unleashed his petrified state, executing the long sword in a flurry that sent Lu Lian crashing to the ground. Qin Feng pursued with his grappling hook. At this point, he lacked soul jade, and the long sword's petrified state had reduced Lu Lian's blue armor to a third of its original durability. Lu Lian showed no intention of lingering in battle. He quickly retreated behind a pillar. Qin Feng, maintaining his pursuit, followed closely, and by this time, Lu Lian had reached the window. As Lu Lian prepared to leap out, Qin Feng accurately launched his grappling hook, snagging him and executing a series of strikes with the long sword before landing on solid ground. Throughout the encounter, he remained in blue invulnerability and dodge states, rendering Qin Feng's grappling hook ineffective at immobilizing him. Observing the situation, Qin Feng immediately used his grappling hook to ascend to the rooftop, watching Lu Lian sprint toward the inner city walls. He executed a series of aerial strikes, rapidly closing the distance. Those familiar with the long sword know that when descending from a height, continuous strikes allow for rapid descent, while simultaneously closing the gap. Lu Lian reached the wall, creating distance, but Qin Feng, almost simultaneously, launched off the eaves to send him flying. Following the wall strike, he deployed his grappling hook, successfully snagging Lu Lian once again, leading them back in a close-quarters combat. As Qin Feng approached, Lu Lian attempted to apply pressure with his blue armor, but Qin Feng remained unfazed, closing the gap with his long sword. Failing to execute a finishing blow, Qin Feng followed closely, while Lu Lian, now out of grappling hooks, could only strike the inner wall of the building. However, Qin Feng swiftly ascended to the rooftop, then prepared to unleash a strike with his long sword, which landed precisely on Lu Lian as he emerged from the window. Lu Lian's already precarious health plummeted to a critical level. Rising to his feet, he hastily attempted a short dash, but Qin Feng patiently executed a long dash, delivering a decisive blow that eliminated him. The comments section erupted in astonishment. Wu Yin exclaimed, "Is it on?" Bo Bo Yu and I noted, "Lao Feng's pursuit has a hint of career." Xiao Xiong Nai Cha remarked, "I must say it really does." The copper bell marked the two combatants, and Qin Feng observed their shadows, seemingly engaged in battle. As he approached with his grappling hook, he collected additional grappling hooks along the way, arriving at the side hall where the two were locked in combat. One was As Sei三娘, and the other was Zhang Qiling, with Zhang Qiling fleeing and As Sei三娘in hot pursuit. Qin Feng decisively deployed his grappling hook towards Zhang Qiling, revealing his status, half-health. Observing Qin Feng's approach, As Sei三娘abruptly abandoned the chase and began to use potions. Having never fought Zhang Qiling before and uncertain of his style, Qin Feng unleashed a charged arrow at the potion using Zhang Qiling. The white armor lost a fraction of its durability. The diminished damage from the arrow was indeed lackluster, causing Zhang Qiling to cancel his charge and resume his flight. At that moment, his condition was at its lowest, making him a prime target for both Qin Feng and As Sei三娘. Qin Feng showcased his terrifying pursuit ability, chasing from the side hall to the courtyard before launching off the railing to deliver a decisive blow that toppled Zhang Qiling. Upon landing, a quick strike shattered Zhang Qiling's white armor, leaving his already low health at a perilous state. Rising once more, Zhang Qiling attempted to create distance with a charged dash, but Qin Feng swiftly closed in, delivering a final blow that dispatched him. With 2 kills under his belt, Qin Feng earned the right to enter the Wang Wu, but at that moment, as崔三娘arrived. Seeing Qin Feng preparing to advance into the Wang Wu, she promptly deployed her grappling hook to impede his progress, then executed a flying strike, pausing mid-air to launch a water bubble. Qin Feng deftly dodged with a short dash, then remained grounded to gather his strength while awaiting Sei-San-Yang's descent. Instead of immediately closing the distance, she pulled out a five-eyed gun, landing 2 hits on Qin Feng, and a third shot struck his body, reducing his armor by a quarter. Unwilling to yield, Qin Feng retaliated with his bow, landing 3 consecutive shots on her. Sei-San-Yang, now flustered, increased her evasive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Qin Feng simply moved side to side, charging another shot, which shattered Sei-San-Yang's armor. With narrowed eyes, Qin Feng readied his bow, targeting a spot slightly to her right. As she completed her leftward twist, he released an arrow. At that moment, Sei-San-Yang seemed to inadvertently collide with the arrow, interrupting her potion-drinking action and reducing her health to 2/3. She promptly retreated, but Qin Feng's grappling hook was in hot pursuit, activating his ultimate ability and leaving her no opportunity to counter. Sei-San-Yang's bag contained little of significance. With a cursory glance, Qin Feng stepped through the Wang Wu transmission portal. Beneath the roots of a tree, he grasped the Shangfeng sword, which he transformed into a pink Xixing skin. After consuming 2 fireflies, he exited once more. The remaining fireman, however, immediately engaged Qin Feng in combat. Armed with dual blades, he approached menacingly, executing a long dash followed by a right click that cast Qin Feng into a petrified state. Subsequently, he switched to a great sword and struck again. With 2 clangs, Qin Feng retreated, yet his opponent remained unfazed, re-engaging with his dual blades. After 2 strikes that rendered Qin Feng immobile, the fireman anticipated his return to action and prepared to strike. In Chapter 39, Milk Tea Sisters, Qin Feng did not falter. He executed a long dash and struck with a direct blow, activating the right-click blue invulnerability. The fireman, unable to connect his attack, was met with a downward slash. The fireman's purple armor was reduced to a mere quarter. After enduring a series of strikes, he became more cautious. He hastily rolled away, attempting to create distance, but Qin Feng pursued him with another strike. The Zamadeo in Qin Feng's hands shimmered in purple, shattering the fireman's armor entirely. Unable to withstand the pressure, the fireman unleashed his ultimate ability. Qin Feng decisively switched to his red longsword, while the fireman, having activated his ultimate and leaping into the air, sensed impending doom. He quickly unleashed a defensive posture in the air, but due to the terrain, his shadow failed to strike, allowing Qin Feng a moment to regain his composure. At this juncture, the fireman transformed into a spectral form, and a new line appeared in the chat window beside Qin Feng. After the countdown, both players grappled with grappling hooks. Through a series of exchanges, Qin Feng emerged victorious more often than not, prompting Lu Yin to activate his ultimate ability. Qin Feng did so simultaneously. Yet, Zhang Qiling's ultimate was evidently effective against Lu Yin. After a few strikes, Qin Feng triggered the Blood Guardian ability and easily dispatched Lu Yin. As fortune would have it, the first individual he encountered was none other than a fireman, currently engaged in a battle with another Lu Yin while activating his ultimate. The other Lu Yin also activated his ultimate, which involved tossing the Lu Jin sword into the air, clearly intending to flee. Observing the pursuing fireman, Qin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he joined the fray, unleashing his own ultimate. I shall sever your lives. The fully charged Zhang Qiling, embodying the phoenix, charged into the battle, causing the fireman to tremble with alarm, recognizing that he was the target. At that moment, the fireman had only half his health remaining, while the fleeing Lu Yin stood still upon seeing Qin Feng approach. After sending several emoticons, Qin Feng caught a glimpse of a familiar line in the current channel. Without allowing any further delay, he unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes, resulting in the fireman's immediate demise. This spectacle delighted the audience in the barrage of comments. The conversation continued, with laughter and playful banter. Qin Feng then casually searched the fireman's bag before pursuing the fleeing Lu Yin, who had restored his health by the time Qin Feng caught up. Unfortunately for Lu Yin, his blades lacked the necessary strength, and after several exchanges, Qin Feng effortlessly claimed victory. The Tana technique, while of limited utility in intense 3-player battles, was regarded as a miraculous skill in solo play. Solo battles typically extended over a long duration, predominantly revolving around the pursuit of fleeing opponents. Thus, the slow armor recovery provided by Tana became particularly vital. Upon entering, Qin Feng immediately activated Tana. As his character focused, his hands rested on his abdomen, radiating restorative light until the fourth glow signified the emergence of a protective shield, adding a small armor bar to the lower left corner. He then canceled Tana, facing off against Zhang Qiling. As the countdown concluded, both exchanged fire in midair. Qin Feng's five-eye cannon connected thrice, while his opponent's arrow struck only once. Upon landing, Qin Feng refrained from closing the distance, opting instead to pepper Zhang Qiling with shots from the five-eye cannon. Seemingly unwilling to concede, the opponent retaliated with arrows. Ultimately, after exhausting the durability of his five-eye cannon, Qin Feng had reduced his opponent's golden armor by half, while the purple armor of Zhang Qiling had shattered completely. Seeing his opponent retreat behind a pillar, Qin Feng switched to his bow, approached with his Amadeo, and executed a jump to interrupt the healing action. Following this, he unleashed a fiery slash. As Zhang Qiling rose, he hastily activated his ultimate ability, triggering the Blood Guardian. Qin Feng executed a short dash, but his opponent anticipated this, charging a powerful strike. At this juncture, Qin Feng could no longer afford to hold back. He adjusted his skills, switched to the red longsword, and activated his ultimate. With Qin Feng at full health, the duration of Zhang Qiling's Blood Guardian was nearing its end. The final strike from this ability was evaded by Qin Feng, leaving his opponent with but one chance to turn the tide. Before he could devise a strategy for recovery, Qin Feng swiftly dispatched him with a single blow. With the power of the White Tiger at his disposal, he encountered no formidable adversaries, effortlessly claiming victory along the path of destiny. After the conclusion, Qin Feng stretched leisurely, announcing to his audience that it was time to rest and that he would be signing off early, as classes resumed the following day. The chat erupted with question marks. Almost forgot that Lao Feng is a university student. Kim a comment. Doesn't that complicate the live stream? Another chimed in. Indeed, Lao Feng, don't leave. Qin Feng, observing the barrage of comments, responded with exasperation. I reside off campus. Streaming is not a problem. Are you in Hangzhou? Which university? A viewer queried. Nanda, why? You aren't planning to meet me offline, are you? Qin Feng replied. What a coincidence. We are at the neighboring university. Let's exchange WeChat. I want to meet you offline. Came the enthusiastic response. With a slight grimace, Qin Feng recalled that Nanda was indeed adjacent to Jada. These two girls are high achievers? No, I'm frightened, he thought. The more you fear, the more excited I become. Another viewer teased. Let me take a look. Ultimately, Qin Feng decided against sharing his WeChat and opted to end the stream abruptly to evade the situation. In a certain girl's dormitory at Jeddah, a pink gaming chair turned to reveal a girl with a dissatisfied expression. Her features were above average, attractive yet not quite at the level of campus beauty. He runs away so quickly, remarked her companion, who bore a resemblance to her. Are you watching the live stream again? Asked another girl, tall and elegant. As she entered the room, I envy your enthusiasm. I've given up on practicing since I only get bullied by upperclassmen. The tall girl settled into her chair. I'm already a slacker. We will never give up, Lin Qing had declared, shaking her fists. By the way, Mo Ing, since you often play with the upperclassmen, do you know anyone formidable from the neighboring Nanda? Mo Ing, the tall girl, looked up in confusion. From Nanda? No one particularly stands out to me. Lin Qing paused, then sighed. So, does that mean our chance to meet offline is gone? Is the Lao Feng you mentioned really that formidable? Mo Ing inquired, intrigued as she adjusted her shoes. Chapter 40, Growth Absolutely. Lin Qinghe exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pulled out her phone and navigated to a certain site, finding a player named Yu Chi. Look at this. Mo Ing turned to her. What is so special about a highlight reel? Even I can have my moments. It's all quite simple. Not Lao Feng. We've genuinely improved recently. We even reached the eclipsed moon by the end of the season. Lin Qinghe replied, her tone earnest. To Mo Ying's surprise, she was well aware of the capabilities of the two girls, as she had initially introduced them to the game. However, given the time that had passed, it was challenging for their skills to have significantly improved. Could it be true that merely watching a live stream had elevated their abilities? Well then, let's see how it goes. Platinum 1. For the past 2 weeks, she had been occupied with club activities and lacked the time to mentor them. Mo Ing opened the club group chat and sent a message. Is there anyone with a Platinum 1 account for a trio? I want to guide my roommates. Why isn't the senior taking me along? I need guidance too. Mo Ying replied. Are you a girl calling out in here? Wow, is this a double girl duo? Count me in. Mo Ying's words ignited a flurry of responses, as university students are a vibrant and lively group, instantly prompting numerous inquiries directed at her. Reluctantly, Mo Ying clarified, just 2 roommates. I'm joining the trio. Sniper 1 too. After borrowing an account, she chose to ignore the chatter, but she underestimated the students' penchant for mischief. Once they queued up, the group chat buzzed with excitement. It seems we've matched. I have a friend on the seniors account. We queued together. They even shared a screenshot of the map, revealing Long Yin Dong Tian, confirming they were indeed in the same game. Envious emojis flooded the chat, followed by Mo Ying's sardonic smile. So what if we matched? Come to GD Chung, and I'll take you down. With that, she selected Zhang Qiling and marked Mu Yunguan. To her astonishment, Lin Xingyan, who had an inexplicable obsession with Hutao, was conversing with Lin Xinghe. Typically, these two would argue fiercely over who got to select Hutao. Lao Feng says Zhang Qiling pairs well with Hot D and Yin Ziping in this version. Sure, I'll go with Yin Ziping. Then I'll take Lauda. Let me know who attacks you, and I'll help you take them down. Mo Ying stared blankly at the status in the lower left corner. 1. Ji Ying. Hero Zhang Qiling. 2. Bobo Uni. Hero Hadi. 3. Xiao Xiong Nai Cha. Hero Yin Ziping. Are you truly my roommates? Mo Ying was filled with confusion, but the game commenced swiftly. The terrain of Long Yin Dong Tian at Mu Yingguan was notoriously treacherous, with resources primarily located in the caves, which were infested with poisonous jellyfish. Without Hutao, jumping into this area would be akin to courting death. Mo Ying had assumed at least one of them would play a healer, hence her choice of landing spot. However, she had been lost in thought and failed to change her position, landing amidst a team of players. Upon touching down, she quickly assessed the surroundings. One team? Let's not rush in. Let's scour the perimeter. Yet, she noticed the two had already begun moving swiftly and skillfully avoided the poisonous jellyfish and mushrooms. They scavenged some supplies near the massive house before Mu Yunguan when an enemy team, featuring a Hadi, discovered Mo Ying. At that moment, Mo Ying was clad in purple armor and wielding a white gun, while the enemy Hadi approached with blue armor and dual nunchaku. She instinctively glanced at their positions only to find them alarmingly close and advancing towards her. Get him! Lin Qing, he commanded, as Lauda, dressed in simple attire, charged forward, hooking the enemy Hadi. The enemy Hadi was clearly taken aback by the proximity and had assumed his blue armor and purple weapon made him invulnerable enough to engage directly. However, he was caught off guard, receiving damage from a surprise aerial attack. As Mo Ying and Lin Qing Yin closed in, she instinctively brandished her weapon. The opponent hesitated, and in the moment Mo Ying swung her weapon, Lin Qing Yin unleashed a powerful strike that shredded a significant portion of the enemy's blue armor. Realizing his predicament, he quickly activated a skill and launched himself into the air. Yet, in his panic, he failed to notice a roaming jellyfish ahead. Mo Ying swiftly fired at it, causing the Hadi to become poisoned, his health plummeting rapidly. Seizing the opportunity while the jellyfish withered, the three of them converged, eliminating the Hadi. By the time his teammates arrived, they were already in disarray, hesitant to engage from a distance as they battled the jellyfish. However, the trio had learned to keep their distance from the poisonous jellyfish. The Hadi promptly transformed into a soul state and fled. With no one left in the cave, the three ventured inside to scavenge. Mo Ying was in purple armor with a purple gun. Lin Qing Yin donned blue armor and wielded a blue fan. While Lin Qing, he had blue armor and a purple weapon, their development looking promising. Upon reaching the valley outside, they fortuitously spotted the enemy team that had previously featured the Hadi. Upon seeing their adversaries, they wasted no time and launched an attack. Mo Ying swiftly hooked herself into the fray, while Lin Qing His Hadi followed suit, albeit Lin Qing Yin lagged slightly behind. The enemy lineup comprised a Hadi, a fireman, and a tiger. Mo Ying locked onto the fireman, but as she soared past, she noticed Lin Qing His Hadi had also hooked onto the target. With the two focusing their fire, Mo Ying initiated stagger, and as she prepared for her second attack, a fan flew in from behind, striking the fireman and stripping away a significant portion of his blue armor, allowing her to continue her assault. The fireman, drenched in sweat, barely managed to evade a fireball thrown his way. Mo Ying executed a short dash to avoid it. While Lin Qing, he was knocked back. At this moment, the tiger and Hadi also joined the fray, fixating their attention on Lin Qingyan's Ping, aiming to eliminate the healer first. However, Lin Qinghe, being close to her teammates, saw the two advancing aggressively and, with a well-timed strike, launched herself off a rock, joining the assault on the fireman. Without any crowd control or ultimate ability, the fireman was overwhelmed by their combined firepower and swiftly fell. The enemy tiger and Hutao drew nearer, with the tiger unleashing a powerful strike. Mo Ying, reacting too soon, could only absorb the blow. Having just endured an attack from the fireman, she was struck by the tiger's power, causing her armor to shatter. She instinctively sought an opportunity to heal, but was deterred by Lin Qingyan's supportive skill. With her health restored, she approached once more, only to find Lin Qingyan ensnared in a stagger. The opposing Hutao executed a decisive strike, and the tiger attempted to capitalize on the moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinghe intervened with a timely counter. Mo Ying, suppressing her unease, moved closer to the tiger and landed a charged attack, leaving him severely weakened. "Help me." After dispatching the weakened tiger, they noticed Lin Qingyan's Ping hurriedly making her way towards them. However, just then, her fireman teammate resurrected, immediately hooking into the battlefield, targeting the vulnerable Ping. Lin Qinghe swiftly activated her recently recharged ultimate, soaring into the air and setting up a trap while continuously engaging. Lin Qingyan utilized her skill to escape the battlefield, leaving the remaining Hutao and fireman to contend with Mo Ying. However, the fireman had perished too quickly, lacking an ultimate. Mo Ying decisively activated her ultimate and pursued the two attackers. The Hutao also unleashed his ultimate, deploying a trap. The fireman hastily attempted to escape, but a figure soared in from a distance, and Lin Qinghe delivered a crushing elbow strike, sending the airborne fireman plummeting before continuing her chase. The sudden turn of events startled him, prompting a frantic retreat. Soon after, a fierce battle erupted in the air, but Lin Qinghe's inexperience was evident, and after enduring 2 strikes, she panicked and called out, "Qingyan, help me. I'm falling. I can't save you. I've exhausted my ultimate." Lin Qingyan replied helplessly, "And your armor isn't even broken. You won't die." After eliminating their foes, the trio emerged from Mu Yingguan, and Mo Ying feigned surprise, exclaiming, "You both changed so much. In the past, when they played together, they would often be scattered, and it would take ages to find them. The chaotic use of skills during combat rendered them utterly ineffective, creating a scene of complete disarray. Yet, amidst the turmoil, she surprisingly felt as though she were playing alongside her regular teammates. The two of them had indeed improved their awareness significantly, though their swordplay and agility still required refinement. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. They were not engaged in a trio match, and as long as their awareness remained intact, with a bit more timing and skill execution, ascending ranks in trio matches would be a simple feat upon exiting Nguyen. They encountered another team near the floating debris beneath the siege crossbow tower outside JDCH, who appeared intent on engaging in battle. After a tumultuous skirmish, they ultimately triumphed, aided by LNQNGH's revival back into the fray. It was the War God team. LNQNGN remarked. Ying opened the War God interface and confirmed their identities. Among them, the fireman had dealt nearly 20,000 damage, indicating he was likely not a local player. As the countdown concluded, LNQNGH's HD sprouted mechanical wings, and she declared, "The sky is my battlefield." She unleashed the Qi Shi and descended upon the opposing fireman. Ying followed suit, but the opposing fireman had anticipated their approach, swiftly retreating with a blink before launching fireballs from above. LNQNGH was sent flying, and the enemy YNZPing moved in closer, seemingly intent on focusing fire on HD. After a flurry of missteps, LNQNGH decisively accepted the damage, just as Ying was locked in a fierce exchange with the fireman. Both were left with minimal purple armor. Yet Ying seized an opportunity to strike the fireman with a slicing blow. The execution landed, prompting the fireman to unleash his ultimate. In the distance, HTO hurried to provide support by activating the armor formation, but YNZPing attempted to approach, only to be intercepted by LNQNGN. The enemy YNZPing found herself confronted by 2 opponents and hastily retreated. At that moment, Ying activated her ultimate, delivering a strike from afar that sent the enemy YNZPing crashing before LNQing in and her. The two instinctively followed up with damage, but at a critical juncture, the enemy HTO intervened, providing protection that left YNZPing with little health remaining. However, in a poor state, YNZPing could only rise and activate her ultimate. The enemy team unleashed 3 ultimates, with the fireman ablaze, charging toward YNZPing with a powerful punch. LNQing quickly utilized the Qi NJ Shi. MYNZHing QLing arrived just in time to thwart him, sending the fireman soaring with a decisive blow. HTO rushed over to relocate the armor formation, restoring the trio's defenses. As LNQing ascended into the air, the fireman dared not approach MYing, opting instead to target LNQNGH's HD. Yet, MYing, spotting the enemy's 2 healers within the armor formation, struck with a charged blow, her ZHing honed to perfection, delivering a flurry of 3 strikes. The healer's defenses shattered, prompting them to hastily retreat into the armor formation to recover. Bolstered by YNZPing's ultimate, MYing transformed into a relentless force, targeting the distant fireman once the healers were devoid of skills. Meanwhile, LNQing and her companion pressed closer to the enemy healers, denying them support. In the next instant, the war god fireman found himself at the mercy of MYing's relentless assault, reduced to a spinning top. Initially depleting his health, he triggered his blood protection, only to endure another barrage of strikes, ultimately meeting his demise. Such was the fate of a fireman in trio matches. While some may possess skill, there are moments when the disparity in abilities renders them defenseless. The remaining 2 healers attempted to fight back, but with LNQNGH's furious call of punishment from the skies, they were left without hope. MYing exclaimed, "Wow, Senior, your strikes were ruthless, treating me like a spinning top. Why reward him? Why not me? This is outrageous." Senior Ying, who had previously achieved the rank of W Shuing, was met with incredulity. Ignoring the uproar in the group chat, MYing and her companions claimed the Zhuke and continued their assault. Their teamwork had grown increasingly harmonious, and MYing, as the leader, felt an increasing sense of ease. Upon entering the fray, the opponents began typing, "Wow. Senior, take it easy. Mistakes happen. Prepare to die." Observing LNQing and her companion's confusion, MYing explained it was a common jest among the esports community. They nodded in understanding as the preparation time concluded. The inherent disparity in their lineups became evident. While the initial double skins might have allowed for some maneuvering, the moment LNQNGH unleashed her second ultimate, resistance was futile. After suffering 2 consecutive losses, the opponent's morale began to crumble. In subsequent battles, the agility of the 2 women dazzled MYing. Although still somewhat inexperienced, their wall strikes, grappling hooks, and evasive maneuvers were commendable, with perfect timing. They could evolve into masters of agility. The potential of the ZHing HYN lineup was already high, and with MYing as their sharp blade, they faced little unexpected challenges in the chaos, even managing to capture the double-skin fire team, targeting them. Ultimately, amidst the fray, LNQing's healer was felled. Yet LNQNGH and MYing persevered to claim victory. In the results interface, MYing had dealt over 30,000 damage, LNQNGH just over 20,000, and LNQing around 10,000. See, after removing their headsets, the 2 women gazed at MYing with pride. "Have we evolved?" MYing shook her head with a smile, acknowledging their significant improvement. "Humph. Why not come and watch the live stream of LUFing?" "I refuse," MYing replied curtly. "How vexing." MYing, seeing their reaction, felt helpless. Watching a stream might impart knowledge due to the streamer's compatible playstyle, but she was different. She played damage-dealing heroes in trio matches. LNQNGH asked in confusion, but LUFing, ZHing, QLing, and JYing are impressive. Indeed, LNQing nodded vigorously. Whenever he plays QLing, I sense an intense energy, as if he could cleave through the map itself. Exactly. Those opponents fell like melons under his blade. Just moments into the fight, he had slain them all. Wait, are we to be compared to those with over 5,000 points? What are we, then? Sister, you're a worm. LNQing Queuing. Ush. LNQing momentarily angered, seized LNQNGH's collar. No, no. I am the worm. I am a cricket. Yang's wry smile solidified on her face. She was acutely aware of the pressure that accompanied a 5,000-point match. Yet their assertion of random slaughters intrigued her. She had observed prominent streamers, and while not every strike was particularly fierce, they excelled at leveraging teamwork to achieve swift kills, creating scenarios of fewer against many. Ultimately, sheer blade strength had its limits. In trio matches, once ensnared, a single strike could seal one's fate. However, she was unaware that while trio matches indeed relied on teamwork, Qin Feng's keen battlefield insight allowed him to seamlessly coordinate with unfamiliar players, achieving a level of synergy comparable to a fixed team. Meanwhile, Qin Feng resided just a few minutes from campus. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, he ambled through the campus, observing the influx of students laden with luggage as the new semester commenced. As a sophomore, he had become a senior of sorts. Due to living off campus, he felt little presence in the dormitory, sharing only a mediocre rapport with his roommates. To Qin Feng, the dormitory served merely as a brief respite during midday breaks. Upon entering, he was largely ignored by his peers, blending into the background as he made his bed and settled in to play on his phone. The group chat remained lively, with many calling for trio matches. The excitement was theirs, not his. He scrolled through several messages, all urging him to start a stream. A smirk crossed his lips. Streaming was out of the question. Although a university diploma held little significance for him, there was a saying in China that held a certain charm. Since you're here, you might as well stay. As the new semester has just commenced, it is not wise to skip classes frequently. After a brief respite from my phone, several dormitory mates completed a game, and one of them turned to me. He is Qin Feng, the dorm leader and the eldest among us. Qin Feng has arrived. Care to join for a game of Lualu? The invitation came from another roommate, Li Si, who possesses a slender physique, a fair complexion, and spectacles, exuding a scholarly demeanor, yet boasts the highest gaming prowess in our dormitory. Qin Feng gently shook his head. I do not play. You may continue. Their camaraderie is characterized by a tranquil familiarity. What time is our comprehensive presentation with the other classes? Inquiring from the bunk near the door was Lin Xing, a tall individual with slightly dark skin. At 7, Qin Feng replied, glancing at the class group announcement. There is still time. Let me treat you all to milk tea, exclaimed Wang Yinchuan, the unofficial benefactor of the dormitory, who hails from out of town and is rumored to come from a wealthy family that owns a business. He usually sponsors our milk tea and snacks. Mango sago, herbal jelly, green tea, Wang Yinchuan listed, then turned to Qin Feng, who in terms of appearance, is indeed more handsome than him. Qin Feng, what would you like to drink? Lemon water will suffice. The group launched into another game, and after a fierce battle lasting over 20 minutes, they emerged victorious under Li Si's leadership. Wang Yinchuan glanced at the delivery information. The milk tea has arrived. What does Lin Ge say? Lin Xing stood up, his towering figure radiating an imposing presence. Yet even Qin Feng, who is typically reserved, recognizes his sensitivity. Lin Xing, originating from the mountains, attended high school in the city. He once mentioned being bullied in his earlier years. Thus he began exercising during his second year of high school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, it was evident from his belongings that his circumstances were not favorable. Yet everyone tacitly refrained from commenting, instead choosing to warmly befriend him. They treated the quiet Qin Feng similarly, although at that time, he was genuinely plagued by social anxiety and introversion. Initially, Wang Yinchuan frequently treated them to food, and, while the others did not mind, the sensitive Lin Xing felt out of place. Eventually, noticing Lin Xing's enthusiasm for exercise and running, Wang Yinchuan asked, Lin Ge, could you fetch the delivery for me? I'm cursed by my bed and unable to move. I will treat you to milk tea. From then on, Lin Xing's demeanor changed. After distributing the milk tea, Wang Yinchuan resumed the game. However, midway through, Lin Xing suddenly removed his headphones with a hint of urgency. Qin Feng, can you take my place? I have something to attend to. What's wrong? Zhao Qin Feng queried, puzzled. Sure you is unwell. Need to check on her. As Qin Feng prepared to occupy Lin Xing's spot, Wang Yinchuan frowned, visibly displeased. Can't you finish the game first? Lin Xing, anxious, failed to notice Wang Yinchuan's irritation. She must be feeling quite miserable. I have to go. At that moment, Qin Feng had already settled into Lin Xing's position, and Lin Xing hurriedly exited. What a hassle. Wang Yinchuan muttered, removing his headphones, followed by Zhao, Qin Feng, and Li Si, leaving Qin Feng bewildered. Aren't we playing anymore? Just as he spoke, Wang Yinchuan initiated a surrender, and Qin Feng was eliminated in mere seconds. What is happening? Qin Feng discerned Wang Yinchuan's displeasure. Yet why did Li Si and Zhao Qin Feng also appear so frustrated? Li Si sighed. Our Lin Gu is quite gentle and mild-mannered, and he also possesses commendable looks and basketball skills. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging Lin Xing's appealing qualities that instill a sense of security. We enrolled in a course on graphic arts, and during class, a girl named Wang Xiyu inexplicably took an interest in him. That would be manageable. Wang Yinchuan's expression darkened, but she is merely stringing him along. I have seen her with a rich second-generation air. He fumed. She claims Lin Gu is not proficient. Let him practice. Meanwhile, I watch him getting pummeled in the game, and it infuriates me. What is the crux of the matter? This fool even brought another guy to team up with Lin Gu. What does that mean? Is Lin Gu merely a backup? Qin Feng rarely witnessed Wang Yinchuan this enraged. It was evident he harbored a strong disdain for that girl. Wang Xiao could not stand it and confronted her, but I'm unsure what transpired between her and Lin Xing. They ended up arguing, and we had to mediate. They all sighed heavily. In a fit of anger, Wang Yinchuan slammed the table and stood up. This cannot continue. Lin Gu worked 2 months over the summer, and if we do not intervene, he may end up in that woman's purse. Damn, Zhao Qingpeng echoed. He suddenly asked me what girls like. I even consulted my girlfriend. The 4th chapter, only a sharp blade can cut through chaos, found Qin Feng furrowing his brow. As he was aware of Lin Xing's family situation, they needed to devise a plan to unveil the true nature of Wang Xiyu to him. The group lost all interest in gaming, yet no concrete plan emerged until the evening, and even in the classroom, they remained at a loss. Just as Qin Feng retrieved his phone, he spotted a tall, slender figure striding towards him. Qin Feng. He looked up, puzzled, only to find it was Zhang Jing. Oh, what brings you here? Wow, it's been 3 days, and you've made quite the progress. Zhang Jing approached Qin Feng's seat. Have you reached the pinnacle of excellence? Isn't it just simple? Qin Feng responded nonchalantly. Pinnacle? What pinnacle? The others in the dormitory, who were not particularly engaged in the game, exchanged curious glances. Upon hearing this, they understood that Qin Feng typically played other games at home. They had seen the class group messages but could not decipher them. It's not that exaggerated, Qin Feng remarked, shifting slightly in his seat. Suddenly, they recalled Lin Xing's gaze filled with excitement directed at Qin Feng. Behind Lin Xing, Li Si was frantically signaling to Qin Feng, who felt a change in his expression. It would have been fine if not for the situation with Wang Xiyu. But after that brief moment, Zhang Jing remained oblivious to the atmosphere, assuming he was simply catching up with Qin Feng. What else would college boys discuss if not games? However, before he could continue, Lin Xing eagerly interjected, I also want to play Yongju. Can you teach me? Oh no. The others exchanged glances filled with despair, as Lin Xing was now edging closer to the quagmire of Wang Xiyu. Qin Feng felt a sense of unease, were it a casual request from a roommate. He would not have objected, but Lin Xing's desire to learn was clearly driven by his infatuation with Wang Xiyu. Agreeing would only further entangle him. Zhang Jing, unaware of the circumstances, inquired, Are you a newbie? Lin Xing offered a wry smile, yes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing launched into an enthusiastic monologue. Yongju is not very forgiving to newcomers. It can be quite brutal, getting caught in combos repeatedly in gold and silver matches. And the system requirements, good and poor configurations, are worlds apart. He failed to notice Lin Xing's discomfort, as Lin Xing's computer in the dormitory was cobbled together from discarded parts. Merely capable of running basic games, let alone handle Yongju, which would result in constant lag. At that moment, Zhang Jing noticed Lin Xing's distressed expression and compassionately advised. Listen to me, it's not too late to back out. Lin Xing hesitated, but just then, a group of girls approached, with Wang Xiyu unmistakably among them. She approached with 2 girls, laughter and chatter accompanying her. Wang Xiyu's beauty was indeed striking, her face radiating a gentle allure, embodying a delicate charm that made one feel a sense of pity. Her conversations with friends were soft-spoken. They settled down ahead, and Lin Xing's gaze remained transfixed on her face. Qin Feng observed her with a hint of confusion, wondering if he had encountered her somewhere before. Typically, he seldom ventured out aside from exercising, and even then, he immersed himself in music through headphones. so any recollection would likely stem from moments when he was out and about. At this moment, Lin Xing had ceased to inquire about Yongdong Wujian and instead gazed tenderly at Wang Shiyu. Someone had come over to greet them, but Qin Feng, seemingly indifferent, took out his phone and discreetly messaged Wang Yinchuan, asking if that wealthy second-generation individual was named Zhang something. Wang Yinchuan replied, "How do you know?" Qin Feng responded, "I happened to see." Wang Yinchuan's expression soured. "I knew it. That idiot Lin Xing told me it was just a coincidence." "Well, he admitted it himself," Qin Feng remarked, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, as Zhang Mufan had indeed claimed that Wang Shiyu was his girlfriend. However, Lin Xing, in his stubbornness, was still intent on learning that game for her sake, and Qin Feng urged him not to lead Lin Xing into the abyss. "I know," he replied, noting that a few classmates from a neighboring class were engaged in lively discussions centered around gaming. Wang Shiyu also played this game. Initially, it was a means to get closer to Zhang Mufan, but eventually, she grew fond of the game itself. Thus, when Zhang Jing and others spoke, she couldn't help but turn her head, catching Lin Xing's gaze and smile, and reciprocated with a smile of her own, maintaining the relationship with the devoted admirer as a potential fallback option, as Lin Xing wasn't a bad choice after all. Then she noticed Qin Feng, who was deep in thought beside her. Wang Shiyu would not forget his face, or rather, she wouldn't forget those top-tier wealthy individuals. Although she was unaware of why Qin Feng was present, it did not hinder her from speculating about his identity. Just then, Zhang Jing extended an invitation to Qin Feng, asking if he wanted to team up for 3-player matches the following day, claiming, "I, General Yu, will lead you to victory." Qin Feng suppressed the urge to punch him and replied, "No, I'm quite busy lately." "What a pity. I had arranged to meet a girl from the neighboring class." Zhang Jing continued, but when he mentioned Shen Xiu, his expression became less composed, realizing it was undoubtedly from the other side of the class. Qin Feng couldn't help but interject, "Is your approach that wild?" This guy truly had a knack for finding girls to play with, leaving Qin Feng envious of his social skills. "So are you in or not?" Zhang Jing pressed on. "You all play Yongdong Wujian too?" Wang Shiyu turned to inquire, seeing it as a perfect opportunity, although she sensed that Lin Xing might be somewhat uncomfortable, yet she had a way to manage him. The sound of her voice seemed to galvanize Zhang Jing, who brightened at the sight of Wang Shiyu, affirming, "Absolutely. I primarily play as Yushan, invincible at dismantling foes." Wang Shiyu's eyes sparkled at this response. "Let's team up then. I play Hutao." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Qin Feng. But upon noticing his slightly squinted eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Had he recognized her? Yet, Qin Feng had appeared indifferent that day, hardly paying her any mind. He intended to address the situation properly, yet Wang Shiyu had overstepped. Lin Xing was still beside her. At that moment, their eyes met, and Qin Feng smirked inwardly, confident that his bond with Lin Xing was not as strong as Wang Yinchuan's. He doubted Lin Xing would quarrel with him over Wang Shiyu. Sometimes, people find it easier to believe the words of those they are less familiar with rather than those they know well. "Hey, aren't you Zhang Mufan's girlfriend?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "I also play Yongdong Wujian. When can we invite him along?" The room erupted at his words. Wang Yinchuan had not anticipated Qin Feng's decisive approach, while Lin Xing's face turned pale. Wang Yinchuan frantically gestured to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng feigned ignorance, typing with one hand. He needed to address this swiftly. This woman was formidable, and he couldn't underestimate her. Indeed, as soon as those words left his mouth, Wang Shiyu's expression darkened. Everyone in class was aware of her relationship with Zhang Mufan, and yet she dared not offend Qin Feng. She could only force a smile and say, "Forget it, I'm rather busy lately." After saying that, she turned away amidst the astonished gazes of those around her. Lin Xing, on the other hand, appeared as if his soul had been lost, staring blankly at Wang Shiyu in the front row. Meanwhile, Lin Xing cast a glance at Qin Feng, hesitating to speak, while Qin Feng, seemingly oblivious, asked, "What is wrong?" Then, as if a thought struck him, he quietly inquired, "The Shiyu you mentioned today? It wouldn't be her, would it?" Qin Feng's apparent lack of awareness and perfectly timed realization earned him nods of approval from the other 3 in the dormitory. Indeed, it should be dealt with swiftly, they agreed, recognizing that Qin Feng had adeptly leveraged his feigned ignorance to lend credibility to his words. The group conversed in hushed tones, while Wang Shiyu in front remained unaware of their exchange. Observing Lin Xing's despondent demeanor, Qin Feng advised, "Lin Gu, if it's the same person, I suggest you let it go. Zhang Mufan's family runs a large corporation, and I've heard they belong to one of the premier families in Mo. Do we? The commoners can hardly compete. In truth, Qin Feng was unaware of the individual's background. He was merely fabricating stories. But anyone connected to Qin Hua's circle must possess some level of capability, right? Wang Yinchuan patted his shoulder in a resigned manner, while Lin Xing slumped over the table, falling silent. Everyone understood that getting him to accept this in the short term would be challenging, but only by addressing it could they prevent further complications. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing's eyes reddened further, his lips pressed tightly together, unsure of what to say. Qin Feng recognized that it would be difficult for him to move on, but there was little more he could do. With a shake of his head and a sigh, he departed. Upon returning home, it was nearly 10 p.m. With no classes the next day, he could afford to sleep in a bit. After showering and grabbing a quick bite, Qin Feng opened his streaming app after gathering a flurry of notifications in the group chat. Answer, brother. I'm finally here. 3 years. Do you know how I've survived these 3 years? Bobo Taro, Lao Feng. If you don't show up soon, we'll have to drag you offline. Little bear milk tea. Exactly. A square ball. Master ball. Mo ran. I can't go a day without watching. The comments were mostly from familiar faces, and Qin Feng skillfully launched Yongdong Wujian, greeting everyone. Good evening. I'll stream for a bit. I have classes tomorrow afternoon. Little bear milk tea. You have class in the afternoon? Then why not stream all night? Young people can just sleep in the morning. Mo ran. Resting is for the dead. Feng's invitation. Just arrived. Why is there a sane upstairs? Wordless. Are we going solo or trio today? As soon as this was uttered, the live chat exploded. Bobotaro, I'm going. Little bear milk tea. Everyone listen to me. Lao Feng just started streaming, and there aren't too many people here yet. Go to the group and spam some enticing images. Little bear milk tea. To catch their attention, this increases our chances. Chow 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 Nian, I see it. Little bear, you're brilliant. Qin Feng glanced at the number of viewers, noting that over 30 had joined shortly after he began streaming, which was a decent figure given that only a minute had passed. Feng's invitation, what are we spamming? I'm already charged up. No need to spam. I'll take a screenshot of the scrolling comments. Qin Feng didn't plan to complicate matters. After all, he was merely a small streamer. He activated the comment assistant. At that moment, the audience began to enthusiastically flood the chat, and with no restrictions on the speaking interval. The comments surged. Qin Feng counted down from 3 and then took a screenshot. Little bear milk tea. Me. Wow, wow, wow. Mo ran. 1111 Qin Feng placed the screenshot on his desktop, congratulating Xiao Xiong and Mo ran, urging them to proceed. Those who were not selected were engulfed in disappointment, and a wave of bitterness soon permeated the barrage. Qin Feng feigned ignorance. Before long, Xiao Xiong Naicha and Mo ran posted in the barrage, and Qin Feng promptly invited them into the team. Xiao Xiong Naicha's handle was reminiscent of a certain site, while Mo Ran's was called Mo Ran Sanxian. Hey. Qin Feng cleared his throat and said, let us go. Both were regulars in the barrage, and Qin Feng was well acquainted with them. Can you hear me? Xiao Xiong Naicha's voice was not surprising to Qin Feng. She was indeed a genuine girl with a pleasant voice. All right, what about Mo Ran? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to speak, just play casually. I can't hear you. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. His toes tensed, and he could not suppress a shiver as the barrage exploded with a flurry of messages. Mo Ran, don't hold back. A unified 4-character message flooded the screen. Qin Feng inhaled sharply, then spoke in a low voice. Prepare yourselves. I'm starting the game. His voice, deep and gravelly, echoed with intensity. Ha ha! A melodic laugh rang out, as Xiao Xiong Nai-cha could no longer contain herself. Can you all be serious for once? Mo ran. Don't hesitate to speak up. They'll get used to it. Really? A delicate voice responded, exuding youthful charm, which led to a barrage of question marks flooding the screen. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wait, which little girl is this? Cough. Xiao Xiong Naicha, seemingly aware of Qin Feng's astonishment, explained helplessly, we VE played with Mo Ran a few times before, and even if phone calls. Her voice is naturally like this. The barrage erupted with even more question marks. Initially suspicious of a voice changer, the realization that it was not only heightened their excitement. All right, let us get ready. Time is of the essence, and we have a mission. Qin Feng initiated the game and inquired, what are you playing? I'm Hutao. Xiao Xiong Naicha was the first to respond. The Hutao King is me. I'm playing Shun Miao, Mo Ran added after selecting her character. Qin Feng assessed their lineup, with Hutao and Shun Miao, it was decent, and since a support character was in place, he could opt for a damage dealer. Then, I'll choose Jianan. Qin Feng selected Jianan, maintaining her original attire of red desert fragrance, complemented by golden, flowing hair and a meticulously crafted character face, exuding an alluring charm. Wu Yin, the streamer Jianan is quite alluring. Shuaiqi Ge, I concur. Feng Diaiwe, indeed, that is correct. Meanwhile, in Lin Qingyan's dormitory, Lin Qinghe clutched her gaming chair, eagerly watching her sister. Why don't you just drop down and let me play the next round? Beside her, Moing leaned closer, observing the gaming interface. The game's map was set in the Hua Luo Kingdom. Considering the presence of 2 female players and Lin Qingyan being somewhat of a novice, Qin Feng designated the drop point at the ancient battlefield outside Changxingjai. This location boasted decent resources, a flat terrain ideal for looting without leaving anything behind, and importantly, the weather was dusk, perfect for spawning fireflies. Such small resource zones typically attracted a squad, and this match was no exception. Upon entering the game, Qin Feng swiftly took command. First, find a knife and armor. Be mindful of your positioning. Once the game loaded, the 6 players materialized in the area. Qin Feng pressed the grappling hook key, focusing on a pile of gold beside a small hillside along the central path. As soon as the grappling reticle appeared, he released the hook. This was one of the tricks for snatching resources upon landing. The grappling hook could be deployed while the character was still immobile. Qin Feng swiftly reached the gold pile. Fortune favored him as he uncovered a purple long sword, but unfortunately, he lacked armor. At that moment, the enemy's grappling hook arrived late. Upon seeing Qin Feng acquire a weapon, Ji Yingying, who had just initiated her hook, immediately diverted toward another location. Qin Feng could have intercepted her, but chose not to, aware of his lack of armor and Jianan's offensive skills, which had little room for error. He wouldn't place himself in such a precarious situation. After clearing the pile, Qin Feng continued to search for other loot piles, while Xiao Xiong and Mo Ran reported their findings. I have a white armor and knife, exclaimed Xiao Xiong. Mo Ran was indeed luckier. I have a blue armor and purple knife. There is someone here without a weapon. We can engage. Hook him. Qin Feng made a quick judgment and promptly moved toward Mo Ran, simultaneously grabbing and naturally spawned white armor from a tower. Come on, we've got action. Shen Miao's voice confirmed that Mo Ran had snagged an opponent. The target was a Yushan. Although unarmed, he had blue armor. As Mo Ran approached, the opponent wasted no time in launching a slap. This slap charged quickly, dealing significant damage and causing high stagger, having previously pinned numerous streamers to their shame. Mo Ran was caught off guard and received a slap. And the most terrifying aspect of this move was that if one was hit by the first strike and attempted to charge or evade right after, they could not escape the follow-up. At this moment, the Yushan was relentless. After landing the first slap, he confidently approached for a second. Mo Ran, trying to charge in place, received another slap. 2 hits reduced his blue armor to a third, and just as the Yushan prepared for another slap, Xiao Xiong arrived, unleashing a horizontal slash without hesitation. Unfortunately, the slap charged rapidly, leading to a clash. At this point, Mo Ran had adjusted her stance and charged in. The opponent, unarmed, had no chance to react. With a swift execution, she unleashed a flurry of strikes that depleted Yushan's armor. The opponent hastily attempted to push her away and flee, but Qin Feng's grappling hook intercepted, while Xiao Xiong closed in with a series of swift strikes. Yushan was sent flying again, and finally, his teammate, Ji Yingying, arrived, transforming into a ghostly flame that collided with Xiao Xiong and Mo Ran, then pursued to strike the staggered Mo Ran. Qin Feng, swooping in with his grappling hook, engaged in a duel to assist Mo Ran in escaping her predicament. Just then, the last enemy teammate, Hutao, also rushed in. By the time he realized he had been deceived, it was too late. Qin Feng executed a right-click to initiate a rising dragon. Due to the terrain, the grappling hook latched onto Ji Yingying, launching her into the air while he quickly descended to channel his sword energy. Xiao Xiong and Mo Ran were not idle. Having watched Qin Feng streams countless times, they were well aware of how he executed combos. Thus, as Qin Feng deployed his grappling hook, they prepared their own charges. As Ji Yingying landed, the 3 charges unleashed simultaneously. In a critical moment, Hutao reacted quickly and cast a protective shield. However, Hutao's shield was only 70 effective, and given the previous damage, Ji Yingying's white armor was on the verge of shattering. After landing, Ji Yingying hastily attempted to rise. But Xiao Xiong and Mo Ran relentlessly pursued her with their knives. Although she managed to stand and charge her energy first, Qin Feng shattered her blue invincibility with a quick charge, leaving her with no support against the trio's relentless assault. The barrage erupted with astonishment. Wu Yin, this cooperation is exceptional. Is this really your first time playing? A square ball, indeed. Ji Yingying didn't even stand a chance. The pursuit unfolded without incident, and Mo Ran adeptly filled her armor before joining Qin Feng and the others. With a speed and distance advantage, Qin Feng grappled Hutao from the air. As she attempted to evade, she was drawn closer due to the terrain, situated slightly downhill near the siege crossbow, heading toward the ice lake. Upon landing, Qin Feng executed a rising dragon that sent her flying, followed by a grappling strike, and another rising dragon mid-air, continuing to leap due to the slope, allowing him to execute another small jump. Upon landing, neither party possessed any soul jade, and Qin Feng's onslaught inflicted over 1,400 points of damage, causing Hu Tao's blue armor to vanish, taking away several hundred health points. The little bear, delayed by the lack of grappling distance, eventually joined forces with Qin Feng to eliminate Hu Tao. As for Hu Tao's ally, Yu Shan, upon realizing the dire situation, had already fled towards the ice lake. Not pursuing, they opted to collect fireflies to mediate the conflict. Qin Feng glanced at Mo Ran, who was preparing to deploy her grappling hook, and spoke up. At this moment, Qin Feng wielded a purple longsword and had a blue broadsword on standby. For the hero Jina, acquiring damage swiftly necessitated both the broadsword and the horse-slaying blade. However, gameplay remained feasible, albeit with a heightened demand for precise timing regarding ultimate skill execution. The trio ascended to the upper reaches of Changxingjai, where Qin Feng recalled that 4 teams had leaped into action at the start, indicating an ongoing battle. They traversed from the ancient battlefield to the central grand tent of Changxingjai, yet encountered no adversaries. As Qin Feng approached, he struck the bell by the entrance, and 7 or 8 red dots appeared simultaneously in the river behind. Wow, this is intense, the little bear exclaimed, promptly launching herself with the grappling hook. Mo Ran muttered, I'm lagging. Lag? With my 4070, fear nothing. The little bear laughed heartily, reaching the riverbank first. In the chaotic battleground below, a massive Buddha was frantically capturing opponents. While Zhang Qiling was hacking, Hadi was soaring, and Yushan was pursuing a healer, creating an exceptionally tumultuous scene. Qin Feng surveyed the fray, his gaze landing on Hadi and Yin Zipping, both at low health beside the waterfall, marking their location. Focus here. Eliminate Yin Zipping first. Do not become overly aggressive with others. I will deal with Hadi. Understood. The little bear and Mo Ran responded in unison. Qin Feng then maneuvered slightly, grappling to the cliff above the waterfall before joining the fray. At that moment, both Yin Zipping and Hadi were preoccupied with the ongoing skirmish, unaware of the sudden arrival above them. A horizontal sword strike sent them both flying, allowing Qin Feng to pursue the recovering Hadi. The little bear and Mo Ran chased after Yin Zipping, who was attempting to escape after charging up her power. After taking 2 hits, they finally managed to bring her down. By the time they sought to assist Qin Feng, he had already concluded his battle. Hadi had little to offer, and Qin Feng collected some supplies, healing and switching gear while remaining unnoticed. The two concealed themselves beneath the waterfall, where the little bear donned Yin Zipping's purple armor while healing. During this time, Qin Feng aimed a blue bow at the battlefield. The chaos had fragmented into several skirmishes, and his attention fell upon a Jinnah being targeted by 2 opponents, prompting him to draw his bow. Just then, his arrow struck her like a death knell, and with her already diminished health, she fell instantly. Seemingly well endowed, she dropped a golden treasure upon her demise. Qin Feng, not in haste, continued to draw his bow, waiting until the little bear and Mo Ran had fully recovered before interrupting Zhang Qiling, who was attempting to loot the package with a shot. Following this, Qin Feng grappled over to claim the spoils, revealing that the golden item was indeed a golden horse-slaying blade. This is a windfall. Qin Feng's spirits soared as he equipped the horse-slaying blade as his primary weapon, slightly distancing himself from the chaos of battle. The previously shot Zhang Qiling had now regained his composure and, upon witnessing Qin Feng looting the golden package, immediately pursued him with a grappling hook. In midair, he launched an assault, attempting to execute a combo. However, The little bear and Mo Ran emerged from the waterfall, delivering him a powerful charge. Zhang Qiling attempted to shove them aside, but Qin Feng executed a precise pursuit strike, knocking him to the ground, allowing Mo Ran and the little bear to assist him in recovering. The downed Zhang Qiling was swiftly incapacitated by their combined efforts. Upon opening his backpack, they discovered purple armor, a pair of purple dual blades, a purple spear, and an abundance of supplies, truly bountiful. The trio swept through like locusts, and in mere moments, Zhang Qiling's backpack was reduced to a blue armor and a few equipment crates. After dispatching their foes, they cautiously re-entered the side of the battlefield. But the chaotic scene shifted rapidly. A bloodthirsty Ji Yingying unexpectedly targeted them, activating her ultimate and charging forth. Mo Ran gasped as a pink beacon fell, sending her tumbling. Reacting instinctively, Qin Feng executed a horse-slaying strike to momentarily suspend her in midair, immediately following up with his attack. Ji Yingying's substantial health plummeted instantly, as the damage from the golden horse-slaying blade in the early game was simply ferocious. Mo Ran anticipated a barrage of questions from the audience, as she too found their synergy rather absurd. The varying angles of the falling beacon altered the enemy's trajectory. Yet, Ji Yingying fortuitously soared directly into Qin Feng's range. Would you believe I was faking? Wow. Impressive, Mo Ran. The little bear cheered, rushing toward Ji Yingying's golden treasure. You loot it, you loot it. They laughed together, with Qin Feng noting that Ji Yingying's bounty was staggering, over 10,000 coins, alongside a golden repeating crossbow, a purple katana, and a pair of purple nunchaku. Regarding Soul Jade, there was also a soul-devouring slash. You take the soul-devouring slash. I will assist you in dealing damage. While mediating, one opponent was unexpectedly dragged away during the fray. The recent update had extended the control time of the soul-devouring slash, enabling teammates to stabilize their damage output. Mo Ran gleefully equipped the katana and the soul-devouring slash when suddenly an activated Zhang Qiling swooped in, striking the group and sending them scattering. Soon followed by a rampaging Hati. Qin Feng quickly assessed his surroundings and realized that the side battle had concluded. Zhang Qiling and Hati were evidently the victors, their bloodlust evident as they charged in after consuming the bounty. Mo Ran, activate your mech. Qin Feng commanded, swiftly dodging Hati's elbow strike with a short dash, then charging up to target Hati with a piercing strike that brought him down. At this point, Hati was left with half armor and 2/3 health, and upon crashing, he immediately utilized the Qi machine to escape. In midair, Qin Feng glanced down, noticing that Mo Ran had activated her mech, and the little bear was tethered to her, ensuring temporary safety. With the ultimate already activated, there was no need for a methodical approach to eliminate each foe. Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the distant melee. Attack over there. You two keep watch. Having said that, he unleashed arrows as he descended, and when Zhang Qiling swung his blade, Qin Feng decisively activated his ultimate to counter. From the moment Mo Ran had engaged her mech, he had contemplated retreating, hoping to break through alongside her. However, Qin Feng's decisive activation of his ultimate caught Zhang Qiling off guard, as he swung his blade only to find the duration of Qin Feng's ultimate had concluded, prompting him to use the Qi machine without hesitation. Qin Feng executed a horse-slaying strike, teleporting directly to Zhang Qiling and delivering a decisive blow, leaving him severely injured. With a follow-up arrow, Qin Feng dispatched him, looting the spoils before charging into the forefront alongside Shen Miao. At this juncture, the battlefield was devoid of substantial area-based ultimates, merely a fray of smaller skirmishes, and Mo Ran's imposing mech prompted immediate flight among the combatants. Yet, two unfortunate souls, moving in tandem, fell victim to a charged energy cannon. Mo Ran, utilizing the golden repeating crossbow in her mech, unleashed devastating damage, causing one to perish instantly. After a brief delay, the second individual attempted to rise, only to be struck by another charged cannon blast, succumbing to the soul tomb. The efficacy of her firepower invigorated Mo Ran, and once the charge cannon was expended, she soared upwards to unleash a flurry of shots, recharging the cannon. Qin Feng observed the line attached to him, but refrained from further comment as he maneuvered the hook to the cliffside. Due to the intimidation caused by Mo Ran's mech activation, the chaotic teams instinctively retreated to the banks, where the terrain was relatively intricate, while the riverbed lay open and unobstructed. Nearby, in the snowy expanse, a 2v1 skirmish unfolded. Qin Feng did not rush to engage with a teleport. Although Ji and N's teleportation appeared formidable, the essence of its damage relied on the blue tyrant body, which was not without its risks. He patiently awaited the outcome of their contest, noting that the ultimate abilities had only half their duration remaining. As Zhang Qiling, the beleaguered target, found himself on the brink of defeat, Qin Feng sensed the opportune moment. He charged his hook in midair and executed a piercing strike that simultaneously struck 3 adversaries. Ji and N leapt forth, delivering successive blows, while the opponents had already expended their crowd control abilities amidst the melee, leaving them vulnerable. However, against the onslaught of Jin Zhanma's damage, even this brief window proved overly indulgent. At that moment, Xiao Xiong activated the protective shield just as its duration was nearing its end and launched a hook to pursue Ning Hongya. Qin Feng, matching his timing, unleashed his hook, and together they ensnared Ning Hongya, who succumbed without much resistance. After dispatching their foes, the duo hurried to support Mo Ran, whose ultimate ability had just concluded. They amassed a significant number of takedowns during this incursion, and Mo Ran was exhilarated as the opposition dared not retaliate. The timing of their entry had been impeccable, rendering the enemy incapable of countering the dual ultimates from Qin Feng and his companions. After briefly savoring their spoils, all members donned purple armor and wielded purple weapons. Just as Qin Feng marked the location of the goods within the Zhongling Grand Tent, he noticed a Disha talisman placed atop it. The battle raged on. Qin Feng contemplated that it could either be another team arriving or remnants pooling resources to purchase it. If it were the former, it would signify an offensive talisman, suggesting the enemy likely retained their ultimate abilities. Conversely, if it were a defensive talisman, it would indicate a retreat strategy, providing Qin Feng and his allies an opportunity to pursue. He declared, "Maintain distance, do not engage." With that, he directed his hook towards the edge of the Disha talisman, followed closely by Xiao Xiong and Mo Ran. Observing from the highest tower of the Zhongling Grand Tent, they indeed spotted Yin Zipping, enveloped in Disha energy, attempting to revive her comrades. Qin Feng wasted no time, drawing his bow and aiming directly at Yin Zipping's head. A sharp twang resounded as his arrow interrupted her actions, while Mo Ran unleashed a barrage from the golden crossbow, further harassing her. Xiao Xiong, witnessing the scene, lamented, "Oh no, I forgot to bring ranged weapons." Yin Zipping, undeterred, cast a shield upon herself and attempted to evade. After releasing 2 arrows, Qin Feng fired another, causing her armor to shatter under the barrage. Now, she hesitated to continue her reviving efforts and sought refuge behind a barricade, administering a health potion before attempting to revive another ally with low energy. Observing this, Qin Feng remarked, "In such a situation, attempting to revive 2 individuals is quite challenging." She was too greedy. Upon finishing his statement, he released an arrow that again struck Yin Zipping. "What should she have done?" Xiao Xiong queried, reflecting that she too might have opted to revive 2 comrades. "Revive one or retreat immediately," Qin Feng replied, launching another arrow, though this one missed. Meanwhile, Mo Ran, having repaired her crossbow, resumed firing, synchronizing with the sounds of a squeaky toy, creating an exceedingly irritating distraction. The Disha talisman had nearly reached the 20-second mark, and under these circumstances, even if she succeeded in reviving someone, her teammates would struggle to regain their footing swiftly. Some particularly stubborn teams would even charge in when the talisman had merely seconds remaining. Xiao Xiong nodded, half comprehending, while Mo Ran added, "If luck is not on our side, this match could end disastrously." Indeed, Qin Feng acknowledged slightly. At that moment, Yin Zipping had taken cover to heal. While the situation was manageable now, if the talisman had only about 20 seconds left without reviving anyone, a decision would need to be made. No one wished for their team to suffer losses, as this was a shared sentiment among most players. After all, in a trio, losing even one member would severely hinder their efforts. When Yin Zipping, fully healed, emerged to continue her reviving attempts, she once again evaded while attempting to revive until, with 23 seconds left on the talisman, she successfully brought one teammate back to life. However, as her allies stood up, Qin Feng was busy repairing his weapon, and Mo Ran's arrow merely grazed the opponent, who hastily retreated into a tent to heal. At this juncture, Yin Zipping aimed to rescue her second comrade. With 15 seconds remaining on the Disha talisman, Qin Feng released his final arrow, but his quiver was empty, and Mo Ran had exhausted her ammunition as well. Should we charge in? No, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head slightly. As the timer reached 7 seconds, the final ally was revived. Qin Feng decisively commanded, charge. Just as the last enemy stood up, unprepared to engage, even a slight hit from the talisman would confer an advantage. Qin Feng was the first to approach. Unfortunate fate dictated that the Disha talisman activated right in the center, spraying him with energy as the three adversaries swiftly retreated. Xiao Xiong and Mo Ran soon arrived, and moments later, the Disha talisman dissipated, prompting Qin Feng to pursue. He chased relentlessly, finally ensnaring Yin zipping outside the Chongqing village. The battle was imminent, but the other two opponents seized the opportunity to bolster their defenses. With the conflict concluded, only Yin zipping possessed her ultimate ability, while the others had not fully recovered. Xiao Xiong still held her protective formation, and despite having taken significant damage from the initial onslaught, they overcame the battle without any surprises. Qin Feng and his companions, at the expense of Xiao Xiong's formation, emerged victorious, claiming 2 lives while 1 enemy fled. With no talismans remaining, they opened the grid and replenished some jade. The terrifying damage of the coup d'etat during this time, Qin Feng had transformed his Zhanma Dao into a coup d'etat and equipped 4 attack soul jades, using a purple spear as his primary weapon. Xiao Xiong was startled and hurriedly prepared her long-range attack. The opponents attempted to strike, but were thwarted by the combined efforts of Mo Ran and Qin Feng, while Zhang Qiling activated his skill, Fa Qiuji, just as his ally, Hadi Yin Zipping, arrived. After shoving Xiao Xiong aside, Zhang Qiling showed no intent to retreat and unleashed his ultimate ability. Xiao Xiong, having been struck down, immediately activated her ultimate ability and cast a protective shield upon Qin Feng. At that moment, Zhang Qiling charged toward Hutao once more. Xiao Xiong, having no means to resist, could only watch as Zhang Qiling approached, using the protective shield at the last possible moment. Hadi had also activated his ultimate, deploying the Qianji box in the air, prompting Qin Feng to abandon any thoughts of executing a decisive strike. Help! Xiao Xiong cried out, as Zhang Qiling mercilessly battered her, sending her petite figure soaring through the air. Despite sustaining 3 strikes on the protective formation, she remained relatively unscathed. Observing Zhang Qiling's health being depleted by her strikes, Yin Zipping hastily activated her ultimate, deflecting Qin Feng's white blade while rushing toward the battlefield. Mo Ran, fully aware of the danger, refrained from approaching Xiao Xiong. At that moment, Zhang Qiling was a veritable war god, and approaching would only result in further harm. Thus, she wisely moved to assist Qin Feng in containing Yin Zipping. During the activation of her ultimate, Yin Zipping had already lost half her armor, and Mo Ran's arrival only intensified the pressure, forcing her to employ the Qianji box to escape. Realizing he could no longer defeat Xiao Xiong, Zhang Qiling shifted his focus to Mo Ran and Qin Feng. Coincidentally, Qin Feng had drawn his hook to chase the airborne Yin Zipping, prompting Zhang Qiling to leap into the air, preparing to strike. However, at this moment, Qin Feng had closed the distance sufficiently with his hook, charging a piercing strike that brought the gliding Yin Zipping crashing down, and then activated his ultimate in mid-air. Zhang Qiling's strike narrowly missed Qin Feng, while Yin Zipping, having used the Qianji box, found herself under immense pressure, forced to activate her skill upon landing to recover her state. Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that Yin Zipping still retained considerable resilience. It seemed she was equipped with full damage reduction, which had prevented her demise. However, the problem was not significant. Qin Feng swiftly advanced, forcing Yin Zipping back. At the moment of her instinctive short dodge, he pierced through, taking her life. Just then, Zhang Qiling rushed in, striking Qin Feng with a blade as he prepared to consume the flower. Yet, due to the terrain, his second strike was evaded by Qin Feng, who also managed to consume Yin Zipping's returning soul flower. Originally, Hadi was engaged in combat with the little bear, but Mo Ran arrived to lend support. After a round of strategic exchanges, he charged up twice, but made a mistake, yielding his Qianji box to a counterattack. As he landed and attempted to retreat, a Jialan suddenly teleported behind him like a ghost. With the Jin Quidao and full attack bonuses, Qin Feng's strike had already reached approximately 1,300 damage. Even with Hadi's damage reduction, he still inflicted around 1,000 damage, although he only hit with the first strike due to the falling impact. Qin Feng quickly retrieved a bow and arrow from his bag to land a finishing shot. Hutao perished in midair. Without a second thought, he turned to flee, but under the grappling hooks of the three, he did not escape far before meeting his demise. Wow, this person is incredibly rich. Are we playing with explosive arrows? And there's a battle dragon in the sky. Is there a Jiao Long entering the sea? I want to play. The little bear's eyes sparkled as he stood motionless by Hati's bag, his small hands constantly rummaging through his pockets. No. First replenish your state. Qin Feng helplessly observed the little bear's nearly shattered armor, knowing that once the others arrived, escape would be impossible. Oh. The little bear quickly reinforced his armor upon hearing this, while Qin Feng casually glanced at the bags of the three. Notably, these three had not yet spent anything, with over 20,000 in Chao coins between them. After finishing the search, Qin Feng marked the nearest consumption point, hoping to gamble for jade. He did not require any extravagant Jin Hanyu. He merely sought to obtain a Lycon to maximize his damage output. Fortunately, his luck held out. After investing over 20,000, he indeed acquired a Lycon along with 2 explosive arrows. The 3 of them were now exceedingly wealthy, their bags brimming with golden treasures. The saying that wealth breeds courage was undeniably true. Adorned in luxurious gear, the little bear felt extraordinarily emboldened. Shall we find someone to fight? I am exceptionally powerful now. All right. Then, the 3 encountered the Yangsu team. Wow. Save me. Save me. They're like rabid dogs. Upon seeing the little bear, the members of this team immediately turned red with rage. At that moment, the little bear resembled a straw man aboard Zhuge Liang's ship, ensnared with grappling hooks. The 3 focused their fire on the little bear, inadvertently creating an excellent opportunity for Qin Feng. He unleashed skills that struck all 3, rapidly replenishing his rage. His ultimate ability, which was nearly ready, became available, and after the little bear broke through their armor, he finally activated his skill, managing to survive for a moment longer. Mo dropped a beacon onto her, shouting, "Get into the mech." The little bear immediately complied, entering the mech. Seeing they could not eliminate the little bear, the 3 quickly turned to target Mo. However, at that moment, Qin Feng had already activated his ultimate. Once the little bear entered the mech, he switched to turret mode, firing a shot at the opposing Hutao, shattering her armor. Qin Feng's damage astonished the other 2. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's charge, the FO went into a frenzy with his blade. Qin Feng canceled the grappling hook, switching to a long spear to charge forward, catching the enemy off guard. Do not be caught by the double grab. The opponents hastily executed a blue short dash. Qin Feng, unfazed by the pressure, approached, and the FO could not withstand it. Swiftly resorting to his blade, Qin Feng refrained from attacking. The FO activated the Golden Bell shield, yet Qin Feng still held his ground. The FO attempted to strike again, but Qin Feng evaded and canceled his charge. At that moment, the FO clasped his hands together, and Qin Feng's thrust collided with a radiant beam of golden light. Those who obstruct me shall face the consequences. Qin Feng silently retracted his spear, charging up as he approached the cover to hide behind. As he watched the little bear enjoying herself in the mech, he quickly reminded her, "The FO is coming. Be wary of his stomp." Huh, what? The little bear, still in turret mode and unfamiliar with Shen Miao, only knew that the turret could continuously deal damage. In the next moment, the FO leapt into the air, delivering a crushing blow that forced the little bear out of turret mode. He then seized the little bear from within the mech, causing the enormous structure to vanish instantly. Wow, what is happening? The little bear's panicked voice echoed as she took barely 2 steps before becoming the foe's prized possession. Do not be caught by the double grab. The FO hoisted the 2 high above his head and then slammed them together. The terrifying damage from the double grab instantly obliterated the little bear, leaving Mo with only a quarter of her health. Mo also fell, leaving Qin Feng as the sole survivor on the battlefield. The FO, seemingly anxious, could not find Qin Feng and took a few steps to approach Mo's bag to consume the flower. At that moment, Shannan coincidentally consumed the little bear's flower. It's over. It's my fault for not escaping, Mo sighed. No worries, Qin Feng reassured. And as the FO focused on looting, he charged up and swiftly teleported out, delivering a fatal blow with the Jin Kui Dao, vanquishing the unarmored FO. At this moment, Qin Feng's ultimate ability was also concluding. Upon witnessing this scene, Shannan's eyes turned bloodshot, but since his teammate the FO had consumed a flower, he believed that as long as he emerged victorious, he could revive him. He approached with a grappling hook, but Qin Feng remained steadfast, charging up in place. When Shan Nan landed, he hastily swung his blade, canceling Qin Feng's charge with a left click from the long spear. He then executed an ascending dragon grappling hook strike, switching to his secondary weapon, the Jin Hutao, to unleash a straightforward yet powerful mountain-splitting strike. The combined effects of the full layers of Wan Fu Mod, along with the full attack and Lai Kong, resulted in devastating damage, causing Shan Nan to evaporate in an instant. After eliminating his foes, Qin Feng treated this as a trivial matter and proceeded to rescue the nearly depleted Hutao from the Soul Tomb. The barrage of comments erupted at this moment, as most of the team damage was attributed to Qin Feng. Hutao's demise was shrouded in mystery, and the FO had also been felled by a single strike. The comments flooded in. I don't understand. Is this a legendary private server? Is Jialan's damage really that exaggerated? Is it possible for the long spear S ascending dragon to connect with the grappling hook? The comments were filled with question marks. As Qin Feng assisted the little bear in reviving Mo Ran, he helplessly explained, "Do not be deceived by my high damage. Should I receive a single crowd control effect, I could be eliminated." He currently resembled a fragile glass cannon. A couple of charges from the enemy could spell his end. The main reason for my exorbitant damage is that I possess full layers of Wanfu and Lai Kong. In this version, the update allowed for such maneuvers with the long spear's grappling hook. As for how simple the combat seemed, think about it. Was it not the case that every wave of pressure was absorbed by the little bear and Mo Ran? The little bear and Mo Ran, who had been slow to realize, widened their eyes in astonishment. The little bear exclaimed, "I wondered why no one came to help me when I was fighting." Me too. I was dueling and got my head smashed. Of course. Can I, as a glass cannon, act as a frontline tank? Qin Feng chuckled coldly. I only chose Jialan to witness your Shun Miao, Hutao struggle. After reviving everyone, the three proceeded to heal and loot. The opposing team was not particularly wealthy, and their equipment offered minimal upgrades. The enemy Wu Chun activated his ultimate and was transported away, while Hutao provided him with a shield. After finally recovering their states, they were eager to engage, but Mo Ran initiated a battlefield, and when the fireman attempted to dismantle Mo Ran, Qin Feng launched a surprise attack, dealing significant damage. With the main force diminished, the remaining healer and Wu Chun could not hold out for long and soon perished. After acquiring the power of the Qinglong, the group sought out opponents to slay. The sheer strength of the Qinglong made it impossible for any team to engage them head-on. Amidst the chaos of battle, with Qin Feng directing them, they moved with precision. After winning a chaotic skirmish thanks to the Qinglong's power, only a handful of opponents remained. Subsequently, Qin Feng led them to eliminate several lone wolves, quickly reducing the battlefield to a three-person team. This remaining team was evidently weak, and the outcome was all but inevitable as the game concluded without suspense. In the results screen, Qin Feng topped the charts with 52, 912 damage, and 18 kills, dominating the battlefield. The majority of opponents had been swiftly dispatched, and such terrifying damage meant that even a slight breach in armor against Jialan could lead to instant death. In Lin Qingyin's dormitory, she gazed at the settlement interface, brimming with pride. After turning off the microphone, she turned to the contemplative Mo Ing and exclaimed, "How impressive is that?" The strategic awareness was indeed commendable, but the score for this match was relatively low, offering little insight. The damage is astonishing. Lin Qinghe also marveled. Is this what Jia Nen is capable of? Mo Ing shook her head slightly, noting that while Jia Nen entered the fray at the perfect moment, fully leveraging the hero's advantages, in high-scoring matches, many players would be aware of Jia Nen's teleportation. With the recent changes to the blade mechanics, dealing damage with Jia Nen was not as effortless as before. Mo Ing's analysis was astute. However, she was unaware that Qin Feng typically observed his opponent's movements before making his move, only teleporting when he felt confident. In most instances, those caught off guard were distracted elsewhere, and by the time they noticed the teleportation, it was already too late. Continue. Mo Ran said with excitement. That last match was filled with fortune. When did we ever play such a prosperous game? Qin Feng closed the settlement interface and clicked to continue, but oddly, Little Bear was unexpectedly quiet. Unbeknownst to them, within Little Bear's dormitory, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. It's my turn. Clearly, it's my account. Oh no. Lin Qingyin slid from her chair, and Lin Qinghe promptly took her place. The group played several more matches until around 2:30 in the morning, at which point Qin Feng concluded his stream. leaving the two girls acutely aware of how substantial Qin Feng's support was. As the duo of Lin Qingyan and Lin Qinghe took turns playing, Mo Ying, who watched from the sidelines, grew increasingly astonished. Their teamwork was decent, yet to Mo Ying, it appeared rather ordinary. After all, both sisters and Mo Ran were quite compliant, having learned their skills from Qin Feng, naturally embodying his style. In this context, achieving normal coordination was hardly surprising. What truly astonished her was that throughout so many matches, Qin Feng allowed them the freedom to play as they wished, consistently managing to assemble a team composition that kept them comfortable. His command was nearly flawless. Aside from few instances where some overly aggressive players interjected, there were hardly any mistakes. Moreover, Mo Ying understood that typically, the player with commanding authority was either in the second or third position, as the first position bore the greatest pressure and could not afford distractions. Yet, irrespective of his position, Qin Feng could swiftly assess the situation, and with Lin Qingyan and Lin Qinghe being obedient, they could promptly respond to his commands. Mo Ying thought that if it weren't for their somewhat lacking skill and agility, traversing through the challenges should have been effortless. Pondering this, she opened Qin Feng's streaming channel, which, since he had just concluded, was nearly devoid of viewers. Firefly has followed the streamer. Meanwhile, after finishing his stream, Qin Feng washed up and prepared for bed once his hair had dried. However, even at this late hour, the group chat remained lively. Silent Wind is truly remarkable. Even with two clueless players, he can dominate. Little Bear exclaimed. Mo Ran and the others' play styles and strategies bore the imprint of Qin Feng, and there were no significant issues in their coordination. In fact, as the matches progressed, the difficulty began to escalate. There were numerous occasions where they fell while Qin Feng remained to purchase items alone. After some reflection, Qin Feng realized that one account was underperforming. While playing with casual viewers, the disparity in their skills made it easy for him to dominate with his main account. Yet it imposed a challenging experience for the casual players. He took a quick glance at the account before trading it away. After completing these tasks, Qin Feng briefly engaged in the group chat before heading to bed. The following morning, after exercising, he went to school by noon. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Feng noticed that Lin Xing had become significantly more taciturn. He glanced at Wang Yinchuan and the others, who also displayed a resigned demeanor. The swift resolution had yielded good results. At least Lin Xing no longer sought out Wang Xiyu, but Qin Feng's approach seemed excessively harsh. When class time arrived, Lin Xing departed the dormitory alone, with Qin Feng and the others trailing behind from a distance. What is going on? Qin Feng inquired softly. Zhao Qingpeng placed a hand on Li Si's shoulder. It's going to take some time for her to recover. Li Si silently pushed Zhao Qingpeng away, observing Lin Xing, who was solitary in her demeanor. Brother Lin has never been in a relationship. It's a white moonlight for him, you know what I mean. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. I don't understand. Are you trying to play innocent? Wang Yinchuan scoffed. Qin Feng spread his hands innocently. I truly don't understand. In his previous life, he was unable to care for himself, and in this life he was utterly absorbed in gaming, maintaining a low profile at school. How could he possibly attract romantic interests? Just let him take his time. However, Qin Feng, your approach was indeed ruthless, and you confronted Wang Xiyu directly without hesitation. Wang Yinchuan reminisced about that day as seen. I've learned that Wang Xiyu is not simple. She has quite the sophisticated green tea. Yet, despite Qin Feng's blatant exposure of her, she didn't even attempt to explain herself in front of Lin Xing. Moreover, when Lin Xing sought her out later, she simply admitted everything, as if she had entirely given up on Lin Xing. Wang Yinchuan was puzzled. He could see that Wang Xiyu had indeed invested effort into Lin Xing, so it seemed illogical for her to abandon him so easily. The best strategy would have been to maintain an ambiguous distance. I don't know. I just think her actions are excessive. Brother Lin deserves better, doesn't he? Zhao Qingpeng concurred. At that moment, Wang Yinchuan suggested going out to eat. After putting their things away, they headed toward the school gate. To their surprise, they encountered Wang Xiyu. Lin Xing, who had reluctantly agreed to come out after much persuasion from Wang Yinchuan, saw her waiting by the school gate, clearly anticipating someone, and her complexion paled slightly. Wang Xiyu wore light makeup, holding a white handbag in front of her, and her elegant long dress enhanced her beauty, giving her an ethereal quality. It was evident that she had dressed with care. Wang Yinchuan felt a bit awkward, wanted to turn the group around. But Lin Xing placed a hand on his, signaling him to let it go. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and everyone could sense the weight of her words. Wang Yinchuan paused for a moment, then a smile emerged on his face. Although Lin Xing was straightforward, she was not one to be stubborn and understood when to let go. Let us go. This time we'll feast heartily, Wang Yinchuan declared. Are you ready for a big expense? Expense? That's out of the question. The group of boys bantered as they approached, drawing Wang Shiyu's attention, who naturally noticed Lin Xing as well. Initially, Lin Xing had been one of her alternatives, but after Qin Feng's remarks that day, she had not fully grasped the situation until later, when she learned through friends that Qin Feng was Lin Xing's roommate, prompting her to relinquish that thought entirely. Indeed, a simple explanation from her would have sufficed for Lin Xing to believe her. Even if Lin Xing doubted her, she would likely deceive herself. Yet, Wang Xiyu hesitated. Although Qin Feng had not said much, merely acting as if he had suddenly remembered his existence as a sophisticated green tea, Wang Xiyu understood that Qin Feng was subtly awakening Lin Xing and serving as a warning to her. The social hierarchy was ever present. She was acutely aware of the circles Qin Feng moved in, where countless ways existed to navigate without crossing boundaries, yet still render her unable to thrive. Xiyu, what is wrong? A McLaren halted in front of her, and Zhang Mufan inquired with curiosity, as they gathered to eat, rest, and attend evening classes. Qin Feng's streaming popularity surged rapidly. The QQ group had exceeded 600 members, and upon starting his stream, the viewer count swiftly surpassed 50 and continued to climb. Today, I'll be playing solo. Qin Feng logged into his account and activated the solo mode. Perhaps it was the inferior computer from a previous life that kept Qin Feng in a perpetual state of high pressure while striving for victory. Now, however, he finds himself somewhat ill at ease with this newfound ease of scoring. After a remarkable performance of 16 kills and securing a victory, Qin Feng gazes thoughtfully at the results screen, while the barrage of comments from viewers speculates on his sudden stillness. Kwamai Tusi. Just arrived? Where's the streamer? Ding Ding Che. The streamer has been in the restroom for 30 minutes. It's a computer broadcast now. Shuaiqi Gu. Is he in a daze? Zhao Nian. Is this really bad? The streamer is a poet, right? Qin Feng's unease is not unfounded. Every player has a unique style of play, and numerous instances exist where a novice manages to outplay a seasoned expert due to a lack of rapid adaptation. This particular player's strategies are nothing short of monstrous. One can never predict his moves. Often, while one is still contemplating their strategy, Dao Gu has already unleashed 3 tens. When Dao Gu executes a long staff dragon ascent, one might assume they're destined to succumb to a fatal blow from a 985 or a staff slashing combo. Yet Dao Gu might instead demonstrate the essence of his merciful blade technique with a downward strike. Such an enigmatic player showcases a duality in his highlights. One can witness his delicate make and the dual prowess of Zaizizu, alongside moments where he is reduced to mere fodder by casual players. Contemplating this, Qin Feng decides to bring out Hutao during his solo queue. The gameplay feels nearly effortless. Even when confronted with peculiar strategies, he can maneuver skillfully, reassess his opponent's styles, and secure victories. By the end of today's stream, Qin Feng has thoroughly illustrated what it means to ascend ranks as easily as one might drink water, even while employing Hutao. By the early hours, Qin Feng has effortlessly reached Meteor 5, and his recovery training appears to have been quite successful. He has not forgotten his strategic insights or gameplay styles. Glancing at the time until the Celestial mode activates, with still half a month remaining, Qin Feng stretches in his gaming chair. All right, brothers. Tomorrow we can engage in some trio matches. In truth, most fans in the live stream are drawn by his trio matches, and Qin Feng can sense that the majority of his fanbase comprises trio players, with an ever-growing following. Especially considering that few streamers can both commentate and dominate as he does, it is only natural that he attracts attention. Additionally, with a pleasant voice and a mild temperament that rarely resorts to cursing, his female audience has notably increased. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to cater to his fans. Wu Yan, are you bringing friends? Bobo Yini, are you bringing friends? Xiao Xiong Nai Cha, are you bringing friends? Kwamai Tusi, are you all parrots? I'll ask too. After some thought, Qin Feng responds perhaps a wild trio. He then declares, I'm logging off. I need to rest early. Good night, everyone. With that, Qin Feng employs his signature skill, swiftly ending the stream, leaving behind a flurry of discontented comments. The following day, with classes in the morning and afternoon, Qin Feng goes live in the evening. Consequently, a substantial influx of fans enters the stream, significantly boosting Qin Feng's viewership. As agreed, he initiates a wild trio match. The initial games proceed smoothly, with Qin Feng encountering relatively normal teammates. However, subsequent matches are overrun with peculiar characters. There are experts like Fireman and Ice Woman who swiftly charge into the fray, remaining silent as death itself signifies their exit. A couple playing together on voice chat brings both pressure and incompetence. After a series of matches, Qin Feng begins to suspect he has triggered some hidden mechanism, positioning him as the victim while his teammates thrive. In yet another torturous match, his teammates drop at jungle points, with one heading south and the other north, leaving Qin Feng caught in the middle in silence and confusion. The barrage of comments watches the Hutao in a tiger hat standing still on the map, seemingly devoid of spirit, and they're nearly driven to madness with laughter. Astonishingly, the two teammates persist in marking backpacks, purple armor, and purple weapons as if their companions were nearby. Qin Feng finds it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Their actions are utterly nonsensical. The so-called method of observing the strong is rendered futile, as these two are neither exceptional nor competent. After searching extensively without success, the two remain over 1,000 meters apart. The drop rate for the tiger hat Hutao is typically quite high, leaving little to be desired. These players charge in like rabid dogs. Ultimately, he activates his shield to hold on, yet no other teams approach, and Qin Feng meets his untimely demise in the northwest. At this moment, the other two teammates express their bewilderment, with one directly questioning, "Why did you die so quickly?" Qin Feng remains silent. The first teammate continues, "Why are you two so far from me? Come closer. I have many knives." By this point, Qin Feng can no longer bear it. This is yet another form of torment. Thus, he holds down the button, ending his life in the game. After exiting, he exhales deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief. These two players leave him feeling utterly helpless. Wu Yin, haha, it's my first time seeing Lao Feng in such a predicament. Bobo Yuni, I'm dying of laughter. He looks so helpless. MRN, I'm stunned. I've encountered such teammates before, completely oblivious to their and their teammates' positioning. JNSH, where do these exceptional players come from? It's been several matches in a row. Streamer, why not try recruiting? Seeing Jin Shu's comment, Qin Feng hesitates for a moment before deciding to open the game. Perhaps it could work. The 52nd chapter, Purple Sweet Potato, Birdman Shuichigo. Wow. Is Lao Feng a flower picker? Xia Jian Sheng, good idea. Upon glancing at the comments filled with anticipation, Qin Feng finds himself unable to resist these peculiar characters any longer, chuckling. A small streamer can't be called a flower picker. I can only be considered a team player. Feng Diao Yu, a small streamer is not one, but a rich second generation is. Bobo Yuni, don't say that. Just don't. It's not that impressive. I merely have enough to eat and drink. After saying this, Qin Feng opens the game and enters the recruitment lobby. As it is the beginning of the season, many players seek reliable teammates to climb ranks. In the absence of fixed teammates, the recruitment lobby serves as an excellent choice, allowing players to view each other's records, voice capabilities, and even prearranged team compositions. Winning in wild matches from the outset is far too advantageous. Inside the lobby, there are two players, one Zhang Qiling and one Yin Ziping. Qin Feng opens his mic and asks, "Hey, are we playing?" After a moment of silence, he realizes they are likely checking his records. Without a doubt, Qin Feng's statistics for the new season are quite impressive, though he hasn't played for long. His average damage has already surpassed 20,000, with even higher damage for his heroes. After reviewing, Zhang Qiling finally speaks, "Never mind bro, no Hutao." And just like that, Qin Feng is kicked from match. That's normal. Before the comments could erupt, Qin Feng states, "I haven't played Hardy this season." They're playing Zhang, Ha, and Yin compositions, which are currently among the strongest in the meta. Afterward, he clicks into another room, finding a Fireman and Hutao. This time, without opening his mic, he is promptly kicked again. Shuichigu, ha ha ha, Xiao Xiong Nai Cha, dying of laughter. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng resolves not to be disheartened. Looking at the avatars, he surmises one might be a female player. He enters the room, finding one Yin Ziping and another Zhang Qiling. Hey, are we playing? Wow, what's going on, Ying? It seems two girls are exclaiming in surprise. And Yin Ziping quickly mutes her mic. Qin Feng feels the voice is somewhat familiar, yet he cannot recall immediately, as he encounters countless players daily in wild matches. "I can play anything. What composition are you going with?" At this moment, Zhang Qiling speaks up. "Zhang, Anine, bro, are you playing Birdman? Birdman? I'm quite skilled with Birdman. Qin Feng casually responds, then opens his hero interface, switching his Lauda Hardy to Purple Sweet Potato Hardy, adding a skill effect. Purple Sweet Potato, after showcasing the hero, Qin Feng asks, isn't it quite strong? Zhang Qiling and Yin Ziping remain silent for a brief moment before Zhang Qiling finally replies, it is indeed somewhat strong. At this moment, Qin Feng was unaware that in the dormitory of Lin Qinyin and the others, the two had stepped away from the live-streaming computer and were now behind Mo Ying, shaking her chair with faces full of excitement. It is Lao Feng. Such a coincidence. And Mo Ying pushed the two aside. She had been recruiting in the main hall, and one of her teammates was absent today. I see. She had noticed something familiar about Qin Feng when he entered the game, as she had been watching his live streams over the past few days. Please refrain from speaking. What if we give ourselves away and he runs away? And Mo Ying, feeling helpless at their excitement, quickly hushed them. Get ready, Mo Ying said, and after Qin Feng completed his hardy talents, he clicked to prepare as well. After Mo Ying muted her microphone, Lin Qinyin quietly asked, who is Zhang Qiling? Vice President, Wang Nanshan. Wow, this match is going to be thrilling, a battle of experts. However, synergy is crucial. Merely relying on individual skills is insufficient. As they chatted, Qin Feng was also introducing Hardy's talents in the live stream. Hardy's ultimate ability offers a high cost-performance ratio in damage reduction, especially in the current version where the mainstream strategy involves activating the ultimate to deploy the box and then closing it to regain fury before summoning another ultimate. During this time, the damage reduction from the ultimate is exceptionally beneficial for Hardy, who needs to recover fury through combat, and combined with the Qinji box and skill control, it should be quite easy to unleash a second ultimate. There's little else to say about the other talents. Simply invest in energy hooks. Although Hardy appears to be a support role, he can inflict considerable damage. As they spoke, the game had already begun, and the map was Hutao, as Mo Ying opted for a fixed map rather than a random one. Compared to the relatively unfamiliar new map, Long Indong Tian, and the more intense battlefield of Juku Zhou, Hutao was a more favorable map for them to gain points. Once in the game, Mo Ying invited Qin Feng's team to jump at a specific location, placing their drop point at Tang and Sheng to see how the first landing would go. Qin Feng selected Hardy, all set. At Tang and Sheng, 3 teams had jumped, one at the resurrection platform and another at the city gate. The game loaded quickly, and Qin Feng landed on the street outside. He first entered a house to gather some blue supplies and acquired a white horizontal blade, then proceeded to the second floor to search for a white armor, with a blade and armor in hand. His voice coincided with Wang Nanshan's as Mo Ying swiftly grabbed a golden pile in front of the resurrection platform and then searched the basement. Hold off on fighting. Just as she finished speaking, Wang Nanshan was caught, prompting Qin Feng to rush to assist. While Mo Ying had no choice but to abandon the nearby golden pile and re-emerge from the underground. The opposing team consisted of Wu Qian, Hutao, and Shan'an. At this moment, Wu Qian activated his skill, by run, to gain a layer of vigilance. Wang Nanshan immediately exclaimed, Wu Qian is vulnerable. Wu Qian is vulnerable. This was crucial intel against Wu Qian's team, as while in a state of vigilance, any blue energy charge within a certain range would result in Wu Qian seizing the blade, leaving him unable to break free from control and vulnerable to being thrown by Wu Qian. At this point, allowing the opponent to charge energy would be detrimental. Qin Feng, cautious, could only retreat and charge his energy, while the enemy Wu Qian realized they were hesitant to charge and pressed forward with his longsword, relentlessly attacking the two. Suddenly, a charging sound echoed from above, and Qin Feng's heart raced, instinctively executing a jump to counter. In the next moment, the opposing Sha-Nen descended from the sky, delivering a powerful blow to Qin Feng's charged attack. Watch out for Sha-Nen, Mo Ying quickly directed, and as Sha-Nen hurled a wind spirit in midair, she used her hook to pull him down. Qin Feng switched his white horizontal blade to a purple wide blade, advancing toward Sha-Nen. They both became momentarily stunned. Qin Feng knew he couldn't execute a finishing move here, and he canceled his attack stance, sliding forward to charge his energy. Hutao swiftly teleported over with an umbrella, knocking all 3 of them back. That Hutao is quite clever, Qin Feng marveled, as he had just struck 2 opponents. If the enemy used a protective skill, they could only shield one, but Hutao's intervention allowed them to disrupt both. Making the right choice in such a brief moment shows their skill. As the crisis passed, Hutao and the others attempted to flee, but Qin Feng delivered a wall strike that knocked down the pursuing Shan'an, followed by a right-click that eliminated Shan'an's white armor. As he rose, Mo Ying seized the opportunity to catch him in stun, but Wu Tian's sword energy simultaneously freed him while also reducing Mo Ying's blue armor by half. At this point, the three were positioned near a narrow staircase in the side corridor, where close-quarters combat was inevitable. After completing his right-click attack, Qin Feng held down the right button to charge. Wu Tian's sword energy sent Mo Ying flying, but had no effect on him. Seeing the wide blade enter the fray, both Hutao and Wu Tian simultaneously charged their attacks, while Qin Feng executed a long dash and struck both opponents, maintaining his energy charge. In this instance, Qin Feng alone applied immense pressure on the two, as they understood that within this cramped environment, a single charge attack from the wide blade could lead to catastrophic damage. They hastily retreated into a room, and the injured Shan'an, after rising, jumped onto the rooftop to escape the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Ying and Wang Nanshan advanced, charging their blue energy to intercept the enemy's short dash. Qin Feng seized the chance to execute a long dash and right-click charge, watching as he unleashed a devastating crashing slash that inflicted explosive damage. The base damage of the purple wide blade's crashing slash reached 964. With little soul essence and inferior armor, both opponents suffered greatly, entering a critically injured state. The three continued their pursuit, without any skills. Wu Tian and Hutao were utterly defenseless and were dispatched within seconds. Just as Shan'an regained consciousness and attempted to leap through the window, he was confronted by Qin Feng and his team, who had just consumed flowers. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, and the three leaped through the window in pursuit. During the chase, Mo Ying cautioned, "Be wary of the team at the city gate. You all have consumed flowers, and their ultimate ability should be on cooldown. So let loose. They lack their ultimates." Just as Shan'an reached the crossroads outside, he was eliminated. While Mo Ying consumed flowers, a hook came from the distance, belonging to the team at the city gate. The enemy team, consisting of Wu Chun, Shun Miao, and Jianan, initiated their attack. Jianan's piercing strike sent Mo Ying flying, while the other two were interrupted by Qin Feng and Wang Nanshan. The battle was imminent at this moment. Qin Feng's ultimate fury had reached 87, and he engaged in a gamble with the opposing Wu Chen. Once his ultimate was ready, he unleashed it, judgment, from the skies. With Hardy's furious roar, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, his mechanical wings unfurled as he ascended into the air. Qin Feng executed a quick dash to gain altitude, deploying the Qinji box before heading towards Mo Ying, who was under siege by Wu Chun and Jianan. There are boxes. At this time, Mo Ying was in poor condition. Having been struck by Jianan, she had lost the initial round of their engagement and was caught in a combo. Her health barely above 2/3. Jianan's blue armor had diminished by half, and as Qin Feng charged forward, he unleashed another energy strike the moment Jianan finished dodging, knocking him down once more and following up with a finishing blow. "Look at Jianan. Jianan is critically injured." Qin Feng called into the microphone, while Wu Chen quickly activated skills, summoning 3-2 instruments, swords to restore Jianan's armor. The blue armor was replenished by just over half, but Jianan attempted to flee, not getting far before being struck down by another of Qin Feng's charge attacks. Wu Chen found himself at a loss against Qin Feng, and to make matters worse, Wang Nanshan had shaken off Shun Miao and, alongside a healed Mo Ying, closed in on Jianan for the kill. Jianan, entering the fray with skills, stood no chance against their combined assault and was swiftly eliminated. With Qin Feng's ultimate still active, he targeted Wu Chun, dashing forward multiple times and delivering a decisive blow to Wu Chun, who had attempted to escape using his hook. Mo Ying and Wang Nanshan arrived simultaneously, securing the defeat of Wu Chun. As the last remaining Shun Miao sensed the dire situation, she hastily attempted to hook away in the opposite direction. Following their victory, Qin Feng deactivated his ultimate and consumed flowers while simultaneously explaining to the audience, as tactics are numerous. Some cancel the Qi in J11, but that is due to the need for maneuvering. However, in this instance, we possess a significant advantage with my ultimate skill. Hence, I will not cancel and will engage them in combat. This scenario is also applicable during the 33rd round. especially when facing formidable opponents like Ning H Ingi or the formidable SHNN from the WSHTO formation, both of which we must confront. In the formation of ZH Ing HYN, ZH Ing QL Ing is the primary damage dealer, invincible against smaller foes, and can deal damage even in a transformed state. Thus, using his ultimate to provoke the enemy's crucial skills would be a miscalculation. The comments were filled with confusion. Feng's invitation. No, you really can? A square ball. So you're truly omnipotent? Not getting rich nor changing names. So far, I haven't seen any hero that LOF Ing can't handle. QNF Ing coughed lightly, understanding the situation. In fact, forcing out the ultimate is one of the strongest aspects of this formation. Once the ultimate is forced out, HD can escape using the Qi NJ11, canceling his ultimate and returning his rage, while the opponent cannot do the same. After defeating these two teams in T Ing and CH Ing, there were no others left. A few searched through the remnants, completing a task simultaneously. They purchased a basic talisman. MY Ing marked the merchant, and they gathered to buy a basic talisman. MY Ing marked JNSHKZHN. Although it is not a resource zone, it has many chests. So they went to see if they could encounter the FNHN team or a lone wolf. At Siting T Nung NCA Nung. QNF Ing was equipped with a purple armor and purple blade. W Ing NSHN with a purple armor and purple horizontal blade. And MY Ing with blue armor and a purple fan. They were not particularly well equipped, even a bit lacking compared to the resources in T Ing and CH Ing. As they proceeded towards JNSHKZHN, they indeed found a FNHN team. The battle was imminent. Although the three had developed moderately, they were still better than the FNHN team, which was entirely equipped with white armor and weapons. Even with a few blue blades, picked up temporarily, they were no match for QNF Ing and the others. The battle concluded swiftly, and QNF Ing did not even use his DSH talisman. Although these individuals had just returned to life, they had accumulated around 10,000 coins from smashing several chests along with their initial inventory. MY Ing initially wanted to buy a DSH talisman priced at 11,000, but it was sold out, leaving them to open inventory slots instead. While searching for supplies, QNF Ing completed the inventory slots and handed over the money for them to spend, then proceeded to search inward. The battle against the WSHTO team was underway, and judging by their attire, it seemed to be the same team that QNF Ing and his companions had encountered earlier. As the countdown ended, QNF Ing activated his ultimate directly, instructing them to spread out while he pressured SHN's ultimate. Although the WSHTO formation appeared to center around WTN, in reality, SHNN was the pivotal key to securing kills. Once caught in a sandstorm, the battle would become extraordinarily arduous. SHNN was caught off guard when QNF Ing showed no intention of engaging in a duel. Instead, he activated his ultimate and charged forward, hastily seeking refuge behind a pillar to build up his wall, strike, and escape. However, the most crucial aspect of dealing with an activated HD is to avoid ascending into the air. SHNN made a fundamental error. Facing an enemy with an activated ultimate, he attempted to use wall strikes to ascend. This was purely instinctual muscle memory, and only after his wall strike finished did he realize his mistake. QNF Ing unreservedly struck him down, and as SHNN descended, he charged up another attack, swiftly reducing SHNN's purple armor by half. Following this, QNF Ing used a space move and a dash to gain altitude, creating distance to charge up. Observing SHNN rise, he anticipated the opponent's attempt to deceive him with an elbow strike. QNF Ing remained calm. His teammates were already engaged with WTN and Hutao, leaving this side momentarily unattended. His only concern was to force SHNN's ultimate within the duration of his own. The 3-strike duration of HD's ultimate lasts 25 seconds, while charging up a 30 attack takes only about 2 seconds, providing ample opportunities for offense. Many HD players fall prey to counterattacks due to their eagerness to attack, unaware that an airborne HD exerts tremendous pressure. A purple blade's 30 damage approximates 400, and with favorable circumstances, it can exceed 500. Yet during this period, aside from their ultimate, there is little recourse to counter HD. With a standard purple armor health pool totaling slightly over 2,000 amidst chaotic skirmishes, Taking even minor damage can easily lead to one's demise. Moreover, the primary utility of Qin Feng for HD is to force the enemy's ultimate. Exchanging ultimates is undoubtedly advantageous. Due to the unique properties of Qin Feng, it effectively grants each player an additional skill superior to mere damage taken. After several unsuccessful dashes, as Qin Feng's blade sliced through, as N had no choice but to relinquish his skill, yet his skill propelled him skyward. Upon witnessing the activation of the opponent's skill, Qin Feng decisively turned, quickly charged up a 10 attack to finish N's golden body and struck down, landing a couple more hits in the air. N's purple armor vanished, leaving him with a decent amount of health. However, upon rising, he found himself without skills. He intended to seek Hutao, but WTN was engaged with Wing N SHN, and Hutao had already deployed her protective shield on him. Aware of the significance of his ultimate, SHN realized that due to the initial dispersal of Qin Feng and his companions, he was now rather distant from that battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, after sustaining a 30 damage hit and a basic attack, he found himself in a precarious position. He frantically shouted into the microphone, "Look at me! Look at me!" Despite this, he was still reluctant to unleash his ultimate, as it was too critical. The optimal choice at this moment was for Hutao to unleash her ultimate. Hutao noticed this urgency and hurried over, but Qin Feng's 30 elbow strike was already in motion, leaving SHN no choice but to activate his sandstorm. His golden body absorbed Qin Feng's strike, prompting Qin Feng to cancel his ultimate and escape using Qin Feng. While SHN regrouped with WTN and Hutao within the sandstorm to recover, Qin Feng's ultimate was cancelled, leaving him with over 20 rage points. As both teams regrouped and prepared for another round of battle, Ying charged in fiercely, catching the opponents off guard. By the time her third charge was interrupted by a strike, she utilized the nearly expired Qin Feng to flee. The damage from her two charges, combined with the contributions from Qin Feng and Wing N SHN, forced Hutao and WTN to activate their ultimates. Wing N SHN wasted no time, unsheathing his black gold ancient blade and launching a relentless assault, while WTN's ultimate is indeed terrifyingly aggressive. When facing ZH he could only adopt a passive defense, as ZH slashing range is overwhelmingly long. The effectiveness of a defensive ultimate is considerably diminished, and the worst part is that ZH sights were set on SHN, who lacked an ultimate. After Wing N SHN landed two strikes, Hutao too had to activate her ultimate. The trio stood within Hutao's ultimate, while Wing N SHN wisely distanced himself. Hutao's protective earth and sky duration lasts 15 seconds, while ZH ultimate, QL and ZHN, lasts 25 seconds, allowing Wing N SHN to simply wait for Hutao's ultimate to conclude before proceeding. However, Hutao and WTN were not inclined to let Qin Feng and the others escape easily, as WTN was also under his ultimate's effect, prompting them to take the initiative. SHN activated his skill, Wind Spirit, from a distance and followed closely behind. WTN located Ying's position and initiated his attack, leaving Ying with no room for maneuvering. As the Wind Spirit was sent flying towards her, Ying found herself immobilized just as WTN's attack struck. "Look at me, look at me. They want to target me," Ying exclaimed as Wing N SHN, witnessing WTN and Hutao charging up against the immobilized Ying, swiftly emerged from behind the pillar and struck with precision. At that moment, WTN's attack had yet to reset, and Wing N SHN launched a 3-hit combo, severely damaging both opponents. Hutao hastily repositioned her shield to restore their states, while SHN North attempted to close the distance, but was held back by Qin Feng. At this moment, he had already used his Wind Spirit skill for offense, lacking any means to break free from control. Yet he possessed superior equipment with his purple double-ended staff and the skill Tiger Roar Dragon Howl, giving him a natural advantage in the ensuing contest. Upon noticing Qin Feng's approach, he began to charge his left attack. Qin Feng's initial move would be to absorb the charge, while releasing the charged attack would result in being intercepted by the horizontal barrier, leading to a second round of intense contest. At this juncture, he could unleash the Tiger Roar Dragon Howl or swiftly evade after seizing Qin Feng. The Sandman retained a modicum of confidence. Qin Feng discerned his charging gesture as a left charge, recognizing that the dual-section staff's right charge would involve a rotation of the staff. However, this action did not resemble the whip-like motion. Nonetheless, the fact that his opponent was charging left indicated the presence of the Longhu Gong technique. Longhu Gong, characterized by the dual-section staff's ability to accumulate charge upon striking an enemy, could stack up to 4 layers, with the left charge triggering the horizontal barrier and the right charge activating the 20 Longhu chaotic dance. It was prudent to remain wary of the possibility of an impending Tiger Roar Dragon Howl. Pondering this, Qin Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow, then retreated slightly to create distance before executing a slashing maneuver backward, subsequently pressing the right attack. The Sandman, becoming somewhat anxious, advanced with a sliding charge. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to unleash a precise right attack from extreme distance. The Sandman's armor diminished by nearly half, and at that moment, Qin Feng's downward slash pressed upon him, rendering his purple armor perilously vulnerable. After rising, he struck Qin Feng twice with a rock shield, prompting Qin Feng to sidestep and deliver a blade strike. At this moment, the Sandman charged his left attack, activating the horizontal barrier, and entered the golden invulnerability state. Suddenly, the Sandman whipped his head around, and Qin Feng, affirming his own thoughts, executed a jump and absorption move almost simultaneously with the Sandman's Tiger Roar Dragon Howl. With a resounding clash, Qin Feng sheathed his weapon, crouched to cancel the stance, and delivered an uppercut that launched the Sandman into the air, slashing him mid-flight before switching back to his bow. The sound of 3 crisp impacts echoed as 3 arrows embedded themselves in the Sandman's forehead, even in this version where bow damage had been nerfed. This combination of attacks dealt over 1,200 damage, and despite the Sandman's damage reduction, his health was entirely depleted. After eliminating the Sandman, Qin Feng proceeded to support Mo Ying and Wang Nanshan. Ultimately, the duo maintained the upper hand, having successfully drawn out Hutao's ultimate ability. While Takeuchi's ultimate provided some defense, the frenzy of attacks from Wang Nanshan, following his blood treasure activation, left his condition far from optimal. With Qin Feng nearly at full health, entering the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Wang Nanshan activated his golden dagger, while Qin Feng executed a blazing slash and a core extraction. Utilizing the Zhuke resurrection, the 3 expended their Dark Tide coins, placing a bet on their luck, which paid off with a ghostly wail and an Aurora Shattered Cloud Flash. Mo Ying claimed the ghostly wail, Wang Nanshan took the Aurora Shattered Cloud Flash, and Qin Feng acquired the soul extraction. With their soul gems now at a graduation level, and the presence of both the ghostly wail and Aurora Shattered Cloud Flash providing overlapping control, the opponents found themselves unable to utilize any skills without facing dire consequences. It was evident that the chaos outside had reached a peak. As the preparation time for the return to Yang concluded, Mo Ying spoke up, advising Ji Yingying to remain vigilant against Jialan. This particular lineup necessitated tactical maneuvering. Previously, the combination of Jialan, Yin Zipping, and Ji Yingying had proven formidable. Yet in the current version, Jialan's teleportation mechanics and lethal strikes, compounded by Hati's presence, made it exceedingly easy to be caught off guard by stealth ultimate abilities. Consequently, many Jialans opted against utilizing the core ultimate of the Jialan-Yin Zipping combination. However, the inherent mechanics of Ji Yingying's skills remained potent. Ji Yingying possessed 2 skills while Jialan had 3, allowing them to potentially eliminate a target based solely on skill execution. At the outset, Qin Feng unleashed his ultimate, placing the Qinji box and canceling it, then followed Wang Nanshan and Mo Ying to locate Ji Yingying. Unexpectedly, Ji Yingying displayed remarkable fortitude, launching an infernal fire against Mo Ying before directly activating her ultimate upon landing. Wang Nanshan, demonstrating decisiveness, countered. In this version, Ji Yingying was merely a plaything for Zhang Qiling. With her ultimate unleashed, the black gold ancient blade sent Ji Yingying soaring, prompting Hutao to swiftly provide protection. Wang Nanshan charged his attack, fixating on Ji Yingying. Seizing the moment, Jialan executed a stealthy charged thrust against Mo Ying, who quickly healed herself and began to charge away. Qin Feng used his grappling hook to pursue Ji Yingying, while Wang Nanshan's strike approached. Ji Yingying, leveraging her ultimate to refresh her skills, once more unleashed infernal fire against Mo Ing. Realizing the situation, Mo Ing opted for the Qinji box, fleeing the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ji Ying, having exhausted her skills, was left with no choice but to retreat. Under a flurry of strikes, Ji Ying's health plummeted. Hutao arrived to cast a protective shield, yet it merely prolonged her time of vulnerability. In this version, Ji Ying had no counter against Zhang Qiling, and Qin Feng advanced fearlessly, charging toward them. At this juncture, Jialan hesitated to pursue Mo Ing, as she had already activated her ultimate in coordination with Wang Nanshan, making it challenging to eliminate her while she was on the run with the ghostly whale. As the clash of their weapons echoed, Hadi positioned his slashing blade behind him, seemingly enduring a heavy blow as he slightly crouched. Yet Jialan's charged attack was ultimately deflected. Coincidentally, Hutao's charge struck Qin Feng's defensive stance, causing his dual blades to falter. Noticing Ji Ying still charging, Qin Feng executed a decisive maneuver, unleashing the soul extraction, sending both Hutao and Ji Ying flying. With their health swiftly diminishing, Wang Nanshan, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward, and Ji Ying met her in midair, while Hutao, still grounded and rising, fell victim to Wang Nanshan's seamless triple strike. In an instant, two adversaries were vanquished, and as Jialan regained his footing from the blade stance, he was struck by Mo Ying's ghostly wail, with Yin Zipping's form transforming into a flurry of blades slicing through Jialan's figure. Subsequently, Qin Feng charged a finishing blow, and Jialan was left with mere remnants of health. Observing Jialan's failure to roll away after collapsing, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, knowing that such behavior often indicated the opponent was poised to activate a skill to escape. In a flash of insight, without hesitation, Qin Feng unleashed the thunderous blade from the soul extraction, leaping to deliver a decisive strike just as Jialan charged, interrupting him with the thunder. At this moment, Mo Ying's second ghostly wail emerged, ensuring Jialan was rendered helpless. Following their exit, empowered by the duration of the Qinglong's strength, they swiftly eliminated two teams, only to find themselves embroiled in chaos as the battle neared its conclusion. At this point, Qin Feng's formidable prowess was on full display amid a tumultuous clash involving four teams outside meta, as he successfully activated the Qinji box 4 times, each instance allowing Mo Ing and Wang Nanshan to escape peril. However, unexpectedly, just as they distanced themselves from the battlefield, another team appeared. Glancing at the side data, Qin Feng surmised that the remaining players on the map were all converging here. As the skirmish erupted, Qin Feng and the others had no choice but to rally around Wang Nanshan's Aurora Shattered Cloud Flash. The Aurora controlled the field. Damage was supplemented. Amid the melee, Wang Nanshan's tone grew, slightly agitated. Yet Qin Feng hesitated to approach, his expression shifting as he recognized the impending danger, exclaiming, "There's a Buddha! Run!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Nanshan, who remained still under the Aurora Shattered Cloud Flash, was seized by the Buddha, instantly separating him from Qin Feng and the others by an insurmountable distance. In the depths of despair reflected in Wang Nanshan's eyes, the great Buddha ruthlessly slammed the two individuals in his grasp onto the ground, causing Wang Nanshan to instantly transform into a soul grave, while the unfortunate soul, due to the disparity in height, uncontrollably plummeted downwards, only to be grasped once more by the great Buddha and swiftly crushed to death. Misfortunes compounded as, just when Qin Feng attempted to rescue Wang Nanshan, Mo Ing was also targeted by another squad. Fortunately, she managed to escape into the vicinity of the Qinji box, using its power to create some distance. At that moment, the chaotic battle in the distance had already escalated. The great Buddha chose not to join the fray, but remained stationary, while his teammates unleashed a barrage of crossbow arrows that turned Mo Ing into a sieve. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his teammates had perished, and with his ultimate ability cancelled, Qin Feng found himself with no recourse but to seek opportunities to revive his companions. The duration of the great Buddha's ability had also reached its limit. Adorned with walnut strings, he devoured 3 flowers in succession before rummaging through his loot. Alas, Wang Nanshan sighed, as the circle had shrunk significantly. Their equipment was superior, and their condition was commendable. With a bit of strategy, securing a victory should pose no issue. Mo Ing lamented that there was little they could do. The great Buddha, amidst the melee, was exceedingly difficult to defend against. Their team was intent on unleashing their ultimate abilities to secure kills, akin to a celestial strategy. The sudden emergence of the Sand Peach Buddha caught them off guard. The Great Buddha was merciless, swiftly capturing two individuals, leaving them powerless to resist. Qin Feng searched for an opportunity, yet the opposing team remained composed, maintaining their distance on the cliff with no desire to engage, until the energies of the two individuals and the unfortunate soul's grave dissipated, allowing them to join the fray. This team fought with remarkable organization, primarily engaging only when they were certain of isolating a target. Cautiously, Qin Feng trailed behind them, and it appeared that they were the strongest remaining team. The battlefield remained tumultuous in the distance. After the Great Buddha eliminated two foes, their formation became chaotic. The commotion was ignited by a fleeing Yueshan Eg striking their formation, inadvertently hitting the walnut. The Sandman and the Great Buddha utilized crowd control to evade the ensuing chaos. In the final circle, teams typically boasted substantial resources, and this Yueshan was equipped with a golden weapon. A single dragon tail strike shattered the walnut's armor, and amidst the turmoil, a cannon fortuitously witnessed this moment, teleporting in to inflict damage, rendering the walnut nearly lifeless. Rising to her feet, she activated her armor array, employing a protective shield to sustain her state. However, within this circle, the walnut, devoid of ultimate abilities or skills, became an easy target for any passerby, and due to the chaos, many assumed she was without teammates. This exemplified the discomfort of chaotic battles. Each team received varying information, intermingled with the madness above, where a single misstep could lead to an explosive downfall. A battle erupted around the walnut. The cannon, having struck a blow against the walnut after witnessing her armor array activate, opted to retreat using a piercing maneuver to exit the battlefield, as her state was not favorable, with merely 2/3 of her health remaining. At that moment, a figure wielding a horse-slaying blade executed a wall strike, landing a blow on the cannon, the angle fortuitously causing the impact to ricochet off the opposite wall. Just as the cannon rolled to her feet, she was struck by another wall blow, further diminishing her already scarce health. Wow, my friend, your wall strike is impressively smooth. It reminds me of a certain wall-striking sage, Wang Nanshan marveled, recognizing Qin Feng as the wielder of that strike, who, to his surprise, saw the cannon racing towards him. Upon opening the cannon's bag, Qin Feng was nearly blinded by the gleam of gold. Golden armor, a golden broadsword, golden dual blades, and a purple horizontal sword. For layers of unmatched prowess, Wild Wolf's Fury, Soul Caesar, Blazing Slash, and the universe's Sun and Moon Slash. Qin Feng was nearly immobilized by the sheer wealth of arms. He hurriedly collected the golden weapons, swapping out his soul jade for armor and healing items. Just as he finished applying 2 healing items and prepared for the third, the cannon's ally, Yin Zipping, arrived. The opponent's great sword charged forward, prompting Qin Feng to swiftly evade. The foe released a charge attack, which Qin Feng deftly countered with his own. Well done, well done. At this distance, Qin Feng found it effortless to anticipate and deflect Yin Zipping's great sword, executing a dual blade Soul Caesar that sent her flying far away due to the uneven terrain. Qin Feng then took aim with his bow to land a hit, continuing to heal. With this, Yin Zipping was subdued, refraining from further engagement, while Qin Feng positioned himself at the cannon's corpse to cover from a distance. In the distance, the Great Buddha had unleashed his ultimate ability, with the Sandman's Sandstorm synchronously following suit. After the Great Buddha's dual capture, the frenzied combatants appeared significantly clearer in their intentions. Soon, the Great Buddha's ultimate concluded, leaving only 6 individuals on the battlefield. Qin Feng assessed the situation. It appeared he and Yin Zipping were lone wolves, while the Great Buddha and the Sandman formed a team, with the remaining 2 possibly being another duo or 2 solitary players. At that moment, the Great Buddha and the Sandman, fully stocked, pursued Yin Zipping. Recognizing the moment had come for him to enter the fray, Qin Feng activated his ultimate and deployed a box, subsequently canceling his ultimate to hook onto the Sandman. The Great Buddha had already made his move, and upon the Sandman being interrupted, he immediately charged up to pressure Qin Feng. Qin Feng maintained his distance, launching arrows at the Sandman, who retaliated with his own arrows. The outcome was inevitable. The Sandman was compelled to activate his skills, attempting to charge towards the Great Buddha, when suddenly, 2 hidden figures emerged. It was Hati and Zhang Qiling, a duo. They first eliminated the cornered zipping before pursuing the Great Buddha. The Great Buddha hastily sprinted toward the Sandman, and upon witnessing this, Qin Feng swiftly utilized the Qinji box to escape the battlefield. The four engaged in a chaotic melee, but Zhang Qiling and Hadi exhibited superior swordplay, gaining the upper hand despite the absence of ultimates. The Sandman was executed, left with barely any health, and, as he attempted to flee, Qin Feng shot him down with an arrow. Qin Feng then charged in, directly confronting Hadi, who was in a precarious state with only a sliver of armor remaining, preparing to heal. Noticing Qin Feng's golden armor fully intact, Hadi panicked and fled, but Qin Feng pursued, landing several dual blade strikes before Hadi decisively activated his recently charged ultimate. However, Qin Feng's ultimate was also ready. He deactivated his ultimate to regain 60 rage. Having just been engaged in combat with the Sandman, his rage was already ample. Both activated their ultimates simultaneously, unleashing the Qinji box. This moment bore an uncanny resemblance to synchronized training in Pacific Rim. Even more astonishing was that neither had any intention of targeting each other, instinctively aiming for the grounded Zhang Qiling and the Great Buddha. At this moment, both Zhang Qiling and the Great Buddha were without ultimates, entirely at the mercy of the airborne foes, with no means of escape. Qin Feng pursued Zhang Qiling, while Hadi chased the Great Buddha. As Zhang Qiling utilized the Qinji box to flee, Qin Feng, whose Qinji box was nearby, followed suit, utilizing the hook to activate his ultimate once more, capturing Zhang Qiling. At this juncture, the Great Buddha was also slain by Hadi, instantly shifting the tide to a 1v1 scenario. Hadi had arrived fully stocked with healing items. Aware that in such a situation, reviving anyone would be impossible, Qin Feng had scarcely lost any health. After consuming a flower, he hooked toward Hadi. After a series of exchanges, Qin Feng lost half his armor while Hadi retained a third of his, but the damage was dealt. Upon soaring into the air, Hadi did not immediately create distance, but instead charged up to cancel his glide, seeking to catch Qin Feng off guard. Qin Feng initially feigned a strike, baiting Hadi into a miscalculated reaction, allowing him to unleash a counterattack. Qin Feng's armor shattered as both fighters found themselves on equal footing. After absorbing the charged attack, Qin Feng swiftly retreated, still holding the advantage with an additional crowd control ability. Hadi, closing in with his dagger, engaged Qin Feng in a fierce melee. In a moment of instinct, Hadi inadvertently activated the ghost counter. Leaping into the air with his dagger, Hadi aimed for Qin Feng's side, but in the team voice chat, Hadi's expression changed dramatically, realizing his error. Given Qin Feng's reaction time, successfully countering the ghost was an exceedingly simple task. Brother, impressive. Wang Nanshan observed the result screen, noting Qin Feng's damage exceeding 40,000 and a dozen kills, leaving the opposing team utterly astounded. The barrage of comments echoed. 666. Let me go first. Silent. Can this actually be eaten? Zhao 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 Nian. Unbeatable. Zhao Dian Ji Shirpian. It has a hint of Kled flavor. Qin Feng glanced at the barrage and chuckled nonchalantly, attributing his success to luck. This was not mere modesty. His full team had been voted for, and he shared a tacit understanding with the lone wolf. Indeed, what Qin Feng stated was the truth. Perhaps he had a slim chance against two opponents, but facing three, especially in such a scenario, his adversaries would hardly grant him any opportunities. They could simply take turns healing and wear him down. In the dormitory of Lin Qingyan and her companions, the two sisters were ecstatic after Mo Ying, exclaiming, I told you Lao Feng is formidable. ISN Tihi, ISN Tihi. Observing the jubilant duo, Mo Ying felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he was impressive. Furthermore, this match was not merely a matter of luck. His timing for engagement was impeccable, and his technique was remarkably solid. Have you noticed? In several rounds against a lone wolf, he hardly suffered any defeats. His utilization of wall strikes in relation to the terrain was extraordinary. The smoothness of his wall strikes reminded me of Kled. Lin Qingyan and her companion were taken aback. Although their knowledge of Kled was limited, they were aware of his formidable prowess in the realm of Ying D Inc. WGN. What they were unaware of was that Qin Feng's wall strike techniques were indeed learned from Kled in his previous life, with low frame rates and high latency. Attempting to wield weapons such as the long sword or dual blades, which relied on grabs and combos, was merely inviting trouble. The significant disparity in frame rates and delays could only be mitigated by wielding weapons with unique mechanics, such as the Zamadeo or the broadsword. In his past life, many players had encountered Kled, most of whom were left reeling from his risk-free tactics and wall strikes, prompting Qin Feng to resolve to learn from him. After securing the first chicken dinner, Wang Nanshan was evidently in high spirits and became more talkative. Ha! I feel like playing with you is much more enjoyable than with those in our esports club. The Zhejiang University Esports Club was relatively late to the scene and lacked overall strength. Even though they were making strides this year, they still faced significant disadvantages compared to other universities. This is just how synergy works, he continued. Honestly, bro, your HD is somewhat top tier. As Wang Nanshan spoke, the game had already commenced. In the hero selection interface, his voice rang out again. If we didn't have a fixed team, I would have wanted to pull you in. Come on, Lao Fong knows he needs to take you down. Mo Ying rolled her eyes and marked the location of the sacred Eagle Fortress on the map. Given Qin Feng's impressive strength, they needed to play more aggressively. Upon mentioning Lao Fong, Wang Nanshan fell silent, quietly opting to follow. What was most difficult to accept was that despite their damage being around 20 to 30,000, their equipment was appallingly poor. It was the kind of situation where, after being killed by a passerby, one would question if the team had just returned from the afterlife. With 1 purple armor, 2 blue armors, 3 purple blades, and consumables of small armor powder mixed with water after no one was left at the Sacred Eagle Fortress. Qin Feng couldn't even fill his blue armor. At this moment, Mo Ying marked a small armor powder outside the Sacred Eagle Fortress, and Qin Feng unhesitatingly hooked it up, as he currently had over 30 hooks in his possession. In this chaotic skirmish, Qin Feng was keen to grab any blue items he spotted on the ground, with hooks being the most abundant. This is insane, Wang Nanshan lamented, feeling hopeless. During this landing skirmish, several of them died multiple times, but they still managed to support each other. While Qin Feng was consuming the small armor powder, he glanced at the war god mark above his head, which felt somewhat glaring. Currently, the 3 were located at the silent sanctuary behind the Sacred Eagle Fortress. After fully replenishing his armor, Qin Feng spotted a blue armor powder in the distance and quickly hooked it over, but he wasn't alone. Wang Nanshan also hooked in from the side. Both paused before the armor powder. Wang Nanshan marked his inventory showing 31 hooks. Give it to me, 1 pack of hooks, and not a single armor powder. Qin Feng silently marked his own inventory, revealing 34 hooks. Same here. Wang Nanshan froze, quietly departing, while Qin Feng pocketed the armor powder, preparing to continue scavenging. At this moment, Mo Ying's health bar flickered, and Qin Feng looked toward the collapsed altar, noticing 3 individuals hooking her. Here they come, Qin Feng exclaimed. As the hooks approached, he unleashed his ultimate ability, just as Wang Nanshan arrived. Qin Feng activated the Qi NJ-11, and before landing, he heard Wang Nanshan's startled shout. What the hell? 2 golden armors. Why are they so fat? Mo Ying had successfully baited 2 blade attacks during the previous engagement, but lacking Soul Jade, her damage output was rather pitiful, and her pursuer's armor only dropped by half. Upon landing, Qin Feng unleashed the purple dual halberds, lifting the 2 charged individuals, then used the TNSJ Ying to strike them far away. This sequence of combos successfully damaged their armor. Although they had blue armor, Qin Feng still held the advantage. Among the opponents was a Hutao, who immediately activated her armor formation upon rising. Wang Nanshan attempted to maneuver around the armor formation, but the adversaries, having regained some health, took the initiative to strike, one of them being a YOD-OJ who threw a plate, then instantly teleported over. Is that a fox that was released at some point? Wang Nanshan cried out in despair. The golden armor against blue armor, and they still use spells. Mo Ying hastily utilized the Qi NJ-11 to escape, while Wang Nanshan was left to rely on his charge attacks, only for the fox to hurl an ultimate attack from a distance. I shall claim your souls. At this moment, Wang Nanshan felt as if he could vomit blood. What troubled him most was that during the brief moment of being staggered by the fox's ultimate, the opposing YOD-OJ struck him with a broadsword, forcing him to use his escape mechanism. Observing the dire situation, Qin Feng quickly hooked to sever the fox's pursuit, then canceled the hook. Drawing closer to the YOD-OJ. You go ahead, I still have my box, Qin Feng proclaimed, launching himself towards the YOD-OJ with the PNSH technique. But he was taken aback when the YOD-OJ countered immediately. Just then, the DSH erupted. A purple beam shot directly at Qin Feng, and with one hit, he was left with only half his health. As the second DSH bore down upon him, Qin Feng had no choice but to activate the Qi in J11, only to see HD teleport toward him, transforming into a soul tomb upon arrival. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded. Did the DQ also target the Qi in J11? Although the coverage of DQ within the Qi in J11 was decent, this was too precise, an absolute guided attack. What is this DQ? What is happening? Despite Qin Feng's delays being effective, Wang Nanshan successfully escaped the DQ's range, albeit at the cost of activating his ultimate, using his precious blood to withstand the fox's charm. With one kill from the DQ, Zhang Qiling's blood protection was triggered, and the opposing team showed no mercy. However, they set their sights on her. The YODOJ unleashed her ultimate, while Hutao and the fox directly hooked to restrain her. Upon receiving the first strike, her blue armor shattered, and Mo Ying realized this match was unwinnable. Even with Wang Nanshan's help to dismantle, Mo Ying still failed to evade the YODOJ's 40-meter massive blade. Upon her death, she opened the information panel and indeed found that the YODOJ wielding the golden broadsword possessed 3 soul jades, one of which had the dreaded 2-layer invincibility. This is infuriating. Behind her, Lin Qingyan and Lin Qinghe gazed at her with a hint of pity. From the initial landing skirmish to now, they, like the barrage, clearly understood just how dire their situation was. Wang Nanshan didn't last much longer. After his ultimate ended, he was swiftly eliminated by the trio. This match was utterly a poverty-stricken affair. When I died, I didn't even have a single slot open. This is infuriating. The barrage erupted in laughter, primarily because they rarely witnessed Qin Feng being so thoroughly defeated. Hua Gongfeng, the streamer's child of DQ. Ding Ding Che, YODOJ. Did this team just return from the afterlife? Mo ran. Where did these impoverished souls come from? Win's invitation. It's hilarious that the lives of 3 people aren't worth this talisman. Qin Feng was equally frustrated. This team was quite plump, and had it not been for the DSH talisman, perhaps he could have maneuvered. Yet, in such a situation, one could only lament their misfortune. The DSH talisman was a double-edged sword, loved and hated by many, with some purchasing it at every opportunity, while others preferred to gamble their jade instead. After all, the tales within the DSH talisman were simply too numerous. As others wreak havoc in my sides, Disha Fu, the Earth's energy offers no warning. Yet I enter their territory and swiftly eliminate foes with a single strike. Alas, the situation is dire. I am too impoverished. Mo Ying sighed in resignation. And once the two were prepared, they resumed the game. The subsequent matches proceeded far more smoothly. The synergy between Mo Ying and Wang Nanshan was already commendable, employing the most formidable lineup available. And with Qin Feng's presence, they often found themselves in chaotic yet victorious skirmishes. Qin Feng's prowess provided them with ample room for error, allowing them to reach the final circle in nearly every match. However, as the final circle became increasingly tumultuous, their lack of agility began to reveal its drawbacks. At times, Qin Feng's formidable individual skill enabled them to survive longer by securing additional resources, but when he could not perform, they became vulnerable amidst the chaos. Some matches ended swiftly, with the final circle being relatively orderly, but as their scores increased, their opponents grew more cautious and formidable. Despite this, their efficiency in climbing ranks remained impressive. Qin Feng had accumulated over 100 points, and it was already late. After a victorious match, having also vanquished a dragon, Qin Feng decided it was time to withdraw. "Are we done?" Wang Nanshan exclaimed, his face splitting with a grin. It had been a night of exhilarating gameplay, no matter the circumstances. Qin Feng consistently provided the reassurance needed to engage in battle. "I must retire early." Qin Feng glanced at the clock, noting it was 2 o'clock. "Let us add each other as friends for next time." "Sure." They both agreed, sending friend requests simultaneously. After Qin Feng accepted, he exited the game. At that moment, he could sense the barrage of question marks in the chat. After all, he typically logged off at 2:30. Yet today he had not only finished early, but also refrained from overtime. "What? Logging off 30 minutes early? Don't run away. You just got here." Qin Feng displayed a traditional skill set as he closed the live stream amidst the sea of confusion. In the Zhejiang University girls' dormitory, Mo Ying stretched languidly. Playing alongside Qin Feng had indeed been more enjoyable than before. Wang Nanshan was the prime example, often a reserved player, yet tonight he had continuously laughed. leading Mo-ing to wonder if his face would become permanently fixed in a grin. By the end of the night, Mo-ing began to understand why her two friends held Qin Feng in such high esteem. His strength was indeed formidable. As his teammate, she felt it even more acutely than viewers did during the livestream. There was no need to elaborate on his skill with weapons and movement. Mo-ing knew he was exceptionally strong. Although as a primary trio player, she was uncertain of the extent. However, in terms of strategy and operations, she felt entitled to comment. Often, before she could even give commands, Qin Feng had already made optimal choices, demonstrating an acute awareness of the battlefield. When it came to mediating or engaging in conflicts, he remained calm and composed, akin to a machine. What was most alarming, Mo-ing mused with a faint smile, was that he seemed to be holding back, consistently coordinating with them. If someone were to truly collaborate with him or keep pace, he would likely be even more formidable. Of course, he is Lao Feng, Lin Qinghe interjected, having always believed in Qin Feng's prowess. Suddenly recalling something, Mo-ing turned to inquire, "Do you think Lao Feng is at Nanda?" "Indeed, he mentioned it during his live stream. Next week, we have arranged to meet with the esports club at Nanda. Shall we take both of you along?" "Sound great," Lin Qinghe cheered. In the following days, Qin Feng's live stream comprised half solo queue recovery training and half trio practice for movement. Both solo and trio scores steadily improved. Although the season's early participants had raised their scores, the opponents Qin Feng faced became increasingly formidable. Despite playing fewer matches, his impressive statistics naturally boosted his hidden rank. While Qin Feng streamed, Yuchichi was quietly working on her video clips. She enjoyed watching streams and frequently followed various popular streamers. Although her own skills with weapons were lacking, her extensive experience with streamers gave her a discerning eye. She stumbled upon Qin Feng by chance, as the streaming platform often recommended him due to her viewing habits. After witnessing his gameplay, she quickly sensed that he was extraordinary. Initially, Qin Feng struck her as a solo queue expert transitioning to trio play, characterized by his outstanding mobility and a tendency to be less concerned with resource consumption, always carrying long-range weapons. What solidified her impression was how he would sometimes prioritize Soul Jade before weapons when arranging his inventory. This habit, common among solo queue streamers, stemmed from the differing environments. Opportunities to heal during combat were scarce. Conversely, expanding the Soul Jade and weapon slots enhanced immediate combat efficacy, as the ability to carry multiple long-range weapons was advantageous during skirmishes. In such scenarios, where the chance to repair weapons was minimal, the benefits of having 2 or 3 long-range options became evident. Yuchichi had even witnessed instances where a player with a golden finger Soul Jade solely carried a slashing blade, filling the rest of their inventory with long-range items. In trio matches, the inventory for consumables took precedence over weapons. The intense nature of trio battles allowed for easier distance maintenance, facilitating healing and maneuvering. In situations where teammates were engaged in close combat, the significance of long-range weapons diminished, and a sudden reduction in team members could occur under pressure. Such environments created a substantial demand for consumables, particularly during chaotic clashes where the consumption of healing items skyrocketed. While many solo queue experts transitioned to trio play, although Qin Feng's solo skills surpassed many streamers she had encountered, it was not enough to warrant her special attention. What astonished Yuchichi was Qin Feng's top-tier judgment, operations, and strategic thinking within trio matches. This was remarkable, even among those who had recently switched to trio play. She had not observed such qualities. The 3 players were indeed top-tier solo queue competitors, while their trio games also featured relentless chaos. It was predominantly their exceptional personal abilities and weapon skills that shone, with teamwork being somewhat strained. The worlds of solo and trio gameplay could be described as entirely distinct. Qin Feng was the first player she had seen who could seamlessly transition and adapt between the two. Initially, Yuchichi was creating content for the Endless Movement series, but its popularity was lackluster. However, after discovering Qin Feng, she was inspired to shift her focus to creating clips of him. Following her interaction with him, she began working on his clips, though initially his livestream segments garnered little attention, with view counts largely supported by members of her group. Over the days, as Qin Feng's fanbase expanded, the number of viewers for her clips increased. Each day, she noticed queries about where Qin Feng was streaming, despite her having included the address in her profile. Furthermore, reviewing the backend data on viewership retention, she could clearly see that her videos were being watched earnestly. The view counts continued to rise daily, and Yu Chi couldn't help but smile at the positive trajectory of her efforts. However, she felt a twinge of concern regarding Qin Feng's livestream efficiency. Reflecting on this, Yu Chi wore a slightly troubled expression. Qin Feng approached his streaming with a laid-back attitude. Yet his fans seemed unable to sway him. Whether it was sending gifts or seeking to boost his popularity, he appeared indifferent, choosing instead to stream according to his own preferences. It was unclear if he had signed a streaming contract. Without one, the promotional push he received would be minimal. Yu Chi's face displayed a hint of worry. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng was completely unaware of the extent to which someone else was invested in his streaming endeavors. Indeed, he had adopted a somewhat carefree attitude toward it all. Initially, he had hoped for more players to join and to garner greater attention. As the group neared its limit of 1,000 members, Qin Feng felt that this number was adequate, deciding to humbly embrace his role as a minor streamer. With a manageable pace, a few viewers and companions to share in the gaming experience, he found himself at ease. At that moment, Qin Feng was still attending class. Qin Feng, he turned his head, inquiring, "What is it?" "The esports club from Hutao is coming to engage with us the day after tomorrow. Their club is different. They primarily focus on YNGED Ing WGN, while our centers around YNXi Ingli NMing." Qin Feng tilted his head, puzzled. "What is the matter?" Zhang Jing cast a dubious glance at Qin Feng, asking, "Are you genuinely unaware, or but just pretending?" "I truly do not know." Zhang Jing continued. "The ladies at Jada's esports club far outnumber ours. Our club is filled with gamers, but I've heard the generatio there is nearly 73 to 64. Moreover, the quality of the ladies at Jada is significantly higher than ours." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression subtly shifted, sensing a wave of hostility from nearby. He quickly signaled to Zhang Jing to be cautious. Zhang Jing also perceived the awkwardness and hastily fell silent. A few girls, exuding an air of coldness, passed by them, and once they had departed, Zhang Jing sighed with relief. "You need to watch your words. Don't get me into trouble," Qin Feng admonished, pulling Zhang Jing closer with a warning. Zhang Jing promptly zipped his lips in a gesture and whispered, I know. Just tell me if you're going." "When is it?" Qin Feng asked, checking his phone. "Noon," Zhang Jing replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had no classes scheduled. "Be sure to remind me. Inter-university club exchanges are generally rare, yet the esports clubs are an exception, facilitating frequent interactions." Soon, the day arrived for the Jada Esports Club to visit. When Wang Yinchuan and the others spotted Qin Feng, they were taken aback. "Ahem, just a little matter." Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. "What are your plans for tonight?" Li Si scoffed. "I sense you're eager to meet the Jada Esport Club." Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Had he been discovered? Nonsense. Wang Yinchuan waved dismissively. "Which gamer in the boys' dorm doesn't he know about this?" "Don't worry. They all understand." He then shot Qin Feng a knowing look, adding, "Let us head over together. We should arrive early. That little space in the esports club will surely be packed." At that moment, Lin Xing suddenly interjected, "Then let us eat beforehand. The cafeteria will do," Wang Yinchuan suggested. The Nanda Esports Club was composed of a few affluent second-generation individuals, ensuring ample funding. After securing a spacious classroom from a school, it had become akin to a small internet CAF. The Esports Club was equipped with 10 computers, with additional tables available for laptops. By the time Qin Feng and his friends arrived, all 10 computers were occupied. At the front of the classroom, a large screen displayed a live match, with several rows of spectator seating fully occupied, showcasing the battle from a spectator's perspective. Among the 10 players, 4 were female, forming 2 teams. Qin Feng discreetly assessed their appearances and nodded slightly, understanding why so many had flocked here. While watching the large screen, he unexpectedly spotted Wang Xiyu sitting not far away, holding hands with Zhang Mufan. Instinctively, Qin Feng turned to Lin Xing, who merely glanced at the scene for a moment before returning his gaze to the screen. It seemed he had been overly concerned. The battle on the large screen appeared to be concluding, swiftly ending in victory for the red team. At this moment, the 10 players removed their headsets and stood up. "That was impressive," exclaimed a member of the blue team, rising with a smile. One of the taller players, wearing glasses, spoke warmly, his demeanor exuding comfort. Beside him stood a similarly tall girl, her expression somewhat detached. "Not at all," another player responded. "Your esports club as elite are all focused on YNGED Inc. WGN, so our strategies differ." At this moment, Zhang Jing leaned closer to Qin Feng, whispering, The one with glasses is the president of the Jedi Sports Club, Feng Qingyun, and beside him is the vice president, Mo Ying. Qin Feng nodded in understanding, narrowing his eyes slightly as he muttered, "What happened to the promised 64? Zhang Jing's expression shifted. They might still be on their way. Just as he finished speaking, a group of girls entered, laughing and chatting. The leading girl seemed to be from Nanda, and Qin Feng vaguely recognized her. Following her were 7 girls, curiously observing their surroundings. "They've arrived," Zhang Jing exclaimed excitedly. 2 girls, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, lit up upon spotting Mo Ying and hurried over. "Why didn't you bring us along? What about now?" Lin Qingyan asked excitedly. "All set," Mo Ying replied, glancing at Feng Qingyun, who was engaged in conversation with Nanda's esports club president, Han Lin. "According to the plan, we'll start with a free battle and a round of the arena, and then see if we can gather enough players for a full team." Han Lin gestured towards a senior with shoulder-length brown hair. Su Man, smiling with dimples, exuded approachability as she stepped away from her computer and opened her laptop at a nearby table. "We'll have a custom 3-player event soon. Those interested can sign up. The venue is limited, but you can also participate from the dorms." As they spoke, Feng Qingyun logged into YNGD Inc. WG and alongside Han Lin and others to establish the arena. Lin Qingyan and Lin Qinghe stood behind Mo Ying, whispering to each other. Lin Qinghe shook her head slightly, perhaps indicating that she hadn't checked the group chat or private messages. Meanwhile, within Qin Feng's fan group, a lively discussion was underway, ignited by the image shared by the sisters. Esports Club Classroom, Bao Bao Taro, Lao Feng, come out, True Man 11. Little Bear Milk Tea. I want to order a single shark offline. Feng's invitation. Wait, you guys are really going? Handsome guy. Capture Lao Feng and see if he weighs 180 gene. Speechless, impossible. Lao Feng's voice doesn't sound like it. Mo ran. Little Bear Milk Tea. Hurry and capture him. I want to see if he has human or ghost. Little Bear Milk Tea. I'll sneak a few photos for you. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, a plot against him was already unfolding in the group, while he continued to admire the beauties of the esports club alongside Zhang Jing. At this moment, Feng Qingyun had created the arena and glanced at Han Lin, asking, "So what do you say? The arena? Sounds good." Just then, Su Man joined the spectator view. "Let us do 5 games, first to 3 wins. The losing side can swap players, and those who want to participate can also be substituted in." The group had yet to establish firm rules, considering that many might prefer playing in teams of 3, so they opted for a casual arena without restrictions on ultimate skills, featuring blue swords and golden armor with 5 times the rage. But each player could only unleash their ultimate once per life. Initially, both club presidents played several matches, ultimately with Feng Qingyun securing a 4-1 victory. Soon, a player from Nanda stepped up, but it must be said that as the president of the Jedi Esports Club, Feng Qingyun possessed considerable skill, appearing to be at least of the rank of a solo Kyushura. However, Feng Qingyun graciously stepped down after playing a couple of games, allowing others to take their turn. This knife arena was primarily for entertainment, aimed at fostering further interaction between the 2 esports clubs. He replaced himself with Mo Ying, and upon seeing her, the Nanda side erupted in cheers. Mo Ying was attractive, and although she may not reach the level of Campus Belle, she certainly came close, and her long legs added to her appeal. Immediately, several boys volunteered to compete, even forming a line to participate. Wow, this is quite intense. Indeed, the skillful combination of moves is quite impressive. There was a buzz among the students at Nanda, as it is rather uncommon to find a girl excelling in gaming. Qin Feng was also watching, but Mo Ying was logged into Feng Qingyun's account, and Qin Feng did not recognize her. In fact, while the boys at the back were queuing, Lin Qingyan and her companion began to search for anyone who might be Qin Feng. "Qinghe, do you think he's already arrived?" Lin Qingyan whispered during Mo Ying's match against the Nanda students. "It's possible, but hasn't Lao Feng checked the messages?" They were unaware that Qin Feng had muted the group, only glancing at messages when in a chat group, while their current roommates were preoccupied with girls from Jida, leaving only Zhang Jing nearby. From their vantage point, the slender Zhang Jing obscured half of Qin Feng's figure, and they did not notice him. Mo Ying was able to command a trio of invincibility, demonstrating her own adeptness with the blade. After 3 attempts, the 3 boys from Nanda failed to defeat her. At that moment, Zhang Jing, eager to participate, exclaimed, "Let me go," and dashed over to register with Su Man suddenly. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Mo Ying had been defeated. Qin Feng glanced over to see a chubby boy from Nanda, who, after a back-and-forth struggle, managed a narrow victory over Mo Ying with Lu Yin after the fourth life. Mo Ying smiled, turning to the boy and complimenting him. "You're quite skilled." She had faltered in her ultimate move during their match. The boy scratched his head, his smile making his eyes almost disappear, and replied, "It was luck. If your ultimate had hit me, I would have been done for." Just then, an eager voice piped up from behind Mo Ying as a boy from Hutao approached her. He wore a slightly yellowed white shirt and had an ordinary appearance. Lin Qingyan and Lin Qinghe were nearby, and upon seeing him sit down, they instinctively stepped back, noticing the visible flakes of dandruff on his somewhat greasy hair. Mo Ying, catching sight of this, sighed softly and pulled them closer to Su-man. This boy, Cheng Jing, was quite well known in their esports club, having a solo Q score exceeding 4,800, nearing the rank of invincible. Initially, some members had sought him out for trio matches, but after that first encounter, they never played together again, leading him to become somewhat of a lone wolf within the club. Cheng Jing seemed to have a certain obsession with the esports club, frequently appearing at all events, and even in this situation, he made an effort to join. Although he rarely spoke, he often shared his chicken dinner achievements in the group chat. Mo Ying later inquired about him from those who had previously played trio matches with him, and each person described him as having a volatile temper, often pressuring teammates and scolding them, which explained why no one wanted to team up with him afterward. It was then that Cheng Jing began to heavily focus on solo Q, showcasing his undeniable talent with a high score. Those who specialize in solo play are indeed different. The chubby boy from Nanda was quickly defeated by Cheng Jing, yet there was no cheer from the crowd. Cheng Jing, having established a significant advantage, allowed the boy to linger in a weakened state before finishing him off with a bow and arrow, rather than swiftly concluding the match. Soon, Nanda switched out the player, and the onlookers fell into a hushed silence. At that moment, Lin Qingyan and the others checked the results on Su-man's computer, exchanging awkward glances. Mo Ying let out a soft sigh and explained, Man, I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate he would play like this." Su-man bit her lip lightly, as both club presidents were familiar with one another, having been high school classmates, and this exchange was intended to foster goodwill. Now, with Fang Qingyun and Han Lin absent, she glanced at the Nanda boys in line, her smile fading. At this point, the second player also fell, and it seemed Cheng Jing relished the opportunity to finish off opponents in a weakened state, employing slaps or ranged attacks under advantageous conditions. Mo Ying furrowed her brow, feeling uncomfortable addressing Cheng Jing. If she intervened, the Nanda students might think she was asking him to go easy. Understanding the nature of university students, Su-man realized they might find it harder to accept a lenient match than to endure humiliation. Soon, it was Zhang Jing's turn. He had observed the matches for a while and knew he was outmatched, but with so many participating, he had no choice but to step up. He selected his most confident character, Yushan, yet against a solo Q master, he stood little chance. His skills were easily dodged, and his attempts to retaliate were thwarted. After a swift series of maneuvers, Cheng Jing dispatched Zhang Jing without difficulty. The final score was 3-0, and Zhang Jing, frustrated, glared at Cheng Jing, who merely returned a provocative gaze. This infuriated Zhang Jing, but it was undeniable that he had been outclassed, leading him to leave his position for another player to take over. Besides Su-man, Lin Qingyan frantically messaged in the group chat, "Lao Feng, hurry out. This is bad." The chat was filled with question marks, but the two girls found it difficult to explain the situation, resorting to sending messages in haste. Just then, a slightly familiar voice reached their ears. "Senior, I would like to register." Su-man looked up in surprise. There was a large gaming group on campus, and due to the esports club's frequent offline events, she recognized many of the boys who played regularly. However, she had no recollection of Qin Feng. How could she forget someone so handsome? Momentarily lost in thought, she heard Qin Feng patiently repeat, "Senior, I would like to register." Lin Qingyan and Lin Qinghe turned their attention to him, catching a glimpse of Qin Feng's profile, which was strikingly handsome, accentuated by his earnest expression that captivated them. "Ah, okay." Regaining her composure, Su-man hastily noted, "Your name and major, please." "Qin Feng, from Game Design, Class 3. "All right." Su-man nodded. "Just a moment. There are 4 people ahead." With so many individuals in line, they had already grasped Cheng Jing's prowess, and the number of registrants had dwindled. While not entirely devoid of potential challengers, those who might contend with Cheng Jing would likely struggle in the earlier rounds. as the latter stages would undoubtedly showcase Chang Jing's true mastery. Damn, I simply cannot stand that arrogant demeanor. On the other side, Lin Qingyan and Lin Qinghe exchanged wide-eyed glances. Lao Feng, it must be him, they whispered excitedly. Although their voices did not perfectly match, it was reasonable to assume some variation due to equipment issues. And he said his name is Qin Feng. It's definitely him. Su Man looked at the two, asking, "What are you talking about?" Yes, yes. Both girls nodded vigorously, affirming it's definitely him. Su Man remained confused, only to see Lin Qinghe gazing at her with sparkling eyes. Sister Man, someone is here to challenge Cheng Jing. Cheng Jing's winning streak continued. As Nanda's esports club primarily focused on League of Legends, and many only dabbled in other games, the subsequent players proved no match for him. And soon it was Qin Feng's turn. Upon seeing Qin Feng approach, Cheng Jing's expression shifted as he harbored a dislike for tall, handsome individuals, particularly those like Qin Feng. Once seated, Qin Feng faced off against the previous player, Wei Qing. Cheng Jing then asked, "Would you like to change your hero?" Qin Feng adjusted the settings to suit his playstyle and nodded, yes. He then selected As Sanyang to replace the previous hero. In this iteration, As Sanyang has been enhanced with an additional water bubble and an extended ultimate ability duration, resulting in a commendable appearance rate in solo queue. Observing Qin Feng maneuvering As Sanyang with the Zhanma blade before the Immortal Shrine in Tianren City, Cheng Jing furrowed his brow. Could the water maiden truly consider herself a Keelii? The two raised their blades in a sign of readiness. Qin Feng knocked an arrow, which was swiftly knocked away by Cheng Jing, who approached with dual blades. Cheng Jing wielded Lu Lian, armed with both a great sword and dual blades, a currently popular playstyle that exploits the formidable crowd control capabilities of dual blades and the rapid strike speed of the greatsword, allowing for both right-click grabs and stable combos with left-click strikes. After cleaving through the arrow, Cheng Jing charged in again with his dual blades, striking the Zhanma blade's rock-solid defense before swiftly transitioning to the greatsword. With two resounding clangs, Cheng Jing showed no fear of Qin Feng's rock-solid defense, continuing his assault with dual blades. One must admit that he displayed considerable skill, executing seamless transitions between his dual blades. Qin Feng retreated with a battle step, but Cheng Jing pressed forward with his dual blades, forcing Qin Feng into the rock. After a brief strike, Qin Feng retreated once more. Yet Cheng Jing sought to close the distance. However, Qin Feng cast a water bubble onto the ground, leaving Cheng Jing to watch as he inadvertently stepped into it. After rolling to evade, Cheng Jing stood and retreated, but Qin Feng swiftly approached with a long dash, pausing just as Cheng Jing's short dash concluded, landing a hit. Cheng Jing, realizing that Qin Feng was charging his invulnerable rock ability, retreated. Observing this, Qin Feng simultaneously dashed back and fired an arrow, while Cheng Jing also responded with a ranged shot. In the 61st round, a spectacular long sword combo unfolded, but all three of Qin Feng's arrows struck true, shattering Cheng Jing's armor. While Cheng Jing managed only 2 hits on Qin Feng, he recognized that in a direct exchange, he was at a disadvantage. Despite appearing in worse condition, he had the advantage of crowd control and an ultimate ability. Against a water maiden without crowd control, his kill potential was significantly heightened, knowing that any crowd control would lead to his demise. With this in mind, he pressed forward, striking Qin Feng's rock with his dual blades. But Qin Feng's rock ability was unleashed instantly. Cheng Jing quickly activated his crowd control skill, the Eugene Flash, to evade Qin Feng's retreat, avoiding damage. Qin Feng pursued with a long dash, but Cheng Jing dodged skillfully. The dual blade style caught Qin Feng in a vulnerable state, allowing Cheng Jing to execute a combo, bringing Qin Feng's golden armor to the brink of destruction. After rising, Qin Feng retreated, fully aware of Lu Lian's kill potential. He calculated the timing of Qin Feng's water bubble, then abruptly dashed backward. Although Qin Feng released a water bubble, its placement was behind him, causing his dash to land directly atop the water bubble. This was a mere guess from Qin Feng, considering he had an ultimate ability ready. Cheng Jing could potentially flank him, necessitating the water bubble to be deployed in a timely manner. Since he anticipated this move, Qin Feng wasted no time in executing his strategy. With the Zhanma blade, he launched an ascendant strike, sending Cheng Jing skyward, and, at the peak of the arc, he unleashed a powerful downward strike, followed by a frenzy of Zhanma blade attacks. The onslaught sent Cheng Jing flying, prompting Qin Feng to draw his bow. thwack, dash, thwack. Before the third arrow could be loosed, Cheng Jing found his health completely depleted. Cheng Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, his grip on the mouse tightening. "What the?" exclaimed Zhang Jing, who stood behind Qin Feng, while the other students from Nanda observed with growing delight. Cheng Jing, with a solemn expression, resurrected, acknowledging his overconfidence. Without armor or crowd control, he should have activated his ultimate ability directly. Nonetheless, he resolved to approach the next encounter with utmost seriousness. After both players raised their blades, Cheng Jing charged forward at the extreme distance, exerting pressure on Qin Feng, who mirrored the action. In the initial round, neither party made move. As they canceled their charges, Cheng Jing approached with his dual blades. Initially, he intended to intimidate, but after raising his blade in vain, Qin Feng had already charged his blue energy. Undeterred, Cheng Jing pressed on, but Qin Feng's charged attack struck him. Cheng Jing attempted to evade and then retreated with a short dash, but Qin Feng unleashed his attack. After dodging, Cheng Jing began to charge again, while Qin Feng prepared for a ranged assault. Cheng Jing, sensing the urgency, fired an arrow and then used a grappling hook to strike Qin Feng's rock defense, observing his opponent's movements. At that moment, Qin Feng sidestepped, and Cheng Jing anticipated a blade strike, but Qin Feng immediately cast a water bubble, ensnaring Cheng Jing as he approached. With the Zhama blade, he executed a relentless series of 20 strikes, but Cheng Jing, unwilling to take damage, retreated with the Eugene flash. Qin Feng closed in, applying pressure, and after a brief pause, he charged up to exert further pressure. However, Cheng Jing had begun to grasp Qin Feng's strategy, releasing his charge at 10, forcing Qin Feng into a rock state. Following a flurry of strikes, he unleashed a thunderous blow. As he leaped into the air, poised to strike, he canceled his grappling hook at the last moment. Indeed, Qin Feng attempted to intimidate with his charged blade, but Cheng Jing's grappling hook interrupted the attack, knocking Qin Feng to the ground. After a brief pause, Cheng Jing initiated a sequence of strikes, but Qin Feng evaded with a short dash. Cheng Jing pressed forward once more, striking with a long dash to break Qin Feng's rock defense, then retreated with a short dash. Observing that Qin Feng was reluctant to act, clearly biding his time for the water bubble, Cheng Jing's expression darkened as he approached again, forcing Qin Feng back into a rock state, and then activated his ultimate ability to repel Qin Feng. With the activation of his ultimate ability, he gained 3 crowd control removals, allowing him to strike with greater ferocity, delivering powerful blows to Qin Feng's rock defense. The damage reduction from the Zhama blade was pitifully minimal due to the developer's adjustments, and despite Cheng Jing's relentless assault, Qin Feng's golden armor was reduced to 1/3 of its health. Conversely, Cheng Jing still retained nearly half of his armor, seemingly shifting the pressure onto Qin Feng. Cheng Jing unleashed his third and ultimate skill, but this time, Qin Feng did not hold back. He activated his own ultimate ability, with overwhelming force. As the Xian Shui essence coalesced around As San Yang, his golden defenses absorbed the blow with minimal health loss, allowing him to evade Cheng Jing's subsequent attacks with short dashes. Following this, Qin Feng transitioned to his long sword, attempting to grapple Cheng Jing, who upon the conclusion of his golden defense, also retreated, charging up to exert pressure. Noticing Qin Feng drawing his long sword, Cheng Jing furrowed his brow, and both players hesitated, unwilling to make the first move. Cheng Jing assessed the state of both players and decided to stall for time. Resolute in his decision, he canceled his charge and dashed backward. Qin Feng closed in with his grappling hook, unperturbed by Cheng Jing's grounded charge. After a brief engagement, Cheng Jing's charge reached 20, preparing to maximize his power. Typically, at such a critical juncture, players would yield to pressure and raise their blades. However, with his fake health shield, Qin Feng felt no fear of the impending damage from the charge, and during the duration of his ultimate ability, Cheng Jing's pressure escalated. The charge of 20 was too risky for Cheng Jing to unleash. As expected, Cheng Jing canceled his charge, but Qin Feng seized the opportunity. Yet Qin Feng was already aware of Cheng Jing's next move. After grappling him, he refrained from executing a combo and instead charged up his water spear. The water spear shot forth, and Cheng Jing narrowly evaded with a short dash. Qin Feng pursued, applying immense pressure with his long sword's right-click ability. Cheng Jing dodged twice while charging, observing Qin Feng's continued pursuit, and decisively unleashed his charge. However, this charge was interrupted by Qin Feng's second water spear. Once again, they ascended with dual dragon strikes. This time, Qin Feng was without a water spear, but the timing of his ultimate ability aligned perfectly, and the water bubble was ready. He dropped the water bubble at Cheng Jing's landing spot, then continued his ascending dragon combo. The blue long sword's damage was modest, yet the relentless combination proved overwhelming, forcing Cheng Jing to cancel his ultimate ability, still 3 seconds away from cooldown. The 25-second cooldown of a Eugene flash could not be expedited. Ultimately, Qin Feng executed a single ascendant strike, landing with a 211 cut that completely depleted Cheng Jing's health. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, Cheng Jing sat in a daze, staring at the unfolding scene, while the students from Nanda erupted in cheers. Unlike the previous silence, Qin Feng's victories in these 2 rounds were immensely satisfying. Even those of a comparable skill level could recognize that Cheng Jing had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Qin Feng. The subsequent long sword combo struck Cheng Jing like a resounding slap to the face. In the 62nd round, Cheng Jing hesitated for an extended period while selecting his hero. Lu Yan, having undergone numerous nerfs in recent patches, had lost much of his former strength. Currently, those who played him relied solely on the pressure of his skill. Eugene Flash exerted in clashes. As the match progressed, Cheng Jing subtly sensed that in the realm of strategy, he was no match for his opponent. His mouse hovered briefly over Zhang Qiling before moving away. It was undeniable that Zhang Qiling was formidable, yet the false health of Xuanyang would render him ineffective against her. Xuanyang's greatest vulnerability lay in her susceptibility to being pulled. However, in the current setting, even with a real combat knife, he was reluctant to retreat from the immortal shrine, fearing the scorn of onlookers. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Takeda Nabokado. With a water bubble, Cui Sanyang lacked any control-clearing abilities, and Takeda was a nightmare for all heroes without such capabilities. Following the nerf of the Rising Dragon, this hero was among the few capable of executing a flawless kill combo. With his choice made, Cheng Jing took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, casting a shadowy glance towards the opposing Qin Feng. Even Cheng Jing had to concede that he was undeniably handsome, which only fueled his competitive spirit. Why should the best always belong to others? As he approached the immortal shrine, Cheng Jing announced his intention to unleash his ultimate ability. Lin Qingyan and Lin Qing, he had stealthily crept behind Qin Feng. Watching as Cheng Jing activated his ultimate, both sides fully prepared for battle. This steadied his nerves considerably. He began charging his dual blades, observing Qin Feng's movements. As anticipated, his opponent immediately unleashed a ranged attack. This was the most vexing aspect for Cheng Jing, as a sharpshooter could thwart his attempts to engage, and rushing him would only result in the clang of the blade. Cheng Jing understood that his opponent's strategy was a classic water blade approach. Ranged attacks to pull him in, while close combat with the blade would be like a rock, only engaging when a water bubble was available. The fact that his opponent hesitated to attack was likely due to the fear of Takeda's lethal combo. Cheng Jing quickly pondered the situation. Since his opponent was reluctant to engage him in close combat, he needed to press the advantage. With that thought, he dashed forward, covering a significant distance with 3 quick flashes, enduring a few arrows along the way, yet the damage was mitigated by his armor. Upon closing the gap, Qin Feng retreated, but Cheng Jing had regained his energy and once again flashed forward to strike Qin Feng's rock-solid defense, preparing to maneuver behind and evade the water bubble. In their initial exchange, Qin Feng's rock-solid defense was nearly non-existent, a lesson Cheng Jing had learned previously, as Qin Feng opted to cancel it. A water bubble was imminent. Cheng Jing's heart raced as he flashed toward Qin Feng. Surprised, Qin Feng realized that being close to Takeda could easily lead to his demise. He intended to toss a water bubble at his feet to create distance for range attacks. Unbeknownst to Cheng Jing and the spectators, this was a feint. The audience gasped, astonished that Cheng Jing managed to evade the bubble. Did he not realize that the water bubble favored melee combat? They encouraged him, just unleash it. Shui Wanxiang will assist you. Although the bubble was unexpected, Qin Feng was not one to hold back. Lacking any control-clearing abilities, Takeda faced the same fate. With precision, Qin Feng executed a flawless rising dragon and a barrage of arrows, shattering Cheng Jing's armor. As he rose, he realized the distance between them had widened once more. Attempting to retaliate with a couple of shots, Cheng Jing was swiftly struck by another arrow, forcing him to use healing potions. In this state, his character crouched side to side, making him difficult to target. Conversely, in close combat, he relished the opportunity, even with a sliver of health. Capturing Qin Feng would spell his doom. Seeing Cheng Jing healing, Qin Feng readied his bow, aiming carefully without rushing a shot. Left, right, left. Cheng Jing instinctively followed the rhythm, yet Qin Feng anticipated his movements. One arrow struck him with pinpoint accuracy, interrupting his healing and reducing his health to 2/3. Panic set in for Cheng Jing as he attempted to retreat towards the wall beside the immortal shrine. But as he turned, Qin Feng executed a hook lock, firing another arrow mid-air. His health plummeted to half, inciting Cheng Jing's fury. After dodging an arrow, he pressed closer. Qin Feng released 2 arrows, rapidly closing the distance. Faced with the proximity of his adversary, Cheng Jing went all out. The moment was fleeting. He was struck by Qin Feng's blade, leaving him critically wounded. With a sinister laugh, Takeda Nabokado unleashed his inner demon, initiating a fierce assault. Yet the commanding roar from Shui Nyang jolted him, echoing in sync with his own thoughts. Feeling the wrath of the Dragon King, his ultimate ability momentarily shielded him from the assault. Yet Qin Feng advanced, landing a blow upon his protective barrier. The charged attack caused a portion of Qin Feng's false health to vanish, but in that instant, Cheng Jing's clarity began to wane. How could this happen? Was he not at full health and armor? But conceding defeat was out of the question. He merely experienced a fleeting moment of confusion before pursuing Qin Feng once more. As he lunged forward, Qin Feng did not charge his attack, but instead unleashed a water spear. Cheng Jing was ensnared, his mind racing. He could not afford to be hit again. He then witnessed Qin Feng transition to unarmed combat, charging a palm strike. Although the damage would not be fatal, it would leave him with but a sliver of health. Should he use his demon strike? Perhaps two would provide the opportunity to outlast Shui Nyang's ultimate and secure a kill, but a single strike. In a moment of clarity, he held back. But Qin Feng's palm struck him squarely. The sound echoed sharply, resonating in Cheng Jing's ears as if he had been struck himself. The strike shattered the water spear's hold, allowing him to move once more. His gaze fixated upon Shui Nyang, who seemed to toy with him. Infuriated, he felt a surge of determination to turn the tables. The two resumed their strategic battle, with Qin Feng, adorned in false health, no longer fearing Cheng Jing, advancing boldly. Cheng Jing locked onto Shui Nyang's movements, resolving that he would make her pay dearly. Despite the overwhelming advantage Qin Feng held, Cheng Jing recognized that his only chance lay in outlasting him and capitalizing on his momentary vulnerability. However, with such a significant lead, how could Qin Feng possibly falter? Cheng Jing closed in, charging his attack, while Qin Feng met him with unwavering confidence, mirroring his charge. He could absorb numerous strikes, but Cheng Jing could endure none. During the charge, Cheng Jing initiated his attack. Qin Feng responded, but the nature of the blade forced him into a defensive stance. Cheng Jing, undeterred, flashed into Qin Feng's embrace, relentlessly attacking. The sound of the blade echoed as time passed, and it seemed Qin Feng's ultimate was nearing its end. Cheng Jing unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, yet Qin Feng did not activate his defense. In fact, during Cheng Jing's second wave of attacks, Qin Feng had planned to cancel it. However, he was unwilling to grant Cheng Jing such an easy victory. Cheng Jing displayed reckless abandon, striking relentlessly at the defensive stance. This peculiar scene unfolded. At one moment during Qin Feng's retreat, he suddenly thrust the water spear. Cheng Jing was ensnared, watching as Qin Feng charged a palm strike. His pupils dilated in realization, and without hesitation, he unleashed his demon strike. Yet, Qin Feng executed a quick sidestep, evading the attack, then closed in, landing a palm strike just as the binding was about to dissipate, finishing Cheng Jing off. The resounding impact echoed from the opposing side as Qin Feng glanced over, witnessing Cheng Jing's shocked expression. 3-0. Zhang Jing exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Finally, someone had dealt with that arrogant player. Who was this individual, radiating such dominance, seemingly not from the esports circle? He had a penchant for slapping. Qin Feng chuckled, unfazed, as cheers erupted around him. Wow, Lao Feng is incredible. Lao Feng is awesome. Qin Feng pretended not to see the two individuals. Zhang Jing, my friend has avenged you. How about treating me to a meal? Zhang Jing, somewhat puzzled, wondered why Qin Feng had suddenly made such a statement. Could he not continue playing? Wait. At that moment, Cheng Jing, seated across from him, interjected. Let us play another round. His gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng as he earnestly insisted, "Let us play another round." "Is that really necessary?" Qin Feng replied helplessly. "It's just for fun. We're all playing casually. I was taking it seriously earlier." Cheng Jing was not about to let Qin Feng off the hook. He had become quite enthusiastic and leaned forward, propping himself up on the table. Seeing this, Qin Feng tactically leaned back. "You're quite skilled. I was genuinely focused on playing. If you play seriously, I might just get annihilated. Let us not, shall we?" This remark elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd. Seriously? Anyone with a modicum of understanding could see the previous fight was completely one-sided. Can that even be considered serious? The laughter was grating to Cheng Jing. But at that moment, the other members of the Hutao Esports Club waiting behind him grew impatient. "Hey, it's my turn now. I've been waiting for quite some time." If it had been any other situation, waiting would not have been an issue. But they had all witnessed Cheng Jing's previous performance and found him rather distasteful. In an online setting, they might have remained silent, but this was real life, where principles and dignity mattered. Thus, witnessing Cheng Jing's inability to accept defeat was quite displeasing. Since you played like that before, you cannot blame your opponents for retaliating. At this juncture, Mo Ing also approached. "Let others play. Cheng Jing, don't disrupt the rules." Cheng Jing trembled slightly, glancing at Mo Ing, his eyes filled with resentment. "Cheng Jing." Mo Ing raised her voice slightly. Cheng Jing clenched his fists and ultimately had no choice but to vacate his seat. The boy behind him eagerly stepped into his spot, leaning in from the side of the screen. "Let us play a couple of rounds together. Go easy on me." Feeling the faint yet palpable tension behind him, Qin Feng glanced at the boys opposite him and donned his headphones once more. The subsequent matches unfolded without incident. Naturally, Qin Feng allowed some leniency to avoid a complete shutout. After 2 consecutive losses, he removed his headphones and stood up. "That's enough. Let us give others a chance." He gestured towards the line of boys waiting behind him. At this point, the Hutao crowd had no objections and let Qin Feng leave. Before Qin Feng could reach Zhang Jing, he was obstructed by 2 figures, 2 sisters, arms crossed, huffing, "The eye of the shadow god is upon you." Lin Qinghe even gestured towards her eyes and then aimed them at Qin Feng. "I surrender." Qin Feng had nothing more to say. They had cornered him. "Didn't you check your phones?" He replied, quite exasperated. "Are you really here?" "Of course. Such a splendid opportunity." Lin Qingyan whispered, subtly indicating Mo Ing. "The vice president is our roommate." "No wonder." "Wow. Qin Feng." Zhang Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Approaching Qin Feng. "Who are these 2? "Online friends." Qin Feng introduced them to each other. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled. "Shall we team up for a heist?" "No way." They both replied in unison. Having witnessed Zhang Jing's prowess during the live stream, undeterred by the rebuff, Zhang Jing cheerfully shifted the topic as the group chatted. Meanwhile, Suman had nearly completed her gathering. With 2 esports clubs and some students within the school, assembling a group of 60 was hardly a challenge. "Everyone, we have gathered enough players. Prepare for a chaotic 3-team battle." The campus network was perpetually active, a rival to the Hangzhou Sword Immortal. And while others only saw them practicing, unbeknownst to them, those still playing in this environment were the true enthusiasts. Fang Qingyun took his seat. Of the 10 computers, only Han Lin occupied one, while the rest belonged to the Hutao Esports Club. It was impossible to gather so many computers for such a large event, so they could only rely on online methods. To Qin Feng's surprise, 2 of the spots were occupied by Lin Qingyan and her sister. "You 2 are joining as well?" Qin Feng and Zhang Jing inquired as they approached from behind. Zhang Jing pumped his fist and cheered. "Good luck. We're terrifyingly strong." Qin Feng squinted slightly, watching the 2 girls being drawn into a custom room. They can't be walking retribution, can they? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They shook their heads in unison, leaving Qin Feng chuckling in disbelief. As people gradually joined the room, the chat window filled with banter. After all, they were university students, brimming with vitality. The room contained members and students from both Hutao and Nanda. Noticing the participants were already present, Fang Qingyun quickly intervened. "Is everyone here? Let us organize the teams." "Okay, teams are set. Let us get started." "It's too cramped, President. I was the only one in my dorm to secure a spot." "Yeah, 1 room isn't enough." Seeing this, Fang Qingyun could only smile wryly. Both esports clubs had few members, and he initially thought gathering 60 players would be a challenge. However, when he and Han Lin decided to call out to their respective school groups, it caused a stir. Applications poured in, And while there were hardly any participants on Su Man's side, their private messages exploded. Observing the packed room, Feng Qingyun typed, "Make sure to select your teams. Don't go the wrong way. If we don't have enough players, we can make temporary adjustments." Initially meant to be a casual exchange match, Feng Qingyun and Han Lin only symbolically gathered a few teams from their esports clubs. Now, the room housed 60 individuals across 20 teams, with a significant portion being spontaneously formed by students from both universities. Once the teams were nearly assembled, Feng Qingyun stopped hesitating and initiated the game. Qin Feng noticed that in Lin Qingyun's team, another member seemed to be from their school. And as soon as they entered the game, they began communicating. "What lineup should we play? Whatever we choose, I must have my position as Hutao, the Great." Lin Qinghe decisively locked in Hutao. In reality, very few were aware that the current version was one where the various tri-body beings were in abundance, such as Zhang Qiling and Hadi. However, few knew that Hutao was also one of the tri-body beings. It's worth noting that Hutao had undergone 2 rounds of nerfs, but even so, her strength remained exaggerated. The misconceptions surrounding Hutao stem from the depth of her established reputation, leading many to perceive her as relatively average. However, in terms of statistics, the 5-second duration of shared protection for 2 allies, coupled with her formidable resurrection ability after a teammate's demise in chaotic battles, and the 15 seconds of protection, made it nearly impossible for her teammates to perish unless they distanced themselves from her. Moreover, the combinations that could pair with Hutao were numerous. Combinations such as Wu Xiao Tao, Sha Tao Ji, Dual Transformation, and Double Shield, among others, were all incredibly potent in the current meta. Upon close inspection, one could see that every lineup prominently featured Hutao. This perspective illuminates why Hutao is considered an invisible tri-body being. It's simply that the current versions of Zhang and Hadi overshadow her brilliance. After Lin Qinghe spoke, Lin Qingyan began contemplating what lineup to employ. However, since she primarily played Hutao, concocting a temporary strategy proved challenging. Lin Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up as she turned to Qin Feng. "Lao Feng, what do you think we should play?" Qin Feng was taken aback and pointed to himself. "Me? Why ask me? You're impressive," Lin Qingyan insisted. "Your understanding of lineups during your live streams is simply astonishing." Lin Qinghe nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had learned about lineups from Qin Feng's streams, having previously played whatever they fancied. Qin Feng scratched his head. "No, I don't know your teammates either. The key to a strong trio is cooperation. The lineup is secondary, just an embellishment." Qin Feng spoke the truth. When cooperating during the first round of combat, their adversaries were swiftly eliminated. Following that, engaging in a 2v3 scenario of equal skill would prove exceedingly difficult. "We have synergy," Lin Qingyan declared resolutely. "Peach often plays with us. She excels with the fox." Zipping. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng pondered briefly, recognizing that half of the preparation time had already elapsed during their conversation. "Then let us go with the ice fox." "Tao." Qin Feng instructed Lin Qingyan to select the ice character, while her teammate, Peach, opted for the fox. There was no time to adjust their talents. And this formation required Ice Maiden to be at level 13, while Tao would be at level 21 with the fox. The Ice Maiden's first skill was not primarily for crowd control, but could regenerate armor during her transformation into the Ice Dun-Dun. Her third skill left a trail of frost that could freeze any approaching enemies, extending the duration of their immobilization. Lin Qingyan chose the Ice Maiden but hesitated, admitting, "I may not be very skilled with her." "No worries. Proficiency with the Ice Maiden ISNT critical," Qin Feng reassured her. "Jump here. This game map is Longyin Dantian." He pointed to a specific purple area on the map. The two sisters gazed at the map and widened their eyes in astonishment. The area Qin Feng indicated was a special event within Longyin Dantian, known as Unceasing. This zone would be enveloped in a state of renewal, allowing characters to automatically revive with full health after 2 deaths during the coverage period. Additionally, defeating enemies would yield Dark Tide coins, and the area would refresh the Gold Eater, which could drop golden weapons or armor upon defeat. Due to its unique characteristics, this location had become a sanctuary for many battle enthusiasts, and currently, for teams had already dropped, filling the area to capacity. With trembling hands, Lin Qingyan marked a jump point adjacent to the crowded area. The countdown had begun, and Qin Feng's gentle voice provided a measure of comfort. "Do not panic. Just secure 1 life here. Avoid losing 2 lives, or you won't have the opportunity to develop further. Stick together. Tao will guard the fox. After you eliminate an enemy, these two can continuously consume flowers, using their ultimates without holding back. There are too many people. I feel like I won T survive 5 seconds. Even the typically bold Lin Qinghe felt trepidation. Observing this, Qin Feng smiled confidently. Don't worry, they will scatter soon enough. As the countdown reached 2 seconds, the 12 players in that area inexplicably vanished. At that moment, the other 2 teams responsible for the jump point were startled and began communicating in their respective voice channels. Damn, that team next to us seems formidable. Many players faltered, particularly those who remained stationary, sensing that the initial intent was to engage in combat amidst the throng. Crap, could they be the Wushuang team? Should we sacrifice 1 life and retreat? No, we can't be cowards. Yet, as they observed the 12 players still willing to jump, none chose to change their drop point. Hiss, no need to say more. Fear has already set in. Upon entering the game, the unceasing refresh point was the Guardian Camp. The terrain here was flat, but a massive chasm in the center had 4 paths leading in different directions. Let us find weapons and armor. Lin Qingyan quickly fell into a strategic mindset as she entered the game. Lin Qinghe and Peach were close by, having landed relatively far from the enemies. Soon, they acquired weapons and armor. Lin Qinghe, being well-equipped, had a blue sword and blue armor, while Peach and Lin Qingyan wielded blue swords and white armor. At that moment, battles erupted nearby. Ice Maiden advance. Qin Feng called out. Although he wore headphones, he was close enough for Lin Qingyan to hear him. From a tactical perspective, her choice was undoubtedly commendable, yet her swordplay seemed somewhat lacking compared to the opponent's. Upon engaging, she was struck by a charged attack, losing half her armor. The adversaries separated to flee, while Peach and Lin Qinghe positioned themselves near the closest enemy. The opponent was a hardy, seemingly having exhausted their abilities. Even as they were caught in a moment of vulnerability, they did not activate their skills. Suddenly, Lin Qinghe's eyes lit up as she executed a swift attack, launching the hardy into the air. Lin Qingyan skillfully used her grappling hook to join the fray, and under their combined assault, the hardy had little chance to resist. Peach consumed a revival flower, and the trio turned towards the nearby chaos to join the battle. Observing from behind, Qin Feng noted that while Lin Qingyan's entry was not optimal, resulting in her dealing damage, yet leaving the opponent with half health, their aggressive approach had successfully scattered the foes. The most effective entries are those that lead to swift eliminations. Despite the less-than-ideal engagement, they managed to secure 2 kills. As they contemplated pursuing a 3rd target, reinforcements approached from behind. However, Qin Feng smiled, knowing that Lin Qingyan could unleash her ultimate ability with just 50 rage points. 2 enemies advanced, and after using a grappling hook to push Lin Qingyan, they prepared to unleash a combo. Yet, Lin Qingyan activated her ultimate, deflecting their sequence of attacks. In her grasp, a long sword forged of ice danced elegantly, and with a swift motion, she released a wave of frost. The initiation speed of Gu Qinghan's ultimate was relatively slow, allowing opponents to evade unless immobilized. The 2 adversaries attempted to dodge, but then, your souls, I shall claim. The purple fox surged forth from behind Lin Qingyan, piercing through the 2 foes. In an instant, they were caught in a moment of vulnerability as Lin Qingyan and her sister rushed forward, calling out, "Een zipping, een zipping." One adversary, Een zipping, and another named Zhang Qiling, were dismayed upon witnessing the fox's ultimate. Despite the fox's recent nerfs, hearing the phrase "your souls" sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of its former potency. How is there a fox? In level 1, her astonishment was justified. The fox's level 1 ability had undergone multiple rounds of nerfs, increasing rage consumption and limiting subsequent rage accumulation, leading most players to utilize level 2 instead. Yet, even with the nerfs, its crowd control capabilities remained formidable. Instinctively, they scanned for the fox's position, seeking the spiritual artifact to dispel its control. However, a more insidious challenge awaited them. The artifact lay just behind a frost zone created by the Ice Maiden. To reach it, they would have to navigate the treacherous frost while evading the vigilant trio. Run! This was the fleeting thought that crossed their minds. They were clever enough to split up, but in doing so, Een Zipping faced the brunt of the assault. With 3 foes in close proximity and still under the fox's control, escape seemed impossible. She possessed only 1 skill, and it was not the more evasive second skill. Ultimately, she succumbed to the charm, and was swiftly dispatched by 2 charge attacks. Just as Peach consumed a flower, enemies surged back into the fray, forcing the trio into a hasty engagement. Lin Qinghe utilized her skills and joined the battle. Amidst the chaos, their health diminished rapidly, and just when Lin Qingyan was targeted, she activated her skill at a critical moment, while 2 opponents struck the ice dun-dun, causing them to stagger backward. At that moment, Peach's tail attack became available. She had just repositioned out of the battlefield, intending to use it to assist them and heal. As soon as the tail attack was unleashed, it ensnared the 2 enemies. And Lin Qinghe, wielding her spear, seized the opportunity to execute a Dragon King's strike upon them. The coordinated assault left their health in a precarious state, especially since they had already expended their crowd control abilities. Deal damage. Deal damage. Lin Qinghe's voice was tinged with excitement as she furiously clicked her mouse. Lin Qingyan recovered from her icy form, just as an enemy attempted to ambush her. However, she surprised them by immediately unleashing her ultimate instead of charging her attack. Of the 2 enemies struck by the Dragon King's strike, only one managed to escape in time, while the other was too slow and became frozen in place. The 2 sisters, in perfect harmony, approached simultaneously as that individual had yet to move before meeting their demise. Such impeccable timing. After administering the medication, Taozi let out a startled exclamation into the microphone, then rushed over to shield the 2 as they continued their treatment. Gu Qinghan's 3 icy shadows, though challenging to land, rendered their opponents nearly incapable of interrupting them for the entirety of the 8-second duration as they stood atop the frost. However, upon landing, supplies were alarmingly scarce. Lin Qinghe had only a minor healing potion left after a brief application, while Lin Qingyan had just filled her health bar. Let us search for supplies. How impoverished we are. We can withdraw. The Jinjin's beast is yet to be vanquished. Let us finish it off and then retreat, Qin Feng remarked, glancing at the time on the side. Since their descent, the other 2 teams had largely utilized their first opportunity to restore the Soul Tomb, with some even using it twice. Should they be stubborn, their own resurrection could be activated one more time. Although Lin Qingyan was inexperienced with blades and had joined the fray late, there were advantages to being a novice, primarily their obedience. After Qin Feng spoke, she and Lin Qinghe departed the frosty perch to seek out the Jinjin's beast. The others, initially intimidated by the trio's presence atop the frost, found no hindrance now that the sisters had left, as their teammates were nearing the brink of collapse. The 3 soon located the Jinjin's beast, a whimsical creature that had already lost half its health, likely due to early aggression from others, forcing their teammates to abandon assistance. After a brief underground escape by the beast, it was quickly found and dispatched by the trio, resulting in a golden dual halberd dropping, which Lin Qingyan promptly claimed. They moved forward, with Lin Qingyan recalling Qin Feng's live tutorial. Upon landing, she surveyed the surrounding jump points and marked the foundry hook lock at the bottom before departing. On their way, they encountered another team, fortunately unnoticed, seemingly in haste to reach a nearby faction in the unyielding region. Once the other team moved farther away, the trio dared to utilize their hook lock. The foundry was a minor resource area, but upon landing, it was devoid of competitors. Lin Qingyan urged, "Let us search quickly, as the losers group is on its way." The area was compact, making the search effortless, and soon they had thoroughly combed through it. However, fortune did not smile upon her, for from 4 piles, she unearthed only a purple short sword and a purple soul gem with a slow release effect, though she did find 2 inventory expansions and a fair amount of other supplies. Just as she finished claiming the expansions, a hook lock latched onto her, and an individual approached from a distance. "I see someone," Lin Qingyan exclaimed. The opposing hook lock had traversed quite a distance, and, as the assailant neared, Lin Qingyan was already poised to act. She swiftly evaded and charged her attack, deterring the opponent from approaching. Yet the adversary showed no fear. Rushing in with a blade swing, Lin Qingyan, intending to execute a finishing blow, accidentally charged to 20 and inadvertently released her attack, landing a barrage of 20 strikes on the opponent's recovery animation. The damage from the golden dual halberd, especially at this early juncture when everyone's equipment was still rudimentary, was devastating. The opponent, clad in only blue armor, felt the impact shatter their defenses. Startled, the opponent hastily unleashed a skill, sending Lin Qingyan flying and retreating. At that moment, his teammates arrived. Hutao provided support from afar, while Yushan approached with a hook lock. Lin Qinghe and Taozi hurried to join the fray, igniting a fierce battle atop the water galaxy. Yushan summoned Lin Qingyan to absorb a strike from his blade-enhanced attack, while nearby, Taozi struck a rock. Lin Qinghe joined them, and together they relentlessly assaulted the stone, only for the opponent to deploy a shield powder and re-enter the fray. Observing Yushan consistently blocking their strikes, Lin Qingyan decisively unleashed her ultimate move. Ice envelopes the land, blood buries the foe. With a resonant declaration, a gust of frost struck Yushan, who was unable to evade due to being pinned against the rock, leading to his immediate encasement in ice. Had it not been for Lin Qinghe's unfortunate timing in breaking the ice with a swift blow, he would have sustained even greater damage. Your souls are so fragile. The fleeing Yushan, caught off guard, fell victim to the Fox's ultimate attack, invigorating the trio as they pursued him relentlessly. This team had not engaged in battle upon landing, and their ultimate abilities were nearly ready. Hutao quickly placed a tether on Yushan, providing him a moment of respite. As Yushan's ultimate ability finally charged, he unleashed it with a battle cry. 8-9 mystical arts, divine combat techniques. Accompanied by the howls of a celestial dog, the true form of Erlang Shun began to manifest. In a synchronous moment, Lin Qingyan activated her second ultimate. As a newly transformed General Yu became an ice sculpture, Lin Qinghe and Taozi, seizing the opportunity, began charging their attacks, and Lin Qingyan joined them. The Tiger and Hutao, upon noticing Lin Qingyan's ultimate activation, retreated, disregarding Yushan, recognizing that a rampaging Yushan would not be easy to contend with. The sight of the three of them charging their attacks before the frozen figure of General Yu was striking. Lin Qingyan's golden dual halberd, Taozi's purple saber, and Lin Qinghe's blue blade struck consecutively upon Yushan. In an instant, his health plummeted like a cascading river. With his blue armor and recent ultimate usage, he found himself on the brink of death. As the ice shattered, Yushan instinctively retaliated, landing a strike on the trio. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, targeting all three. However, Hu Wei and Hutao could not approach, as they were still positioned upon the frost. A sweeping tail attack sent them flying, but fortunately, after their recent search, they were equipped with 2 purple armors and 1 blue armor. Even so, the blue-armored Taozi, coupled with the earlier skirmish, had lost half her health, prompting Lin Qinghe to activate her armor array. At this juncture, Yushan unleashed a powerful cleaving strike, recognizing the two together, and brought his blade crashing down, knocking them to the ground. Just then, Lin Qingyan surged forward, delivering a decisive 10-hit combo with her dual halberd, resulting in Yushan's immediate demise, leaving Lin Qingyan astonished. Huh, what happened to my health bar? Qin Feng glanced up in surprise, as the voice emanated from across the battlefield, where he noticed a group of 5, one of whom was the familiar Zhang Mufan. The battle raged on. Hu Wei and Hutao arrived, but the earlier tail sweep had deterred them from countering. However, the sweeping strike's distance was considerable, and by the time they reached, Yushan had already fallen. His strategy had been sound, but as he advanced, Hutao exclaimed in alarm, "The tether isn't ready yet." Hu Wei, upon advancing, was immediately struck by Lin Qinghe's rear charge, and upon rising, hastily deployed the recently charged skill to launch the trio away, simultaneously gaining substantial damage reduction. Amidst the chaos, Hutao's status had also diminished significantly. The 3 against 2 presented immense pressure, necessitating the activation of the armor array. As both ultimate abilities were unleashed, the tiger danced nearby, occasionally leaping to disrupt Lin Qingyan and her companions as they pursued Hutao. Just then, Taozi unleashed her second ultimate. Hu Wei could only watch as he fell prey to the Fox's ultimate, feeling the countdown of charm placed upon him. In a frantic moment, as he contemplated using his ultimate to save himself, Hutao tethered him, providing a sigh of relief. Lin Qingyan and her companions relentlessly pursued the charm-ensnared Hu Wei, during which Lin Qingyan accumulated significant rage, and having absorbed flowers, her third ultimate was nearly ready. In a moment of panic, Taozi tossed the tail assault down and fled, while Hu Wei attempted to evade. And Hutao aimed to seize the moment to assist Yushan. Hu Wei leapt forward to pursue the bloodied Taozi, only to be struck down by Lin Qingyan's fierce 10-charged thrusts. The damage dealt by the golden twin halberds was unmistakable, despite his recovery. He was immediately reduced to half health. Just then, Lin Qinghe executed a decisive 10-hit slash. Hu Wei perished on the spot, and Hutao, who was attempting to revive him, sensed imminent danger. Yushan was nearly revived, but was interrupted by a hook, and soon 3 opponents approached. Her shield's duration had just expired, leaving her with little room to resist. This sudden skirmish concluded with Lin Qingyan and her allies emerging victorious. The 67th chapter, The Power of Bingatao. What bizarre lineup they have. Indeed, it's utterly disgusting. I merely stepped onto the ice and vanished. What a pity I couldn't strike 3 times. Alas, we were frozen while trying to approach. Damn, I didn't anticipate that the opposing Ice Maiden would unleash a 10-hit attack while I activated my ultimate. Voices echoed from the opposing team. And Qin Feng soon realized that the duo Lin Qingyan had just defeated were students from the Nanda Esports Club. Lin Qingyan and her sister exchanged knowing smiles as they continued to loot. What's next? Lin Qingyan inquired, her tone tinged with excitement. The 3 began to grasp the strength of this lineup. Had it not been for Hutao's adept shielding, the battle would have concluded even more swiftly. Charge! Upon spotting the familiar attire of Yin zipping on the opposing side, Lin Qinghe turned her head towards the adjacent screen, and indeed, it was Mo Ying. Ying, spare me. As she spoke, she maneuvered her character, Hutao, to make a heart gesture. Mo Ying chuckled lightly, replying, play normally. If I were to become Yangshu, would you bring me flowers? Lin Qinghe asked, her tone dramatically earnest. Absolutely not. I would merely loot. Mo Ying maintained a serious demeanor, suppressing a smile. Hey, sister, let us focus on Ying. Lin Qinghe urged in exasperation. The countdown quickly concluded, and all 6 players simultaneously activated their hooks. Mo Ying's team, led by Hadi, initiated their ultimate first, while Fang Qingyun's Zhang Qiling seized the opportunity to charge, landing a powerful blow on Lin Qinghe just as they engaged. Your souls are so fragile. The voice of the fox echoed, and Fang Qingyun, seemingly anticipating this, dodged swiftly. Taozi hesitated briefly as Hadi approached with a charged assault, prompting Fang Qingyun to abandon his target, Lin Qinghe, while Mo Ying also closed in with her hook. In an instant, the trio shifted their focus to Taozi. She hastily deployed a tail attack to intercept Fang Qingyun, but simultaneously fell victim to the hooks of her 2 adversaries, leaving her immobilized. Lin Qinghe, unable to administer healing, cast her line onto Taozi. As the trio advanced, 2 struck with blades while 1 charged, and Taozi, unable to evade, was ensnared. Lin Qinghe had no choice but to activate her shield. Fortunately, Lin Qingyan arrived just in time. She charged forward, baiting Hadi's blade strike, but was still interrupted by Mo Ying's attack. The combination of the blade strike and the simultaneous charges from the 2 opponents left Lin Qingyan with only half health, and her golden twin halberds were seized. Had it not been for Lin Qinghe and the reinforcements that arrived, this assault could have resulted in her swift demise. Once she regained her footing, Lin Qingyan hastily activated her ultimate, but it was easily evaded, and the match had already spiraled out of control. Following the expiration of Lin Qinghe's shield, she was swiftly taken down. I'm waiting for you, Mo Ying smirked. While the trio's lineup demonstrated considerable strength, their coordination was still lacking compared to the seasoned players who routinely engaged in chaotic battles. Seeing this, Qin Feng sighed in resignation. The trio had yet to fully exploit the nefarious potential of their composition. Do not panic during the initial ultimate. The Ice Maiden's ultimate can affect Hutao's shield, and Hutao can maneuver her shield onto the ice. Similarly, the Ice Maiden's ultimate can also be cast over the shield. During their return to life, he advised patiently. If the shield transforms into an ice field without having moved, you can directly shift the ice field to freeze enemies. For the Fox's ultimate, it is best to use it later. It can either be activated while the opponents are dealing with the Ice Maiden's ice statue or after landing your second hit. In fact, if this composition is executed well, they can unleash numerous ultimates. The Ice Maiden and Fox's ultimates at 50 or 60 rage are their greatest advantages. Incorporating Hutao into the mix can convert the ice field, creating another wave of strong control, and control translates to a steady buildup of rage, making the second ultimate during the shield phase much easier to achieve. If played skillfully, the opponents would be virtually immobilized, and due to the frost wind, they would struggle to counter the Fox's ultimate. Fortuitously, they soon encountered another team nearby, comprised of Wei Qinghua and Gu Qinghan. As the battle commenced, Taozi learned a valuable lesson, allowing Lin Qingyan, who bore Hutao's line, to absorb pressure and skills. At the moment the opponents focused their fire on the Ice Maiden, her ultimate struck, Charming 3. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingyan unleashed her ultimate, rendering the two opposing players unable to dispel the charm, forcing them to flee. The three then targeted the fireman, who could only activate his ultimate to escape and look for an opportunity to create distance. Yet this time, Taozi executed her skills adeptly. As they pursued the charmed fireman, the first charge awakened him, but he was again stunned by the tail attack beneath him. Lin Qinghe capitalized on this moment, launching an upward strike that sent him flying, while the two on the ground charged. In this wave, the fireman perished before he even touched the ground, and just after claiming victory, Gu Qinghan unleashed her ultimate. In an instant, the three were frozen and caught in a devastating blow. The Ice Maiden's 20 struck, diminishing their health significantly, while Wei Qing also activated her skill to pursue. The small push collided with the trio, shattering their armor. The Ice Maiden's first ultimate, when it hits two opponents, would return the skill count once. This explains the infinite penetrations seen in many expert Ice Maiden highlights. At this moment, the Ice Maiden continued her relentless assault, repeatedly striking the trio whenever they moved. Suddenly, the ice field erupted, freezing both the Ice Maiden and Wei Qing, fortuitously close to each other. The simultaneous charges exploded, causing the Ice Maiden's health to plummet to half, while Wei Qing triggered a defensive block during the previous skirmish, resulting in a final activation after the ice was shattered. Due to their positions, this time only Lin Qinghe was ensnared, while the Ice Maiden managed to escape unscathed. After the ultimate ended, Wei Qing sought to retaliate. But as Lin Qingyan and Taozi engaged her, another ultimate was unleashed. Perhaps emboldened by her previous confidence, she felt capable of controlling all three opponents. Her hand trembled slightly on the mouse. Based on her recent maneuvers, it was evident her opponents were not particularly skilled. If it had not been for the sudden explosion of the ice field catching her off guard, victory would have been assured. Once again, she struck two, landing a hit. And after forcefully depleting their states, all three were in a broken armor condition. The shield's duration was nearing its end. Just then, the ice field erupted once more. After Hutao's shield absorbed the ice element, it would explode every 5 seconds, freezing nearby enemies. Simultaneously, Lin Qinghe and Lin Qingyan charged, and at the moment of release, a tail attack flew forth, followed by a colossal fox. In this moment, Gu Qinghan found himself utterly immobilized and was swiftly eliminated. Wei Qing still had his flower intact, and Lin Qingyan, aware of her ally's vulnerability, had just missed the opportunity to consume the flower and unleash her ultimate ability. The three of them each seized a flower, dispelling the state of Yangshu. In a sudden twist of fate, as the adversaries encountered one another, the Yangshu had been lifted, and the group straightened their postures. Although the glint of ferocity in their eyes had diminished somewhat. Diplomacy. Diplomacy. Indeed, the opposing team had halted at a distance with their grappling hooks, approaching a sprint. For sometimes, those very hooks could become a catalyst for conflict. At that moment, Lin Qinghe spun the wheel, and the upper half displayed a medley of actions and expressions. Even the breathing techniques for the nurturing method were stripped away. A dedicated Hutao player might lack strength or healing prowess, yet their repertoire of expressions and movements must be flawless. Lin Qinghe's gaze flitted about, ultimately locking onto the interactive gesture, the egg party's flamboyant dance. Before long, Hutao crossed her arms, her gaze sharpening momentarily. Then her body began to sway in rhythm, vibrant lights emanating from above and below, making her appear as if she were on stage. Despite Lin Qingyan and Taozi not playing Hutao at present, they mirrored her movements, initiating their own dance. Meanwhile, the remaining giant Buddha stood awkwardly, unable to join in, as the player controlling him was left in a state of despair. I wish to join too. How vexing. I'll buy it as soon as I step out. What had begun as a harmonious dance between the two teams quickly turned into a fiery confrontation, eyes ablaze with fury, ready to unleash their wrath upon the opposing team. The giant Buddha's teammates, Shen Miao and Hu Wei, found themselves on the receiving end of Hu Wei's aggressive strike, landing a blow on Lin Qingyan that left her momentarily paralyzed, instantly drawing the attention of the three. Unfortunately, she was equipped with a level 1 item that rendered her unable to retaliate, prompting the trio to capitalize on her vulnerability with charge attacks. Following that, a tail attack was unleashed at their feet. The ethereal foxtail ensnared them, accompanied by the sound of a fox's voice echoing, "I have claimed your souls." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qinghe charged her own ability. Noticing that the differing Soul Jade effects had diminished the trio's states to varying degrees, yet their shields remained above half. Icebound in all realms, blood for the fallen foes. How could Lin Qingyan let such a splendid opportunity slip by? Initially contemplating a recovery, she abruptly quenched that thought and activated her ultimate ability. With two ultimates unleashed, the opposing team was thrown into disarray, especially as all three were ensnared by the charm that could not be dispelled. Unable to break free, the giant Buddha clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Those who hinder me shall face my wrath." Shun Miao, having distanced herself, hurled a beacon before diving into her mech, while Hu Wei fled at breakneck speed, seeking to create space. Though the trio had intended to pursue, witnessing the sudden activation of two ultimates extinguished all desire to chase. Run. In that moment, their objectives aligned unexpectedly. Leaping to use their grappling hooks, they maneuvered behind cover. By the time the giant Buddha and Shun Miao emerged, the trio had long since retreated. Lin Qinghe felt a shiver of fear. Behind her, Qin Feng wore an expression of intrigue. The giant Buddha's team appeared to lack coordination. In such a situation, one activation was sufficient, yet activating two simultaneously must have startled them. After all, in that moment, had Gu Qinghan been charmed and Lin Qingyan followed up with an ultimate, it was conceivable that they might not even have the chance to unleash their abilities before perishing. Then after a few hops, the giant Buddha, seeing no one, had no choice but to cancel his ultimate, transforming the formidable Vajra, subduing demons, into a mere Vajra healing. What the giant Buddha's team considered, Lin Qingyan also pondered. She led her companions to the circle's edge, only to unexpectedly encounter Mo Ying's Qinglong team engaged in battle with two other teams. Upon seeing the Mo sisters, they found themselves immobilized, stealthily approaching the battlefield's periphery, launching ranged attacks. Yet, while it appeared that fierce combat rage, it was, in fact, the Qinglong team relentlessly pursuing the other two, as the power of the divine beast Qinglong rendered them nearly invincible, allowing their allies to strike without reprisal. The Mo sisters executed this strategy flawlessly, with Zhang Qiling wielding the focal point, capturing and eliminating foes with precision. Just then, someone in a panic dashed right in front of Lin Qinghe and her companions, only to be struck down by Lin Qingyan's arrow, followed swiftly by the arrival of Fang Qingyun and others who dispatched the assailant. In the next moment, the two teams exchanged glances, and Lin Qingyan, trembling, attempted to flee, only to see Zhang Qiling launching his grappling hook. Taozi and Lin Qinghe, exhibiting loyalty, had no intention of retreating, instead providing support to Lin Qingyan, with one using a line, while the other unleashed an ultimate to bring down Zhang Qiling from the air. Suddenly struck by a fox's ultimate, Zhang Qiling remained unfazed, confident in his two active teammates. Yet, he was taken aback as the opposing trio simultaneously engaged him. As Lin Qingyan closed in, she unleashed her ultimate, while Zhang Qiling, preoccupied with fleeing, was suddenly struck by two charged attacks. The Qinglong's lightning descended, inflicting significant damage on the pursuers. And just as Zhang Qiling was about to be ensnared by charm, he activated the Qinji box to escape, with Hadi and Yin zipping appearing before the trio. Standing atop Frostwind, the three regained the health lost to Qinglong's lightning, while Mo Ying, from a distance, bombarded them with artillery, further hindering their recovery. Lin Qinghe was filled with rage, declaring, "Let's go. Charge." In matters concerning friends, their sentiments seemed remarkably unified. Witnessing Mo Ying thrive better than they, and prancing before them was more agonizing than any defeat. The two promptly sought out Mo Ying, with Taozi seemingly well acquainted with her, charging forth without hesitation. The battlefield erupted into chaos, as Hadi and Mo Ying, confronted by the fierce trio, were compelled to flee, for they lacked the advantage of the focal point, and facing a 2-on-3 was overwhelming, especially against the troublesome lineup of Ice Fox and Tao. Not long after, both had to deploy their Qinji boxes, while Lin Qinghe and her companions regained their composure. At that moment, Zhang Qiling unleashed his ultimate, coinciding with the activation of the Yu Mountain Tiger Zone. Meanwhile, distant assaults continued to rain down, forcing Lin Qingyan and her companions to temporarily withdraw from the fray. Yet their eyes remained fixated on Mo Ying. The Qinglong team undeniably commanded the spotlight, with all other teams, aside from the Yangshu squad, opting to steer clear. In truth, Even the Yangshu team dared not confront them after scouring for adversaries. They arrived only to find that Qin Long had nearly decimated the opposition and fortuitously spotted the isolated Zhang Qiling, leading to a sudden clash between the two teams. At that juncture, the formidable synergy of the Zhang Hadiyin lineup became evident. Fang Qingyan exclaimed, "It's madness. Truly madness." However, this threat was rendered moot once Yin Zipping unleashed her ability. The most critical blow came when Hadi's ultimate recharged, deploying another Qinji box in the air, effectively severing Mo Ying from the relentless assault of the Yu Mountain Tiger and Hutao's team. The battle had turned overwhelmingly in their favor. And, just as it seemed to reach a conclusion, their powerful Qin Long vanished. In that instant, the lurking teams, akin to sharks sensing blood, emerged from hiding. No less than 3 teams converged, including Lin Qingyan and her companions. The chaos intensified, yet the Lin sisters remained resolute in their objective, forming a unified front as they sought out Mo Ying. At that moment, Mo Ying had just expended her Qinji box, her shield replenished, yet her health remained untouched, when 3 grappling hooks launched toward her. So large, Lin Qinghe gasped, realizing that without dismantling their assault, her situation was dire. In a fleeting moment, she surveyed her surroundings for her teammates, only to find Fang Qingyun's Zhang Qiling and Hadi embroiled in a chaotic skirmish with 2 other teams, utterly preoccupied. There was no escape. Lin Qinghe's voice brimmed with excitement as several individuals swiftly pursued the enchanting Mo Ying, who was on the verge of succumbing to her allure. Although the white blade left its mark, Mo Ying could not even touch the spiritual weapon, as she was directly ensnared by the enchantment. The trio, gathering their strength, unleashed a Dragon King break alongside other charged attacks, swiftly eliminating Mo Ying. With a resigned sigh, Mo Ying leaned back in her chair and glanced at Lin Qinghe beside her, realizing her fate. She had promised vengeance. Lin Qinghe, filled with pride, then noticed a glimmering piece of gold in Mo Ying's bag and wasted no time in seizing it. "You smell delightful, sister." Inside the bag lay 2 golden weapons, along with luxurious soul jades, including the magnificent Hu Shao Long Pao and Kuang Lang Nu Tao, as well as a generous amount of purple soul jades, among which was Guan Yu. "Stop guarding and give me a chance." Mo Ying chuckled. "I want to play a little longer." "Your teammates can't come now," Lin Qinghe remarked, casting her gaze towards the distant battlefield where Hadi had already been overwhelmed and Zhang Qiling was retreating in disarray, heading the wrong way. After thoroughly looting the bag, the trio plunged back into the distant fray, their condition relatively favorable, coordinating well and avoiding reckless pursuits. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. The fighting had persisted for far too long. This had drawn many searching teams as the circle shrank, resulting in an ever-growing number of combatants. The chaos was relentless. Their ability to maneuver and wield their blades remained a significant flaw. In such an environment, no amount of strategy could compensate, relying instead on agility and positioning. Unfortunately, this was the trio's Achilles heel. Yet, the Ice Fox Tao formation provided substantial compensation. With its inexpensive yet powerful ultimate skills and the freezing effect of the ice formation enabling their survival for an extended period. However, the strength of the formation was not limitless. With Hutao's demise, their weaknesses became apparent. First, the weakened Fox's ultimate could not keep pace, and without Hutao's protection, she was quickly dispatched. The remaining Ice Maiden, devoid of teammates, was rendered ineffective and fell victim to ranged attacks. "Wow, so many people. I've run out of potions." Lin Qinghe leaned back in her chair. It was the final circle, as anticipated. Mo Ying shook her head. "Your formation is rather strange. Who taught you this?" Lin Qinghe, brimming with confidence, turned to signal Lin Qingyan and the behind-the-scenes Qin Feng. However, her mind was already drifting from the battlefield, contemplating the merits of their chosen formation. The advantages of this formation lay in the frequency of its ultimate abilities and, frustratingly, all of them exert control, making transformation exceedingly daunting. After all, Gu Qinghan's transformation grants additional freezing time, and with enough heavy blade strikes, eliminating Yushan and Shun Miao would be relatively straightforward. Logically, after 4 ultimates, if they failed to secure a kill, they would enter a brief period of weakness, yet Hutao compensated for this. Each eruption from the ice formation was akin to Gu Qinghan unleashing an ultimate, during which Gu Qinghan could easily strike once or even twice more. And a well-played fox could also contribute. In a single wave, Gu Qinghan could unleash 3 to 4 ultimates, the Fox 3 ultimates, supplemented by the Ice Formation. A sudden realization struck Mo Ying. The Ice Fox Tao formation had such a high potential. The inexpensive 50 Rage ultimates could even compel the opponent to expend their precious ultimates. It was essential to recognize that certain formations hinge on crucial ultimates as their core. Failure to utilize these ultimates effectively could result in catastrophic failure. For instance, Wu Sha Tao's Sandman ultimate aimed at targeted kills, or the primary ultimate of the dual skin formation, which specializes in evasion and escape. In earlier versions, there existed a formation known as Shun Miao Yu Shan Yao Dao Ji, colloquially referred to as Miao Dao Yu, where Yushan still existed in version 3, allowing her to reduce the opponent's attack by 20 when stepping on the ground. This formation was exceptionally powerful and once dominated the competitive scene, with its strength deriving from the remarkable utility of the 3 heroes' minor skills, compelling the opponent to use their critical skills. Moreover, the ultimates of Yushan, Shun Miao, and Yao Dao Ji, with 2 focused on the battlefield and 1 for targeted kills, could each serve as the core of the formation. By utilizing minor skills to force the opponent to deploy their major skills, the advantage would become immensely significant. In fact, this was also the strength of Zhang Hein's formation, the Birdman Hadi, which relied on skillful pressure. Furthermore, in the Ice Fox Tao formation, compelling skills with a 50 Rage ultimate was quite straightforward, as it was, after all, still an ultimate. In the game of Eternal Motion, the status of an ultimate is unparalleled. The more Mo Ying pondered, the more exhilarated she became. There were still many facets of this formation yet to be explored. Qin Feng remained oblivious to Mo Ying's thoughts, focusing instead on the final battlefield alongside the 2 sisters. The 2 teams engaged fiercely, and at a critical moment, Fang Qingyun's Zhang Qiling and another lone wolf made a simultaneous decision to engage. Unlike ranked matches, where points could be lost, their priority was to seize the opportunity for an 11th place chicken dinner. However, one team appeared acutely aware. After the 2 lone wolves entered the fray, they decisively withdrew, leaving 1 teammate behind, yet 2 managed to escape successfully. The 2 lone wolves clashed with the trio in poor condition. One side struggled while the other was in full health, yet the chaos of the battle was rife with unpredictability. Ultimately, it was Fang Qingyun, through sheer strength, who emerged victorious. At this moment, Fang Qingyun, without an ultimate and in a compromised state, found himself unable to contend against the 2 and could only settle for 2nd place. What a pity. Fang Qingyun removed his headset with a wry smile, acknowledging the cleverness of his opponents, who had maintained their condition. Ha ha ha. Who told you to use Qing Long against me? Came the laughter from Han Lin's team, comprising the Yu Shan Tiger Hutao, who had been stunned by Fang Qingyun's Qing Long in the final circle. Fang Qingyun promptly created a new room, inviting members from both esports clubs and distributing rewards to the team that had secured the previous chicken dinner. The reward amounted to a mere 300 yuan, which was insignificant for Fang Qingyun, Han Lin, and others. Once the members from both esports clubs gathered, Su Man began selecting participants for the 2nd match. This time, many signed up, and those who successfully entered the first match were screened again. During the recruitment, Han Lin remarked, "Was that Ice Fox Tao formation from your esport club? Quite impressive." Upon mentioning Ice Fox Tao, Han Lin's 2 teammates exchanged glances filled with subtle expressions. One teammate, Zhang Mufan, was one of the partners of the esports club, who had previously played Eternal Motion extensively but gradually shifted focus to League of Legends, resulting in a decline in his participation in Eternal Motion. As the team's tiger, he sported a grim countenance, realizing they had indeed missed an opportunity to win, having overthought their strategy and failed to notice the critical moment that led to their downfall. Competing in the final circle was even more taxing, and thus his performance in this match suffered. When Han Lin mentioned the Ice Fox Tao formation, many in attendance recalled it vividly, with some gritting their teeth and exclaiming, "I was also disgusted by that Ice Fox Tao in the final circle. We were fighting from a side when that team engaged, and it was chaos everywhere with ice and souls. We accidentally consumed a soul and got taken out by the 3rd team. While others fought, transformations and enhancements were rampant, yet this team's battles were characterized by widespread control. In the tumultuous battlefield, many fell victim. At this moment, not only those present, but also individuals in the room began typing. Wow. Yurjida Xiao Xiong Nai, Chabo Bo Uni, and Tao Ji Yao Yao played so dirty. I was playing Shun Miao, activating my mech on the ice. And my engine froze instantly and was taken out. Boo-hoo. I was just passing by, and she hit me with a fox. Then I was taken out by the second team. Who am I supposed to tell? It seemed that many had been repulsed by the ice fox Hutao during that chaotic battle in the final circle, as voices denouncing them echoed throughout the room. The Lin sisters paid little heed to this spectacle, with Lin Qinghe even sending a cheeky message. Arrogant. So arrogant. In the next match, I will take down Ice Fox Hutao. Lin Qingyan, alarmed, interjected, we can't form a team. It would cost us our prize money. Mo Ing gently tapped Lin Qinghe's arm. Are you scared? Scared? Lin Qinghe's tone instantly rose. Do you understand the worth of the auspicious star shining upon me? I have 100 ways to reach the finals. TSK. Mo Ing raised an eyebrow. Isn't being beaten in the finals even worse? Lin Qinghe shrank her neck. Ouch, that sounds about right. Subsequently, she typed rapidly on the keyboard, and at that moment, Taozi had already sent a message in the room. Wrong, bro. Our commander is Xiao Nai Cha. Lin Qinghe quickly followed up. Wrong, bro. Our commander truly is Xiao Nai Cha. Xiao Nai Cha responded with a confused expression. Upon meeting Lin Qingyan's gaze filled with suspicion and a hint of menace, Lin Qinghe pretended to be nonchalant, turning to Mo Ing. Ing, were you all playing next? Qin Feng observed this scene with a smile, appreciating the exuberance of these young people, which seemed to embody the essence of youth engaging in games. Meanwhile, many in the room expressed their refusal to accept apologies, vowing to give Lin Qingyan's team a thorough beating, causing a chill to run down Lin Qingyan's spine. The group seemed to be oblivious to the information, simply attacking anyone they encountered, as if in a chaotic melee. Did they truly manage to hit so many people? They merely targeted the densest areas, and Taozi, being a Fox player, could hardly resist sending her Fox to the location with the most players. Oh no, could it be that there is a reason behind this? Lin Qingyan's hand trembled over the mouse, stealing a glance at Qin Feng, who was focused on his phone. Lao Feng, Lin Qingyan whispered, waving her hand in front of him. Want me to take over this round? No. Qin Feng decisively refused. I'm not short-sighted. How many people in the channel were eager to eliminate you just now? Besides, during that chaotic battle, while you were in the fray, I was a mere observer. The chaos was truly overwhelming, with even passing wild dogs eager to get a taste of the fray. At that moment, Lin Qingyan deployed her trump card. Wind. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Bro, don't mess around. People could die. Lin Qingyan raised an eyebrow in confusion, while Lin Qinghe exclaimed, Sister, poet, hold on. Lao Feng, don't let waiting turn into regret. Let us cause some chaos. You're in charge of the chaos, right? Lin Qingyan shot her a helpless glance, realizing it was time to showcase her true prowess. Qin Feng, are you really not coming? Mo Ing suddenly interjected, with Feng Qingyun also glancing over, both harboring a hint of anticipation. With so many invitations, Qin Feng was at a loss. Never mind, I'm from Nanda. It's not a big deal. Except for the esports club, the other teams are all ours, and it's just a casual match. How about joining? Feng Qingyun cheerfully extended the invitation. With things having reached this point, Qin Feng felt he could hardly refuse, all right. Lin Qingyan's eyes brightened as she grabbed Lin Qinghe by the neck, attempting to lift her. However, Lin Qinghe clung tightly to her chair. No? Didn't you say to let Lao Feng take over at the beginning? Are you backing out? Come on, Lao Feng, you take over. Quietly vacating the spot, Qin Feng sat down and adjusted the settings slightly. By now, more players were entering the room. Initially, some had claimed they would mercilessly beat the Ice Fox Peach team, and new arrivals began to echo this sentiment. The situation was spiraling out of control. Feng Qingyun quickly typed, let us keep it friendly. Friendship first. If we lose tonight, we'll drink 3 cups. Just kidding. Some players are just here to mess around. Our standards are higher than that. Haha, indeed. We must trust the integrity of contemporary university students. Seeing Feng Qingyun relaxed, he knew that despite their playful banter, most players wouldn't stoop to such behavior. At this time, he was discussing strategies with Lin Qinghe and Taozi. Taozi, choose 22. When I unleash my ultimate, just go for the kill. I'll help freeze the opponents. All right. Taozi's voice had a slight, authoritative tone, having been adjusted somewhat. But Qin Feng paid it no mind. Just upgrade the distance and speed of your hook. No need to upgrade the second speed. I'm taking all rage. No need. With this setup, you can skip the injury to rage branch. I'll handle the pressure. What about me? Lin Qinghe pointed at herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Feng glanced at her. You just need to link us. Oh. The room quickly filled up. At the start of the game, Qin Feng adjusted the Ice Woman's talents, first selecting the Red Ultimate's Rage branch to reduce damage, then maxing out the Injury to Rage conversion branches. Following that, he unlocked the Energy branch beneath. This talent setup was quite challenging, as the hook was short and lacked speed, making it difficult to chase opponents. Moreover, executing combos with the hook was somewhat more complex, but for Qin Feng, it posed little difference. After adjusting the talents, the room soon filled. And after Feng Qingyun confirmed their readiness multiple times, the game commenced. The map was Long Indong Tian, and after selecting his character, Qin Feng promptly jumped to GD Chung. Let us take down the returning souls first. Qin Feng had no intention of running at the outset, upon entering the game. His spawn point was excellent, right in front of the staircase on the first floor. At that moment, he received a message from Lin Qinghe. I'm on the second floor. As Qin Feng used the hook to enter the Great Hall, he observed other players' positions. Noticing two players entering the main hall while another was near him, opening a blue pile. However, Qin Feng's luck seemed slightly lacking, as the golden pile revealed two ranged characters and a heap of gold. At this moment, Hu Wei was approaching with a broadsword and blue armor. Unfortunately, in the distance, Hu Wei's teammate, Yushan, was also en route. Glancing at another nearby gold pile, Qin Feng charged up to negate the opponent's hook's stiffness before opening the pile. What a treasure! A purple long staff appeared, which Qin Feng quickly stashed away. After creating distance with Hu Wei, he charged up again. Hu Wei instinctively swung his sword. But Qin Feng executed two quick strikes with a long staff, sending Hu Wei flying into the air and interrupting his recovery with a punch. Then unleashed a series of 3 strikes with the long staff, shattering Hu Wei's blue armor. Not rushing to pursue, Qin Feng picked up the white armor that he had opened alongside the purple staff and headed to support Taozi, who was now at half health and in a precarious position. Turning to the right of the dragon chair, he spotted Zhang Qiling and Hadi pursuing Taozi. At this moment, Taozi was gathering her strength to flee, and a line connected her to Qin Feng. I'm coming. White armor, white sword. Seeing Hutao's connection, the opponents showed no signs of retreat and attempted to forcefully eliminate her. At this moment, Qin Feng hooked on a Hadi and, upon reaching Taozi, severed the hook, executing a swift strike to disarm Zhang Qiling. However, Qin Feng was aware of that skill's mechanics and remained still after dodging. Seizing the opportunity, Taozi escaped and picked up a nearby white armor. Noticing that Zhang Qiling was ignoring him, he aimed to continue pursuing Taozi while Hadi closed in on Qin Feng. Observing Hadi's persistent approach, Qin Feng first retreated. Then as Hadi canceled his charge to approach, Qin Feng charged up, canceling just before reaching 10 to catch Hadi's sword strike. Hadi was clearly aiming to strike after charging, but he had a control release, and, as he was caught, he quickly fled. Abandoning the chase, Qin Feng turned to Zhang Qiling, who had just struck at Taozi. Thankfully, Lin Qingyan was guarding, and this strike didn't inflict much damage. The opponent attempted to chain their skills, but Qin Feng interrupted with a well-timed charge, shattering Zhang Qiling's armor with the purple long staff. Hadi yearned to provide support, yet he had already distanced himself from the fray, leaving one solitary teammate who had yet to make an appearance. At this moment, Qin Feng also advanced, and upon witnessing the 3 surrounding his ally, Hadi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The 72nd capture. Just then, the health bar of their teammate zipping in the lower right corner began to flicker incessantly, soon turning into a crimson soul tomb indicator. It was over. Hadi's heart raced, and then Zhang Qiling also succumbed to the soul tomb. He decisively turned to flee, while Qin Feng and the others attempted to pursue, but a distant team began to hook in. Yushan and Hu Wei, with a familiar lineup, were on the scene, while Hutao was still busy healing. Qin Feng took the initiative to charge forward, pressuring the 3 opponents, as Yushan and Hu Wei attempted to bypass him, with Hutao feeling the pressure and poised to strike. However, she was just a moment too early. Qin Feng had reached the precise charging point of his long staff, and without hesitation, he unleashed his attack. The Dinghai Needle, in its soaring style, struck Hutao, followed by a flurry of chaotic strikes. Once the series of chaotic strikes concluded, Qin Feng's ultimate ability was ready, showcasing the allure of 50 rage points. He had not even consumed a flower. Hutao quickly rose to give a line to Yushan, teleporting directly to him. Qin Feng turned to observe the side, where Hutao had just activated her ultimate. The shield she had just summoned had shattered, yet her ultimate was now in play, as the flower she had consumed had just blossomed. Activate the ultimate. As Qin Feng spoke, he simultaneously unleashed his ultimate. Although Hutao was slightly delayed in response, she ultimately activated her ultimate as well. The fox leaped into the sky, its ethereal 9 tails spreading forth. Aside from Yushan, who managed to evade due to his distance, both Hu Wei and Hutao fell victim to the attack. At that precise moment, Qin Feng's ultimate animation concluded, and in the brief instant when the fox's ultimate immobilized the foes, a frost zone descended beneath them, freezing 2 of them on the spot. Qin Feng approached and unleashed a left-click attack, landing 10 strikes upon Hutao's frozen form. The combination of the ice and the 10 strikes provided sufficient time for Lin Xinghe to react, and she too moved in to deliver a decisive blow. Hutao perished instantly, while Hu Wei suffered significant damage to his shield. In truth, at the very moment when the fox's ultimate and Qin Feng's ultimate were unleashed, exclamations of shock erupted from the opposing team. Damn. Ice Fox Tao. Yushan witnessed Qin Feng's team eliminating Hutao on the icy surface, desperately building up pressure from the sidelines. Yet, Qin Feng showed no concern for him. He had no intention of acknowledging Yushan, and even if Yushan were to unleash his ultimate at that moment, he would be frozen. If the opponents had been a tad more astute, they could have charged in to interrupt their build-up. Though they would be frozen, their teammates will be able to act immediately upon receiving damage, potentially giving them the opportunity to assist in dismantling the assault. This was a minor flaw of Ice Fox Tao, yet many lacked the awareness. Upon witnessing the frost wind, they merely felt compelled to endure the ensuing onslaught. However, after Qin Feng consumed the flower, he ensnared Yushan with a hook, while Yushan maneuvered around from the side of the frost wind in an attempt to assist. Hu Wei, under immense pressure, continued to charge and retreat. After tricking 2 with a 10-count feint, he was ultimately brought down by Lin Xinghe's consecutive strikes. Just as he prepared to execute his judgment, Yushan interrupted him, having significantly increased the range of his altered ability. The combined buildup of Qin Feng and Hutao was also disrupted. They briefly distanced themselves, but were soon pursued, and with both unable to break free, Yushan fell victim to Qin Feng's strike, eliminated in a flash. Hutao consumed the flower, and the trio prepared to chase, only to find hooks approaching from behind. It was none other than the team of Zhang Han, with Hadi having revived his comrades. They were in prime condition, and Qin Feng's ultimate was nearly ready. Merely engaging in a few exchanges, Qin Feng's ultimate was primed. Seizing the moment when Hutao unleashed her tail attack formation, Qin Feng activated his ultimate. Though he could not connect directly, Hutao and Lin Xinghe's build-up compelled the opposing Zhang Qiling and Hadi to execute their damage skills. Most crucially, Qin Feng adjusted the angle of his frost wind slightly upward. At the moment the damage skills were unleashed, Hadi had not ascended high enough when the frost wind swept across his form, and Zhang Qiling was likewise transformed into an ice sculpture, both absorbing a 10-count from a 3. Zipping's attack landed on Hadi, leaving Zhang Qiling in a precarious state. The shattered ice had not drifted far when Qin Feng swiftly approached to claim it, while Hadi was in poor condition, and Zipping had not yet entered the battlefield. 2 teammates were already on the brink. The ensuing chase was relentless. The 3 who had not received damage found themselves unable to escape, and ultimately, Zipping met her demise. Following her defeat, a series of question marks appeared in the current channel. This composition was indeed infuriating. The 3, fully rejuvenated, ventured to search the side hall, only to encounter Yushan and Hu Wei's team once more. This was the consequence of neglecting the fallen. Throughout the chaotic skirmish, many had been revived, and this team was no exception. Qin Feng, adorned in purple armor and wielding a purple staff, Lin Xinghe in blue armor with a purple judgment blade, and Hutao in purple armor with a blue longsword. Meanwhile, the opposing team boasted 2 in blue and 1 in white armor. The moment the battle commenced, Qin Feng executed a strike that triggered Yu Shan's damage skill, and as Lin Xinghe's judgment blade was deflected, the opponents prepared to retaliate, prompting Qin Feng to decisively unleash his ultimate. Hutao, having subtly gauged the timing of her ultimate, did not hesitate to activate it when she heard the call of the 6 harmonies and the vanishing trails. The 3 would-be focus targets all fell prey to the attack. What the heck? Wow! Exclamations of astonishment echoed from outside the headphones as the 3 were frozen. The 10-count buildup was unleashed directly. The freezing duration of Frost Wind was shorter than that of Flying Shadow Sword, and the 20 count was liable to be interrupted or even risked being met with a high-frame strike. Aside from Lin Qinghe, who lay incapacitated, Qin Feng, with his staff's right-click charge combined with Hutao's sword energy, swiftly diminished the three's health. At the moment the ice shattered, Yushan promptly activated his ultimate, and Hu Wei did the same, while Hutao retreated to tether her line to Yushan. Having previously fallen victim to Ice Fox Tao, Yushan was acutely aware of the dangers of being frozen. In his haste to activate his ultimate, Yushan was unaware that transforming would reset the immunity to freezing. And as he completed his transformation, he was encased in ice without even the opportunity for invincibility. Hutao was equally taken aback and hurriedly employed her protective shield. How was I frozen again? This was not Yushan's fault. In the realm of gaming, encounters with 3 Gu Qinghan were exceedingly rare, and many were unaware that the immunity to freezing would reset upon transformation. In truth, if Yushan were to deactivate his ultimate now, he would still face the risk of being frozen anew. Qin Feng had initially intended to eliminate Yushan directly, but was thwarted by Hutao's protective shield and had to abandon the thought. Keep an eye on Hutao. Do not concern yourself with me, Qin Feng hastily instructed before turning to flee. The opposing team currently had 2 ultimates ready, although he still possessed one. Without coordinating with the fox's ultimate, its efficacy would be diminished. Meanwhile, Hutao was still in a state where she could not gain rage. The opposing team's focus was indeed on Hutao. First, Yushan felled her, followed by Hu Wei, who leaped in with a claw strike. Lin Qinghe hurriedly employed her protective shield to alleviate the pressure on her. The 73rd capture. Seizing the moment to reclaim the sun, Yushan and the tiger engaged the diminutive foes with minimal pressure, aside from Qin Feng utilizing short dashes to evade some damage. Lin Qinghe and Hutao remained continuously under assault. Fortunately, Lin Qinghe activated her armor formation. The 3 basked in its radiance, maintaining a balanced state. The opponents recognized that eliminating foes within the armor formation was a formidable challenge. With inspiration striking, Yushan sought an opportunity to utilize his ultimate skill, aiming to lift Lin Qinghe. If successful, a sweeping dragon's tail in the center of the formation could disrupt the enemy's arrangement, facilitating follow-up strikes from the tiger for potential kills. However, Qin Feng had his own intentions. With the armor formation active, he could not overlook the opportunity to taint the formation, and the ultimate Frost Wind was simultaneously unleashed. At that moment, Yushan leaped in. The mixed elements of cold and the fierce north wind, accompanied by Gu Qinghan's commanding shout, a gust of frost surged forth. Although Yushan, Hu Wei, and Hutao had prepared to evade upon witnessing Qin Feng activate his ultimate, they found themselves near the armor formation, which shifted to an icy hue before erupting. All 3 were ensnared in ice, as Qin Feng and his allies prepared their charges. Qin Feng's objective is Yushan. The damage inflicted by the purple staff is relatively low among various weapons. However, their family possesses a long sword and a broadsword. The long sword sweeps through with its sword energy, causing substantial damage to Yushan and the tiger. Considering Yushan has only recently been summoned, he is not particularly robust, rendering him quite fragile. A single strike from the broadsword further diminishes Yushan's condition. Once the opposing trio regains their mobility, Hutao hesitates to maintain the armor formation, as Hu Wei's condition is also precarious. The armor formation is activated, yet Yushan, in his ultimate state, cannot benefit from its effects, leaving only Hu Wei to gain a slight advantage. However, Hu Wei's health is already critically low, and he frantically presses on when able. Hu Wei crouches low, the tiger's deep roar echoing as it lunges forward. Yushan seizes the opportunity to pursue, and the moment Lin Qingyan rises, he pulls the armor formation close, but only manages to restore a single unit of armor before being struck by Yushan. Yushan's face lights up with joy as the tiger arrives to deal additional damage. However, barely 5 seconds pass before the ice formation erupts once more, encasing Yushan and the tiger in ice. Lin Qinghe and Taozi rush in to inflict further damage, while Qin Feng, from a distance, prepares to unleash his powerful skill to strike Hu Wei, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by Hutao's timely attack from the side. Yet, Taozi's sword energy sweeps across, hitting both Yushan and Hu Wei, and Lin Qingyan's broadsword strike decisively eliminates Yushan. Hu Wei, severely weakened, hurriedly scurries towards Hutao. After Hutao knocks Qin Feng away, she swiftly retrieves the armor formation without picking up her weapon. Your souls are so fragile. As the two stand together, Taozi, without hesitation, unleashes her ultimate, catching both opponents off guard. The direst situation arises as both Hu Wei's and Taozi's skills are on cooldown. This wave leaves Taozi's spirit artifact guarded by 3 others, making her charm an inevitability. As the charm is about to activate, Qin Feng, having picked up the long staff, accurately channels his energy with the Tungyun technique to lift Hu Wei into the air, and both players easily obliterate him. Although Hutao had fled earlier, she had not activated her grappling hook and was ultimately caught by Taozi. Qin Feng and his companion arrive to secure the kill. Following this bout, a profound silence envelopes the area, and they earn the right to enter Wangwu to acquire the red longsword. After rummaging through the side hall, which had not been thoroughly searched by Yushan's team, they also unearth a piece of purple armor, ensuring that all 3 possess it. Their journey from the square to the front of Wangwu is marked by scavenging, gradually equipping themselves, and accumulating numerous soul orbs, albeit most of them lacking significant utility. At Wangwu's entrance, Qin Feng remarks, "Let us not rush. Let us see if the coffins below have been searched. If not, we shall investigate." The two nod in agreement and enter the underground space beneath the 4 statues through a side passage, conducting a brief search. But finding little of value, only a few meager blue piles, evidently previously scavenged by Zhang Haoyin. Emerging from the underground space, Qin Feng marks a consumption point. Upon arrival, only 15,000 high-level talismans remain. Their current finances are insufficient, necessitating the unlocking of slots first. The red longsword is taken by Qin Feng. Their composition does not require strong control weapons like staffs or long spears, but relies more on explosive weapons. The long sword, broadsword, and broad knife are more suitable for their arrangement. Qin Feng, prepared for battle, is surprised to find the opposing team enduring against their Ice Fox and Taozi formation. This revelation brings a slight sigh of relief. As they descend into the Yang realm, they successfully secure their position and confront a formation comprising Hutao, Wuchen, and the Fireman. The battle erupts, and the opposing team demonstrates skill with the Fireman, yet during aerial combat, Qin Feng manages to inflict a staggering amount of damage, staggering the Fireman significantly. It is well known that the longsword is considered a level 0 weapon, and as the Fireman rises, Qin Feng seizes the opportunity before Hutao can intervene, triggering an explosive counterattack. He leaps, unleashing a fireball in one fluid motion. But unfortunately, the fireball is dodged by Qin Feng. Upon landing, he makes a beeline for his teammates, intending to let them absorb the pressure momentarily while seeking an opportunity to heal. However, Qin Feng is determined not to grant him that chance. He approaches the opposing Hutao and Wuchen, noticing Taozi beside him, and decisively activates his ultimate. The moment he unleashes it, it serves as a signal to initiate the attack. Since the battle commenced, Taozi has been keeping a watchful eye on him. The fox leaps into the air, the illusory 9-tailed fox erupts, and Wuchen Hutao is caught in the ultimate, while only the Fireman narrowly evades. Both ultimates are frozen, and as they release their energy, a mistake occurs. Wuchen Hutao's ultimate activates simultaneously. Wuchen believes this is the 2-fox ultimate, which controls for only an instant. If he teleports away, Qin Feng and his team would be unable to pursue. However, Hutao thinks that since everyone's condition is poor, they cannot afford to be greedy with their ultimate. This leads to Hutao's armor formation remaining in place while the 3 are teleported away. After teleportation, Hutao hastily pulls the armor formation closer to restore their condition, while Qin Feng and his companions take their time to recover from the first wave of armor depletion. The Fireman, after replenishing his armor, charges in once more. After an intense exchange, the Fireman's overwhelming pressure forces Qin Feng and his team into a corner, dealing substantial damage to Taozi. Lin Qinghe is compelled to unleash his ultimate, and subsequently, after Qin Feng taints the formation, the situation drastically reverses. The opposing armor formation can no longer be relocated, and, as time runs out, the ice formation explodes, causing the opposing team's condition to plummet, prompting them to scatter. Qin Feng's target is the Fireman, and the 3 pursue relentlessly. Following an exchange, Lin Qinghe shifts the armor formation, and with the explosion of the ice formation, the Fireman succumbs under the pressure of their combined energy. In the 74th match against Mo Ying, Possessing Zhu Ke negates the need for prolonged observation. Essentially, as long as there are packages on the ground, entry is guaranteed, and engaging becomes a profit, as Zhu Ke thrives in chaotic battles, eager to consume every package from the opposition. In the Yang realm, both teams of Yang Su and Zhu Ke are on the lookout for opponents, and once combat ensues, chaos is inevitable. Qin Feng's team finds themselves in such a tumultuous situation, with 2 teams of Zhu Ke, 1 team of Yang Su, and a team of bystanders all present, leading to utter disorder. In this fray, the opposing team appears to have recognized the weakness of the Ice Fox and Taozi. The Fox, after utilizing its ultimate without securing kills, the Fox becomes exceptionally vulnerable, and its skills are primarily offensive, unable to withstand other secrets. Taozi's Fox falls swiftly, yet before its demise, it secures a kill, which cannot be deemed a loss. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qinghe also succumbs. The charm of chaotic battles lies in the unpredictability of 3-man teams. Here, even the mightiest individual cannot guarantee survival until the end. In the remaining moments, Qin Feng skillfully maneuvers through the chaos, executing 4 or 5 ultimates while prioritizing kills and subsequently scavenging. He meticulously surveys every golden package on the ground, except for a few distant ones, swiftly claiming those that have been eliminated. As the Zhu Ke state dwindles to just over 30 seconds, with another wave of powerful entrants, Qin Feng finds himself overwhelmed and is promptly eliminated. The 3 retreat to a slightly distant resurrection point, with Qin Feng having accumulated only 30 rage points for his ultimate, aiming to avoid being caught during resurrection. After navigating the chaos for some time, Qin Feng has become quite affluent, adorned in gold armor, wielding a golden broadsword and golden fistblade. His soul orbs reaching an unmanageable level, and his dark tide coins exceeding 20,000. With the dragon battle in the sky, coupled with the dragon entering the sea set, the longsword's divine skill Phoenix Feather, a lightning blade, and other valuable soul orbs, he is unable to pick up due to limited slots, having instead carried a complete set of Light Guardian's Perfect Jade. The Light Guardian's Perfect Jade is hailed as the premier support soul orb in 3-man teams. Even without a healer, a single use can yield 3 to 4,000 healing. After resurrection, Qin Feng allocates the Light Guardian's Perfect Jade and the Lightning Blade to Lin Qinghe, while the Dragon Battle in Sky set is given to Taozi. Following that, they restock at the Merchant, with Lin Qinghe converting the Golden Broadsword into a Lightning Blade. Although he initially intended to purchase talismans, they are sold out, prompting him to acquire several soul orbs instead. Currently, Qin Feng possesses the Phoenix Feather along with an attack soul orb, complemented by 4 damage reduction orbs, notably including a soul-draining orb. Qin Feng, occupying the pivotal position of number 1, bears the heaviest burden. With Hutao preoccupied with monitoring the Fox, he must mitigate damage to ensure that even in the event of his own missteps, he retains a margin for maneuver. The skill Zhanlong Zitian boasts remarkable mobility, enhancing the survival rate of Taozi while also delivering substantial damage, making it an audacious choice for offense. The control duration of Jiaolong Ruhai is sufficient to eliminate any adversary lacking a countermeasure. As Huiyang Jing descends, Qin Feng selects a rather secluded position, devoid of any intruders. Lin Qinghe instinctively glances at Mo Ying, realizing with certainty that it is indeed them. Prepare to meet your demise. Hutao will ensure your departure. Lin Qinghe mutters through clenched teeth. At this moment, Mo Ying and her companions are engaged in communication through their microphones. Hardy, seated beside Fang Qingyun, a bespectacled young man, presses a button to confirm. They are indeed the war gods. Gu Qinghan's damage is rather extraordinary, already achieving 8 kills with a total damage of 20,000. Fang Qingyun, taking advantage of the preparation time, casts a glance towards Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Dude, you're on a killing spree." Qin Feng simply smiles without uttering a word. The damage and kills largely stem from the recent chaos of Zhu Qiue's battle. Qingyun, how shall we proceed? I find their formation quite repulsive. Fang Qingyun, observing the countdown of 5 seconds, reassures, no worries, our composition counters theirs. With Qinji Box to draw them in for the first wave of ultimates, it will be straightforward. Mo Ying meticulously reviews the trio's battle records, suggesting, let us target the Fox. They're vulnerable to it. Agreed. As the battle is about to commence, Hardy ascends into the air to deploy the Qinji Box, while the others simultaneously launch their grappling hooks skyward. However, upon contact, Mo Ying is unexpectedly struck by Taozi using Zhang Long's Itian, forcing the box out of her grasp. The soul jade of Zhang Long's Itian extends beyond predicted distances, revealing Mo Ying's misjudgment. Fang Qingyun attempts to assist, but is intercepted by Lin Qinghe and Qin Feng, prompting Hardy to join in as well. Fang Qingyun first engages Lin Qinghe, landing 2 consecutive strikes on her pansure before retreating to assess whether she will emerge from it. Lin Qinghe, intent on executing her lei dao, manages to unleash it just as Fang Qingyun withdraws. Fang Qingyun's expression brightens, preparing to unleash Zhen Dao, only to be struck by Qin Feng's Bai Ji, rendering him momentarily immobile. Realizing the impending threat of lei dao, he swiftly activates his damage-absorbing skill to push both opponents away, while Hardy approaches, charging his attack. "Do-do-do-do. I'm Lena." Taozi's voice resonates with a hint of exuberance. The dual sabers charge forth, sparking with electricity as they collide with Hardy, who hastily activates his evasive maneuver to ascend, pointed in zipping. At this juncture, Qin Feng catches sight of Mo Ying descending from the heavens and decisively calls out, advancing with his long sword to seize her. Witnessing Qin Feng's approach, Taozi and Lin Qinghe, having been momentarily abandoned by her teammates, cast a skill before retreating. Fully aware of her role in supporting Zhang Qiling, Mo Ying realizes there is no need for her to engage Qin Feng directly. Qin Feng, sensing his teammates' peril, observes Lin Qinghe ensnared by Pan Shi, while Taozi revels in the joy bestowed by Zhang Long's Itian. Turning to charge his Huang Feiyu, he targets Fang Qingyun, who remains blissfully unaware of the impending assault. The red longsword releases 2 streams of sword energy, shattering defenses and catching him off guard. Lin Qinghe, sensing the opportunity, approaches with her Peng Shanzhan. Recognizing the adversary's weapon as a golden broadsword, she refrains from taking unnecessary risks and deploys her box. "My goodness!" Taozi exclaims, her amusement vanishing in an instant. As Qin Feng pivots, he witnesses Hardy striking her with his purple dual sabers, followed by a decisive slash from a broadsword. Lin Qinghe swiftly activates her protective skill, just as Mo Ying flanks from the side, seeking to capitalize on Taozi's vulnerability, while Fang Qingyun launches his grappling hook from above. Realizing he can no longer hold back, Qin Feng draws near and unleashes his ultimate. Lu Ha Xiao Tiao, Wan Jing Zong Mia, the Ice Maiden, channeling her power, manifests a blade of frost and unleashes a chilling gale. In that moment, Taozi scrambles, hastily activating her ultimate in response to Qin Feng's onslaught. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's ultimate activation, Hardy promptly releases his box. Mo Ying, caught off guard, suffers the brunt of the fox's ultimate, subsequently getting frozen by Qin Feng's frost gale, transforming her into a mere ice statue. The blade is ready to be drawn. Fang Qingyun decisively observes, recognizing the adversary's intent to eliminate Mo Ying. Taozi, substituting her blue dual sabers for Zhang Long's Itian, charges forward, while Lin Qinghe readies her Peng Shanzhan. In a pivotal moment, Fang Qingyun strikes into the icy gale, launching both foes away, but he too succumbs to the freeze. Yet, Qin Feng, wielding his longsword, maintains his distance while executing Huang Feiyu, allowing Mo Ying to soar away. As Qin Feng approaches Zhang Qiling, observing the rapid depletion of his freezing status, he seizes the moment to inflict damage just as the ice breaks, rendering him immobile. After striking once, Qin Feng swiftly maneuvers behind him, pushing him away from the frost and blocking Mo Ying and Hardy's path. Following this, he employs Sheng Long Go Su, sending them soaring into the air before charging his Huang Feiyu. At this juncture, Mo Ying's grappling hook arrives just in time, and she is acutely aware of her brief immunity to freezing. She maneuvers in, while Hardy takes a slightly circuitous route. However, as she approaches, Qin Feng's charged attack is unleashed, sending Fang Qingyun flying with the sword energy, while Lin Qinghe swiftly follows up with a right click, triggering Fang Qingyun's life-saving skill. Mo Ying, observing Qin Feng's combination of attacks in midair, wisely refrains from advancing further, knowing that Fang Qingyun's life-saving skill would not sustain him. Instead, she unleashes her ultimate in the air. Leaping to ensure that the ground-based attack cannot reach her, she targets the recently revived Taozi, dealing substantial damage and reducing her health to about a third. Lin Qinghe hastily activates her armor. Qin Feng pursues the downed Mo Ying, executing a long dash and employing his skill to catch her just as she attempts to recover. Hardy rushes in to disrupt Qin Feng's combination, but at that moment, Taozi's ultimate is ready. Observing Hardy and Mo Ying's positioning, she confidently leaps in to unleash her ultimate. Both are ensnared, prompting Qin Feng to seize the opportunity for more attacks. Lin Qinghe, noting that Qin Feng's health remains relatively stable, though with lingering doubts, instinctively redirects her armor. The outcome is explosive. The ice barrier detonates, freezing the three opponents in place, while Qin Feng, anticipating the moment, charges his attack, unleashing 20 sword energies upon Feng Qingyun. Despite damage mitigation, the residual effect from Lin Qinghe ensures a significant blow. Feng Qingyun collapses. How insidious! You aim for me? As Mo Ying and Hardy break free from their frozen state, Hardy's second ultimate is ready, and he ascends to deploy the second box. At this moment, Mo Ying finds herself besieged by a 3-on-1 situation. Although Hardy provides some assistance, she is forced to release the Qinji box. With Lin Qinghe's armor expiring, the trio suffers from diminished health. Gritting his teeth, Hardy realizes he still has his ultimate and a chance to turn the tide. He attempts to pursue Qin Feng, but Taozi's line of attack is established, and she directly links to Qin Feng, activating her protective skill as he approaches her with a 30 charge. Meanwhile, Taozi has already set her sights on Mo Ying. Don't run. Let us battle, she exclaims joyfully. Let me see. Hardy, resolute, seeks to capture Qin Feng, who has no desire to engage in direct confrontation. He dodges, anticipating Hardy's approach, successfully evading a strike. Amidst the struggle, Taozi and Lin Qinghe also reach Mo Ying, with Qin Feng arriving shortly after, pursued by Hardy, who charges his attack. As he strikes, Qin Feng activates his Jin Ba Ti state. The third ultimate is unleashed. Mo Ying is overwhelmed by Taozi's relentless assault, unable to evade and succumbing to the frost. With both charging their skills, the compromised Mo Ying meets her end, while Hardy can only watch helplessly as three formidable opponents unleash their fury upon his teammates amidst the icy winds. After a prolonged struggle with the Qinji Xia and his ultimate abilities, he found himself at a disadvantage, as Qin Feng and his companions wielded the brilliant Guanyu Wanbi, leaving him no chance for a comeback. Wow, your team composition is truly revolting, and so overpowered. The red longsword and golden broadsword, along with Guanyu Wanbi, are simply absurd. That phoenix feather almost cleaved me in two. Feng Qingyun, in his soul state, could not help but voice his disdain for such a distasteful lineup. His words rang true. This composition had been utilized by others in the past, yet it had never gained much traction until Hutao received continuous buffs, coupled with several adjustments to the Ice Maiden and crucial enhancements to talents and armor limits, transforming this setup into something formidable. The alterations to talents significantly accelerated the ultimate ability's cooldown, allowing nearly everyone to accumulate rage, aided by a pivotal talent, Jiang Xinwu, which enhanced rage conversion efficiency upon defeating enemies. The increase in armor meant that battles would extend longer, facilitating the casting of third and fourth ultimates. However, instead of encountering them, he stumbled upon two teams engaged in combat, one of which was familiar: Hu Weiyue, Shan Hutao, Han Lin, and Zhang Mufan. There was little to say. Under the auspices of the Qinglong's power, as long as his teammates did not stray alone, it would be a one-sided massacre. Against the Qinglong, there was no room for error, as even during normal engagements, one could be interrupted by lightning strikes, making it nearly impossible to execute any actions. Yushan was incensed, unleashing his ultimate, only for Qin Feng to respond with a frost wind. Their current prowess was vastly enhanced, adorned with luxurious gear, while Lin Qinghe prepared his Thunderblade, ready to enter the fray. Upon witnessing Yushan frozen, he decisively unleashed his Thunderblade, with Qin Feng's 20 phoenix feathers. The Thunderblade and Taozi's purple long sword-s sword chi, Yushan was left severely weakened in an instant. This scene felt eerily familiar. In a moment of daze, Yushan managed to strike Lin Qinghe, but this time, his dragon tail failed to connect, and he was swiftly dispatched by the combined sword chi of Qin Feng and Taozi. Curse it! Came a furious roar. It was them again. Run! The dragon is coming. Those on the distant mountains, initially intending to intervene, silently turned away upon seeing the Qinglong enter the fray, losing all desire to fight. Like monkeys scattering upon the fall of a tree, after eliminating Yushan, they continued their pursuit of Hutao, who had no chance of escape, as Hui directly sacrificed himself. The other team was also caught off guard, with a couple of members lagging behind, leading to Taozi ensnaring one with a hook. Qin Feng swiftly followed suit with his own hook. Upon reaching the Qinglong's epicenter, the two who might have engaged in a tactical dance were swiftly dispatched. Had they retained their ultimates, they could have continued fighting, but those had already been expended in the recent skirmish. As Taozi leaped forward with her ultimate, mesmerizing the two, they were utterly obliterated. The Qinglong's might in battle felt like a force of nature, especially near the epicenter where charging proved far more effective than before. Coupled with their extravagant equipment, the opposition could hardly withstand the onslaught. After dispatching the two, Qin Feng rifled through their belongings, acquiring the Qixing Duo Qiao, transforming his long sword into its ultimate form. With the addition of this precious soul jade, likened to a blood-sucking mercury, along with the 4 close-range resistances he possessed, he was well on his way to becoming a true ice tortoise. Very lucrative. Just follow my lead. With that, the trio resumed their chase of the last fleeing opponent. But only Taozi's hook was long enough, ultimately causing them to lose the target. The circle was converging towards the Songfeng tomb, a relatively open valley located at the foot of Wangshan Wu outside the GD city, adorned with numerous colossal stone swords jutting from the ground. Apart from the direction of GD city, the remaining paths were flanked by towering mountains. With over 40 seconds remaining for the Qinglong, the three continued their search. As Qin Feng passed by a patch of grass near Qi, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended. Qin Feng instinctively swung his sword, striking a Hutao clad in a tiger head hat, prompting the trio to converge upon him. Hutao hastily activated her armor formation. At that moment, a cold voice from above pierced the air. The Eye of the Yin God is locked onto you. Parachuting. Qin Feng's expression shifted. This terrain, with its several towering structures and flat landscape, was undoubtedly favored by Ning Hongye. Meanwhile, hooks flew in from the side, attempting to ensnare them. Qin Feng promptly maneuvered behind the ruins, but Taozi and Lin Xinghe were caught, with Hutao hiding in the grass alongside Ning Hongye's team. Hutao was merely bait. With arms outstretched, Ning Hongye descended from the sky, her Eye of the Yin God linking with Taozi and Lin Xinghe. Lin Xinghe hastily activated his ultimate, only to be rendered unconscious in place. After Ning Hongye's ultimate concluded, Qin Feng wasted no time as he emerged from the grass. The two had already endured a charged attack. He immediately unleashed frost wind beneath their feet. Ning Hongye was frozen before she could deal additional damage, while Hutao narrowly dodged but was caught in the subsequent ice explosion. The remaining ally, as崔三娘, was charging her long sword to unleash sword chi. Fortunately, Lin Xinghe had activated his ultimate, keeping their condition relatively stable. Qin Feng struck Ning Hongye with a phoenix feather, awakening her from her stupor. Before she could land, she was pierced by the Qixing Duo Qiao, with numerous sword-wielding phantoms erupting forth, immobilizing Ning Hongye for several critical seconds. Frost wind nullified Ning Hongye's ultimate, and as the Qinglong's epicenter began to exert its influence, the trio launched their counterattack as soon as Lin Xinghe regained mobility. As San Yang appeared to be without her ultimate, proving utterly defenseless against the onslaught. As the Qinglong's reign approached its conclusion, all three adversaries were vanquished. Just as they prepared to loot their fallen foes, hooks descended from the sky. It was another team. Qin Feng assessed the conditions of his teammates, both at half health and a fraction of armor, while he himself maintained half armor. As long as Lin Xinghe could manage Guanyu Wanbi, his survival seemed assured. Draw back and heal, do not mind me. With that, Qin Feng charged towards the trio approaching via hooks, only to realize that they were Mo Ying and her companions. The duration of Yang Su was 4 minutes and 30 seconds, while the Qinglong's duration lasted only 3 minutes. It appeared they had meticulously timed their assault against the Qinglong. A wave of unease washed over Qin Feng as he charged, scanning for any additional foes nearby. However, the Qinglong's might had dispersed most in the vicinity. Observing Qin Feng's approach, Fang Qingyun remained unfazed, noting that the states of the opposing Renard and Hutao were less than optimal. With Hutao still recovering from the previous conflict, they merely needed to eliminate Qin Feng swiftly. The trio closed in, and Qin Feng, gauging the distance, unleashed his sword chi, striking Fang Qingyun midair. Good heavens, that hurts! In an instant, over half of his armor dissipated, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, undeterred, he charged forward, aware that healing now could easily grant Qin Feng a moment to breathe. Mo Ying sent 3 comrades to engage Qin Feng in melee, while Hadi prepared to strike. Observing the situation, Qin Feng steadied himself and unleashed his sword chi into the air, triggering Hati's response. Crack! Bang! A single shot from a bird gun and an arrow struck, shattering 1/3 of Qin Feng's armor. Fearing further accumulation of power, he swiftly prepared to execute a wall strike. At that moment, Fang Qingyun executed a precise hook, pulling him down. As Qin Feng rose, he retaliated with a strike, landing a hit on Fang Qingyun once more. Seeing this, Fang Qingyun activated his ultimate ability. He was unaware of the specifics of Qin Feng's ultimate, but at present, Lin Qingyan and Taozi had certainly not yet transitioned. The chaos of battle commenced. Suddenly, a volley of explosive arrows rained down upon the battlefield, signaling the arrival of more adversaries. Pull back, pull back. Look for an opportunity to eliminate Guangyou's complete defense. Qin Feng's heart sank. During his charge, he was struck by a cleaver from behind, leaving his armor with barely a shred remaining. Qin Feng initiated a recovery of some armor, while Fang Qingyun relentlessly pursued Taozi. Qin Feng approached and unleashed his ultimate ability to alleviate their pressure, but in the distance, more explosive arrows were incoming. Soon after, artillery began bombarding the battlefield incessantly, plunging the situation into utter chaos. Taozi was battered by the explosive arrows, and Lin Qinghe hurriedly attempted to administer aid, yet it was in vain. She was felled by Fang Qingyun's blade. Fang Qingyun's weapon was undoubtedly of high caliber, and his attacks were formidable. Taozi had fallen, but on the opposing side, Mo Ying was also struggling. After utilizing the Qianji box, her armor lay in tatters. Observing her trying to heal, the enemy team perceived her as a breakthrough point and decisively charged into the melee. The battlefield erupted into confusion, with no Qing Long to clear the field. The intensity of the fight was palpable. Indeed, the reality mirrored this. While Lin Qinghe was administering aid, she too fell swiftly. Fang Qingyun engaged with the advancing enemy team, while Qin Feng sought an opportunity to retreat, fully restoring his state before aiding the nearly fallen Taozi. However, another group continued to harass him, forcing him to settle for a more concealed position with Lin Qinghe. Yet at this moment, the artillery team had shifted their focus, launching a hook to pursue Qin Feng. This group relentlessly pursued him, causing Qin Feng to expend several of his red, long sword's durability. In a state of desperation, Qin Feng activated his ultimate, hurling a frost wind toward Fang Qingyun and his companions, and then retreated in that direction. As Qin Feng led this group away, Fang Qingyun and his allies felt overwhelmed. Qin Feng transformed into an ice sculpture, making it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to guard nearby in the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng managed to retreat. Yet at that moment, Taozi's soul tomb energy was entirely depleted, resulting in her complete demise. When Qin Feng attempted to assist Lin Qinghe, a rogue unexpectedly emerged, pursuing him relentlessly. Qin Feng bore the red long sword's phoenix feather and was recognized as the battle god of this match. Currently, his state was not optimal, with only a third of his armor remaining and just over half of his health. Such a prime target would not be overlooked by his adversaries. Each charge was accompanied by a cacophony of weapon degradation sounds that grated on Qin Feng's ears, and inevitably, some opponents spotted him and decisively advanced. Qin Feng, unyielding, unleashed a sword energy attack, vanquishing his foe instantly. He regained some health through the flowers and managed to escape, taking refuge behind a wall to repair his weapon. Qin Feng replenished his state. Only 5 opponents remained in the top left corner. Fully restored, Qin Feng emerged from the ruins, and the situation seemed to stand at a precarious 2-1-1. The 3 lone wolves included Qin Feng, Fang Qingyun, and the tiger, while the duo consisted of Cui, Sanyang, and Hati. At this juncture, Fang Qingyun and the tiger coordinated effectively to engage the 2-man team. After Qin Feng emerged from cover, he unleashed 2 sword energies from his hook, slaying Cui Sanyang and simultaneously shattering Hui's armor. The remaining Hati was easily dispatched by Fang Qingyun, clarifying the situation. While the tiger was healing, Qin Feng initially intended to pursue, but at that moment, Fang Qingyun gestured with his blade. One-on-one, Qin Feng halted his pursuit and signaled back with his own blade. The two distanced themselves to charge, both wisely refraining from launching attacks. As Fang Qingyun attempted to test the waters, Qin Feng did not indulge him, unleashing a 10 attack directly. Fang Qingyun soared into the air, only to be struck by the Qixing duo Qiao, and upon landing, Qin Feng capitalized on a moment with a right-click attack to inflict a stagger. As he prepared to seize the opportunity to catch Qin Feng as he stood, it appeared that Qin Feng had briefly laid on the ground before rising. To Feng Qingyun's astonishment, he discovered that Qin Feng's right-click attack on the down Qin Feng had failed to produce a stagger, and he managed to escape with a short dash. What on earth? Feng Qingyun's composure began to waver. Qin Feng successfully evaded capture, and the tension shifted to Feng Qingyun's side. Damn it, is this how it goes? Feng Qingyun exclaimed, subsequently suffering a 10, followed by the Qixing duo Qiao. Once the Qixing triggered, Qin Feng followed up with a right click, rendering Feng Qingyun completely immobile, and he was launched into the air, receiving a full combo that led to his demise. Qin Feng consumed flowers to heal, and as the remaining observers, including the tiger, awaited his completion, they exchanged gestures with their blades. Initially, Hu Wei, witnessing Qin Feng unleash 2 consecutive 10 attacks, attempted to initiate a counter, only to be met with Qin Feng canceling his charge and causing him to stagger. A Dragon Ascent combo of sword energy followed, and Qin Feng executed a dash to apply pressure. As anticipated, the tiger immediately succumbed. Qin Feng maintained his pressure, performing a Dragon Ascent sword energy combo paired with the Qixing duo Qiao, continuing to follow up with a stagger into another Dragon Ascent. The terrain at the location of the Feng zone was relatively flat, and Qin Feng deliberately maneuvered him towards the flatter or slightly downhill terrain. After executing the Qixing duo Qiao, he seamlessly transitioned into another Dragon Ascent. Hu Wei, desperately mashing the dodge key, found himself utterly immobilized, regretting underestimating Qin Feng's prowess. He had initially believed that Qin Feng would engage him with restrained martial virtue. Yet this opponent's relentless combo was utterly overwhelming. Why can't I move? A wail echoed from the opposing side as the tiger collapsed. After the game concluded, the scoreboard displayed Qin Feng's impressive 13 kills and 4-5-1-1-0 damage, leaving Feng Qingyun and the others in stunned silence. Not a chance. What is this? Feng Qingyun, perplexed, leaned in to scrutinize Qin Feng. You can play a main character like Hati, but you manage this damage with a level 3 ice woman? What's going on? Qin Feng, with a clear gaze, appeared somewhat bewildered. I executed a full combo with my red longsword. No way. Feng Qingyun, somewhat frantic, tugged at his hair. This is a bit excessive. Goodness. This ice fox Hutao is outrageous. Did she bring the explosion to our esports club? At that moment, Han Lin from the opposing team lamented, having been repeatedly caught by this ice fox Hutao throughout the match. The mere sight of an ice woman now sent chills down his spine. The majestic aura of General Yu had vanished. Each time before activating his ultimate, he now had to scan the vicinity for ice women. He was utterly terrified of being eliminated in an instant. Although he had faced elimination before, the frequency and manner in which it occurred this time were simply staggering. It felt as though he hardly had a chance to react. Moreover, his teammates were right beside him assisting. In the past, he had faced elimination while being watched by a crowd or while isolated against multiple foes. Yet now, Han Lin's confidence was shattered. Even while engaging in ranked matches like Zhuangri Xiaoluo, he had never felt such overwhelming frustration. Next to him, Zhang Mufan remained silent, having been caught multiple times, and any normal person would feel their composure begin to fray. Each time the battle commenced, it seemed as though nothing occurred, yet the opponents would explode into chaos, with the dead and the fleeing scattered everywhere. A few players in the esports club were using laptops, having faced considerable annoyance during the ruckus, and once the game concluded, many began to analyze the match. That Gu Qinghan was too sly, luring us toward another team while he fled. I pursued him for miles, only to be caught by his sword energy's Qixing duo Qiao. We experienced the same. Just as we were gaining ground, we inexplicably engaged with another team. As they listened to the discussions, Feng Qingyun and Mo Ying and their third teammate leaned in, their gazes landing on Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was quietly preparing to vacate his position, allowing Lin Qingyun to take a seat. Feng Qingyun narrowed his eyes. "What are you up to?" Qin Feng's hand, resting on the armrest of the chair, froze momentarily in a half-risen position. After a brief cough, he replied, "Just going to the restroom." "So you're running off after finishing the fight?" Mo Ying's eyes glinted with a hint of danger. Qin Feng spread his hands and said, "Wasn't it you who urged me to play?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyun and the others felt an overwhelming desire to slap themselves. Hadn't they just invited trouble? Despite their reluctance, Lin Qingyan wore a cheerful smile, showing no intention of stepping into the fray. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng realized they were intent on forcing his hand. As the third round was about to commence, the voices in the room criticizing Qin Feng and the Ice Fox Peach formation grew louder. Some even secretly contemplated joining the Ice Fox Peach themselves. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, after the previous match, even the most virtuous among them would likely not let the Ice Fox Peach formation slip away so easily. Thus, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Feng's mind, and he typed in the team channel, "Can you play the Zhonghaian formation?" Lin Qinghe subtly glanced at Mo Ying, who was discussing tactics with Fang Qingyun, and quietly typed back, "I'm not very skilled. Peach can play in Jiping, but I can't manage Hottie." Qin Feng swiftly replied, "It's fine. You could just play Hutao and take the line with 2 additional attack." A dangerous glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Using the dual-skin Zhang Qiling wasn't out of the question, though it would lack the mobility of the Zhonghaian formation. Yet, the output pressure would entirely rest upon Zhang Qiling's shoulders. However, this was not a significant issue. Qin Feng was confident he could withstand that output pressure. At that moment, no fewer than 4 teams in the game room were preparing to seize the opportunity to challenge Qin Feng's Ice Fox Peach formation, with some even threatening to send him to GD City, where he would find no favorable outcome. Qin Feng smiled devilishly. Ice Fox Peach? They could search for it at their leisure. This time, he intended to play the 3 body people. The game commenced swiftly, still in Longyin Cave. As the loading screen appeared, Mo Ying glanced boredly beside her, and her gaze suddenly sharpened. "What? Why aren't you playing Ice Fox Peach anymore?" Cutting Feng. "We're not fools." Lin Qinghe huffed lightly. Now that their formation had been recognized, they should challenge them at Zifu Palace for the Inner Dan. Just wait. Mo Ying gritted her teeth, and shortly after the game began, an announcement flashed across the screen. "The Wangwu teleportation portal has opened. Players Xiao Xiaonai Cha, Bobo Uni, and Taoji Yao Yao have qualified to enter Wangwu." Mo Ying, who was rushing from Wangshan Wu to Zifu Palace, turned around, her confusion evident. "What happened to Zifu Palace?" "I don't know," Lin Qinghe echoed, equally bewildered, as if she had not just boasted about a showdown at Zifu Palace. Qin Feng, wielding 3 ice maidens, could cut through with ease, and after switching to the current version's 3 body people formation with Yin Jiping and Zhang Qiling, he became unstoppable. Unlike Zhonghaian, the dual-skin formation required high-quality weapons to support skill damage. Those confident in their abilities could leap to GD City or other special areas. Victories in such locations would guarantee red long swords or gold weapons, significantly boosting damage for those reliant on weapon damage, lessening their dependence on Soul Jade. This was precisely the strategy Qin Feng had in mind. He prepared for potential failure right from the start. However, Peach's Yin Jiping surprised him. In the chaotic skirmish upon landing, she played even better than the fox. Qin Feng noted her agility and, upon inquiry, learned that her past was filled with blood and tears. Before playing in the Eternal Motion, she had been a new player of Qin Yuhan, and, subsequently, her experience with Eternal Motion naturally fostered a fondness for the hero Yin Jiping. Moreover, as a healer, it was a character that girls typically enjoyed. But once the fighting began, she became the primary target, often drawing the attention of opponents like the ultimate Fire Male or the ultimate Ji Yingying. Even the transformed Yu Shan with his ultimate Tiger. Facing these empowered foes, Yin Jiping had no means of resistance. Her agility was honed from being repeatedly targeted. While she had not realized it while playing the fox, the change to Yin Jiping revealed her true prowess. Qin Feng pondered and understood that the 2 heroes, the fox and Yin Jiping, operated under entirely different strategies. The fox sought opportunities to initiate and immobilize foes, thriving in offensive roles. In contrast, Yin Jiping, as a third position, bore the responsibility of tearing down defenses and healing while lacking the ability to absorb damage or wield supportive ultimates. Thus, preserving her own safety became paramount. An exceptional third position dramatically enhances the performance of the first position. As for Lin Qinghe, her Hutao needed no introduction. Her skills were exceptional and reliable, appearing whenever Qin Feng required assistance, surpassing many others in strength. With both healers competent, it was nearly impossible for Qin Feng to falter. The moment he landed and activated Invincible against thousands, the battlefield transformed into a total slaughter. Just how exaggerated was the red long, sword-bearing 4 layers of Invincible against thousands as it emerged from GD City with the dual-skinned Zhang Qiling? The first wave of hooks soared into the sky. Qin Feng instructed Lin Qinghe to link with him, then hooked upward. As he witnessed Hadi canceling his ultimate with the Qinji box, he immediately unleashed his own, the red long sword, with full attack power, for layers of invincible against thousands. Combined with the 20 attack from Hutao's line, sent Qin Feng's damage soaring to an astonishing level. When his blade struck Mo Ying, her blue armor nearly vanished, prompting her to hastily deploy the Qinji box. She dared not glide, but activated her ultimate to descend, knowing that in midair, she could not evade Zhang Qiling's ultimate. She could not afford to rely on Qin Feng missing his strike. Fang Qingyun, open up, open up. His damage was phenomenal. Mo Ying's voice carried a hint of urgency. Originally a mirrored formation, the opposing side had sacrificed Hadi's mobility for Hu Tao's attack line. Without a doubt, they would be crushed in direct confrontation. Qin Feng had not anticipated Mo Ying's swift reaction as she landed, attempting a short dash to evade his follow-up strike, while Fang Qingyun also activated his ultimate. However, in the duel against Zhang Qiling, he still fell short. Before he could strike, Qin Feng sent him flying at maximum range with a precise slash. And his second blow triggered Fang Qingyun's control break technique, leaving him suppressed after he regained his footing. Lin Qinghe was overwhelmed, as Hu Tao's line required maintaining distance. She had to constantly monitor her proximity to Qin Feng to sustain the line. The only opponent she could match, Fang Qingyun, was being relentlessly pursued by Qin Feng, leaving no room for unexpected outcomes. Under Qin Feng's terrifying damage, Yin Jiping's ultimate was rendered ineffective. Hadi couldn't contend with Qin Feng, and Mo Ying was powerless to intervene, forced to chase Lin Qinghe and Peach. Yet, the two moved as fluidly as mountain dogs. While watching a livestream, Lin Qinghe had learned Qin Feng's short dash technique, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone without skills to catch her, all while remaining wary of the imminent threat posed by Qin Feng. Fang Qingyun, unable to withstand the pressure, was compelled to use the Qinji box, and in that instant, Mo Ying fell victim. Qin Feng was simply too formidable. Perhaps he was fragile, a glass cannon. But in the absence of any constraints, his terrifying damage soared. Before Fang Qingyun had even descended, Mo Ying was already down to half health. Desperately, he charged up an aerial strike to send Qin Feng flying. But before he could connect, Qin Feng pushed him away with a swift strike, and upon regaining his footing, he resembled a rabid dog, relentlessly pursuing Mo Ying. During this time, Peach activated her ultimate for him, and before his life-saving shield could even trigger, he dispatched Mo Ying. Turning around, with a third of the ultimate's duration remaining, Qin Feng set his sights on Fang Qingyun. Don't come near. Fang Qingyun stared in terror as he felt like a toy under Qin Feng's relentless assault, while Hadi experienced a profound sense of humiliation for throughout this encounter. Zhang Qiling had not even glanced at him. The Qingqing treasure vault had been opened. Not long after, another line of notifications appeared. Fang Qingyun was left utterly bewildered. Who opened it? Mo Ying could only smile wryly. It was over. Currently, Qin Feng's formation was incredibly powerful, yet bore weaknesses. It fared well in straightforward confrontations, but struggled in drawn-out battles and chaotic skirmishes. However, now that his rage was surging, Qin Feng could unleash his ultimate without reservation. And with his damage output, eliminating two opponents within the duration of his ultimate was hardly an insurmountable challenge. Consuming two flowers would further expedite the arrival of his second ultimate. Originally, the strategy against Qin Feng's current composition was to simply draw out his ultimate ability and then devise a way to eliminate him. However, once the fight commenced, aside from Sha Nan and a few others, who could truly contend with him, upon observing this, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. All the elements of fortune, timing, and teamwork were in his favor. He felt confident that with his defenses and health fully charged, survival was all that mattered. In this version, Zhang Qiling had no natural adversaries. With boundless rage and no need to conserve his ultimate, he could cleave through the battlefield from the Bai Chao Yuan to the Sanwei Shu Wu with ease. And indeed, he executed this plan flawlessly. Upon emerging from the Yangjing realm, gasps erupted from the opposing team. Wow, what madness! What kind of combination is this? They exclaimed. What on earth is this 8 damage? Even when Hutao activated her shield, the health she regained was insufficient to withstand Qin Feng's relentless assault. It was a sheer massacre orchestrated by Zhang Qiling. Of course, such exhilaration was built upon the anguish of others. Qin Feng reveled in his triumph while his opponents suffered, and Lin Qing, he found herself utterly exhausted. Qin Feng resembled a wild, untamed beast, impossible to restrain. Several times, the tether nearly snapped, forcing her to expend her resources. Yet, the moment she increased her attack by 40 with a single strike, it was sufficient to sever the opponent's life force. Throughout the match, she trailed Qin Feng, desperately seeking his position, yet when it came time to engage, she could only rely on her legs, as the grappling hook was not an option. As he cleaved through foes effortlessly, Qin Feng faced no opposition. While Taozi and Lin Qing, he struggled to break 10,000 damage. He had already surpassed 30,000. Such unreasonable slaughter led to a rapid decline in player numbers, with the battlefield remaining largely unchanged, resulting in a considerable reduction in chaos. After entering, several seconds passed before anyone else joined, and it turned out to be a surprise attack led by Ning Hongye and Hu Wei with an unassuming strategy. Qin Feng immediately recognized their intention to play dirty. Qing He, Taozi, you two distract them and draw out Hu Wei and Ning Hongye's ultimate. I'll handle the rest. He knew they could not unleash their ultimates first. Otherwise, with the tiger's cover, Ning Hongye would unleash her own ultimate, leading to an instant demise for Qin Feng. Lin Qing He, frustrated, thought, can't you speak normally? Despite her complaints, Hutao took the initiative to strike first. Taozi cooperated seamlessly, directly grappling Hu Wei. Upon seeing the two approaching, Hu Wei decisively activated his ultimate. The trio trapped the two, while Ning Hongye followed up with her, Shinji Yen. Lin Qing He quickly tethered her line to Qin Feng, activating her shield, while Taozi also unleashed her ultimate. The opposing trio, witnessing two players incapacitated within shield, rushed in with excitement, only to be met with a swift counterattack, their health plummeting rapidly. With a straightforward 3-hit combo, Wu Chun narrowly evaded a hit, while Hu Wei utilized the impact to escape. Unfortunately for Ning Hongye, she was not so fortunate, falling to the ground in a critical state. What on earth is happening? Hu Wei exclaimed, still clinging to the pillar, when he noticed Ning Hongye's precarious health. Wu Chun promptly activated his ultimate to teleport the two away. Within the esports community, there were sporadic cries of despair. Fang Qingyun and his companions attempted to evade, but were ultimately targeted by Lin Qing, his relentless pursuit. We simply cannot win, Fang Qingyun lamented. They had devised a countermeasure, waiting for Qin Feng to unleash his ultimate to immediately retaliate. However, Qin Feng and Taozi were faster than they could anticipate, leaving Lin Qing He behind, who simply used her tether to escape. After Qin Feng unleashed his ultimate, his team seemed to vanish from the map. By the time they regrouped, his ultimate was already on cooldown. Spare me, Fang Qingyun cried in despair as two members of his team fell, with only Hati managing to escape successfully. Yet, it mattered little. Qin Feng's pace was too swift, and with his rage at its peak. The only weak point in their composition, the chaotic skirmishes, only erupted twice, and that was during their Zhuke and Qinglong phases. Despite being a chaos-driven composition, it was as if Qin Feng had meticulously orchestrated their downfall. His performance mirrored that of a rabid dog, attacking anyone in sight, yet upon encountering a wave of opponents, he turned timid, directing Taozi and Lin Qing He to engage. The two charged in, while Hu Wei could not help but activate his ultimate, waiting for Qin Feng to collect the spoils. With the once formidable wave of opponents vanquished, the remaining disarrayed composition stood no chance. When the game concluded with Qin Feng boasting an astounding 60,000 damage and 23 kills, Fang Qingyun slumped in his chair, muttering to himself, "How foolish I have been." Witnessing the usually optimistic Fang Qingyun in such a state, Mo inconsoled him. "It's beyond our control. Our luck was simply too favorable this time." Unmatched, and with rage at its peak, Mo sighed, acknowledging that these words could still be leveraged for strategy. Yet Qin Feng had utilized his advantages to the fullest, clearing opponents swiftly and without hesitation, resulting in minimal chaotic encounters throughout the match, effectively concealing the composition's deficiencies. Other teams remained oblivious to the presence of such an exaggerated composition, while those who were aware were relentlessly pursued. Had other teams been informed or more astute, they might have hidden to await the chaos. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have found it challenging, as this composition faltered in disarray. The glass cannon nature of Qin Feng left little room for error. Hutao still operated within an offensive framework, and with the dual-layer defense being inadequate for retreating from battle, Alas, all of this had been anticipated by Qin Feng in advance. This exemplified the deeper layers of strategy within the game, Eternal Motion. What a thoroughly exhilarating battle, a testament to my effort and sweat. Qin Feng stretched, relishing the satisfaction of his conquest. No, all I see are numbers. Lin Qing, he replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Feeling utterly drained after trailing Qin Feng throughout the match. Ridiculous. Just ask them if my strikes were accurate. Qin Feng laughed, while Fang Qingyun, with a pained expression, lamented. This is truly tormenting. Zhang Qiling is unbeatable in internal combat. At that moment, he even questioned whether he was playing as the formidable Zhang Qiling or merely as the defenseless Hutao, helplessly spun around by Qin Feng. Brother, your control is lacking. Qin Feng remarked, shaking his head. The internal combat of Zhang Qiling is akin to Hati's struggle against birds. It all hinges on distance. Fang Qingyun pondered this, recognizing that during each encounter, Qin Feng would strike from an angle he believed was unreachable. Yet he would execute a precise strike from a seemingly impossible distance. The uncharged slashes were also impeccably timed. Fang Qingyun realized this was crucial. Lesson learned, he exclaimed. I think I'll sit this one out. Qin Feng chuckled. You all can carry on without me. At this point, no one dared to invite him again. It would be akin to seeking punishment. Ice Fox and Taozi had some means of counterplay. Yet against Zhang Qiling, they were truly at a loss. After substituting Lin Qingyin, the Little Bear Milk Tea team saw a significant drop in strength. They resumed playing as Ice Fox and Taozi, barely managing to reach the final circle before succumbing amidst the chaos. Fang Qingyun vented his frustrations by engaging in a fierce battle against Han Lin's team, culminating in a thrilling showdown in the final circle. However, with the strength disparity being minimal, the prowess of the Zhang Hain composition was laid bare. While Han Lin's Yushan Tiger team lacked synergy and relied solely on individual skill, ultimately leading to their defeat. The group continued their matches until the late afternoon, with numerous skilled players showcasing their abilities. By this time, Qin Feng had grown weary and settled down to watch. The classroom buzzed with excitement, filled with gasps and lively exchanges. Zhang Jing, having just finished a match, sat beside Qin Feng, exclaiming, I truly can't compete. This crew from Jida is fierce. Aside from Fang Qingyun and his companions, there were many talented players on the Jida campus. Zhang Jing's own skill was put to the test, especially since he was borrowing someone else's notebook to play. However, the number of female players engaging in Eternal Motion at Jida was astonishing, far exceeding that of their own campus. The group nodded slightly and exited the classroom. Shortly thereafter, as the final match concluded, Fang Qingyun and Han Lin rose, chatting and laughing, having faced off in several rounds, each side claiming victories, though only Fang Qingyun and his team knew whether any of it was orchestrated. From the smiles adorning their faces, it was evident that both parties were quite content. Unexpectedly, the two made their way over first. Lao Feng, are you planning to escape? Lin Qingyan cast a suspicious glance at Qin Feng, who was rising from his seat. A gathering. Lin Qinghe's eyes sparkled. They were preparing to dine together at a hotel nearby. Aren't you coming? Oh, spare me. You were so chatty during the live stream. Exactly. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. But that live stream was through the internet, and besides, I'm not a member of the esports club, so I'd rather not join the fray. Meanwhile, Fang Qingyun and others had finished their gaming session and were ready to leave. Upon noticing that her two sisters were missing, Mo Ying immediately sought them out. Qingyan, Qinghe, it's time to go. The two, realizing they could not invite Qin Feng, had to reluctantly give up. At that moment, Zhang Mufan, who had been quietly sitting beside Fang Qingyun and Han Lin, inadvertently spotted Qin Feng as he was about to leave. Qin Xiao, he called out loudly, attracting the attention of several nearby individuals. What began as a casual gaming session had unexpectedly led to an encounter with Qin Feng. Zhang Mufan felt a surge of excitement. This was a rare opportunity to draw closer to the Qin family. Having overlooked Qin Feng's presence during the game, he now recognized that Qin Feng was indeed interested in gaming. Knowing this would allow him to cater to Qin Feng's interests. Lin Qingyan and her sister exchanged puzzled glances at Zhang Mufan. Their only knowledge of him was that he was one of the affluent second-generation students from the Nan University Esports Club, with little else known about him. What's going on? Han Lin asked, puzzled. Do you know him? Zhang Mufan slightly nodded and swiftly approached. At that moment, Qin Feng, who was in the midst of exchanging WeChat contacts with Lin Qingyan and her sister, looked up and felt a slight headache upon seeing Zhang Mufan. Why was Zhang Mufan exhibiting such excessive enthusiasm? However, this enthusiasm might stem from his background, as it was clear he was aware of the Qin family. Qin Feng was not particularly adept at navigating such social situations and could only respond stiffly to Zhang Mufan's warm demeanor. What a coincidence, Qin Xiao. Zhang Mufan smiled. You came without a word. I'm quite familiar with this area. Care to join me for a bite? No. Qin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Throughout his life, he had rarely engaged with others and was a complete introvert. Now, his palms were beginning to sweat. The main concern was that Zhang Mufan was quite well known in this school, and many people were watching. Noticing Qin Feng's apparent reluctance, Zhang Mufan refrained from further invitations and simply smiled regretfully. All right then, let's add each other on WeChat. We can hang out next time. Sure. With the conversation reaching that point, Qin Feng found it difficult to decline and quickly scanned his contact. Zhang Mufan, being tactful, said his goodbyes after adding each other, while Lin Qingyan and her sister looked at Qin Feng with a hint of curiosity. Wow, Qin Xiao! Lin Qingyan exclaimed with a smile. Lin Qinghe's eyes sparkled. You are not the local tyrant of Nan University. The two nodded, somewhat regretful, before parting ways in the classroom. Some took taxis, while others drove. Lin Qingyan and her sister rode with Mo Ying, who came in a Porsche Cayenne, indicating her well-off family background. The three girls attracted considerable attention as they got into the car, but Mo Ying paid no mind to it, as such cars were quite common in Hangzhou, and there were many discreet, wealthy students at Zhejiang University. If not for the distance from her home to the school, she wouldn't have driven. On the other hand, Zhang Mufan was evidently excited. Once in the car, he hardly acknowledged Wang Xiyu and instead opened Qin Feng's WeChat to see if he could glean more about his interest from his moments. Wang Xiyu sighed at this sight, noting how rarely he acted this way. From a side glance at Zhang Mufan's phone, she discovered that there was little of substance in Qin Feng's moments and remarked, That Qin Xiao seems to be from our neighboring class. As expected, Zhang Mufan's interest was piqued. He's from Nan University? Yes, Wang Xiyu nodded. If she weren't intimidated by Qin Feng, she wouldn't have given up on Lin Xing, a quality backup. Have you learned anything about him? What is Qin Xiao usually like? Zhang Mufan was eager to cater to his interests and hoped to strengthen their relationship. Having observed the camaraderie between Qin Hua and Qin Feng, he deduced that their friendship was genuine, devoid of the usual familial cunning. If he could solidify this connection, it could lead to a link with Qin Hua. Wang Xiyu shook her head. He rarely comes to school. I only saw him last time. I see, Zhang Mufan said, slightly disappointed. On his way home, Qin Feng had a simple meal and later lay on his bed, browsing his phone. As expected, the chat groups were buzzing with messages directed at him. After Lin Qingyan and her sister shared their offline experiences, many were intrigued. The initial messages came from Lin Qingyan, who posted their achievements, showcasing the Ice Fox Peach. Lao Feng is on the scene. The invincible Ice Fox Peach. One message, accompanied by a photo, stirred considerable excitement, as this lineup was quite rare in the current gaming landscape, dominated by Zhang Hanin. What's this weird composition? Mo Ran inquired. Everyone else is about to cry. Hurry up and get some points. Xiao Xiong Naicha urged. This is such an abstract lineup. Can it really work? Xia Jianshin questioned. Without getting rich. I don't see any skill here, came a skeptical remark. Indeed, you two from the esports club can't be without some skilled players? Xiao Xiong Naicha retorted. Absolutely. Wu Shuang still has plenty of talent, came the spirited reply. It seems there's something here, but how does this lineup work together? Xiao Xiong Naicha wondered. 3 Ice Maidens, plus the Fox can unleash many ultimate skills. It's quite spectacular, with ice covering the ground. Several gaming enthusiasts began to realize the potential of this lineup, which could unleash 4 ultimates in a short time. True, lots of ultimates. But the Ice Maidens are too easy to dodge, Mo Ran pointed out. Wait a minute. When the Ice Maiden unleashes her ultimate, the Fox can use hers directly. Wouldn't that lead to a deadlock? Xiao Xiong Naicha exclaimed. Xiao Xiong Naicha, you're onto something. The group of friends began to contemplate the viability of this composition, and through their discussion, it became clear that this lineup had much to offer. An invitation from Feng is already looking for friends for a game. Is anyone willing to give it a shot? A female player would be best, but if not, a male player will do. You're not picky at all. Feng's invitation, victory screenshot. Feng's invitation, don't say it, but this lineup works. I've had good results in a few matches, though it's tough to survive in the final circle. Same here. The final circle is too chaotic. These heroes struggle to survive. But the earlier battles were thrilling. In the 33 with small skirmishes, without long-range 6 characters, it was quite strong. We all had reduced damage. Survival rates were higher, and I must say, this lineup is truly frustrating. Xiao Xiong did you come up with this lineup? Lao Feng suggested it. The earlier games nearly caused an uproar. Haha. How could you, Lao Feng, with those prominent features, devise such a frustrating lineup? Just then, Qin Feng happened to see this and slowly sent out a question mark. Zue Xianhua. Someone has played it before. It wasn't me. Wu Yan, you've resurfaced. Xiao Xiong handsome guy, who said Lao Feng has prominent features. He's at least a campus idol. After all, he is the most admired man on campus. A barrage of question marks flooded the screen, and many messages swiftly vanished. Generally, Lin Qingyan and her sister were very active in the group, and many were aware of them. Today, their offline encounter with Qin Feng was also known. Initially, some hoped to obtain a photo of Qin Feng through the sisters, but regrettably, they had not shared any. MRN, is it real or fake? Shio 11 ing NICH. It cannot be more genuine. As the 81st segment unfolds, a throng of individuals urges QNF ing to reveal his true self. However, who is QNF ing? With a cold smirk, he shares a selfie of P ing YYN. WYN, did you steal my selfie? F ing to YOU. Isn't that me? A group emerges to claim their ownership, successfully diverting attention. At this moment, QNF notices a private message from LNQYN, accompanied by a picture. It captures a profile shot of him, with perfect curvature accentuated by his earnest expression, leaving even QNF momentarily astonished. Is that me? Indeed, it's you. LNQYN, dining in a hotel, smiles and asks, can I send this out? No way. QNF decisively declines, as posting such a photo in the group would be too embarrassing. Oh, no authorization, then I 1T send it. QNF observes the group for a while, only opening his computer around 7 o'clock. Zhu X Inhu. All members, the broadcast has begun. Shu IQG. If no photos are shared, there will be no one in today, S livestream. MRN. If no photos are shared, there will be no one in today, S livestream. WYN. If no photos are shared, there will be no one in today, S livestream. The essence of humanity resembles a parrot, as this statement echoed dozens of times. QNF unfazed, starts the livestream on his own accord. Shu IQG has entered the livestream. WYN has entered the livestream. MRN has entered the livestream. F YOU has entered the livestream. F YOU, a bunch of traitors. BBOFBG Iming. F YOU, screenshot. BBOFBG Iming, traitors. Below, the term traitors dominates the comments. F YOU. QNF observes the increasing number of viewers in the livestream, with many comments requesting him to assemble a HTO lineup. Given the current version's absurd strength of HYN, is certain to be nerfed in the next update, making it prudent to practice the lineup in advance. Seeing their comments, QNF helplessly responds, no way. Who would play being HTO in a random match? There's no synergy. F YOU, pull 2 comments up. Upon hearing this, QNF ponders briefly. Perhaps it is feasible after all. He decides to select 2 comments from the scrolling barrage. Soon, he extracts 2 participants from the flurry of comments, both of whom are from the group. Shi G and SH Ing and BBOFBG Iming. Send your messages, and I'll pull you in. Hello, can you hear me? Through the network, QNF feels a slight reduction in the constraints of reality, and he eagerly opens a microphone to inquire. I can hear you. Shi G and SH Ing's voice exudes a calm demeanor. I can hear you. BBOFBG Ing's voice carries a bubbly tone. Is my mic working? Are you going for bass voice? Quickly turn it off. BBOF's voice suggests he is rather youthful. QNF glances at their selected heroes in the lobby. One ADF and the other WTIN, and asks, what will you play? I'll take HTO. I've played her before. I'll go with being in. I've never played the Fox. BBOF quickly responds. All right. QNF nods slightly, acknowledging that while being in is central and should initiate, the Fox's role is equally crucial. Confirming their selections, QNF clicks to start the game. It doesn't take long before they find a match, as there are plenty of players at this hour. The game unfolds in LNYND TIN. Upon entering, Qin Feng leaps to a special zone located behind the ZFG, characterized by abundant hot springs. This special area features a soul reversal, akin to the ZH2 effect, granting each player one chance. In this region, Qin Feng and his companions encounter 4 squads upon landing, establishing a foothold for combat. Prior to the game, Qin Feng emphasizes the importance of their lineup, instructing that, aside from those with low health who should consume flowers, the rest should allow being in and the fox to absorb resources. BBOF, if you see an enemy, unleash your ultimate. I'll help you secure the targets. When freezing opponents, unless pre-charged, just a level 10 charge is sufficient. Synchronizing a level 20 charge can lead to being countered. Then, he covers other talents and focuses on some concentrated fire strategies. Qin Feng refrains from further elaboration, knowing many in the group express a desire to witness this formation. The game proceeds, and they land amidst a swarm of players. In this resource-scarce area, Qin Feng secures 2 piles and acquires a pair of blue twin blades, with no armor. Shiji and SH dons white armor and a white blade, while BBOF has already engaged in combat. Shiji and SH employs a protective shield, and Qin Feng rushes in to clash swords, halting the pursuit before both charge their powers. As they synchronize their strikes, the fireman attempts to seize Qin Feng, who reciprocates in kind, leading to a fierce exchange. In the next moment, as the fireman attempts a direct grab, Qin Feng deftly adjusts his blue blade to counter, causing the opponent to stagger. Utilizing his grappling hook, Qin Feng soars, landing as he channels his twin blades, striking the fireman into the air. At that instant, Shiji and SH arrives, pursuing the fireman with a right-click after Qin Feng unleashes his twin blades. The opposing HTO hurriedly attempts to relieve the pressure on the fireman, yet at this moment the fireman, having been knocked airborne, is vulnerable to relentless pursuit. Shiji and SH strikes with a right-click, and Qin Feng follows suit with a right-click grab. The twin blades possess formidable grabbing capabilities, a reason why such moves are prevalent. The fireman, unable to evade, succumbs to their combined onslaught. BBOF, surrounded by 3 adversaries, faces a formidable ZH HYN lineup. At this juncture, BBOF remains stationary, utilizing an ice sculpture for protection while the 3 enemies encircle him. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, he charges in, disrupting the opponent's build-up, landing a right-click strike on HD. Noticing ZH QL attempting to gather energy, Qin Feng swiftly retaliates, executing a decisive strike on HD. HD hastily activates his skill to escape, while ZH QL deploys a counterattack. YNZP faces off against Shi Ji in SH. But just then, BBOF breaks free from his frozen state, launching a counterattack on ZH QL. Seizing the moment when ZH QL is staggered, Qin Feng strikes him twice. In the 82nd segment, the terror of the fox's regeneration comes to light. With no damage taken, ZH QL swiftly meets his demise. But just as Qin Feng consumes a flower, another team approaches. Qin Feng skillfully maneuvers, while BBOF and Shiji and SH pursue the earlier HTO. This new team comprises 2 players, J Ying and GNN. J Ying initiates a skill from the air, and as Qin Feng charges, he narrowly evades the attack. However, GNN synchronously engages, catching him at the end of his evasion, sending him flying. Upon landing, they pursue Qin Feng with white blades, but at this moment, the benefits of superior equipment become evident, allowing for rapid recovery and re-entry into the game. Thinking they could easily pursue with white blades, they underestimate Qin Feng, who swiftly re-enters the fray. The pressure of white blades against blue armor proves daunting, leading both to synchronize their strikes. Deceived, Qin Feng, observing their synchronized thrusts, cleverly times his charge just after their attack animation concludes, unleashing a flurry of petals upon them. One clad in white armor and the other in blue armor struggle to withstand the damage. The white armor shatters while the blue armor barely holds. Instead of retreating, both players opt to charge their energy in place, prompting Qin Feng to unleash his fox, leaping into the air and crashing down with immense force. Caught in a moment of indecision, they fail to react as Qin Feng, having rapidly achieved his ultimate, casts a spell, placing a countdown of charm above their heads. After executing the ultimate, Qin Feng immediately charges again, applying pressure as the charm mark on Qin detonates, plunging him into a momentary paralysis. Qin Feng Lan executed a direct strike, once again unleashing the rising dragon. The terrain was now perilously close to the wall, rendering the grappling hook charge impossible, yet he could still launch a floating attack. However, Kanan's health had already dwindled to the brink. After Qin Feng landed his second blow, Kanan succumbed to defeat. After consuming a flower, Qin Feng swiftly sought his teammates, who had encountered a minor setback while pursuing Hutao. Being ambushed by another ally of Ji Yingying, the Sandman observing the severely weakened Bao Fu, Qin Feng urgently exclaimed, "Activate your ultimate." Bao Fu, with his 50-point ultimate, managed to land a few charged strikes upon touching the ground, but he too was under assault. Bao Fu's reaction was somewhat delayed, but the moment Qin Feng spoke, he was engaged in a charge with Hardy. By the time he processed Qin Feng's command, the charge had already been unleashed. Fortunately, Hardy was also executing a charge, leading to a clash of blades. Realizing the situation, he immediately activated his ultimate on the spot. Hardy attempted to flee, yet Qin Feng's tail attack formation swiftly descended beneath him, ensnaring him at the center. The brief stun from the tail attack was sufficient for a charging opportunity. As Hardy regained mobility, Bao Fu's ultimate struck him down. With full health and no armor, Hardy was instantly encased in ice, prompting Bao Fu to rush in for a quick 10 damage. At this moment, Qin Feng also arrived, using the grappling hook on a shattered Hardy, launching a flying assault in tandem with Bao Fu's follow-up to eliminate him. Bao Fu consumed a flower, while Xia Jiansheng hastily retreated into the frost wind. Despite his poor condition, the frost wind offered a barrier, deterring the enemy from pursuing him, forcing them to observe as he and Bao Fu engaged in minor healing amidst the frost. Bao Fu's ultimate, Frost Wind, carved out a slightly safer zone for the trio. With the others still lacking their ultimates, the sustained 8 seconds of Frost Wind rendered them virtually unthreatened. Follow my lead. In the chaotic melee involving 3 teams, Qin Feng had little hope for precise coordination with his 2 temporary allies, resorting to simple instructions. After issuing his command, he spotted a fleeing Sandman, who had just unleashed his skill to ascend, tossing the wind spirit before grappling to a distant water pool. Qin Feng decisively followed suit. The grappling hook stunned him, and with no other distractions in his position, he could not withstand the trio's onslaught for long before becoming a spirit. The primary reason for this was that during the fray, an enemy had charged directly at them, causing both to instinctively engage with the assailant, leaving their teammate vulnerable. If their blades had been more formidable, they could have dispatched the immediate foe and regrouped, but alas, their weapons were rather average. "How we go?" Xia Jiansheng exclaimed as his health bar was obliterated, transforming him into a spirit. Bao Fu, in a frenzy, cried out, "Look at me, look at me!" Qin Feng cast a tail attack formation beneath him, ensnaring Hutao, who was poised to rise. The dual blades unleashed a flurry of strikes, inflicting considerable damage on both adversaries. Yet after this prolonged engagement, Hutao had acquired her ultimate and retaliated immediately. Qin Feng feigned a charge to bait a counter, but the critically wounded Bao Fu was still taken down. "Revival?" inquired the spirit state Xia Jiansheng. "No need for revival. I will finish this life and then focus on development," Qin Feng declared, ceasing his retreat and instead launching a devastating ultimate into the crowded area, instantly bewitching 4 opponents. He then chose to pursue the weakened Ji Yingying. The area around the spiritual weapon was densely populated, with no one daring to intervene, fearing retaliation from their adversaries. Furthermore, the damage from the fox's second skill was minimal, and the control duration was brief, making it an unnecessary risk. Ji Yingying, pursued by Qin Feng, refrained from engaging, even without her skills activated due to the enchantment overhead. Qin Feng executed a swift dash, closing in, landing a strike that induced a stun, followed by an immediate 23 damage. The dual blades struck rapidly, unlike the cumbersome katana, and Ji Yingying, in a state of confusion, found her armor shattered and her health significantly reduced. Qin Feng smoothly glided forward, charging towards her as she attempted to rise, reaching a charge of 20 just as the enchantment activated. The 20-point multi-directional flurry unleashed a considerable amount of damage, depleting Ji Yingying's health bar. The enchantment's explosion not only affected her, the remaining 3 had not activated their spiritual weapons, and Qin Feng, who had previously lost half his health, was instantly restored to full health, with his white armor nearly replenished. The barrage of comments exploded in excitement. Mo ran. You must be the vampire. With Qin Feng at full capacity, he felt a jolt of energy, but his dual blades were nearing their durability limit. After consuming Ji Yingying's revival flower, he briefly repaired his blades. At that moment, both the Great Buddha and the Sandman activated their ultimates simultaneously, initially intending to engage. Qin Feng observed this development and glanced at the time on the side. Forget it, let's retreat, otherwise my development will be hindered. The three, in spirit state, fled far, only returning to their original spawn point near Tianqing Temple after a considerable distance. Upon landing, Qin Feng noted that there were hardly any others present. The group completed 3 tasks, enjoying a stroke of luck in acquiring a basic talisman, and their inventory was nearing completion with gathered resources. In terms of weaponry, they were well equipped with purple weapons. Qin Feng wielded a purple spear, Xia Jiansheng a purple longsword, and Bao Fu wielded purple nunchaku, although their armor was lacking. Both Qin Feng and Xia Jiansheng donned blue armor, while Bao Fu was in purple armor. Their scavenging had encountered minimal resistance, as it appeared that the players had congregated at GD City and Zifu Palace, leaving Tianqing Temple relatively uninhabited. Those who had parachuted here presumably ventured far afield. The group easily secured their qualifications and, upon entering, confronted the Sand Ghost Peach formation. Force the Sandman to use his ultimate, Xia Jiansheng. If you're caught in a sandstorm, activate your armor array, and Bao Fu, use your ultimate to counterattack. Qin Feng conveyed his strategy during the preparation phase, and the 15 seconds swiftly elapsed. The opposing team, after soaring into the air, quickly searched for targets, ultimately locking onto Xia Jiansheng. It seemed they were not well versed in the Ice Fox Peach formation, as in this setup, the fox was the most vulnerable link. Hutao was far more resilient. The trio approached Hutao, but Qin Feng seized the opportunity to launch a tail attack, ensnaring 2 opponents. He and Xia Jiansheng simultaneously unleashed their 10th attack, shattering Wu Tian's armor, while the Sandman adeptly activated his skill to escape. Bao Fu, who had just arrived, grew anxious and aimed to eliminate Wu Tian. Qin Feng, while distancing himself from the Sandman, surveyed the battlefield and noticed the purple glow emanating from Wu Tian's hands, quickly warning, "Do not charge. Wu Tian has activated." However, it was too late. Bao Fu, eager to finish off the critically wounded Wu Tian, unleashed his charge, only to have Wu Tian seize his weapon during the process. The immense stun affording Hutao an opportunity to execute a charge, significantly diminishing his state. Xia Jiansheng's communication came too late to be effective, leaving Bao Fu in a precarious situation as he activated his ultimate. Wu Tian prepared to time his evasion perfectly, yet upon witnessing Bao Fu's ultimate activation, Qin Feng also unleashed his own, simultaneously controlling the Sandman, who sought to deal damage. Sandstorm Fury. Freedom. The true strength of the Sand Ghost Peach formation lay in the simultaneous activation of these 2 ultimates. Apart from transformation, the opponents found it exceedingly difficult to counter. Wu Tian, pushing the Sandman while deploying the Wind Spirit, rendered him entirely immobile during the control phase. Fortunately, Xia Jiansheng recalled Qin Feng's instructions, promptly activating his armor array upon being ensnared by the sandstorm. Bao Fu hesitated for a moment. With his frost wind still nearby, he deliberated whether to use his ultimate. Ultimately, Wu Tian's push left him stunned, and while the Sandman launched another wind attack from a distance, he was left suspended, unable to execute his control skill. Wu Tian's fan struck him during this sequence, causing the restored armor from the array to vanish, and before he could touch the ground, the Sandman unleashed yet another wind attack. The Sandman continuously manipulated the winds, but Bao Fu barely managed to execute his skill. At this juncture, he dared not be greedy and promptly activated his ultimate above the armor array. As the frost wind emerged, it disrupted Wu Tian's offensive, instantly freezing both him and Hutao, providing a modicum of armor recovery for the nearly depleted Xia Jiansheng and Bao Fu. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was left with no recourse, merely a spectator to the unfolding sandstorm. The duo aimed to strike the immobilized Wu Tian, yet he countered with a demon strike, interrupting their blue invulnerability while simultaneously emerging from his frozen state. While the others battled within the sandstorm, Qin Feng finally discerned an opportunity. A grappling hook landed on the Sandman, who was refreshing the wind spirit by entering and exiting the sandstorm, resulting in a flying attack that induced a stun. Upon noticing Qin Feng's approach, Shannon had already cast aside any thoughts of retreat and engaged in a strategic duel. Both sides prepared their attacks. Yet Qin Feng was the first to withdraw, performing a backward dodge, while Shannon attempted a forward dash to seize the opportunity. However, Qin Feng reacted swiftly, evading once more to create distance before executing a blue charge. Shannon's follow-up was met with a direct counter, resulting in a collision with the blue charge. Following this, an upward dragon strike connected, followed by a leftward strike with a spear that knocked Shannon's head, and then another downward slash. The updated spear combo had indeed received significant enhancements, eliminating the need for a series of flat attacks, as in previous versions. Shannon was launched into the air, prompting Qin Feng to feign a blue charge as he approached. Once Shannon regained his footing, Qin Feng cleverly tossed a tail attack at his feet, catching Shannon unawares. Qin Feng then unleashed a charged downward slash, leaving Shannon critically wounded. His condition had already been precarious during their duel, and after sustaining 2 charged attacks, he was left dazed and promptly sought Hutao. Unfortunately, Hutao's shield had vanished, and the duration of the sandstorm had expired. Both Xia Jiansheng and Bao Fu were left with half armor and diminished health. Upon witnessing the ominous aura surrounding Wu Tian, Qin Feng recognized the impending danger. When he saw Wu Tian charge his fan, he decisively activated his ultimate ability. At this moment, Shannon, who had intended to benefit from the shield, realized its disappearance and fled from the pillar, but it seemed he failed to inform his teammate Qin Feng before departing. This lack of communication resulted in Qin Feng's ultimate interrupting Wu Tian and Hutao's charge preparations. With no other option, Wu Tian was forced to engage Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng was in excellent condition, having barely lost any health. Even if he absorbed Wu Tian's charged attack, it would be inconsequential. Currently, Qin Feng perceived that Wu Tian was eager to win the duel and dispel the soul, so he maintained his blue charge, denying Wu Tian the opportunity to escape his upward dragon strike. Wu Tian, unable to contain his impatience, released his charged attack. Although Qin Feng was briefly caught in Wu Tian's charge, it did not significantly harm him. The 8th chapter revealed that the charged attacks were not equal, as the charge created a state of vulnerability that left Wu Tian unable to counter effectively. Ultimately, the charm mark detonated, and in that instant of Wu Tian's vulnerability, Qin Feng launched a flat upward dragon strike, sending Wu Tian soaring. Due to Wu Tian's skill set, Qin Feng refrained from executing a charge combo. Instead, he followed up with a leftward jab upon landing, another upward strike, and then a crouching sweep to finish the sequence. This particular combo inflicted more damage than the previous spear combo, although it was time-consuming and susceptible to interruption. However, Shannon was preoccupied with healing, and Hutao was relentlessly pursued by both Xia Jiansheng and Bao Fu, leaving them no opportunity to intervene. After completing his combo, Qin Feng briefly charged again, observing Wu Tian retreat, and promptly following up with another blue charge to catch him off guard. The spear's reach was indeed remarkable, and Wu Tian, unable to evade, fell prey to Qin Feng's attack. This time, there was no need for an extended combo. A simple upward dragon strike sufficed to deplete Wu Tian's remaining health. By the time Shannon arrived, Hutao had already succumbed to the relentless assault of Xia Jiansheng and Bao Fu. The Zhuge formation had engaged 2 teams, but the coordination between Xia Jiansheng and his companions was insufficient. After dispatching one team, they fell to the next. Nevertheless, the resurrection altar was nearby, allowing Qin Feng to buy time and direct them to return and retaliate, successfully dispatching the 2 teams. The resources obtained from these 2 teams were substantial, with the 3 of them exchanging their weapons for better ones. Qin Feng donned golden armor, wielding a golden cleaver and a purple bow, while Xia Jiansheng sported purple armor and a purple longsword, and Bao Fu equipped himself with purple armor and dual purple daggers. In addition, they possessed a considerable supply of purple weapons in their bags. Whether it was soul jade or equipment, they were in an advantageous position. However, in the realm of eternal motion, one often encounters foes who are even more prosperous. The Zhanghain team boasted 3 sets of golden armor and 2 golden weapons. Xia Jiansheng, upon landing, fell victim to an incoming double-bladed attack from the opposing team, leaving his armor in jeopardy. The adversary, Hadi, even unleashed his ultimate without hesitation, directly striking him. Xia Jiansheng was compelled to activate his protective shield, but after enduring a couple of blows, he was left with little choice but to activate his armor. When Zhang Qiling delivered a devastating blow that eliminated Qin Feng, he checked the kill notification, only to discover that Zhang Qiling was equipped with a golden blade and had achieved an unparalleled reputation. Regrettably, he was only able to eliminate Hutao, who was engaged in a task. After securing the kill, both Zhang Qiling and his teammate chose to relinquish the rewards to Qin Feng. They continued to delay until the Qin Long concluded, at which point Qin Feng led his companions to initiate a challenge. Their team had not accepted the challenge quest, indicating that the only contenders left were Zhang Ha'in. Qin Feng also noticed that the war god was among them. Upon arrival, Zhang Ha'in was engaged in combat with a team, while the opposing side was utilizing dual transformations. The battle appeared intense, with the Great Buddha unleashing his ultimate while Hutao attempted to assist. The Zhang Ha'in team sought refuge while simultaneously harassing from a distance, but were ultimately caught by Hutao's grasp. After reviving their teammates, the opposing side attempted to flee, but naturally, the Zhang Ha'in team would not let them escape easily and pursued them relentlessly. Qin Feng assessed the battlefield and commanded an attack. He instructed them to eliminate the weakened foes and reminded them to consume their flowers. With that, he executed a long-range grapple, propelling himself toward the cliff ahead, using the momentum to soar into the air before descending rapidly with the cleaver. Just as he approached the battlefield, Qin Feng swiftly dodged to the side and unleashed a 20-point charge upon the entangled figures of Zhang Qiling and the Great Buddha. The cleaver's devastating damage shattered the Great Buddha's armor, and as his health was already low, he fled in terror. Qin Feng refrained from using any skills. After his dodge, he executed a maximum-range ultimate, simultaneously disrupting the battle involving Zhang Qiling and others. Xia Jiansheng arrived shortly thereafter to collect the flowers. Witnessing the kill being snatched away by the Yangsu team, Zhang Qiling's fury ignited. He understood that Qin Feng's duo was not defenseless, and after using their ultimate, they entered a vulnerable state devoid of rage. In this critical moment, Zhang Qiling wasted no time activating his ultimate, targeting Qin Feng directly. "Look at me!" Qin Feng exclaimed, keenly observing Zhang Qiling's movements, anticipating a brief dodge. When the attack failed to connect, Qin Feng maintained his composure, pausing momentarily before executing a sudden dodge. True to his expectations, Zhang Qiling lost his patience, swinging his blade in vain. At which point Xia Jiansheng's line connected with Qin Feng. "Damn, why is this fox so hard to kill?" Zhang Qiling expressed his frustration in the team voice chat. Meanwhile, Hadi, who was preoccupied with pursuing the Great Buddha, failed to notice. While Yin Ziping launched a skill from a distance, a series of 3 strikes shattered the golden armor, and Xia Jiansheng was caught in the crossfire, startled and hastily activating his armor. Now, with Qin Feng and Xia Jiansheng standing together, Zhang Qiling found himself at a disadvantage. As he attempted to break through their armor, Bao Fu arrived just in time, unleashing his ultimate in the Ice Formation. Zhang Qiling was immobilized, while Qin Feng and Xia Jiansheng charged their attacks, reducing Zhang Qiling's armor to a third of its original durability and forcing him to use his control dispel. As they created distance, Zhang Qiling felt an unsettling sense of hesitation. He was acutely aware that the Ice Formation would detonate, but he was uncertain when the second explosion would occur. If he inadvertently struck the frost wind, it could lead to catastrophic damage. Meanwhile, Yin Ziping, who was preparing to assist, experienced her own discomfort, resorting to long-range artillery to bombard the armor formation. However, her artillery was blue in hue, originally intended for burning, and thus proved ineffective against the purifying armor. At this juncture, Bao Fu's Yang Su status lingered with only 30 seconds remaining, yet he hesitated to venture out, aware that Zhang Qiling was a formidable adversary. Qin Feng inquired about his Yang Su duration and promptly executed a ground grapple, propelling himself to the distant battlefield where Hadi was pursuing Yushan and Hutao. Observing this, Zhang Qiling hastily pursued. Qin Feng engaged the grapple, moving swiftly. Even if Zhang Qiling wished to follow, he would require time. In the ongoing battle, Yushan and Hutao were forced to flee, having no means to counter Hadi without their ultimate abilities. Qin Feng's arrival only exacerbated their troubles, especially as he precisely targeted Yushan's feet with a control attack, leaving him vulnerable to Hadi's elbow strike, resulting in further health depletion. Xia Jiansheng and Bao Fu followed suit upon witnessing Qin Feng's departure. And upon discovering the low health, Bao Fu's eyes turned red with determination. With the time for dispelling Yang Su running short, he resolved to seize the moment and act decisively. An elbow strike descended from the sky, knocking both him and Yushan to the ground. Upon rising, Yushan attempted to flee, but Bao Fu would not let him escape, charging forward with determination. Just then, Zhang Qiling arrived unexpectedly. Qin Feng, who intended to deal additional damage, was sent flying by Zhang Qiling's blade. Subsequently, Zhang Qiling heard his teammates calling for the elimination of Yushan. The sight of Yushan's critically low health was far more enticing than Qin Feng's, prompting him to decisively shift his focus and claim Yushan's life, even consuming his flowers in the process. Meanwhile, a squad of people was still present on my side. Xia Jiansheng, who initially planned to join Qin Feng and the others, was first intercepted by Yin Ziping and then surrounded by an incoming team, leading to his swift demise. However, at that moment, Bao Fu's invulnerability had reached its limit. He unleashed a charged attack, but ultimately succumbed to his own vulnerability, leaving Qin Feng alone to face Zhang Qiling and Hardy. One member of the opposing team was looting Xia Jiansheng's belongings while two others pursued Yin Ziping. Qin Feng remained unhurried. Xia Jiansheng could still be revived, and the clash between the two teams presented an opportunity. Zhang Qiling and Hardy quickly moved to support their teammates, allowing Qin Feng to stealthily approach and assist Xia Jiansheng. Yet within the trio, one named Ji Yingying was keenly aware of Xia Jiansheng's position, recognizing the significant difference between being fully deceased and merely incapacitated. Ji Yingying, having experienced being revived by others before, became alert. As soon as Qin Feng touched Xia Jiansheng's resting place, she swung her grappling hook towards him. Qin Feng countered the hook's immobilizing effect with a charged move, then leapt to intercept Ji Yingying midair, delivering a precise strike with his bow. After landing, he continued to assist Xia Jiansheng. Unwilling to concede, Ji Yingying launched another grappling hook, successfully ensnaring him this time. However, she was too far away, and by the time she closed the distance, Qin Feng was already able to move again, utilizing a skill to regain his composure. Seeing this, Ji Yingying landed just outside of his charging range and prepared to engage. Qin Feng, opting to cancel his charge, retreated while drawing his bow to shoot. After taking 2 hits, Ji Yingying felt a surge of anger, swiftly closing the gap to confront Qin Feng. He attempted to strike with his dagger, but was met with resistance. After breaking free from the immobilization, Ji Yingying quickly utilized the skill to regain her footing and retaliated. This was a clever tactic, feigning a blue charge to bait Qin Feng into revealing his position, only to pivot back and strike. Qin Feng, however, remained calm, dodging the attempt and countering with a swift strike of his own. The damage dealt by his weapon was substantial, compounded by the previous arrows, leaving Ji Yingying's purple armor severely compromised, instilling a sense of urgency within her. She retreated momentarily to create distance, observing Qin Feng's reactions. Noticing his lack of aggression and his preparation to draw his bow, Ji Yingying's blood surged with adrenaline. Activating her skill, she transformed into a fiery projectile aimed at him. However, such a blatant initial strike was something Qin Feng would certainly anticipate. As the situation intensified, Ji Yingying advanced with her weapon, prompting Qin Feng to flee in panic, silently apologizing to Xia Jiansheng. It was not that he refused to assist. It was simply that Ji Yingying was too formidable, disregarding her own teammates to target him. After refreshing her abilities, Ji Yingying charged once more, her golden energy surging as she approached Qin Feng, unleashing a devastating attack. Qin Feng expertly dodged twice at the opportune moment, executing 2 short dashes to evade her charge, then leaping twice into the air. As Ji Yingying prepared her next strike, he unleashed a skill that landed right at her feet. Predictably, Ji Yingying attempted to close the distance with another grappling hook, only for Qin Feng to accurately shoot her down. With her armor shattered and health diminished, Qin Feng feigned the act of healing, successfully tricking Ji Yingying once again as she approached with another grappling hook. This time, he swiftly countered her immobilization, adding another arrow to his onslaught. Ji Yingying's health plunged to half, leaving her in a state of panic. Upon landing, she hastily attempted to heal herself, a tactic that generally worked well for many. However, Qin Feng had anticipated her movements with ease. He readied a charged shot, perfectly timed as she twisted to her right. The arrow struck true, leaving her with only a sliver of health remaining. Yet, at that moment, his bow's durability was nearly exhausted. Fortunately, Qin Feng's habit from solo matches persisted, and he quickly retrieved a blue five-eyed gun from his inventory. Taking aim at the fleeing Ji Ying, he fired a precise shot, resulting in her immediate demise. Regrettably, Xia Jiansheng's soul energy had also been depleted, forcing Qin Feng to mournfully loot the spoils. Although this exchange may not have appeared particularly thrilling, the skillful maneuvers displayed were nothing short of exceptional, rendering Ji Ying powerless against him. The audience was astounded. Some commented on the extraordinary agility displayed in evading Ji Ying's relentless chain dance. Qin Feng chuckled at the remarks, acknowledging the role of high frame rates in his success. Indeed, luck played a part, as Ji Ying's close-range corrections made her attacks difficult to evade, particularly with her backward dashes failing to create sufficient distance. Her reliance on short dashes complicated matters further, but fortunately, he executed his evasions in sync with her charging, allowing him to maintain his distance. Had he been struck, he would have faced an unending pursuit from Ji Ying, a relentless struggle that would have left him at a disadvantage. The remaining maneuvers became significantly simpler, primarily requiring accuracy. Yet, what Qin Feng perceived as mundane was nothing short of awe-inspiring to his audience. With 8 durability points left on his bow, every shot landed perfectly, showcasing his mastery in the art of archery. As he concluded his engagement with Ji Ying, the battle between the remaining teams continued. Although Ji Ying's teammates were at a disadvantage, despite their setbacks, they still had the potential to eliminate one opponent with their ultimate abilities. As the confrontation raged on, Qin Feng initially considered intervening, but upon discovering Ji Ying's considerable stash of over 15,000 in Chao coins, he decided to seek out the lone merchant remaining in the circle. With 14 players left and the circle constricting towards an open plain, Qin Feng recognized that his survival as a solitary fox was precarious, particularly with a resurrection platform still in play. The circle's new location was on the expansive flatland outside Wangshanwu, adorned with a few towering dead trees and a waterway. Qin Feng made his way to the merchant by the riverbank. Luck was on his side as he encountered no other teams en route, but unfortunately, the merchant's resurrection talismans were already sold out. He replenished his supplies of grappling hooks and other consumables, gambling a few jade pieces, but aside from acquiring a breathing technique, he received nothing of value, leaving him with a substantial loss of over 10,000 in Chao coins. After his expenditures, Qin Feng planned to crouch near a purple grass patch not far from the merchant. Upon instinctively glancing at the grass with his grappling hook, he was startled to discover 3 faint silhouettes within it. This purple grass, serving as camouflage, granted invisibility when crouched, transforming the individual into a nearly transparent figure, albeit with slight outlines visible. While it might be challenging to discern in normal circumstances, activating the grappling hook enhanced visibility, making the outlines more apparent. This revelation caused Qin Feng to abruptly sever his grappling hook and turn away. As comments flooded in, viewers noted something was amiss with his actions, filled with confusion. "Aren't you going to crouch in grass? You might get spotted in the final circle," one viewer remarked. "It's an open circle. It's over." Another chimed in. "Is he going to intervene in the fight?" Yet another speculated. Qin Feng, feeling helpless, explained, "There are 3 people hiding in the grass." The audience was incredulous, prompting one viewer to ask how he could see them. Qin Feng approached the merchant, crouching beside him and activating his grappling hook for the audience to see, confirming the presence of the 3 silhouettes. Indeed, they are there. In the late autumn, Lao, who commented with his 666, while Mo Ran exclaimed, "That's quite exaggerated. Just opened the grappling hook and saw that." I remarked that with so many people in the final circle, it was curious that only a few teams were visible. It seemed that Lao Lu had a considerable presence. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he prepared to dive into the water, only to hear the sound of a grappling hook from the nearby mountain. He immediately headed towards the purple grass not far away, as this was the last merchant spot. Undoubtedly a prime battleground. Although he had yet to spot the opposing team, they had certainly seen him. As expected, a team comprising Ning Hongye, Shannan, and Hutao descended from the heights of Wangshanwu, their grappling hooks aimed directly at Qin Feng. When Qin Feng was grappling towards the purple grass, he glanced back and confirmed that the 3 were targeting him rather than the merchant. A solution flashed through his mind. He feigned grappling beside the purple grass, then unleashed a grand move from the air, indeed striking down a team hidden in the grass. I shall claim your souls. It was a classic tactic of diversion, and to be fair, it was quite effective in trio matches. In solo matches, however, it might provoke both teams to turn against him. After controlling the opponents, Qin Feng tossed down a tail attack formation and turned to flee. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing him control 3 of their teammates, the opposing team opted not to pursue, instead rushing towards the spiritual device. Ning Hongye launched his ultimate ability in the air, seizing a great opportunity on the flat terrain while the others were caught off guard. As they attempted to approach the spiritual device while enduring the tail attack formation's control, the line of Yin Shinji Yin had already connected to their heads. Sha Nan, recognizing Ning Hongye's ultimate, decisively unleashed a sandstorm, combining his powers with Ning Hongye, forming a formidable duo. Although not as stable as as Sanyang, their intimidation factor was still significant. Currently, it appeared that this team was poised to dominate the team hidden in the grass. Regrettably, Ning Hongye had not clearly observed the composition of the team in the grass. They were the quintessential wave formation featuring as Sanyang, FO, and Ning Hongye. Feeling the wrath of the Dragon King, a colossal wave surged forth, interrupting Ning Hongye's ultimate, while Sha Nan was also swept high into the air. Those who obstruct me, face my do, Jiang Huimian. Tian Hai clasped his hands together, and a beam of light shot skyward, transforming him into an enormous, wrathful golden figure. Illuminating all, Ning Hongye spread his arms, and a purple Yin Shinji Yin appeared above his head, connecting 3 purple energy links to the 3 combatants. However, both sides had expended much of their ultimate abilities, and he was not in a hurry to retreat, as there might still be an opportunity for a surprise attack. The FO managed to capture Ning Hongye, but due to the angle, Sha Nan could not grab him. Nevertheless, the Yin Shinji Yin swiftly incapacitated the 3, allowing as Sanyang to drop a water spear, with the FO following up with a direct strike. Ning Hongye charged up in front of Sha Nan, but Hutao's umbrella struck him away. As as Sanyang landed, she sought out the incapacitated Ning Hongye, landing a water spear and a FO strike, swiftly eliminating him. Just as they prepared to focus fire on Sha Nan, Hutao activated her shield formation. The FO aimed to directly scoop up Hutao and Sha Nan, but they dashed away faster than rabbits, escaping the sandstorm. After the storm subsided, a grappling hook shot towards them, but an arrow from afar interrupted their escape. The FO forcefully exited the sandstorm, with as Sanyang and Ning Hongye close behind. Hutao, having barely resisted, was swiftly taken down by the trio. Before they could even contemplate their spoils, gunfire erupted nearby. In this flat terrain circle, whether it was the sandstorm, the FO, or Ning Hongye's ultimate, everything was exceedingly conspicuous, and the remaining teams were all watching intently. The FO, having emerged from the sandstorm, was immediately riddled with bullets, his health plummeting like a waterfall, prompting him to leap towards the water galaxy to cancel his ultimate. A wave formation without an ultimate is like a toothless tiger. Once the 3 unleashed their abilities, they became the spark for the ensuing chaos. The 2 teams that had captured Qin Feng earlier, led by Zhang Haiyin, managed to regroup and join the fray. Initially, there were only a few ranged attacks, but as the wave formation team found themselves critically wounded, they charged in like sharks sensing blood, resulting in utter disarray. After consuming the flowers and with natural recovery, Qin Feng's ultimate ability reached 80 anger points. He surveyed the battlefield, which was teeming with combatants and scattered corpses. Skirting the edges of the battlefield, Qin Feng had a singular objective: to target those who were isolated. Many were thoroughly annoyed by his harassment, yet they had no means to counter him. In the air above the battlefield, 2 Qi Xiao were present, and Hadi's team had formidable pulling power. Qin Feng was not in a rush to join the fray. Instead, he patiently targeted from a distance. Fortune smiled upon him as he skillfully landed a headshot with his arrow. Upon noticing a critically injured Yin Zi Ping gliding down from a Qi Jixia, he swiftly fired an arrow, grappling her and bringing her down. The chaotic battle quickly led to casualties. This was the edge of the circle, and the poisonous gas was tightening, with the dark domain closing in, shifting the center of the battlefield. As the grappling hook technique unfolded, Qin Feng found himself entangled by 2 opponents, one Hadi and one Yin Zi Ping, one at full health and the other half-armored. Reluctantly, Qin Feng activated his ultimate ability, tossing down the tail attack formation before making his escape. Yin Ziping chose to stop and consume the tail attack formation for armor. While Hadi relentlessly pursued him, Qin Feng first launched a grappling hook, then charged up to evade. As the pursuing Hadi drew near, the charm effect triggered, restoring some of Qin Feng's state while also stunning Hadi, allowing Qin Feng to widen the distance. Hadi, undeterred, attempted to grapple Qin Feng again. At that moment, Qin Feng countered the grappling hook stun, executing an impressive move. He first dispelled the grappling hook stun, then immediately launched his own hook to catch the incoming Hadi, landing smoothly without any lag, and swiftly redirected his grappling hook in another direction. The entire sequence was fluid, devoid of any cancellation or delay. This technique was something he had learned from an exceptionally accurate range player, proving invaluable for evasion and long-range pulling. After this series of maneuvers, by the time Hadi regained mobility, Qin Feng had already soared far away. Hadi hastily deployed his grappling hook, but the insufficient distance and the resulting stun from the missed hook allowed Qin Feng to vanish from sight. Xia Jiansheng expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Baofu also found it baffling, wondering why Qin Feng's grappling hook seemed so swift. The barrage of comments was filled with question marks. Wu Yin requested, "Coach, I want to learn this." Shuai Gu remarked, "What is this? It seems somewhat impressive." Feng de Yao Yu queried, "Does canceling the grappling hook not incur a stun?" Zhao Nian added, "I can understand the blue tyrant countering the grappling hook, but the rest is beyond me." Jian Xing exclaimed, "Wait, I just got here and I'm already seeing this?" Qin Feng found a safe spot to hide momentarily, realizing that aside from a few veterans, many newcomers were inquiring. Noticing the viewer count had surpassed 500, he pondered why it had increased so much from the usual 200 to 300 range. Seeing many were confused, he contemplated sharing the principle behind his maneuver after the final circle concluded. He then readied himself, as only 8 players remained, uncertain if the 2 who had pursued him had any teammates left. The distant battle continued unabated, and once Qin Feng was fully prepared, he knew it was the perfect moment to intervene. Thus he hesitated little. Upon approaching, he discovered 2 teams engaged in combat. Xia Jiansheng observed the top left information and noted that these 2 were the only full teams left, while Lone Wolf's whereabouts remained unknown. Qin Feng swiftly approached the battlefield, where one team was targeting Zhang Haiyin's group, and he had to admit that their survival and pulling capabilities were remarkably strong, having sustained few casualties in this prolonged chaos. The opposing team mirrored their composition, with 2 of them being the ones who had chased Qin Feng earlier. Qin Feng first opened the War God interface to identify which team was the War God, locking onto the one with the white-haired Zhang Qiling clad in red leather. Seizing an opportunity, he moved in to strike while they were distracted. Zhang Qiling was taken aback. At this moment, he was left with only 2/3 of his health. Being enchanted heightened his sense of crisis immensely. However, he had just freed himself from control and currently possessed no skills, leaving him only the option to call for help. At this juncture, the last remaining lone wolf emerged, revealing herself to be Ning Hongye, the survivor from the earlier encounter with the formidable Buddha, as Sanyan. She made her entrance with a spectacular aerial assault, descending from above with a grappling hook. In the vast expanse of ground, apart from 2 individuals who managed to evade, everyone, including Qin Feng, was rendered unconscious. Qin Feng and Zhang Qiling found themselves incapacitated together. Fortunately, their battlefield was quite distant, unseen by others. Ning Hongye swiftly eliminated the remnants, striking down 2 adversaries. Once Qin Feng regained mobility, he seized Zhang Qiling's flash and whisked him away. With 8 participants, 3 had fallen. Aside from Ning Hongye and Qin Feng, the remaining combatants were all severely wounded. The trio turned to flee. Qin Feng and Ning Hongye positioned differently. Each targeted one of the remaining foes and effortlessly brought them down. With their health restored, Qin Feng anticipated a 1v1 scenario. But he soon observed that Ning Hongye was engaged in battle with the last remaining adversary, Hadi, while she had just pursued Hadi's teammate, Yin Ziping. The 2 combatants, upon noticing Qin Feng's approach, tensed momentarily, but Qin Feng exhibited his martial virtue, refraining from attacking from the side, which offered them a moment of relief. The 2 swiftly concluded their skirmish. Despite Ning Hongye's aerial descent being nearly flawless, her strikes lacked sufficient strength, allowing Hadi to execute her with his blade. After dispatching his opponent, Hutao replenished his health and signaled to Qin Feng. They exchanged a few ranged attacks, each gaining and losing ground, but overall, Hutao seemed to suffer more damage. Hutao decisively consumed a potion, and Qin Feng, caught off guard by an arrow, inadvertently allowed Hutao to regain his vitality. Hutao, with superior armor, closed in using his grappling hook, striking Qin Feng's rock-solid defense. Qin Feng unleashed his rock-solid ability, sending Hutao flying, who fell to the ground only to be met with another arrow. The damage from a golden blade was substantial, and coupled with the additional arrow, Hutao lost half of his armor. Upon rising, he became considerably more cautious, charging his fan from a distance, dissuading Qin Feng from approaching. After observing for a moment, realizing Qin Feng had no intention of attacking, Hutao dashed forward, executing a right-click strike. Qin Feng mirrored the action, his rock-solid ability triggering and leaving him stationary. Hutao retreated, unleashing a gust that once more activated Qin Feng's rock-solid ability. Suddenly, Qin Feng launched himself towards Hutao, but Hutao, displaying remarkable composure, continued to charge his blue ability, only transitioning to his blade at the last possible moment. Fortunately, Qin Feng refrained from unleashing his blue overpowering strike, opting instead for a right-click that drained a significant portion of Hutao's health. Following the right-click, Qin Feng maintained his position, applying immense pressure on Hutao. Hutao retreated, yet Qin Feng executed a timely backward dodge that narrowly evaded Hutao's area of effect. A gust struck, sending Qin Feng flying. Noticing this, Hutao rushed in for a follow-up right sweep, then charged his blue ability, preparing to suppress Qin Feng upon his recovery. Once Qin Feng regained his footing, he hesitated momentarily before engaging his blade, which Hutao anticipated. Initially, he sought to bait Qin Feng, but the pause in Qin Feng's actions caused a momentary lapse in Hutao's focus, prompting him to unleash his charged attack. With a resounding clash, the golden blade executed him, and Hutao rapidly freed himself from control, soaring away. Qin Feng swiftly followed with 2 grappling hooks. While airborne, Hutao charged his ability upon landing. But Qin Feng launched a tail attack, striking Hutao on the head and securing his victory. The Chosen One had triumphed, and as Qin Feng accessed the results screen, the barrage of 666 flooded in. Back in the lobby, Xia Jiansheng eagerly spoke up, exclaiming, "Lao Feng, you can actually do this." Bao Fu also expressed his astonishment. Indeed, the foxes in the final circle were spared. That grappling hook was outrageous. In truth, had it not been for that critical moment of severing the grappling hook, most participants would have perished at the hands of Hutao and his companion in that open field. Hearing their comments, Qin Feng glanced at the barrage, now filled with inquiries about the recent grappling hook maneuver, and smiled. "Just a little technique. Is this grappling hook sniping?" "Unspoken. You're showing off." "Xiao Ming, wow. That's a distant sister's ultimate skill." "Huozhenjuan. Coach, I want to learn this." Feng's invitation. "I want to learn this too." Observing their enthusiasm, Qin Feng sighed. "Actually, it's quite simple. I can set up a training session to demonstrate." Closing the results screen, he noted his impressive tally of 13 kills and 91 damage. He asked Bao Fu and Xia Jiansheng to wait a moment before initiating the training mode, explaining, "This technique requires a specific talent for the grappling hook's speed and length. It's best to unlock it." Entering the training mode, Qin Feng casually purchased a knife and a bow from the merchant, adjusting the distance between himself and Tianhai. He executed the grappling hook, canceled it, then used it again, repeating the process. Throughout this sequence, the grappling hook exhibited minimal recovery time. Viewers could only see Qin Feng's character spinning in the air before promptly using the grappling hook once more, without any delays or excessive recovery animations. Unspoken. Huozhenjuan. Feng's invitation. Huozhenjuan activated Captain Level 1. Huozhenjuan, I want to learn. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the new captain, only to see another unfamiliar name activate shortly after. Black Hair Light activated Captain Level 1. Unspoken. The boss is confused. Feng's invitation. The boss is confused. With their leadership, the barrage filled with the boss is confused. Due to the absence of speaking restrictions, the comments flooded in rapidly. The two captains were left bewildered until a kind-hearted viewer prompted them to read the large text in a livestream chat. Black Hair Light remarked, "It's just a Captain Level 1. Is it really worth learning this?" As he spoke, numerous small gifts began to appear. "No need to donate. I'm just learning from others. Their video is right here." Afterward, Qin Feng opened a website to locate the video he had previously watched and said, "The streamer is a rich second generation. And this ISN team my invention. If you really want to support, consider liking or donating to him to boost the video's popularity." He copied the video title and sent a barrage comment, stating, "Yongdong Wu Jian has many talented individuals. Sometimes their innovations are truly outrageous but incredibly useful." Concluding his statement, Qin Feng demonstrated the technique of canceling the grappling hook. When we leap or use the grappling hook on flat ground, there are often interruptions that disrupt the fluidity of the action. There is, however, a key point that allows for rapid cancellation. It demonstrated once more, incorporating a turning motion. Did you see that? The barrage erupted in a flurry of question marks. Huajinjuan, too fast. Unspoken, I barely caught a glimpse. Feng's invitation, it seems to be real. Qin Feng executed the maneuver again, emphasizing the moment of the turn. Immediately press space, switch to the knife, and click left 3 times. It's quite simple, isn't it? After repeating the action, the barrage was filled with question marks. Black Hair Light commented, "This is a blade strike. This is charging. This is a standard attack. You go defeat Cleo." Mo Ran remarked, "If my mind understands it, but my hands can't execute it. What should I do?" A square ball, training camp, activate. Qin Feng observed the barrage, noting that timing was crucial, requiring high precision and practice to master. Moreover, this technique could be utilized not only for evasion but also for ranged attacks. Continuous cancellations of the grappling hook without recovery time would leave Tianhai vulnerable to arrows, quickly filling him with shafts. Mo Ran? Where did the machine gun come from? Noise point cheese slice. The opponent has a machine gun. I'm not joking. Nian Nian whispered. This truly cannot be learned. Qin Feng continued his stream until around 1 a.m., finally shutting it down. Reclining in his chair, he scrolled through his phone. Typically, he often watched Yongdong Wu Jian videos, and perhaps due to algorithmic recognition, he stumbled upon his own video. Lao Feng's diary. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as thoughts began to form. Upon opening the video and seeing the publisher's name, it was indeed Yu Qiqi. It dawned on him that she had initially expressed interest in collaborating on clips, yet he had not followed up, unaware of her progress. Glancing at the video, it boasted merely over 2,000 views, while Yu Qiqi had slightly over 1,000 fans. Upon reflection, Qin Feng was astonished to discover that his fanbase had surpassed 4,000, seemingly growing quite well, especially considering he had only been streaming for a few days. The video showcased some of his remarkable live streaming maneuvers, and it was evident that Yu Qiqi had put considerable effort into editing, as there was scarcely any wasted time. Only brilliant moments captured. After contributing a few coins, Qin Feng accessed her video homepage and noticed that the Lao Feng Regi series had already reached its 4th installment. Earlier videos of his had garnered only 100 to 200 views, until one of the Lao Feng Regi episodes broke 10,000 views, prompting her to continue the series. Each video description included a link to her live streaming room, and Qin Feng chuckled as he contributed coins to every video, recognizing that the influx of new viewers in her stream was likely due to her efforts. In the following days, Qin Feng attended classes during the day and streamed at night, dedicating more time on his days off, and his popularity continued to rise steadily. During this period, representatives from a certain platform approached him regarding a potential contract, but Qin Feng was not in need of money and preferred to remain unbound. Thus, he chose not to sign. It appeared that Qin Feng's skill had won over many, and with his genuine teaching, both his fanbase and popularity surged at an accelerated pace. Days passed effortlessly, and Qin Feng easily reached the rank of Xiao Luo, maintaining his momentum and climbing ranks thereafter. On this day, as usual, he began his live stream. After completing a solo recovery exercise, he prepared to engage in a trio match. Qin Feng did not seek a fixed team, mostly opting for random matchmaking, occasionally joining others for a casual game. The match quickly commenced on the long Yin Dong Tian map. Noticing that one teammate had selected Hutao while another chose Yishan, he opted for Ji Ying, following the first player, and engaged with the audience in the chat. Teammate Yushan activated his microphone, inquiring if they should head to the jungle area. After his comment, he shifted his attention back to the chat. At this moment, Hutao danced in front of him, a silent yet captivating display. The countdown concluded swiftly, and upon entering the game, Yushan declared the presence of an enemy team. Qin Feng yawned, having not rested well after an extensive session on his phone the previous night. After landing, the players scattered to search for supplies. Qin Feng was fortunate. uncovering blue armor and a purple fan after sifting through several piles. The combat enthusiasm of the teams was not particularly strong, leading to a delay in the onset of conflict. Both sides coordinated seamlessly to gather resources. The frozen marsh area was not densely packed with supplies, with many blue piles scattered about. As Hutao and Yushan acquired armor, the battle was ignited. Hutao made the first move. Hutao and Yushan had just located a solitary opponent, Hutao, and initiated a grapple. Qin Feng hurried over, arriving just in time to see Hutao and Yushan engaging with an opponent. The opposing Yushan utilized skills to push them back, then charged his ability to maintain distance, preparing to unleash pressure as they drew near. Yushan's teammate, Hutao, was also on the way, and upon approaching, Qin Feng decisively deployed his skill, Hua Yin, sending Yushan flying. He then swiftly moved forward to strike Yushan as he recovered. Hutao and teammate Yushan attempted to regroup, but the short-lived Yushan managed to evade Hutao's attack, only to be caught by the opposing Yushan. At that moment, the fireball from Hutao and the line from Hutao arrived simultaneously, propelling both opponents away, while Hutao's line sustained Yushan's health. Yushan, now critically low on health, panicked and fled, while Fireman and Hutao hurried to block the trio, allowing Yushan a chance to heal. Due to the fireball striking Jing Lei's blue armor, Qin Feng remained unscathed. After completing his combo, he charged forward to pursue Yushan. Fireman approached, but Qin Feng showed no signs of fear, charging his blue ability. As both players activated their blades simultaneously, after the blade dance concluded, Qin Feng retreated slightly, triggering the auto combo of the fan. In that fleeting moment, Hutao delivered a double blade cut to Fireman. Witnessing this, Qin Feng charged his power directly, causing Fireman's health bar to plummet. Yushan arrived, and, astonishingly, this Yushan bore the two-trap assault skill, stepping in from a distance to incapacitate Fireman once more. Hutao hurriedly charged her power, aiming to ambush the trio. Qin Feng countered with a swift blade strike, disarming her spear and executing a decisive blow on Fireman, resulting in his immediate demise. "Good job," Yushan exclaimed, then turned to focus fire on Hutao. At this moment, the opposing Yushan finally regained full strength, but upon entering the fray, he found himself targeted by Qin Feng. As the grappling hook descended, Qin Feng feigned a blue ability to bait him into a blade strike, which obliterated over half of his white armor. Yushan hastily retreated, and Qin Feng seized the opportunity, recognizing his long dash. He promptly unleashed another attack, catching him in a state of vulnerability and striking again with a right click. Now, Yushan was drenched in sweat, and after completing his dash, he fled in panic. Qin Feng, like a shadow, pursued him relentlessly, applying pressure as Yushan desperately swung his blade. Timing his charge perfectly, Qin Feng unleashed a power attack, and the fan pulled him back, leaving Yushan critically injured. By this time, teammate Yushan and Hutao had dispatched the opposing Hutao and rushed to support. With the adversaries eliminated, the team continued to search for supplies. Moments later, Hutao, in a calm male voice that was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, stated, "Let's go, there's nothing left to gather." He then marked the northwest camp below the frozen marsh, indicating that it was not a resource area, yet still held significant supplies, including fireflies. Qin Feng speculated that the previous team might have respawned there. The trio glided over, and upon arrival, they indeed found the area already looted. "There are people," Hutao announced, marking a distant figure atop the city wall, a fleeting silhouette of Fireman. The three pursued with grappling hooks, and the opposing team seemed to lack any sense of urgency, taking their time to loot. Upon reaching the wall, they spotted Hutao opening a blue pile. There's nothing to discuss. The trio lunged forward, and Yushan's trap assault executed a stomp, leaving Hutao momentarily incapacitated, allowing Qin Feng's Hua Yin to send him flying. The fireball approached, and Hutao, regaining mobility, swiftly activated his armor. Hutao is going all out. Simultaneously with Hutao's spirited exclamation, Ji Yingying's emotionless voice resonated from a distance. Just as Yushan arrived via grappling hook, Qin Feng unleashed a charge, drawing him and Hutao together. Yushan quickly activated a skill to push the three apart and then cast his ultimate ability. "Go ahead," Qin Feng said into the microphone, then slightly distanced himself to confront the approaching Fireman teammate. Yushan obediently activated his ultimate as well, coinciding with Yushan's strike against Hutao. Qin Feng and Fireman engaged in a brief duel, but Qin Feng possessed the advantage of his ultimate ability. After Fireman took a charged hit, he retaliated with his own ultimate. However, Ji Yingying's ultimate was cast from a distance, and Fireman's knockback range proved insufficient, allowing Qin Feng to capitalize on the recovery animation of his ultimate, executing a soaring dragon strike that sent Fireman airborne. Following a couple of aerial strikes upon landing, he executed a floating attack followed by a sweeping blow, and Fireman, finally regaining movement, was left vulnerable. Qin Feng charged his power, and as Fireman stood, he instinctively threw a double punch. However, Ji Yingying's charge was of the golden armor type. He could not break through. Instead, Qin Feng's golden armor absorbed the impact of the punch, and he unleashed a chain dance that reduced Fireman to critical health. At this point, Fireman was in a state of panic, realizing he could not approach Ji Yingying. As this golden armor charge was unleashed, he found himself with no opportunities. Ultimately, he met his demise under Qin Feng's whip. After relaying the news of Fireman's defeat, Qin Feng moved to join his teammates. On the other side, two USHN were joyfully clashing, while teammate HTO was reluctantly forced to activate her armor. However, judging by the state of play, the opposing HTO was nearly outmatched. As the opposing HTO's armor dissipated, Qin launched a skill from afar, sending her flying. Upon landing, he delivered 2 swift strikes and then cautiously pressed forward, noticing HTO rising to evade, prompting him to dash after her. The small figure of Ji Yingying found himself utterly helpless, as the opposing USHN remained tightly ensnared. Just as he contemplated intervening, he was struck by a downward blow from the USHN above, rendering him immobile. Helplessly, he watched as his HTO, with dwindling health, was caught in a combo by Qin Feng, leading to her demise after the opposing HTO casually added a couple of strikes. With the remaining members unable to escape, they were swiftly eliminated. This wave concluded with the team returning from the afterlife with little to show for it, save for the purple armor that HTO had summoned. After scavenging the spoils, Qin Feng and his companions proceeded towards the resource zone in the trench, where 2 teams had landed, uncertain of their fate. When Qin Feng and his team arrived, only 4 or 5 soul mounds remained, the rest having been thoroughly looted. They continued their search outward, gathering a fair amount of items along the way, including Qin Feng's HTO purple armor and USHN's blue armor. At this juncture, USHN marked a golden katana, prompting Qin Feng to toss his fan aside. Here, take it. The fan is yours. The katana was not only useful for unleashing his ultimate ability, but had also recently been enhanced by the Soul Jade's instantaneous strike, which was particularly effective in trio matches, thus increasing the katana's frequency of appearance significantly. Furthermore, the damage from the instantaneous strike exceeded that of the katana by around 150 points, allowing for seamless transitions in a thunderclap, which, although not a combo, was easily executed in chaotic battles. Upon acquiring the katana, HTO approached eagerly. Wait, allow me to dye it with the ZHX ink skin. The ZHX ink skin was the highest tier in YNGD ink WGN, with a limited quantity and each skin bearing a unique number. In matches, players could see the holder's name and exclusive title displayed on the ZHX ink skin. Such skins were typically snatched up by affluent streamers when first released, making them quite rare within the realm of YNGD ink WGN. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, ZHXing, and as he spoke, the skin of his katana transformed into a splendid pink blade, adorned with an ornate hilt upon which a pink butterfly perched, shimmering with radiant energy. You have it too, HTO exclaimed, astonished at the coincidence. A little bit. Please help USHN with his. His katana is still blue. USHN was equally surprised, prompting HTO to quickly offer, all right, I'll dye it red for you. She tossed aside her purple katana, and as HTO picked it up, she transformed it into the blood-red Fei Jiang spear, instantly enhancing USHN's imposing presence. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, in a live stream on a platform, a streamer named JuNX I was exclaiming excitedly. He has the ZHXing. The streamer's facade has crumbled. The chat was filled with laughter. Ha ha. Are you still dyeing skins, JuNX This is hilarious. That Ji Yingying was clearly confused when she first beheld the ZHXing, yet promptly dyed her weapon. It turned out that Ing had not donned any skin at all. She emerged as a ZHX-ing. She had also used a red skin for her fan. Perhaps she was simply fortunate in her draw. Damn those European players. The streamer, known as JuNXNCI, paid no heed to the banter, instead relishing the moment. No worries, this match is going smoothly. I feel we are destined to win. The chat continued to flow. What if you don't win? Not win. JuNXNCI exclaimed, raising his voice. Impossible. With such a strong HTO and General USH in on our side. His tone softened as he steadied himself, affirming, we shall prevail. As the sun set, Qin Feng's equipment and internet connection remained robust, allowing him to secure qualifications while coexisting peacefully with an opposing team. The adversaries comprised WCHN, WTIN, and HTO. Upon entering JuNXNC, I took refuge behind a pillar, keeping an eye on Qin Feng, knowing that he was merely Ing of Tier 3, lacking in self-defense capabilities, thus requiring closer protection compared to USHN. Let us keep an eye on him. It seems they are targeting him, JuNXNC, I suggested. Watching as Ing executed a couple of symbolic grapples into the air, seemingly spotting the enemy. It was the opposing WTIN, who had also grappled up. Ing transformed into a wraith-like fire and collided with him. The opposing HTO hastily activated her guardian shield. As Ing hovered in midair, she awaited the conclusion of a shield, then executed a downward strike to cancel the recovery animation. Aiming directly for WTIN, JuNXNC, I followed closely, exclaiming, is this Ing reckless? Thank goodness, I'm here to support. A triumphant, bell-like laughter erupted from him. He then observed Ing grappling upward, finding herself confronted by 3 enemies. USH in approach from the side, charging up. In the next moment, the midnight hour has struck. How pure! JuNXNC, I gasped in awe as he witnessed Ing channeling her energy to strike 3 times. WCH staggered back under the impact, and the activated WTIN could not seize Ing's unchanging lock, as they were caught off guard. As soon as he was able, WTIN unleashed his ultimate ability, transforming into a half-human, half-demon state, releasing a demonic assault. Ing was caught in a stagger, prompting JuNXNC to swiftly deploy his long-prepared guardian shield. Sure enough, the next moment, Ing endured 2 charge strikes. Fortunately, with the shield active, her health remained relatively intact. USHN, strike now, came the voice of Ing through the headset, and USH indecisively activated his ultimate ability. Aware that the only threat from the opposing WTIN and HTO team lay in WTIN's ultimate, with USHN controlling the battlefield. Ing grew increasingly reckless, continuously charging forward with her golden invulnerability, flashing directly into the faces of the enemies. Her audacious maneuvers inspired JuNXNC to join in. I'm coming too, he shouted, though his teammates couldn't hear his fervent calls. Ing, I'm here. Let us take down this demon. At that moment, WTIN unleashed another demonic assault, causing USH to fall into a stagger. The enemy had unleashed their ultimate ability right from the start, revealing a golden demon. In that instant, JuNXNC, having positioned himself too aggressively, was hit by 2 charged strikes, his armor dissipating like water. Wow, golden demon. Run, quick run, he cried, turning to flee. Yet, Ing, having regained her mobility, pressed forward, her golden invulnerability striking all 3 foes. As JuNXNC, I retreated to check on the battlefield. USH delivered a powerful strike, while the opposing team activated their armor, and Ing continued to press in. The adversaries, now fearful, scattered, save for WTIN, who boldly stood his ground, ready to face her. I must go and check on him. But the next moment his eyes widened slightly. WTIN's demonic assault appeared almost simultaneously with Ing's wraith-like fire. The demonic attack was unable to affect Ing, who was in the wraith state, while WTIN's charge strike was sent flying by her. Impressive technique. JuNXNC, I declared, hurrying forward with his dual blades charged. The sound of his weapons echoed as he approached, propelling Hto away. At that moment, WCHN activated his ultimate, teleporting the 3 enemies away. However, Ying still had a third of her ultimate remaining, and with Hto's armor in hand. Those 3 were merely targets for her onslaught. Why is Ying revered as the king of purity, the master of techniques, and an expert operator? It is precisely because, upon activating her ultimate, Ying could relentlessly pursue the opponents with sheer ease. Even without her ultimate, her oppressive power was of a dominating caliber, possessing the golden invulnerability upon charging, along with the ability to execute the golden blade strike. Moreover, when it comes to pursuing foes, her high mobility and terrifying range meant that even if one attempted to escape, she could effortlessly close the gap. The golden blade strike inherently granted soul-stealing capabilities, and her charging attacks provided recovery effects. Despite experiencing several rounds of nerfs, Ying remains an unparalleled force against adversaries. The challenge for opponents facing Ying at close range is that they cannot flee, cannot fight back, and cannot withstand her onslaught. Thus, when Qin Feng surrounded the 3 individuals, they contemplated a direct confrontation, especially since Ying had already lost a considerable amount of armor in the previous battle, and her health was still relatively robust. Zhuangzikai hurriedly rushed over and witnessed Ying, undeterred, charging forward with a swift step to gather her strength, while her adversary, Wu Qian, unleashed his weapon in an attempt to catch Ying off guard and eliminate her instantly. Zhuangzikai barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting golden flash on the ground, followed by Ying executing a graceful leap, the Wu Chang lock striking fiercely against the fallen Wu Tian, immediately followed by her canceling the execution move to charge once more. At that moment, Yushan and Zhuangzikai arrived on the scene. This Ying possesses exceptional skill with the blade. She has been possessed, Zhuangzikai exclaimed as he charged in, gathering strength for a powerful strike. Unfazed, Ying continued to charge, while her opponent hesitated to retaliate. Ultimately, it was no surprise that the trio fell to Ying, who, alongside Zhuangzikai and Yushan, proved too formidable. The contrast of Ying's ultimate capabilities against her opponents lacking such prowess was simply staggering. Furthermore, even after being weakened, her golden weapon still dealt remarkable damage. The golden fan vanished in an instant, promptly snatched up by Zhuangzikai, who gleefully exclaimed. Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that Hutao from his team was another prominent streamer on a social media platform. Nor did he realize the abstract persona Hutao exhibited in her streaming sessions. After exiting, he marked the location of the Extreme Emperor City, having just witnessed the activation of Wanwu, where at least one team was still present. He traversed through the area towards Extreme Emperor City, and with about 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, he indeed spotted 2 teams engaged in combat at the plaza. There was no point in mediating the conflict, so Zhuge plunged into the fray. Qin Feng boldly charged ahead, activating his ultimate ability amidst Zhuangzikai's astonished gaze. The witching hour had arrived. This Ying is a lunatic, Zhuangzikai shrieked, initially intending to shoot a few arrows, but quickly followed suit to assist. As Qin Feng felt the connection of the chain to himself, he grew increasingly reckless, rushing towards clusters of opponents to gather strength, binding the 3 together with his chain dance. Yushan, wielding his blade, rushed in as soon as he saw the trio being struck, decisively unleashing a series of slashes that felled 2 opponents on the spot. Qin Feng rushed in, rapidly consuming 2 flowers, then pursued another adversary with low health. Yushan aimed to restrain the last foe, while Qin Feng charged in to finish gathering strength. That opponents soon met their demise as well. Kill and consume the flowers, Yushan exclaimed with excitement, and Qin Feng followed suit, leaving Zhuangzikai behind, eyes gleaming at the golden loot on the ground. In a live stream, Zhuangzikai's voice rose in pitch, declaring, "I don't care if you eat it or not. I'll loot it first." Hee amidst a cacophony of strange sounds. He first looted a golden armor piece, followed by 2 golden weapons and 2 soul jewels. "Ha ha!" Zhuangzikai cackled with glee, proclaiming, "It's me." Though he hadn't activated his microphone, Qin Feng and the others were oblivious to his antics, while the barrage of comments in the chat bore witness to it all. The streamer poet holds firm. Is this even person? What a peculiar being. Such a healthy laughter. At this moment, Yushan activated his microphone, revealing that he had found a red longsword in the bag of the player he had just eliminated. Zhuxing, could you help me dye this skin? Upon hearing this, Zhuan Zikai straightened, his voice low yet tinged with pride, responding, what skin do you want to dye? The longsword, right? Yushan approached and tossed out the red longsword, which he had taken from the bag of the player he and Qin Feng had pursued. Zhuan Zikai picked it up and changed the skin of the longsword to a pink Zhuxing longsword, claiming it. Yushan gleefully picked it up and unleashed 2 sword waves, chuckling. I'm reminded of a streamer who has a catchphrase. What was it again? Is there anything a streamer can't dye? Speaking, Yushan mimicked the tone perfectly, causing Qin Feng to stifle a laugh. However, after casually glancing at the bags, he prepared to leave, as his ultimate ability was still active, and he needed to maximize the remaining time to continue his rampage. Zhuan Zikai fell silent after Yushan's remark, only to speak after a moment. You still know about tearing apart cabbage, huh? You watch a lot of streams. Just as he finished speaking, a D-Sha talisman covered the faces of the 3 individuals. While not far away, several strands of D-Sha energy enveloped the soul mound of the player that Qin Feng and Yushan had just eliminated. From a distance, 2 figures approached via grappling hooks, Hadi and Zhang Qiling. Zhuan Zikai gasped in alarm, retreat. The 3 of them dashed out of the area covered by D-Sha, quickly taking cover. Zhuan Zikai had just looted an explosive arrow, standing atop the terracotta warriors in Extreme Emperor City, drawing his bow at the soul mound. As they attempted to pull their teammate, he released an arrow. The sound of Zhu Kei's cry resonated as the explosive arrow's effects burst forth, interrupting the actions of the 2. At that moment, Qin Feng also drew out his bird gun, a weapon he had just picked up, primarily due to its slow fire capability, as it felt more comfortable than using arrows. The purple bird gun, combined with the slow fire, dealt over 500 damage, and coupled with Zhuan Zikai's arrow, reduced Hadi's armor to mere shreds. Witnessing this, Zhuan Zikai quickly shouted, I have armor-piercing rounds here. He tossed one to the ground, and Qin Feng casually picked it up, leaving an attack jewel behind. Zhang Qiling approached, hoping to revive his teammate. However, Qin Feng took aim and fired a round. The armor-piercing bullet combined with his attack soul jewel, leaving Zhang Qiling, who still had a healthy shoulder, with only about a third of his health remaining. The intimidation of the armor-piercing bullet startled him, prompting him to hastily accumulate energy and retreat, while Qin Feng calmly aimed, slightly predicting his movement, and fired once more. Bang! Zhang Qiling fell to the ground. And Zhuan Zikai exclaimed, Qiliai? He is Qiliai? Hadi was nearly frightened to death. How could such a large teammate disappear in an instant? The intimidation from the slow-fire armor-piercing rounds was overwhelming, leaving him too terrified to assist his ally, causing him to turn and flee. Chapter 92. Diverting attention. Zhang Qiling's bag was also a golden one. The glimmer of gold combined with the presence of a revival flower made it appear quite enticing. After all, a bag containing a revival flower suggested that it had likely not been looted yet. Just then, a team was drawn in by the Diqi energy, and due to their angle, they failed to notice Qin Feng and the others standing on the side, near the terracotta warriors. In addition to Zhang Qiling's bag, a nearby teammate's bag was also golden, containing a newly discarded Earth Thunder from Yushan. The team on the side, oblivious to the presence of others, did not notice the 2 bags, and one eager individual, Gu Qinghan, ventured into the Diqi to loot the golden bag. Qin Feng was equally surprised by this unexpected fortune, quickly taking aim at the crouching Gu Qinghan, who was busily stuffing items into his bag. He fired. Bang! The high damage of the purple bird gun with the slow-fire armor-piercing round caused 2/3 of Gu Qinghan's health to vanish. Startled, Gu Qinghan scrambled to his feet and dashed behind a wall. However, just as luck would have it, the Diqi erupted at that moment, and Qin Feng grappled to the side, finding the right angle to aim at him as he fell from the Diqi. Another shot rang out. Gu Qinghan fell to the ground, and Qin Feng activated his microphone, announcing, 1 kill, pursue his teammates. Gu Qinghan's teammates were equally unprepared for the abrupt demise of their comrade, who had just entered the Diqi to loot. When they attempted to enter the Diqi to rescue him, they were met with 3 grappling hooks launching toward them. In a 3 versus 2 situation, Qin Feng and his companions wasted no time. The 2 fleeing opponents had already entered the grappling range, and Hutao found herself unable to escape before being pulled down. The 3 converged on Hutao, and in a mere instant, her attempt to counterattack failed, resulting in her armor being shattered, and she was subsequently pursued, losing half her health before managing to activate her armor formation. The Zhenshan Lin provided a high damage reduction akin to a protective shield, leaving Hutao's armor practically untouched. Once she regained her footing, she began to gather strength, successfully baiting Qin Feng and Yu Shan into attempting a counterattack. Realizing he had been deceived, Qin Feng promptly sidestepped, while Yu Shan, unfortunately, fell prey to a double dagger charge. Undeterred, Yu Shan retaliated as soon as he could move, landing a blow that rendered Hutao momentarily stunned, followed by an upward strike that sent her flying as he gathered strength with his grappling hook. Observing Yu Shan's upward strike, Qin Feng had already begun gathering strength in advance. At the moment Yu Shan unleashed his attack, he too executed a powerful slash, and the combined high damage from both abilities caused Hutao's health to plummet, even as she activated her armor formation. As Hutao fell in battle, Wei, who was entangled with Zhu Nx Nci, changed his expression dramatically and attempted to flee. However, Zhu Nx Nci swiftly followed, delivering a blow that rendered him immobile. Just as Qin Feng approached, Wei promptly activated his ultimate ability, Wuhuan Jinshin. The voice pack used by this tiger was still from the crossover with Dalu, leaving no room for hesitation. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. In the moment Wei leapt into the air, he transformed into Umi and shot forth like a bullet, colliding with the tiger. Wei's jump had already provided him with a certain height, and as Qin Feng sidestepped midair, he prepared to land with his Hutao 10 right-click attack. After executing the Bai Lai Zhan, Zhu Nx Nci approached and attacked the downed Wei. Unfortunately for Wei, his luck was not favorable. He had barely begun to bounce back from the ground before being struck by a two-hit combo from Dicky, and Qin Feng finished him off with a shot, leading to his demise. By this time, Qin Feng and his companion Juchu time was also nearing its end, and they proceeded to loot the fallen team's belongings. They were not particularly wealthy, with Gu Qinghan even possessing only blue armor. No wonder they had charged in recklessly. Poverty often drives one to desperation. Meanwhile, Zhu Nx Nci gleefully scavenged the spoils. Although Wei's team was not affluent, there remained the treasure trove belonging to Zhang Qiling. Hey, I'm looting. Zhu Nx Nci cackled, rummaging through Zhang Qiling's soul grave. However, an issue arose for Qin Feng. While he was observing the barrage of comments, he sensed something amiss. YQQ remarked, Zhu Nx Nci. Typically, YQQ would only watch Qin Feng streams briefly, but this time, she happened to catch a glimpse and instantly recognized Hutao from Qin Feng's team. Zhu Nx Nci was a wild team streamer, usually playing on his own account, which he had used for a long time, allowing YQQ to identify him. After seeing the gleeful Hutao on a certain video platform, YQQ confirmed, "It truly is Zhu Nx Nci. Are you doing?" Qin Feng was perplexed. He typically watched professional players like NIKNI and MIK Shi OZHH. Zhu Nx Nci. YQQ continued. He is a streamer on a certain platform. Did you match with him? Upon hearing this, many viewers quickly searched for information, and a considerable number of comments acknowledged their familiarity with Zhu Nx Nci, though they were not regular viewers and thus lacked deep insight into the streamer. WYN commented, "Indeed, how come his voice on stream is so different from when he plays in random matches?" MRN added, "It's a dream crossover." Seeing W exclaimed, "It really is. Streamer, let me help you gain traction." Upon seeing this comment, Qin Feng hurriedly intervened, urging, "Please refrain from spamming links to other streams. It could have a negative impact." After seeing W send his comment, he had already switched to another webpage to search for Zhu Nx Nci stream. Upon logging into the platform, he posted, "Zhu Nx Nci has quite a viewership, a significant amount of traffic." Seeing W added, "The streamer is so righteous? I'll follow." Despite Qin Feng's admonitions, it was too late. Seeing W was not the first to have such thoughts. As he sent his message, enthusiastic viewers from Qin Feng's stream had already begun to flood into Zhu Nx Nci's channel. Zhu Nx Nci, being attentive to the comments, also noticed the influx of viewers from Qin Feng's stream. UZHNGR, and remarked, "GY Ying is also a streamer." SH Ingu chimed in, "We matched with a streamer. This delighted many." "Streamer? From where?" Xiao asked. "GY Ying's skills are indeed impressive. Where does she stream?" Someone shared the title of Qin Feng's stream, prompting many to instinctively search for it. A significant number of viewers from Qin NCI's stream ventured over to Qin Feng's, only to witness the moment Qin Feng prevented CW from promoting his stream. Xiao exclaimed, "Is this truly a rich second-generation streamer?" The simple interface captivated many, while Qin Feng's voice and his efforts to dissuade viewers endeared him to many. In an instant, the number of viewers entering Qin Feng's stream increased significantly. After all, these were two distinct platforms, and many were unaware of each other, leading to a certain degree of effective cross-promotion. Qin Feng also urged his fans to restrain themselves, stating, "Please, do not spam the stream links. You can watch, but..." He then opened the battle records, and upon seeing his impressive 19291 damage, he quickly closed it again, feeling reassured. As the second team approached the entrance of Hutao, they discovered Qin Feng and his companions had claimed the position, with Qin NCI still energetically striking the newly acquired Wuqing Qimi, making them hesitant to approach. During this time, Qin NCI entertained the audience with voiceovers for Wuqing Qimi, causing the comments to erupt with laughter. Upon entering Hutao, Qin Feng successfully secured his position, facing the current version S champion, Zhang Hyn. Fighting against Zhang Hyn was not easy for Qin Feng's team. But with Qin NCI wielding Wuqing Qimi, they initiated the battle by targeting HD and YNZPing, triggering their Qi NJ Shi. This fortuitous beginning prompted Qin Feng to decisively use his skills to bring down YNZPing mid-air, then landed for a right-click 12, activating his ultimate ability. Just as YNZPing regained her footing to heal herself, she was struck again by Qin Feng's renewed assault. Zhang Qiling, unyielding, immediately retaliated. Ying faced Zhang Qiling with little chance of resistance, and Qin Feng's first strike was met with a powerful counter that sent him flying. "I'm coming to save you," Qin NCI shouted, casting a protective shield over Qin Feng as Zhang Qiling launched a combination attack. Zhang Qiling and HD pursued, but Qin NCI countered with Wuqing Qimi, sending them both flying. Zhang Qiling activated his Qi NJ Shi, while USHN took the opportunity to target YNZPing. With Zhang Qiling out of Qin Feng's sight, he attempted to charge forward, only to be halted by a chain dance that struck him from a distance. Qin NCI, noticing this, swiftly responded with a strike that forced Zhang Qiling to expend his control break. As Qin Feng finished his chain dance and lost his unyielding force, he turned to flee. Confronting Zhang Qiling head-on would be foolish. Zhang Qiling, now desperate after using his control break, continued to pursue Qin Feng. Fortunately, HD changed his mind and decided to assist YNZPing instead. YNZPing had been ambushed by USHN, and as she rose to activate her ultimate, HD rushed to assist her. During this, Qin Feng was still being pursued by Zhang Qiling, who no longer needed to worry about the ultimate ability's consumption due to YNZPing's presence. However, after missing 2 strikes, he was forced to use his life-saving blood shield. Despite his ferocious attacks, Qin Feng struggled to evade all blows, resulting in his armor being shattered and losing half his health. Just in time, Qin NCI arrived, activating his ultimate beside Qin Feng. "That was close. I'm here to save you, streamer." The shield quickly restored Qin Feng's health, allowing him to disregard energy consumption as he dodged twice, regaining substantial armor. When Zhang Qiling landed his final strike, though it hit, it was not significantly damaging. After a brief moment, as Zhang Qiling attempted to strike at both Qin Feng and Qin NCI, Qin Feng evaded one attack, retaliating with chain dance from maximum range, striking Zhang Qiling. Once Zhang Qiling regained mobility, he delivered a strike that sent Qin Feng flying, though his ultimate was now concluded. Qin NCI, eager to pursue, was aided by his teammate USHN, who in a state of ultimate readiness, struck down Zhang Qiling, followed by a powerful jab. The ground in Hutao was favorable for chaining attacks, and Zhang Qiling found himself ensnared. Deal damage, deal damage. At this moment, Zhang Qiling had 2/3 of his armor and 1/3 of his health remaining, and USHN was unsure of the damage from his dragon tail. YNZPing, arriving from a distance, unleashed her skills, while HD activated his ultimate. The dragon tail swung, and the sound of a gunshot echoed as YNZPing fell before she could reach Zhang Qiling, turning into a soul grave. It was Qin Feng, whose ultimate lasted longer than Zhang Qiling's. However, Time was running short. Seeing USH inland strike, he canceled his ultimate and shot Zhang Qiling. With that, Zhang Qiling perished. HD, having released a Qi NJ Shi, prepared to target Qin Feng. Nonetheless, USH in remained vigilant. And with Zhu NX NC I's shield still active, HD could not pose a significant threat, especially as Qin Feng and Zhu NX NC I swiftly eliminated YN ZPing right before him. The grand display of Hadi's ultimate came to a swift conclusion, leaving the trio at a loss for any viable strategy. The exhilaration of triumphing over Zhuangxin Kai in the Huiyang realm was palpable. Points were secured. While awaiting the arrival of Qinglong, the barrage of comments filled the screen. Fan Xiaoran exclaimed, Li Tiangong, while Zifei Yu chimed in, Hutao Wang. Upon seeing a particular comment, Zhuangxin Kai erupted in a fit of infectious laughter, soon retorting, is the streamer really that abstract from a bystander's perspective? Nonsense. You should listen to the streamer's voice in the game. Xiao Douya interjected, there's no sound. To which Yunfei responded, it's so quiet. Indeed, most of the time, I'm conversing with you all. In a bystander's view, I hardly speak. I'm the epitome of aloofness. With that, Zhuangxin Kai shifted the conversation, stating that in another streamer's room, one must engage and follow, for Ji Yingying plays exceptionally well. Even Zhang Qiling appeared to be flustered by her performance. Xiao Douya remarked, I followed. The other side even mentioned not to flood your room with addresses, as it could have adverse effects. Yunfei questioned, is that true? Is he a major streamer? Let us check the damage. Upon inspecting the interface, it became evident that his Hutao's damage did not surpass 15,928. In contrast, Qin Feng's Ji Yingying boasted 29,182, while Yushan had 19,472. 15,000 is commendable. Zhuangxin Kai contentedly closed the interface, contemplating the sheer prowess of Ji Yingying. Having acquired Qinglong, battles became increasingly effortless, with rival teams fleeing upon witnessing Qinglong. Their fighting spirit dwindled. During the duration of Qinglong, a chaotic skirmish ensued, resulting in the elimination of 2 teams, leaving scant players remaining. Qin Feng's damage eclipsed the rest, with the only ensuing threat being a team that engaged them without their ultimate or Qinglong. However, Qin Feng swiftly countered with 2 precise strikes, unleashing the opponent's ultimate and restoring his own rage to full capacity. His ultimate was a game-changer. Before Zhuangxin Kai and Yushan could unleash their ultimates, Qin Feng dispatched one adversary. By the time their ultimates were ready, the opposing team had little recourse and was vanquished. After eliminating that team, only 2